Chapter 1. Strategies to Conquer the Kardashian Family's Top Supermodels. An endless cycle of survival games. In the early hours of July 6, 2015, in the opulent presidential suite of a luxurious hotel in Las Vegas, a bearded African-American was passionately engaged with a stunningly voluptuous white supermodel, ascending to the heights of ecstasy. This supermodel, standing at 1.78 meters tall, possessed striking features, a curvaceous figure, and long legs adorned with sheer black stockings, accentuated by red-soled stilettos, exuding an unparalleled allure. Every ordinary man in the world dreams of having such a supermodel as a companion. The fortunate individual sharing this intimate moment with her was none other than James Harden, a renowned NBA superstar well known among basketball enthusiasts, and at that time, the leading player of the Houston Rockets. For those familiar with Harden's life, it is common knowledge that in July 2015, he was romantically involved with the famous reality television star and model, Khloe Kardashian. However, the enchanting woman in the lavish hotel suite was not Khloe, but rather her younger sister, Kendall Jenner. Khloe and Kendall, half-sisters, are both associated with the Kardashian family. The women of this illustrious family seem to have a penchant for NBA players, with Khloe's ex-husband being the renowned forward Lamar Odom, famously dubbed the left-hand magician. After her relationship with Harden, Khloe found solace in the arms of Tristan Thompson, with whom she shares a daughter. As for Kendall Jenner, she has garnered even more attention than her sister Khloe. Rumors abound of her associations with numerous NBA players, including Blake Griffin, Jordan Clarkson, D'Angelo Russell, Ben Simmons, Kyle Kuzma, and Devin Booker, earning her the reputation of a true star magnet. Should her former partners form a team, they would undoubtedly be formidable contenders for the championship. In July 2015, Kendall was dating Ben Simmons. The revelation of the Houston Rockets star straying with the sister of his current girlfriend was nothing short of sensational. If this news were to reach the ears of reporters and paparazzi, it would undoubtedly dominate the headlines of American tabloids. In the presidential suite, the initial passionate encounter between Harden and Jenner culminated with Harden surrendering in a tremor of exhaustion. Kendall, still yearning for more, gracefully descended from Harden's side, leaned in with allure, and whispered into his ear, "Mr. Beard, I never anticipated your skills in this arena rival those on the court. I shall take a shower now, and we shall continue shortly, but do not let me down." With a playful glance, she sauntered towards the bathroom, her voluptuous form swaying enticingly. Meanwhile, Harden lay on the bed, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. It was evident that the recent bout had left him thoroughly spent. As he listened to the sound of the shower cascading from the bathroom, he could not help but exhale a sigh, murmuring to himself, "This task is truly daunting." Transforming into Harden while cheating with Khloe and compelling Jenna to willingly engage with Mie had an absurd undertaking. Nevertheless, I have managed to complete it. To one's astonishment, this murmured lamentation from Harden was articulated in Chinese. What is the meaning of this? As it turns out, this place exists within a parallel dimension, where a man embodying James Harden is, in fact, a time traveler named Zhang Ruoqing, an 18-year-old youth from China. He has traversed to this alternate reality to fulfill a mission assigned by the deity of basketball, with the promise of substantial rewards upon completion, while failure would lead to a dire fate of erasure. A terrifying NBA survival game. Lying on his bed, Zhang Ruoqing experienced no exhilaration from his liaison with the supermodel Jenna, but rather a profound sense of relief from narrowly escaping peril. Only participants like him, who have engaged directly in the game, can truly comprehend its horrors. As he reclined on the bed, Zhang Ruoqing's thoughts gradually drifted back to the day everything began. Chapter 2. The Cuba player chosen by the god of basketball. The match had concluded, and Zhang Ruoqing remained seated at the far end of the bench, his expression one of despondency. At the tender age of 18, Zhang Ruoqing was the 15th man for T University in the Northern Cuba League, with no opportunities to play unless during garbage time. Today, T University faced the top seed of the Northern Division, C University, which unleashed its full might from the very start, leaving T University's main players utterly defenseless, surpassing 100 points by the end of the third quarter and leading by over 50. As the fourth quarter commenced, T University's coach waved his hand decisively, substituting all the starters. Seeing the opponent concede, C University also replaced their lineup with mere substitutes. After a long absence from the court, Zhang Ruoqing finally seized his chance to play, his heart brimming with excitement. Standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 75 kilograms, he belonged to the slimmer cohort of basketball players. Due to his mediocre ball handling skills, he could not play the point guard position, often relegating himself to the corner, waiting for his teammates to provide scoring opportunities. After running 2 plays, Zhang Ruoqing finally found his moment that a teammate broke through the middle, attracting a double team, and leaped to pass the ball, which soared like a bullet, landing perfectly in Zhang Ruoqing's hands at the left corner. The opportunity had arrived. Just as Zhang Ruoqing prepared to catch the ball and shoot, he realized the pass was too swift and had an unexpected spin, making it difficult to receive. He fumbled, and the ball went out of bounds. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air, and possession changed hands. The coach, already seething from witnessing his team's brutal defeat, erupted upon seeing such a glaring error from Zhang Ruoqing. He furiously gestured for a timeout at the technical table. Zhang Ruoqing, what on earth is wrong with you? You couldn't even catch that ball? The coach bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at him, unleashing a torrent of scolding. Zhang Ruoqing contemplated defending himself by saying the pass was poor, but realizing the coach was in a rage, he opted for silence instead. You get down from there, don't even think about stepping back onto the court this game. Ah? Zhang Ruoqing lamented with a sorrowful visage, feeling as though his mental state was on the brink of collapse. After finally making an appearance during garbage time, he was swiftly substituted, and to add insult to injury, his statistical record displayed a solitary 1 for turnovers, while all other categories languished in dismal 0s. Alas, should he retreat to the locker room for a shower? The embarrassment was palpable. Perhaps it would be best to wash up at home instead. Upon returning home, Zhang Ruoqing, mired in gloom, prepared to retire to bed. Suddenly, an ominous shadow materialized before him without warning. What on earth? Zhang Ruoqing gasped in surprise. Zhang Ruoqing, I am the god of basketball. Congratulations, you have been selected to participate in the NBA survival game. The god of basketball is a shadow? Are you jesting with me? Young man, do not speak so disrespectfully. How could the divine essence allow a mere mortal like you to gaze upon it so easily? Now tell me, do you wish to partake in the NBA survival game? What exactly is that? In simple terms, you will be transported by me to various parallel NBA universes, where you shall complete a series of tasks I assign. Upon successful completion, you will receive corresponding rewards. A friendly hint. The rewards will manifest in reality.O, such as, for instance, enhancing your basketball skills, enabling you to become a basketball star in the real world. Very well, I accept such eagerness. Have you not a second thought? God of basketball, to be candid, my greatest passion in life is playing basketball, and my utmost dream is to become a basketball legend. Given this rare opportunity, I must seize it. Excellent. I shall now enroll you into the system. The shadow emitted a series of beeping sounds. System loading complete. Here are the physical data and capabilities of Zhang Ruoqing. ID, 10,684. Name, Zhang Ruoqing. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Wingspan, 186 centimeters. Vertical leap, 73 centimeters. Ball handling, 48. Shooting, 52. Rebounding, 44. Assists, 57. Free throws, 95. Steals, 42. Blocks, 41. I must admit, aside from your free throw proficiency, your talent is rather mediocre, the god of basketball remarked with a hint of tranquility. Zhang Ruoqing's expression darkened. No need for the reminder. God of basketball, I am acutely aware of that. By the way, what did you just say about the system? Indeed, I am both the god of basketball and the system tailored specifically for you. Such prowess? Certainly. Now, I shall randomly assign the first task to contestant number 10684, Zhang Ruoqing. That was swift. What would the task possibly be? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Zhang Ruoqing. He could scarcely fathom that the god of basketball had chosen him, offering a chance to transform his life. Fortune smiled upon him. He felt exceedingly fortunate. Contestant number 10684, Zhang Ruoqing, please prepare yourself. You will be transported to the Wachovia Center on October 30th, 2013, to become the counterpart of Michael Carter Williams, number 1 of the Philadelphia 76ers. The calm voice of the god of basketball resonated. Objective: achieve quadruple double statistics in points, rebounds, assists, and steals during the game between the Philadelphia 76ers and the Miami Heat at home. What? A quadruple double in steals? This task seems exceedingly daunting. Zhang Ruoqing, an ardent NBA enthusiast and a data aficionado, vividly recalled that no player in the annals of NBA history had ever accomplished such a feat in steals. The closest anyone had come was Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors, who recorded a near quadruple double with 4 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists, and 10 steals. To be presented with an unprecedented challenge right from the outset, the difficulty level was nothing short of hellish. As Zhang Ruoqing contemplated this, he suddenly felt a dizzying swirl, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself standing on the basketball court. The roar of the crowd surged around him like a tidal wave as he gazed across the arena. Both the court and the stands were illuminated with vibrant, dazzling lights. Could it be that I'm actually playing in such a magnificent venue? Zhang Ruoqing could scarcely believe his eyes. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, proclaiming the words of the basketball deity. Contestant 10684, Zhang Ruoqing. The difficulty of this task is rated at 1 star. Upon successful completion, you will be rewarded with 100 points, which can be used within this system to exchange for any desired item. Should you fail, you shall face the obliteration of this parallel world and a dual erasure in the real world. What? How could you not have mentioned this earlier? Zhang Ruoqing nearly cursed aloud. Had he known it could lead to death, who would willingly partake in such a perilous game? This was utterly outrageous. Oh, basketball deity, is it possible for me to withdraw my consent? Zhang Ruoqing repeatedly implored in his mind, yet received no response. Resigned, he steeled himself for the challenge. Hadn't the deity just claimed the task was rated 1 star? A feat never achieved before, and yet it was deemed only 1 star? What kind of extraordinary system was this? At that moment, Evan Turner, the star player of the 76ers clad in jersey number 12, approached and slapped Zhang Ruoqing on the shoulder, saying, "Hey rookie, what are you dawdling for? Get on the court." Chapter 3. Welcome to the NBA. The forceful pat from Evan Turner jolted Zhang Ruoqing back to reality, compelling him to regain his composure as he searched his mind for the vast database of knowledge. As a seasoned NBA fan, although his skills on the court were average, Zhang Ruoqing possessed an extraordinary memory, often referred to as a walking database, with intimate familiarity with the basic profiles of most players and statistical data from classic games. He recalled that this game, held on October 30th, 2013, marked the debut of the 11th overall pick, Michael Carter Williams, nicknamed MCW, who, in his inaugural game, had achieved an impressive tally of 22 points, 7 rebounds, 12 assists, and 9 steals, essentially a near quadruple double. It is noteworthy that MCW faced the reigning champions, the Miami Heat, who boasted the formidable trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. At that time, the Philadelphia 76ers were unequivocally a team in complete disarray, with their star player being Evan Turner, who had never been selected as an all-star to eye in that match. McCaw almost single-handedly led the beleaguered Philadelphia 76ers to an astonishing 114-110 victory over the formidable Miami Heat, marking the first monumental upset of the 2013-2014 season at I now find myself embodying McCaw from that game. It is no wonder this task is rated merely 1 star in difficulty. All I need to accomplish is to elevate my points, rebounds, assists, and steals to double digits. Achieving a quadruple double, receiving system rewards, and decisively overpowering the defending champions in front of a home crowd, what could be more exhilarating than this? With this thought, Zhang Ruoqing could not help but excitedly slap the floor, letting out a roar. The other 9 players on the court cast puzzled glances in his direction, while Wade on the bench, absent from the opening game due to injury, shot him a disdainful look, whispering to a teammate that LeBron would certainly teach him a lesson. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. Spencer Hawes of the 76ers and Udonis Haslem of the Heat engaged in a jump ball, with the Heat gaining possession. Mario Chalmers dribbled the ball, orchestrating the Heat's opening attack. As per tradition, the Heat's first offensive play was directed towards LeBron. Haslem set a screen, allowing LeBron to effortlessly maneuver to the perimeter to receive the ball. However, the moment Chalmers passed the ball, he sensed impending trouble. A ghostly white figure emerged from an unexpected angle, abruptly intercepting Chalmers' pass. The first steal was secured. How quick! Wade on the bench could not contain his exclamation. Zhang Ruoqing swiftly dribbled the ball in a counterattack, while frustrated LeBron, feeling the sting of being thwarted, surged forward in pursuit of Zhang Ruoqing. He thought to himself, prior to the jump ball, this rookie had been slapping the floor, and now he had the audacity to accomplish a steal on the opening possession. It was time to show him the consequences. The fans and commentators, initially thrilled by Zhang Ruoqing's steal, now felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed the relentless chase by the legendary LeBron. It is essential to recognize that this was peak LeBron during his MVP days. Anyone attempting a fast break while being chased by him would surely reconsider. After all, the list of those who have fallen victim to the chase down block is extensive, featuring illustrious names like Victor Oladipo, Derrick Rose, and Rajon Rondo. Although Zhang Ruoqing was swift, the gap between the two was steadily closing. The commentator Malik Rose boldly declared the classic line, seemingly foreshadowing Zhang Ruoqing's fate. "Young man, welcome to the NBA." Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Zhang Ruoqing soared towards the basket, with LeBron leaping in pursuit behind him. It's a dunk. This rookie dares to attempt a two-handed dunk. Malik Rose stood up from the commentary booth in sheer astonishment. The benches of both the 76ers and the Heat rose to their feet, disbelief etched on their faces. In the face of LeBron James' formidable defense, this slender rookie from Philadelphia dared to conclude with a dunk. Bang! The sound of the basketball crashing into the hoop resonated through the arena. Zhang Ruoqing had successfully executed the dunk, astonishingly evading LeBron's block. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, their cheers and shouts filling the air with exhilaration. It is worth noting that on the very day of that match, the legendary 76ers star Allen Iverson announced his retirement. Iverson had led the 76ers to the NBA Finals in 2001, where they triumphed over the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers, spearheaded by the dynamic duo known as the 0K combination, handing them their sole defeat of that postseason. In the post-Iverson era, Philadelphia had long been devoid of such jubilant scenes, but the Wachovia Center was ablaze with excitement. All the fans in Philadelphia saw hope in a young man named Michael Carter Williams, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a new savior. Of course, a single play does not reveal much. LeBron James personally brought the ball up the court, signaling to his teammates to remain composed and unfazed. After several passes, the ball found its way to Chris Bosh at the elbow, a favorite spot for the Dragon King. Faced with the undersized Cedric Ceballos, Bosh effortlessly executed a fadeaway shot. The ball clanged off the back rim. Zhang Ruoqing gracefully leaped to secure the rebound. With statistics reading 2 points, 1 rebound, and 1 steal, Zhang brought the ball up the court, calculating his stats while savoring the exhilarating sensations of his transformed physique. Both his ball handling and court vision were exceptional. Playing basketball in this manner was exhilarating. Center Spencer Hawes set a screen for Zhang Ruoqing and quickly rolled to the basket. Both Roger Mason, who was guarding Zhang, and Udonis Haslem, who was drawn out by Hawes, opted to double-team the ball handler, creating a precarious situation. However, both Mason and Haslem found themselves outmaneuvered. In the instant they lunged forward, the ball was delivered to Hawes from an incredibly sharp angle. Hawes effortlessly converted the layup, making the score 4-0. Following this play, commentator Malik Rose could not help but exclaim, "This rookie not only possesses incredible leaping ability and speed, but also remarkable passing skills. How on earth was he selected at the 11th pick?" The next offensive possession for the Heat was initiated by LeBron James, who called for a pick and roll, directing the play towards Zhang Ruoqing. This time, LeBron opted for a low-post backdown, turning for a fadeaway jumper. His choice was clearly predicated on Zhang's perceived lack of physicality. Although Carter Williams stood at 198 meters, a respectable height for a point guard, his weight of only 86 kilograms rendered him rather slender. As LeBron turned, he suddenly found a pair of long arms looming before him, firmly contesting his shot. How could this young man's defensive acumen be so astute, despite being physically challenged? He swiftly returned to his defensive position and, with astonishing wingspan, effectively disrupted LeBron's shot. With resolve, LeBron, under Zhang's interference, forced a fadeaway attempt. All hail! Who can rival me? It swished through the net. The score was now 4-2. This basket momentarily hushed the Wachovia Center. After scoring, LeBron stared at Zhang Ruoqing, gesturing the classic too small taunt. The difficulty of that fadeaway was immense, relying solely on LeBron's individual prowess, truly befitting an MVP-level player. The undisputed king of the league. "Young man, welcome to the NBA." The commentator Malik Ross, unable to contain himself any longer, uttered this classic line. Did he really just score a reverse layup and transform it into this? It's utterly bewildering. Zhang Ruoqing harbored unspoken grievances within. As he dribbled past the half-court line, he orchestrated his teammates' movements, embodying the demeanor of a team leader. There, a gap appeared. In a flash, Zhang Ruoqing discerned that Evan Turner had created half a step of space with his backdoor cut along the baseline. With a powerful one-handed pass, the basketball soared in a peculiar arc, gliding over the head of his defender, Shen Mie, and landing deftly in Evan Turner's hands. Turner effortlessly completed the reverse layup, bringing the score to 6-2. Zhang Ruoqing's current statistics stand at 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 steal. As the Miami Heat orchestrate their offense, LeBron James, once again utilizing a pick and roll, specifically targets Zhang Ruoqing. This time, he opts for an attack facing the basket, eager to impart a lesson to this inexperienced rookie. LeBron lowers his center of gravity, keenly observing Zhang Ruoqing's defense, while Zhang's gaze remains fixated on the basketball in LeBron's hands. Suddenly, LeBron surges forward, attempting to break through from Zhang's left side. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang seems to have anticipated the ball's trajectory, emerging like a wraith to successfully intercept it, his second steal. This time, LeBron is caught off guard, not fully committing to chase back, and merely watches as Zhang performs a thunderous dunk, reigniting the fervor of the Philadelphia fans. The score is now 8-2. To have directly stripped the ball from the peak of LeBron's prowess is an achievement few in the league have accomplished. This fledgling rookie has accomplished it in the very first quarter of his inaugural NBA game. The Philadelphia crowd erupts once more, seemingly convinced that this young man named Kawhi is the savior they have long awaited. The game proceeds as the Heat organize their offense. This time, LeBron opts to set a screen for his teammate, Chalmers, who drives down the middle, challenging the 76ers center, Hoyas, for a layup. Under Hoyas' interference, Chalmers fails to score. Securing the rebound, Evan Turner voluntarily hands the ball to Zhang Ruoqing, who, through his performance, earns the respect and trust of the team's leader. Taking the ball down the court, Zhang observes that the opposing defense is not fully established, and before him stands the 196-meter guard, Roger Mason. Without hesitation, he makes a bold decision, eyeing Mason's defense, and launches a pull-up three-pointer. What? Has this rookie lost his mind? The scouting report indicated that his shooting was his most significant weakness, yet he chose to attempt a pull-up three? Malik Rose, incredulous, struggles to comprehend Zhang's audacity. Not only Malik Rose, but also every player from both teams, the coaches, and the thousands of spectators present, are astonished by Zhang's decision. It is important to note that in 2013, the NBA had yet to enter the era of small ball, and the three-point shooting had not yet reached the frenzied heights it would later attain. Such a shot selection would typically invite a coach's reprimand. Yet, Zhang remains undeterred. His mind focused solely on one thought. I must take this shot. It will surely go in. A beautiful arc sweeps across the court, and the basketball swishes through the net. 3 points scored. My three-point arrow ignites like the flames of hell. The score now reads 11-2. With a frustrated exclamation, Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra calls for the first time out of the game. Upon returning to the bench, Zhang's teammates eagerly celebrate with high fives, while Evan Turner passionately chest bumps Zhang in a display of camaraderie. Head coach Brett Brown of the 76ers patted Zhang Ruoqing on the back, signaling that he had performed admirably. Coach, you won't be upset about my three-point shot just now, will you? No worries, a successful shot is always a good one. Given your excellent form tonight, feel free to shoot it well. The notion of having an unrestricted green light to shoot was exhilarating for Zhang Ruoqing, almost bringing him to tears as he reminisced about his days sitting on the bench at T University, rarely having the opportunity to showcase his skills. A sense of relief washed over him, 30 years of ups and downs, and never underestimate the potential of youth. Tonight, he was ready to unleash his prowess. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side with the Miami Heat was rather tense. Coach Erik Spoelstra expressed his dissatisfaction with the team's performance at the outset, slamming the tactical board in frustration, exclaiming, I do not wish to see that rookie hit another three-pointer. Do you understand? LeBron James rose to his feet, saying, Coach, let me defend him. LeBron, are you certain? His speed is remarkable. Trust me, I will handle him. On the bench, Dwayne Wade patted LeBron's shoulder with admiration in his eyes. In times of adversity, stepping up to guard the opposing team's hotshot player is not something every team leader can accomplish. LeBron James, arguably the finest basketball player in the world, may also be the most exceptional basketball leader. Returning to the game, the Heat made the first substitution, bringing in the 38-year-old veteran Ray Allen to replace Mason, who had been thoroughly outplayed by Zhang Ruoqing on both ends of the court. Wow, Ray Allen. He is one of my favorite players. Being able to compete alongside such a legend is a lifetime achievement. Upon witnessing Ray Allen's entrance onto the court, Zhang Ruoqing felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. His admiration for basketball stars tends to gravitate towards those who are exceptional sharpshooters, such as Ray Allen, Kyle Korver, and Peja Stojakovic. The moment Ray Allen made his appearance, the impact was immediate. LeBron James drove through the center, drawing a double team from the defenders. In midair, James deftly located Allen, who lay in wait at the corner, and delivered a precise pass. This was a strategy that the Miami Heat had practiced countless times during training. With a stoic expression, Ray Allen received the ball and shot without hesitation, despite the defense from Sadie Osman, who raised his arms in an attempt to disrupt. It was utterly inconsequential against a shooter of Allen's caliber. With a swift motion, he sank the three-pointer. Even at the age of 38, as long as he stood in the corner, he remained a formidable presence on the court. Chapter 5, the five-guard lineup. Following Ray Allen's successful three-pointer, The score was altered to 11-5. Evan Turner was taken aback to see Zhang Ruoqing radiating joy after Allen's basket, even discreetly applauding the opposing player. "Hey, rookie, what are you doing?" Turner's tone was laced with unmistakable discontent. My apologies." Zhang Ruoqing had almost allowed his true admiration to surface, revealing his status as a devoted fan. He accepted the ball from Turner, refocusing his thoughts on the game and diligently orchestrating the offense. Zhang Ruoqing was acutely aware that, among the four fundamental aspects of the game, the most challenging for him was, in fact, stealing the ball, followed closely by securing rebounds. In terms of scoring and assists, given his pivotal role as the primary ball handler in this match, surpassing double digits was hardly a concern. Therefore, throughout the course of the game, he consciously intensified his efforts in rebounding battles and applied high-pressure defense on the ball handler to create opportunities for steals. Under Zhang Ruoqing's leadership, the 76ers displayed an impressive offensive prowess in the first half, amassing a remarkable total of 60 points. He himself tallied an impressive 13 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 6 steals. However, the Miami Heat, as the reigning champions, remained undeterred. Despite the 76ers' astonishing performance, they clung closely to the scoreline. The Heat concluded the half with 55 points, bolstered by LeBron James's 20 points and Ray Allen's contribution of 9 points, including 3 pivotal three-pointers from the bench, making them the standout contributors for Miami in the first half. As the halftime break concluded and the players retreated to the locker room, Zhang Ruoqing addressed his teammates, forewarning them that the opposing team would likely resort to aggressive double-teaming in the second half. He expressed his intention to facilitate the ball's distribution, allowing his teammates to finish the scoring opportunities. Both Evan Turner and Sadie Osman gave Zhang a thumbs up, lauding his selflessness. Yet, Zhang Ruoqing understood that having already reached double figures in scoring, his focus for the remainder of the game should shift towards enhancing his contributions in other statistical areas. Zhang Ruoqing also suggested to Coach Brett Brown that the defensive strategy in the second half could be more aggressive, intensifying pressure on the ball handlers to create more opportunities for steals. The coach pondered for a moment and replied, "That makes sense. With Wade absent today, the opponent's starting backcourt duo consists of Roger Mason and Mario Chalmers, arguably one of the weakest combinations in the league. Applying pressure on them will undoubtedly yield results." Having established both offensive and defensive strategies, as the second half commenced, Zhang Ruoqing's performance became increasingly fluid and balanced. During the Heat's initial offensive play, Chalmers had just crossed half court, leisurely searching for opportunities. Suddenly, 2 white figures charged at him like madmen. Zhang Ruoqing and his backcourt partner, James Anderson, conspired to launch a sudden assault on Shen Mie's right from the outset. As anticipated, Shen Mie was utterly unprepared for the unexpected double team. He sought to pass the ball, but was ensnared by 2 white figures. In an instant, a hand darted out with lightning speed, causing Shen Mie to lose possession. It was Zhang Ruoqing once again, marking his 7th steal. Shen Mie quickly chased back, while Zhang Ruoqing, racing towards the basket, deliberately slowed down to draw Shen Mie closer. Suddenly, he hurled the ball high into the air. Behind him, James Anderson shouted and soared like a jack-in-the-box, catching the ball with both hands and slamming it into the hoop. The on-site commentator, Malik Rose, exclaimed, "Behold, it's an alley-oop." Philadelphia fans, how long has it been since you witnessed such fluid and mesmerizing offense? Cheer for your home team. With Zhang Ruoqing's dazzling performance and Malik Rose's infectious enthusiasm, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, resonating through the arena and stirring the hearts of every player. For the visiting Miami Heat, such a situation was evidently daunting, presenting a formidable test of their mental fortitude. At this crucial moment, LeBron James emerged as the stalwart leader. Among all players on the court, only Zhang Ruoqing and James played the entirety of the third quarter, which had nearly transformed into a one-on-one duel between the two. James showcased his extraordinary offensive prowess, facing the entire 76ers defense with a veritable arsenal of skills, driving to the basket, shooting from mid-range, dunking, hitting three-pointers, and converting free throws, accumulating an impressive 17 points in a single quarter. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoqing exhibited remarkable court vision and an exceptional ability to distribute the ball, along with his high basketball IQ. Throughout the third quarter, he dedicated himself to orchestrating the team's offense, seeking out open teammates and delivering spectacular assists. Simultaneously, he demonstrated immense tenacity on the defensive end, excelling in rebounding and executing steals through relentless pressure on the ball handler. As the third quarter concluded, the 76ers maintained a slender lead of 90-88. Zhang Ruoqing boasted impressive statistics of 18 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, and 9 steals. During the intermission, Malik Rose noticed this and excitedly announced to the fans, "Ladies and gentlemen, we may be witnessing history. McCaw is just 2 rebounds and 1 steal away from achieving a quadruple-double." It's worth noting that no player in the annals of NBA history has ever accomplished such a feat. Upon hearing these words, James, seated on the Heat's bench, proclaimed loudly to his teammates, "Hey guys, we cannot allow that rookie to achieve historic numbers in his debut. We not only need to win, but also ensure that we stifle that rookie in the final quarter. Do you understand?" Inspired by their leader, the Heat players rallied with renewed determination. Dwayne Wade, clad in a suit, approached and added a few remarks. In the face of such alluring statistics, anyone would be tempted. Especially that rookie. He is merely 2 rebounds and 1 steal away. Therefore, he will undoubtedly continue to adopt a defensive strategy in the third quarter, pressuring the ball handler alongside his teammates. Coach Spoelstra, upon hearing this, deemed it a valid point and pointed at LeBron, saying, "LeBron, how about you take on the role of point guard in the final quarter?" With unwavering confidence, James replied, "No problem. I'll ensure that rookie's steal count remains at 9. Returning to the court, Zhang Ruoqing was astonished to discover that the Miami Heat had deployed an exceedingly peculiar lineup for the fourth quarter. LeBron James, Shane Battier, Rashard Lewis, Chris Bosh, and Chris Anderson. The legendary 5-forward lineup. All 5 players stood over 2 meters tall, and the compatibility of the roster was remarkable, providing extensive defensive coverage. The only shortcoming lay in their relatively inadequate outside shooting ability, which hampered their capacity to create space. The rarity of a 5-forward lineup in the NBA stems from the absence of a legitimate point guard, if all 5 players are merely offensive finishers. The organization of the team's offense poses a significant challenge. However, for a team led by James, this issue was non-existent. His exceptional ball-handling skills and court vision equipped him to serve as a top-tier point guard. Upon observing the opponent's lineup, Zhang Ruoqing was taken aback, particularly when he noted that the ball handler was none other than James, causing his heart to sink. Faced with the 5-forward arrangement spearheaded by James, the strategy of double-teaming the ball handler was sure to be futile, thereby complicating the prospect of securing the final steal considerably. As anticipated, the Heat's initial possession in the fourth quarter unfolded swiftly. The moment James crossed half-court, James Anderson and Evan Turner rushed to double-team him. On the sidelines, 76ers coach Brett Brown shouted, "No, do not double-team him." Yet, it was too late. Before the double-team could fully materialize, James delivered a one-handed bounce pass, flawlessly directing the ball into the hands of Chris Anderson in the paint. Despite the 76ers continuing with their double-team strategy against the Heat's 5-forward lineup, James's precise distribution created a localized 4-on-3 opportunity for Miami. Let us see how Chris Anderson will choose. Before the words could settle, Chris Anderson tossed the ball into the air, catching the 76ers center, Hoyas, off guard. As he could only watch in astonishment while Chris Bosh soared behind him for an alley-oop, violently slamming the ball through the hoop. The score was now tied at 90. Zhang Ruoqing advanced with the ball, directing his teammates' movements. At that moment, his focus had shifted from the offensive play to strategizing how to secure the final 2 rebounds and a steal. After all, the basketball deity had proclaimed that failure would result in obliteration. Therefore, on the offensive front, Zhang merely passed the ball to Evan Turner and retreated to his familiar corner to indulge in a moment of respite. Evan Turner, determined, backed down against Shane Battier, pivoted, and attempted a fadeaway shot. Out of nowhere, LeBron James erupted onto the scene, having anticipated Turner's move, leaping ahead of him to intercept in midair. At the instant Turner released the ball, James swatted it away with a resounding block. Rashard Lewis retrieved the ball and swiftly pushed it forward. Faced with the retreating James Anderson, Lewis seized the opportunity, launching a fierce 3-step layup. The referee's whistle pierced the air, 2 points awarded. With an additional free throw to come, Lewis executed the free throw with precision, propelling the Heat to a 93-90 lead, marking the first time in the match that they had surged ahead. Noticing the despondent expressions of his teammates, Zhang suddenly realized he could not solely fixate on rebounds and steals. If he failed to invigorate the offense, the team's morale would falter, making it increasingly challenging to maintain defensive integrity. Without cohesive team defense, Securing that final steal would become an insurmountable task. Thus, Zhang bellowed, rallying his teammate spirits. In the ensuing play, Zhang utilized his speed to break past Richard Lewis, penetrating the paint. However, the Heat's paint was patrolled by the formidable Chris Bosh and Anderson, creating an impenetrable no-fly zone. Both were poised, ready to thwart any attempt Zhang might make to drive to the basket. Unexpectedly, Zhang leaped high, determined to attempt a layup. Bosh and Anderson ascended as if they were two immovable mountains, blocking Zhang's path. From the bench, Coach Spoelstra shouted, "He can only pass." Cut off his passing lanes to the corner. Sean Battier and LeBron James locked down the two corner options, leaving Zhang in a precarious position. However, in a surprising turn of events, Zhang executed an astonishing maneuver midair. Just as Bosh was about to swat the ball, he pulled it back with his right hand, transferred it to his left, and, through a narrow gap between the two defenders, sent the ball soaring toward the hoop with his left hand. "Oh my God, what did I just witness?" exclaimed Malik Rose from the commentary booth. The ball, in an unbelievable fashion, was deposited into the basket. 92-93. "Kid, you're something else." Evan Turner shouted excitedly at Zhang, while the 76ers teammates on the bench nearly tore their towels apart in jubilation. Zhang Ruoqing's choice of offense this time can be described as audacious, showcasing his remarkable skill. He is acutely aware that Kawhi's advantage lies in his light weight and swift speed, enabling him to execute astonishing maneuvers in midair. Conversely, the five forwards on the opposing team are inevitably a tad slower. Thus, he opted to utilize his speed to breach the initial defense posed by Lewis, followed by an extraordinary aerial maneuver to complete the play. This moment left the audience in awe and solidified its place in the NBA's top highlights of the day. In the early stages of the fourth quarter, the competition remained fiercely contested. The clash between Zhang Ruoqing and LeBron James was particularly captivating. At the first official timeout, the score was locked at 100-101, with the 76ers trailing by a single point. Zhang Ruoqing's statistics stand at 24 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, and 9 steals, leaving him just one steal shy of completing his objective. However, a pressing concern looms before him: his stamina. Although Zhang Ruoqing's physique is youthful and vigorous, excessive exertion can take its toll. Thus far, he has only enjoyed a brief 4-minute respite during the first half of the second quarter, having played the remainder of the game without pause. Consequently, during this official timeout, he finds himself gasping for breath. Observing this state, the coach promptly addresses Tony Wroten on the bench, saying, "Tony, it's your turn. Michael, take a breather. We'll bring you back in for the final 3 minutes." Zhang Ruoqing initially contemplated declining, as he was merely one steal away from fulfilling his task, and time was of the essence for him. However, after a moment of calm reflection, he recognized that his body was in a state of extreme fatigue and indeed required a brief respite. Otherwise, haste would yield adverse effects. Thus, he decided to wager the final 3 minutes. Consequently, Tony Wroten replaced Zhang Ruoqing on the court, while the Miami Heat brought in Ray Allen and Norris Cole, allowing LeBron James and Chris Bosh to rest. In the ensuing 3 minutes, both teams engaged in a brief skirmish of missed shots, until Zhang Ruoqing and LeBron James returned. The score remained locked at 104-104. Having garnered a precious moment of rest, Zhang Ruoqing re-entered the arena revitalized. "Ladies and gentlemen, he has returned. That extraordinary young man is back. Mie is but one steal away from setting a record for rookies, with 3 minutes remaining in the game. Let us await the climax." Chapter 7. Box Zone Strategy. Prior to the inbound, LeBron approached Zhang Ruoqing with a tone laced with provocation, saying, "Rookie, let me tell you, this victory will undoubtedly belong to our Heat, and as for your record, it will have to wait until next time. The future is yours." The league's king hurling trash talk at a rookie speaks volumes. Zhang Ruoqing smiled faintly and retorted, "That line you just delivered, I believe it was uttered by Duncan when he shaved your head in the finals. How has it come to be borrowed and directed at me?" LeBron, upon hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure and, with a dismissive remark of "I will personally end this game," turned away, provoked by LeBron's taunts. The burning spirit of basketball within Zhang Ruoqing was ignited. He recalled the words of a mentor who had once imparted, "If you do not wish to win, then there is no need to stand on the court. I will secure that steal, and I will claim victory, no matter if you are KNG or MV. I shall overcome you." The game officially enters the final 3 minutes. Zhang Ruoqing orchestrated the offensive play in the front court, utilizing the screen set by Hoyes to draw the switch on a Haslam. At the age of 33, this stalwart of the Miami Heat had lost some of his defensive prowess, particularly in switching situations, which had become his Achilles heel. Recognizing an opportunity, Zhang decisively opted for a step-back three-pointer. This particular offensive choice had not been employed by him throughout the game, leaving Haslam caught off guard. By the time his aging body leapt, Zhang had already released the ball. A perfect arc soared above the Wells Fargo Center, as the audience held their breath, captivated by the trajectory of the shot. It swished through the net. A step-back three-pointer, no less. Oh my goodness. The arsenal of this rookie seems boundless. The commentator Malik Rose was left in awe yet again by Zhang's performance, his astonishment palpable. On the Heat's bench, Dwayne Wade whispered to a teammate, remarking on the dazzling prowess of the rookie across the court, claiming he surpassed the LeBron of yesteryears. Who knows what further surprises he will unveil for this league. With the score at 107-104, the 76ers led by 3 points. The Heat initiated their offense, with Chalmers bringing the ball past half-court before passing it to James. James called for Haslam's screen, maneuvering to create a sliver of space before opting for a pull-up three. The basketball swished through the net, bringing the score to 107-all. Following his basket, James wore an expressionless face, fixating intently on Zhang while retreating on defense. That familiar gaze evoked memories of the iconic moment in Game 6 of the 2012 Eastern Conference Finals against the Celtics. Such intensity in a mere regular season opener. A flicker of pride ignited within Zhang, yet he knew he could not afford to become complacent. In the ensuing offensive play, Zhang meticulously located Evan Turner, who was lurking in the corner. Turner caught the pass and launched a three-pointer, but alas, it ricocheted off the rim. In the next sequence, the Heat mirrored their previous approach, with James delivering the ball to Battier in the corner, creating an opportunity for an open three-pointer, yet Battier too failed to capitalize. Over a minute had elapsed, and only 1 minute and 40 seconds remained in the game. Zhang Ruoqing felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The opportunity to seize his life was dwindling, with just over a minute remaining. He needed to take decisive action to alter the course of events. At that moment, Coach Brown of the 76ers opted to call a timeout. As he walked to the sidelines, Zhang could distinctly sense the tension among his teammates, who wouldn't be stirred by the chance to defeat the seemingly invincible reigning champions in the season opener at home. During the timeout, Coach Brown devised a pick-and-roll strategy initiated by Zhang Ruoqing. He instructed Hoyes to pop out for a shot instead of rolling to the basket, preparing for a catch-and-shoot opportunity. He aimed to exploit Haslam's slower movements while capitalizing on Hoyes' extended shooting range. Zhang had no objections to this offensive choice. However, just as the coach concluded his briefing, the original team leader, Turner, suddenly spoke up. "Coach, I believe we should also adjust our defensive strategy." "Oh? How should we adjust?" "In the final moments, the ball will undoubtedly be in James's hands, so we should implement a box-one defense. The box-one strategy, as it is termed in English tactical boards, is designed for situations where the opposing team has only one standout player. One of our defenders will focus on marking this prominent player while the remaining 4 adopt a zone defense. The advantage of this approach is that it can sever the connection between the star player and his teammates, testing his individual capabilities under pressure." Evan Turner volunteered to guard James. After a moment of contemplation, Coach Brown agreed to Turner's suggestion. As the timeout concluded and they returned to the court, Turner whispered to Zhang Ruoqing, "Michael, position yourself at Ray Allen's spot for a catch-and-shoot. If James chooses to pass, he is likely to seek out that point." "All right," Zhang acknowledged. "Just one steal away. Give it your all." The fervent light in Turner's eyes revealed his genuine desire to assist Zhang in achieving an unparalleled milestone. In that moment, Zhang was reminded of his high school days, where the team captain, equally approachable, had offered him much encouragement. It was his presence that had enabled Zhang to persist along the path of basketball. Evan Turner, if this were not a parallel universe of the NBA survival game, I would truly like to befriend you. Back in the game, during the 76ers' offensive possession, Zhang Ruoqing and Hoyes initiated the pick and roll. Following the coach's instructions, Hoyes promptly popped out to the three-point line, while the sluggish Haslam retreated defensively. Zhang swiftly passed the ball to Hoyes. Hoyes caught the ball and took a decisive shot. In that era, Hoyes was a relatively rare space-oriented center with a degree of three-point shooting ability. Prior to this shot, he had made 2 out of 4 attempts from beyond the arc during the game. The basketball soared through the air for a moment before hitting the back rim. The 76ers' open three-point attempt went awry. This is undoubtedly a favorable development for the Miami Heat. LeBron James soared high to seize the rebound and swiftly advanced the ball up the court. Suddenly, he noticed that Evan Turner, who was defending him, had altered his defensive strategy and was now applying close pressure. On the sidelines, Coach Spoelstra shouted emphatically, "It's B0X0NE. LeBron, pass the ball." Turner, who was selected as the second overall pick by Philadelphia in 2010, had once been highly regarded by the fans of Philadelphia. Standing at 2.01 meters, he possessed ample size and excelled in both one-on-one and help defense. He could be considered the most outstanding defender in Philadelphia at that time. Chapter 8. The Decisive Moment. Even when faced with a player of LeBron's caliber, Turner exhibited no fear during their one-on-one confrontation. Sensing the intense pressure from Turner, LeBron decisively opted to pass, which was precisely the outcome the 76ers desired. Positioned at the top of the zone defense were Zhang Ruoqing and James Anderson, who were fully prepared. However, the situation did not unfold as Turner had anticipated. LeBron did not pass to Ray Allen, but instead directed the ball to Mario Chalmers, who was stationed at another position. Quick on his feet, James Anderson executed a steal. The B0X0NE tactic proved effective. James Anderson initiated a fast break, and Chalmers was unable to catch up, allowing Anderson to effortlessly score 2 points, bringing the score to 109-107 with just 1 minute remaining in the game, as the 76ers regained the lead. All the 76ers players, witnessing the success of the strategy, were filled with excitement, and the fans in the arena erupted in cheers. Yet, one individual remained despondent, Zhang Ruoqing. Alas, this steal had slipped away from him. The time left for me in this game is dwindling. In the next possession, the Heat's offense began, and Evan Turner realized that the ball handler was no longer LeBron, but Ray Allen instead. The Heat adapted swiftly, allowing LeBron to play off the ball to counter the B0X0NE strategy. On the sidelines, 76ers coach Brown rushed to the edge of the court, shouting, "Evan, abandon B0X0NE." This possession switched to a 2-3 zone defense. Zhang Ruoqing listened intently, his brow furrowed in confusion. He could not comprehend why the coach had devised such a strategy. Among the 5 players currently on the court for the Heat, apart from Haslam, James, Ray Allen, Chalmers, and Bosh, all possessed the ability to shoot three-pointers. Was it not rather audacious to opt for a zone defense? However, the coach's directives were not to be disregarded. Zhang Ruoqing and James Anderson took their positions at the forefront of the defense. Ray Allen, holding the ball, faced James Anderson, while Bosh moved to a high position to set a screen for Allen. Following the pick and roll, Bosh decisively chose to pop out, and Allen swiftly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Bosh, before the defending Sadai's Young could close in, unleashed a shot. The greatest vulnerability of a zone defense lies in its susceptibility to long-range shots. This is a fundamental principle known to anyone with a modicum of basketball knowledge. Coach Brown's intention was to exploit this weakness as a gamble. Throughout the match, apart from James and Ray Allen, the other Heat players had struggled with their three-point shooting, and Brown sought to compel them to attempt long-range shots. The final shot selection by the Heat fell squarely into Brown's trap. Prior to this moment, Chris Bosh had attempted 4 three-pointers without success. Yet, being one of the trio of superstars, he remained unfazed in critical moments. With a decisive stroke, Bosh released his 5th three-pointer, and the ball swished through the net. The score was now altered to 109-110, with the Heat taking the lead once more. Only 41 seconds remained in the game, leaving Zhang Ruoqing and the 76ers with little time to spare. Coach Brown promptly called for a final timeout. Zhang Ruoqing mentally calculated the time, 41 seconds. Theoretically, both sides still had an opportunity for one last offensive play. However, should their side fail to score, with less than 24 seconds remaining, the Heat, holding a lead, would undoubtedly consume the remaining time without launching another attack. Thus, if you wish to secure a final steal, the prerequisite was that the next offensive play must succeed. Coach Brown had devised a pick-and-roll strategy involving Zhang Ruoqing and haze. Yet Zhang shook his head and informed the coach that this tactic had been employed numerous times throughout the game, and the Heat would surely be prepared for it. With conviction, Zhang asserted that in the final possession, the Heat would certainly substitute Haslam out. Upon hearing this, Brown found some merit in his reasoning and turned his gaze towards Evan Turner. As the former leader of the team, Turner's one-on-one capabilities had always garnered Brown's trust. Turner seemed to grasp what Coach Brown was implying. He understood the significance of this final possession and, not wishing to play the hero, sincerely remarked. The Heat will undoubtedly assign LeBron to guard me. I lack confidence in facing him one-on-one. Brown, hearing this, felt somewhat at a loss. His options were already limited. And now he felt entirely constrained. In this critical moment, it was Zhang Ruoqing who spoke up. Brothers, the focal point of the opponent's defense will certainly be Evan and me. In a moment, Evan and I will execute a horn set. Be ready for open catch-and-shoot opportunities. Cyrus Young hesitated and said, but in such pivotal moments, it is usually the star players who take the lead in the offense. Zhang Ruoqing patted Cyrus Young on the shoulder, offering encouragement. It's all right. Since we are teammates, we should trust one another. With just a few simple phrases, Zhang Ruoqing ignited the passion of everyone present. Beside him, Brown lamented that the Philadelphia 76ers, who had languished for years, had not experienced such an atmosphere in far too long. A culture of winning, characterized by courage and competition, was slowly being cultivated under the guidance of a rookie. Upon returning to the court, the 76ers players realized, as Zhang had predicted, that the Heat had indeed substituted Anderson for Haslam. Evan Turner marveled internally, recognizing that this young man was not only skilled in play, but also possessed remarkable intelligence, a true strategist. As the game commenced, Zhang Ruoqing advanced the ball, appearing composed despite the close defense from Chalmers, denying him any opportunity for a steal as he crossed half-court. Although the striking statistic of 9 steals loomed like a Damocles sword above his head, Zhang maintained an extraordinary calm, allowing his technical execution to remain unaffected. The excitement of commentator Malik Rose reached its zenith. The moment of truth has arrived. Let us focus our attention on the 76ers rookie McCaw and observe the young man's performance in these final moments. After crossing half-court, Evan Turner moved to a high position to set a screen for Zhang. The Heat deployed an infinite switch defense, with James, originally guarding Turner, now matched up against Zhang. Noticing James slightly advance, Zhang, without a moment's hesitation, chose to accelerate and drive through. Zhang Ruoqing's initial move was remarkably swift, allowing him to create a half-step advantage over James. However, James's recovery speed was astonishing. Just as Zhang was about to take his third step, he had already caught up. No, it seemed he was still a fraction behind. Positioned in the left corner near the baseline, Bosch made a split-second decision. He shifted his weight to the right, intending to assist James in defending against Zhang's impending layup. Yet, James discerned Bosch's intention. He shouted a resounding no. Bosch's feet were momentarily rooted to the ground by James's commanding voice. As both Zhang and James ascended into the air, Zhang Ruoqing refrained from forcefully driving to the basket. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to the left corner where Sadie Osman awaited. Due to Bosch's premature shift in weight, he was unable to effectively contest Osman, resulting in a rare opportunity for him to take an open three-point shot. With a career average of merely 1.5 three-point attempts per game and a shooting percentage of only 33, Osman seized this moment without hesitation, launching the ball with conviction. The crowd held its breath as the shot, infused with a sense of destiny, soared through the air. Chapter 9. The first mission concludes. It was a success. 112-110. The 76ers reclaimed the lead with just 18 seconds remaining in the game. Osman celebrated exuberantly, pumping his fist, igniting a wave of excitement among his teammates. As the entire Wachovia Center erupted in fervor for that golden three-pointer, Coach Spoelstra, clutching the final timeout, intended to strategize the last offensive play. However, LeBron James gestured him to hold off and signaled to Bosch, stationed at the baseline, to execute a quick inbounds pass. LeBron James, the reigning titan of the league, maintained his composure even amidst challenging circumstances. Observing that nearly all the 76ers players were lost in the euphoria of Osman's shot, he promptly instructed Bosch to act swiftly. He aimed to catch the 76ers off guard while they remained unsteady in their celebration. Bosch, seasoned in the league and a longtime teammate of James, immediately grasped the urgency of his intent. He stood at the baseline and swiftly passed the ball to James. From the sidelines, Coach Brown shouted, urging his players to defend, reminding them that the game was far from over. It was only then that the young 76ers players realized the premature nature of their celebration, as they teetered on the brink of paying dearly for their youth. At that moment, a white figure surged forth from an improbable position, Zhang Ruoqing. Like a wraith, he appeared in the path of the ball's flight, effortlessly intercepting it. The Heat players watched in disbelief, their expressions filled with anguish, as Zhang Ruoqing seized the ball and sprinted towards his own half of the court. LeBron was the first to react, letting out a roar as he pursued Zhang. Time was running out. A foul strategy was imperative. Just as LeBron was about to catch up to Zhang, the latter executed a sudden change of direction, darting back into the Heat's half. The other Heat players trailing behind were nearly sent tumbling over by the maneuver. Commentator Malik Rose was on the brink of ecstasy, passionately narrating the final seconds of the game. Michael Carter-Williams, an unprecedented rookie performance. He achieved an extraordinary feat, a quadruple-double in steals. Philadelphia fans, are you ready to embrace your savior? On the court, amidst the frantic pursuit of several Heat players, Mario Chalmers finally caught up to Zhang Ruoqing and committed a tactical foul. 2 free throws awaited. Only 6 seconds remain in the match. As Zhang Ruoqing prepared to execute a free throw, the entire arena resonated with the chant of MV. MV for this rookie. Having already accomplished the remarkable feat of a quadruple-double, Zhang was now completely at ease. Under no pressure, he effortlessly sank both free throws, altering the score to 114-110, granting the Philadelphia 76ers a 4-point lead. Coach Spoelstra, realizing that a comeback was futile, called a symbolic final timeout. Upon resuming play, LeBron James attempted a jump shot from beyond the three-point line, but the ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, leaving the Miami Heat devoid of any hope for a turnaround. The game concluded with a score of 114-110, marking a victory for the Philadelphia 76ers. Coincidentally, the final score mirrored that of a match that had transpired in the real world. Zhang Ruoqing, feeling a sense of relief, was just about to relish the joy of winning when, at the very moment the final buzzer sounded, he felt a disorienting spin and soon lost consciousness. When Zhang Ruoqing regained awareness, he found himself in a confined room approximately 30 square meters in size, devoid of doors and windows, with only stark black walls surrounding him. Zhang Ruoqing discovered that, apart from himself, there were 3 others in the room, 2 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be of a similar age. Where am I? How did I suddenly end up here? Who are you all? One of the men, wearing glasses, seemed somewhat flustered, bombarding them with a barrage of questions. There are no doors or windows. How did we get in, and how do we get out? The other man, bald and evidently restless, expressed his unease. Were you all participants in that NBA survival game? The sole woman in the room, relatively composed, inquired with a slight tremor in her voice. Zhang Ruoqing responded affirmatively. Turning his gaze towards her, he noticed she was quite tall, approximately 175 meters, strikingly beautiful, and possessed a slender, athletic build, likely a basketball player herself. The other 2 men confirmed their participation in the game as well. What were your tasks? Zhang Ruoqing asked. The bald man spoke first. I was transported to an NBA game in 2013, a matchup between the Heat and the 76ers. During the game, I became the host for Chris Bosh, with the objective of achieving 4 blocks. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man immediately chimed in. What a coincidence. I was also sent to that very game. However, I was the host for Norris Cole of the Heat, and my task was to exceed 29 minutes of playing time. After Zhang Ruoqing elucidated his task for the 3rd time, it was finally the girls' turn. I am Brett Brown, the coach of the 76ers in that competition, tasked with leading the team to victory. In retrospect, it seems we have encountered one another on the courts of a parallel NBA universe, which explains our simultaneous presence here. It must be the work of the basketball deity. Upon finishing her statement, the girl turned to Zhang Ruoqing and expressed, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude. Without your extraordinary performance, my mission could have very well ended in failure. It's nothing. I merely acted to fulfill my own task, Zhang Ruoqing replied with a refreshing honesty. Zhang Ruoqing consolidated the information conveyed by the 4 individuals. He began to comprehend that the so-called NBA survival game's tasks were not merely confined to traversing into the role of a player and achieving specific statistics. The tasks, such as the bespectacled man's objective of playing time and the beautiful woman's goal of leading her team to victory, appeared to be rather straightforward and blunt. In terms of difficulty, the tasks assigned to the 4 seemed comparable, likely all rated at 1 star, and judging by the performance of the others, it was apparent that they were also undertaking their missions for the first time. Are you all executing your missions for the first time? Are they all rated 1 star? Zhang Ruoqing inquired. The other 3 nodded in unison, affirming Zhang Ruoqing's assumptions. Ahem, may I ask if you have completed your task? The bespectacled man asked the bald man, somewhat nervously. The bald man, displaying a troubled expression, replied, I calculated it myself, and the timing seems about right. However, I am uncertain whether I have indeed succeeded. I have failed miserably. I didn't manage to secure a single block throughout the game. If the mission fails, does that mean annihilation? It cannot be true. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated above them in the room. The task numbered 2013-103-0086 has concluded. The results will now be announced. By the gods of basketball, the bald man exclaimed involuntarily. Name, Zhang Hu. Number, 10,681. Task description. Traverse to Chris Bosh during the match between the Miami Heat and the Philadelphia 76ers on October 30, 2013, and achieve 4 blocks in a single game. Final block count, 0. Task result, failure. The system will now proceed to annihilate Zhang Hu, number 10681. Upon hearing this proclamation, the other 3 instinctively recoiled a step back. The bespectacled man, Zhang Hu, stood frozen in the center of the room, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word, his face contorted by sheer terror. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, and Zhang Hu's body was utterly obliterated. Countless splatters of flesh and blood filled the room in an instant. The remaining 3 were splattered with crimson blood, some even covered in chunks of flesh and fragments of entrails. The room was instantly suffused with a nauseating stench of blood. Such a scene dealt a heavy blow to the psyches of the other 3, rendering them speechless in sheer horror. The annihilation by the gods of basketball was indeed a grotesque, violent, and brutal spectacle. The tall girl, who had managed to complete her task, and Zhang Ruoqing remained relatively composed. They merely brushed off the remnants of flesh from their bodies and edged further away from the epicenter of Zhang Hu's explosion. In stark contrast, the bald man, uncertain of his own success, trembled in fear, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground. The voice of the basketball god thundered once more. Name, Li Bao, ID, 10,682. Task, transcend into Norris Cole during the game between the Miami Heat and the Philadelphia 76ers on October 30, 2013, playing for over 29 minutes. Final playing time, 28 minutes and 47 seconds. Task result, failure. The system will now execute the eradication of ID 10682, Li Bao. Please, no? I was mere seconds away. Li Bao implored, his voice a desperate plea to the basketball god. Upon hearing the fateful words 28 minutes and 47 seconds, he suddenly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to the void. The pitiable sight stirred a sense of compassion in both the tall girl and Zhang Ruoqing, compelling them to avert their gaze. Yet, regardless of Li Bao's anguished entreaties, the basketball god offered no reprieve. After announcing the verdict of eradication, Li Bao's body began to undergo a grotesque transformation. As he knelt in the center of the room, his left eyeball plummeted to the floor with a sickening thud, soon followed by the right eye dislodging from its socket. Then came his teeth, and finally his nose. In less than a minute, his visage shattered into a multitude of grotesque fragments, littering the ground with dismembered flesh. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Li Bao's screams echoed hauntingly within the confines of the room. Strangely, even after his face had disintegrated into a horrific collage of gore, he did not succumb immediately. Instead, with a countenance devoid of features, he staggered upright, unsteadily circling the cramped space before collapsing, ultimately vanishing from existence. The other 2 witnesses, having witnessed the gruesome demise of Zhang Hu and Li Bao, finally grasped the sheer terror of this so-called NBA survival game. Then, the voice of the basketball god resonated once more. Name, Suwani, ID, 10683, task, transcend into Brett Brown. Head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers during the game against the Miami Heat on October 30, 2013, leading the team to victory. Final game result, Philadelphia 76ers victorious. Task result, success. ID 10683, Suwani, is awarded a bonus of 100 points. Suwani, a name imbued with a certain artistic elegance, did not seem the typical basketball player. Yet, at that moment, her expression remained largely unchanged, as if she did not feel particularly fortunate for having survived. Zhang Ruoqing sensed, albeit faintly, that this girl possessed a calm and composed demeanor, indicative of someone capable of achieving great things. Name, Zhang Ruoqing, ID, 10,684. Mission objective, to traverse to the persona of Michael Carter Williams during the game between the Miami Heat and the Philadelphia 76ers on October 30, 2013, and achieve quadruple-double statistics in points, rebounds, assists, and steals. Zhang Ruoqing's final statistics were 29 points, 10 rebounds, 13 assists, and 10 steals. Mission outcome, success. ID 10,684. Zhang Ruoqing was awarded 100 points. After the voice of the basketball deity faded, Zhang Ruoqing exchanged a glance with the tall girl named Su Wani, both feeling a mutual recognition akin to that shared among survivors. As Zhang Ruoqing was about to speak, the voice of the basketball god unexpectedly reverberated once more. Contestants 10683 Su Wani and 10684 Zhang Ruoqing, congratulations on completing your first NBA survival game task. According to the system's arrangement, you will automatically form a two-person team. As per the rules, members of the same team, barring special circumstances, will be defaulted to the same tasks each time. After forming a team, will there be any changes to the game rules? Su Wani inquired into the void where the basketball god resided. Indeed, the new rules following team formation are as follows. First, team members may exchange points with one another. Second, if a team member fails a task, other members may use points to purchase a resurrection card for them, priced at 5,000 points. The task performer cannot purchase a resurrection card for themselves. Third, if different teams are engaged in the same task, members may wager points in any basketball-related manner, without a limit on the wager amount. For instance, if player A from Team A and player B from Team B wager on their scores with a stake of 1,000 points, the player with the lower score at the end of the task will pay the higher scorer 1,000 points. Fourth, regarding the betting rules in point 3, the wager must not exceed the maximum balance available in both parties' points accounts. Fifth, unless otherwise specified by the rules, no violent actions may be taken against other players during tasks. Violators will face immediate eradication. Sixth, under no circumstances may violence be enacted upon other players in the real world. Violators will face immediate eradication. Do you understand these rules? Yes, understood, Su Wani replied. Basketball god, I have a question. Since Su Wani and I are on the same team, does that mean we will always be on the same faction for each task? In other words, will we always be transported to the same team? Zhang Ruoqing asked. This question is off the record. Damn. Zhang Ruoqing cursed inwardly. He had no objections to teaming up with the tall and beautiful Su Wani. Not only was she stunning, but her calm demeanor also made her seem quite reliable. However, what if they were assigned to different teams, and their task objectives were in conflict? Never mind, there was no point in worrying about that now. Team 404. Composed of contestants 10683 Su Wani and 10684 Zhang Ruoqing, has been registered in the system. In 1 minute, you will be transported back to the real world. Please prepare yourselves. Wow, that was fast. Zhang Ruoqing couldn't help but exclaim, having barely spent any time with his tall and beautiful teammate before they were to part ways. Zhang Ruoqing, which city are you from in the real world? Please share your contact information quickly. We can discuss matters regarding this survival game. Right. Zhang Ruoqing suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I am a student at T University in Beijing. My phone number is 131x × 5026. What about you? I am also a university student in Beijing, but at your neighboring institution. I shall remember your number and will contact you once I return. Su Wani managed to utter these words before she and Zhang Ruoqing vanished from the eerie room. When Zhang Ruoqing regained consciousness, he found himself back in his own home. Sitting on his bed, he endeavored to recall the exhilarating NBA game in which he had achieved 4 remarkable blocks. Every detail remained vividly etched in his mind: the cheers of the crowd, the sweat glistening on the court, the formidable prowess of LeBron James, and Ray Allen's impeccable three-point shots. These authentic experiences filled Zhang Ruoqing with immense excitement, a thrilling rush of adrenaline surging through him. However, the moment he recalled the tragic fates of Zhang Hu and Li Bao in that bizarre room, the exhilaration was swiftly supplanted by a profound sense of dread. The realization that failure to complete the task could lead to obliteration was terrifying. What a monstrous system this was. Reflecting on the system, Zhang Ruoqing sighed and closed his eyes, attempting to ascertain whether he could activate it. As this thought crossed his mind, a swirling cloud of dark mist abruptly materialized before his bed, accompanied by that familiar voice. Zhang Ruoqing, number 10684, what is your request? God of basketball? You may regard me as the god of basketball, or as the system serving you. Whenever you wish to activate the system in the real world, simply think of activate system, and I shall appear. Very well, esteemed system. Could you enlighten me regarding the purpose of point tokens? Point tokens can be exchanged for game items or for commodities in real life. I shall now grant you access to the point token marketplace. Before Zhang Ruoqing appeared a display reminiscent of a shopping interface from a computer game, filled with an array of diverse products, each marked with the requisite amount of points needed for redemption. In the upper right corner of the interface, his point balance was displayed, 100. "Let me see what treasures this marketplace holds," Zhang Ruoqing murmured, as he meticulously examined the points marketplace. In the upper left corner of the interface, there were categorization filters and a search function. Zhang Ruoqing discovered that the products within the points marketplace could be primarily classified into several categories: basketball skill points, in-game items, and tangible goods from the real world. The basketball skill points pertain specifically to the player's proficiency in basketball within the real world. In this system, a player's basketball skill level would be quantified numerically. Upon selecting the basketball skill points category, the player's current basketball skill level would automatically appear on the left side of the interface. Zhang Ruoqing's basketball skills had previously undergone assessment by the system, yielding the following specific values: ball handling, 48, shooting, 52, rebounding, 44, assists, 57, free throws, 95, steals, 42, blocks, 41. Each skill was rated out of a perfect score of 100. It was evident that, aside from his free throw proficiency, Zhang Ruoqing's capabilities in basketball were rather mediocre, a fact he had been mercilessly criticized for by the basketball deity. Each skill point was priced at 50 points, and having barely completed a task, Zhang Ruoqing had earned a mere 100 points. This meant he could only exchange for 2 skill points. How exorbitantly priced! What a heartless basketball deity! Zhang Ruoqing, feeling a surge of frustration, exited the basketball skill point interface and turned his attention to browsing the in-game items. As the name suggests, the items available for purchase within the game are all useful in this NBA survival experience, encompassing a diverse array of types and categories. These include protective gear such as mouthguards, knee pads, and ankle supports, which, akin to their real-life counterparts, pose a risk of injury for the characters in the game. Additionally, there are specialized athletic shoes tailored to the needs of players. These items are relatively affordable. For instance, a mouthguard costs merely 2 tokens, while a pair of knee pads is priced at just 4 tokens. The cost of shoes varies, ranging from 5 to 20 tokens. For the upcoming tasks, should he retain his identity as a player, it is imperative that he procures some of this protective gear. Zhang Ruoqing contemplated this in his heart and continued to browse. In addition to the fundamental in-game items, there were some peculiar offerings. For instance, one could procure desired teammates, coaches, and even referees. However, these items came at a steep price. Zhang Ruoqing noted that the 2009 Kobe Bryant was astonishingly priced at 300 tokens, while the 2012 LeBron James commanded a staggering 400 tokens. How intriguing, truly intriguing. If only I were affluent in tokens, I would undoubtedly replace my on-court teammates with my favored players, crafting my very own dream team. Of course, this remains merely a fanciful thought. Zhang Ruoqing gazed at the balance of 100 in his account, shaking his head in resignation and letting out a sigh. After browsing for a while longer, he opened the final interface, Real Items. What unfolded before his eyes was even more dazzling. Everything that existed in the real world and could be purchased was available in this point mall, and the prices were quite reasonable. For instance, a 100 square meter apartment in Beijing's West 3rd Ring could be exchanged for merely 100 points. This meant that if Zhang Ruoqing wished, he could possess a home in Beijing's West 3rd Ring at this very moment. It was hard not to be tempted by such an offer. The entire purchasing interface for Real Items resembled a luxurious department store. Not only were items that could be bought with money present in the system, but even those that money could not procure were also available. For example, with just 200 points, one could redeem a girlfriend or wife based on specified criteria. Furthermore, if one were to pay 500 points, it would grant the ability to bring a deceased individual back into their life. However, it was notably marked that individuals who had perished within this survival game could not be resurrected in this manner. Additionally, for 1,000 points, one could acquire the power of permanent invisibility in the real world. What an invincible system. Chapter 12. The butterfly flits through the flowers. Zhang Ruoqing gazed at the dazzling interface of the system, reflecting inwardly. He had come to a conclusion. Among the 3 components of the system, basketball skills, game items, and real-world possessions, the basketball skill points were the most expensive, followed by game items, while real-world possessions were surprisingly the least costly. It appeared that if one excelled in this game, attaining wealth in the real world would be a mere formality. If this were the case, participants would undoubtedly opt to exchange for real-world possessions, seeking a more comfortable existence. Surely, no one would squander points on basketball skill enhancements. However, A line of text at the bottom of the screen caught Zhang Ruoqing's attention and clarified his confusion. The text read, NBA Survival Game Completion Rules. 1. Spend 100,000 points to exchange for a completion card. Upon usage, it is regarded as a completion, allowing one to exit the game entirely. 2. Enter the NBA as a player in the real world and win the NBA championship as a player, which is also deemed a completion, permitting an exit from the game. Now, Zhang Ruoqing understood that while real-world possessions were inexpensive, exchanging points for them held no significance regarding the completion of the game, only prolonging the player's entrapment. To achieve a swift conclusion, there were only two paths available: either accumulate points solely for necessary game items and then exchange for a completion card, or exchange points for basketball skill enhancements in the real world, subsequently entering the NBA to seize the championship. Zhang Ruoqing pondered for an extended period, subsequently extracting paper and pen to meticulously calculate for quite some time, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. He opined that the first path is considerably more prudent, characterized by a lower degree of randomness and a higher tolerance for error. Conversely, the second path harbors substantial risks, laden with considerable unpredictability and an excess of uncontrollable variables. For instance, Zhang Ruoqing, at the tender age of 18, has reached the threshold for NBA draft eligibility. However, his current abilities fall egregiously short of the standards required for the league. Even if he were to commence immediately, allocating all his resources towards enhancing his basketball skills, it is highly probable that he would be unable to catch up in time. Furthermore, even upon entering the NBA and attaining the status of an all-star or even an MVP-level player, securing a championship title is not guaranteed. Many superstars have triumphed in obtaining that coveted championship ring solely through the strategy of forming powerful alliances at the peak of their careers. It can be asserted that should he choose the second path, the outcome of his success would largely remain beyond his control. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Ruoqing cast aside his paper and pen, activated the system before him, and resolutely opted to exchange 100 points for 2 skill points, which he then allocated to enhance his ball-handling abilities. He murmured softly, "Although the second path is fraught with peril, who can deny my passion for basketball? The NBA championship is indeed my dream." Zhang Ruoqing could not help but indulge in daydreams, envisioning himself as the leading figure of the team, triumphantly vanquishing his arch-rival in the finals and seizing the championship trophy. In that moment, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver would personally present the FMV trophy to him. He would then face the cameras and boldly declare, "A Chinese can stand at the pinnacle of world basketball. A Chinese can claim the NBA's FMV." The mere thought of this ignited a surge of passion within Zhang Ruoqing. After some enhancements, his basketball statistics transformed to ball handling, 50, shooting, 52, rebounding, 44, assists, 57, free throws, 95, steals, 42, blocks, 41. He pondered whether these additional 2 points in ball handling would yield any significant difference. Contemplating this, Zhang Ruoqing felt an irresistible urge to practice. He closed the system, grabbed a basketball, and rushed downstairs to the community courtyard, where he began dribbling vigorously. Initially, Zhang Ruoqing felt little change, surmising that the increment of 2 points was too minimal to produce a noticeable impact. Nonetheless, he decided to attempt the butterfly through flowers maneuver to see if he could master this skill. This move is one of the many classic dribbling techniques on the basketball court, executed flawlessly by numerous dribbling virtuosos such as Allen Iverson, Kyrie Irving, and Stephen Curry. As a guard, Zhang Ruoqing was particularly enamored with this technique, having once witnessed his idol Ray Allen being outmaneuvered by Jamal Crawford employing this very move on television. At that moment, Zhang Ruoqing felt a deep admiration and resolved to learn it himself. Regrettably, Zhang Ruoqing's innate talent was somewhat limited. Despite extensive study through videos and rigorous practice, he struggled to master the technique. Eventually, he sought guidance from the starting point guard on his team, hoping for some invaluable insights. The point guard was quite generous, dedicating considerable time to coach Zhang Ruoqing. However, after observing his continued stiffness and lack of fluidity, the starting point guard sighed and patted Zhang Ruoqing on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, perhaps it's best to let this one go. I recall you being quite accurate with your free throws." Zhang Ruoqing recalled feeling quite disheartened upon hearing those words. What does it mean to say that free throws are actually quite accurate? The implication was clear. I would never master the elusive skill of the butterfly flitting through flowers. Would I? Unwilling to concede, Zhang Ruoqing dedicated himself to relentless practice after the starting point guard departed. After a long period of struggle, he sighed sadly, and silently approached the free throw line. Was this all I could accomplish on the court? Merely shooting free throws? Yet today, having earned a reward from completing the NBA survival game, he added 2 points to his ball handling skills, and everything transformed. He began to recite the steps of the butterfly flitting through flowers in a hushed tone. First, take a small step to the right with the right foot. Then dribble the ball with the left hand towards the ground, while simultaneously spreading both feet and making a slight jump to the right. The left foot lands first, followed swiftly by the right foot stepping out to the right, dribbling the ball under his legs to the right hand, feigning a rightward cut. Yes, I could only manage this much before. As he murmured the subsequent movements, he continued to execute them. As the right hand lifted the ball from the ground, his body swiftly turned right in a grand motion, the right palm positioned on the side of the ball, the right arm tightly tucked against his waist. His eyes fixed on the opponent. At this moment, the opponent's center of gravity would be unsettled, allowing for a direct breakthrough from the right side. If the adversary was seasoned and remained steady, he would employ the same motion in the opposite direction. After evading the defender upon noticing an opponent beneath the basket, he would step in with the right foot while simultaneously breaking, placing the left foot next to the right, bending his knees into a shooting stance, and then executing a sudden stop-and-back jump shot or layup. Thus, the butterfly flitting through flowers maneuver was successfully completed. To the defender, Zhang Ruoqing had glided past like a butterfly, leaving only an awe-inspiring silhouette behind. At last, he had finally perfected the butterfly flitting through flowers. The 2 additional points in ball handling indeed yielded immediate results. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Ruoqing shouted jubilantly, prompting a resident from a nearby apartment to open their window. With an elderly woman's voice ringing out, "What are you shouting about? It's the middle of the night, and you're disturbing the peace. If you keep bothering my sleep, I'll call the police." Upon hearing the call, Zhang Ruoqing hastily seized the ball and scampered away. It was only after the old lady's shout that he remembered to check the time. To his astonishment, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 13. Encountering Su Wani again upon returning home, Zhang Ruoqing took a refreshing shower and collapsed onto his bed. As he reached for his phone, he noticed a message that had been received approximately an hour earlier. "Hello, Zhang Ruoqing. I am Su Wani, and this is my number." "Ah. This is a message from the tall and elegant beauty who teamed up with me." Zhang Ruoqing slapped his forehead with a sense of self-reproach, lamenting how he had only just noticed the message on his phone. If he were to reply now, Su Wani might have already drifted off to sleep. Perhaps it would be wiser to respond in the morning. What had he been doing an hour ago? Ah, yes, he was engrossed in studying that formidable system. Lost in these thoughts, Zhang Ruoqing gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The following day was Saturday, devoid of classes or basketball matches. However, Zhang Ruoqing typically rose early, indulging in breakfast before heading to the training facility, and this Saturday was no exception. At 7:30, he awoke naturally, turning over to sit up in bed and groggily switching on the light. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great significance, he hurriedly grabbed his phone, opened the message from Su Wani, and promptly replied, "Hello, Su Wani. I tend to sleep early, so I apologize for not seeing your message last night." It was Zhang Ruoqing's habit to include a toothy grin emoji whenever he messaged anyone. Moments later, after refreshing himself, he noticed Su Wani's reply, "No worries. Early to bed and early to rise is a good habit. Zhang Ruoqing, do you have time today? I would like to meet and chat." Oh my. This stunning beauty is actually reaching out to me. What an unprecedented occurrence. Zhang Ruoqing's heart soared with joy as he quickly responded with an enthusiastic affirmation, stating that she could choose the time and place, before rummaging through his wardrobe for suitable attire. As he searched, he mused that Su Wani's invitation likely pertained to discussing team formation and the system, leading him to feel that this meeting was not a date after all. With that thought, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Since it wasn't a date, there was no need to dress too formally. Zhang Ruoqing settled on a casual outfit, tossing it over the back of a chair. Just then, a notification chimed from his phone, another message from Su Wani, stating, "Let us meet at the entrance of T University at 9. Got it. Received." He replied, adding his trademark grin emoji. Zhang Ruoqing replied to Su Wani with great enthusiasm, then dressed himself and rushed downstairs to the breakfast shop to partake in a modest meal. After finishing, he packed some food, intending to bring it to Su Wani. Noticing that the time was approaching, Zhang Ruoqing set off towards his university, T University. Zhang Ruoqing, a local resident hailing from the suburbs, enjoys a relatively comfortable family background, preferring not to reside in a dormitory. He sought his parents' approval to rent a room in a nearby community, not far from T University, and now commutes daily to school. The 10-minute walk to campus allows him to arrive at the school gate by 8:55, yet Su-Wani has yet to arrive. With a sigh of relief, he stands at the entrance waiting, and before long, a familiar silhouette gracefully approaches from across the street, clad in casual attire. Su-Wani strides towards him with her long legs. Zhang Ruoqing is momentarily captivated during their previous encounter in the task settlement room. The urgency and fear had prevented him from truly appreciating her, leaving only a vague impression of her as a tall and beautiful basketball player. Now, in this face-to-face meeting, he is utterly astonished by her impeccable beauty and figure. Su-Wani possesses fair skin and an enchanting visage, embodying a classical elegance. Her height is approximately 175 centimeters, with long legs and a curvaceous silhouette that transcends mere descriptions of allure. As Su-Wani crosses the road, she inadvertently captures the attention of numerous male admirers, some of whom venture several paces away, turning back to gaze at her legs. Zhang Ruoqing cannot help but wonder. This is merely Su-Wani in athletic wear. What would be the effect if she donned attire that accentuates her figure even more? As Zhang Ruoqing was lost in his thoughts, Su-Wani confidently approached him. Su-Wani was undoubtedly aware of the peculiar glances cast upon her by the surrounding boys. Yet she remained unfazed, presumably accustomed to such attention. Standing gracefully before Zhang Ruoqing, she displayed a courteous smile and promptly stated, "Are you Zhang Ruoqing?" "I am Su-Wani." Zhang Ruoqing nodded eagerly, suppressing the fluttering of his heart, and replied, "Yes, I am Zhang Ruoqing. Greetings, Ruoqing. The purpose of our meeting today is to discuss matters regarding team formation and the system." "No problem. Where do you think we should converse?" "This is T University. Your domain. Shouldn't the decision rest with you?" As she spoke, Su-Wani gazed at Zhang Ruoqing, a smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of ripples dancing across a tranquil lake. Exuding an indescribable beauty and charm, Zhang Ruoqing swallowed hard, feeling his cheeks flush with an intense heat. He hastily suggested, "Let us go to the CAF at our school. It is the weekend, and many students have gone out to enjoy themselves, so it should not be too crowded." "Sounds good. Lead the way," she replied. "1E. I wonder if you have had breakfast yet. This is what I brought for you." As he spoke, Zhang Ruoqing extended the packaged meal towards Su-Wani, who, upon seeing it, smiled even more brightly. "I indeed have not had the chance to eat. Thank you, Ruoqing," she exclaimed, accepting the breakfast he offered. Zhang Ruoqing walked ahead, while she followed, munching away, seemingly unconcerned about her strikingly beautiful image. His admiration for this charming and graceful girl deepened. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at the CAF within T University, just as Su-Wani finished her meal. Upon entering, they each ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a cozy corner. Once seated, Su-Wani promptly retrieved a notebook and a pen from her bag. Flipping it open, Zhang Ruoqing glanced over and was taken aback by the dense notes that filled the pages. His heart raced as he wondered what insights they contained. At that moment, Su-Wani inquired, "Ruoqing, you must have researched that system yesterday, right?" "Yes," he replied. "Did you uncover any particular insights or perhaps have any thoughts?" Her question prompted Zhang Ruoqing to furrow his brow, delving into deep contemplation. Observing his expression, Su-Wani shook her head and said, "Let me be more direct. You must have seen the 2 pathways to success. Which one do you intend to pursue? I presume you aim to accumulate points and then exchange them for a completion card?" I plan to take the second route." Chapter 14. Does the god of basketball also harbor gender bias? The second route? Winning an NBA championship as a player in the real world? That is rather unexpected. This path entails significant risk. You must be aware of that, right? "Yes, I certainly understand." "Then why do you still wish to pursue it?" "For no particular reason. I simply have a passion for basketball. If given the opportunity to stand on the stage of the world's highest level of basketball, I absolutely do not want to miss it." Although Zhang Ruoqing spoke with utmost conviction, his voice was regrettably faint, lacking the assurance that one might expect. He was apprehensive that Su-Wani might perceive him as somewhat juvenile. Upon hearing Zhang Ruoqing's words, Su-Wani smiled, offering no further commentary. She merely took up her pen and inscribed the information in her notebook. Then, she inquired of Zhang Ruoqing, "So, you must have exchanged those 100 points for real-world basketball skill attributes, correct?" Zhang Ruoqing nodded slightly, while Su-Wani continued to record notes in her notebook. At that moment, Zhang Ruoqing inquired, "Wani, which path do you intend to take?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he abruptly sensed something amiss. He distinctly recalled that the passage rules within the system were articulated with utmost clarity, Rule 1 of the NBA survival game mandates the expenditure of 100,000 points to exchange for a passage card. Upon its usage, one is deemed to have completed the game and can depart entirely. Rule 2 stipulates that entering the NBA as a player in the real world and securing an NBA championship as a player also constitutes a completion of the game, allowing for a complete exit. Upon first encountering these two rules the previous night, Zhang Ruoqing had not perceived any discrepancies. Yet, now, seated across from Su Wanyi, he suddenly recognized the oversight. The issue lay within Rule 2. If a contestant in the survival game were a female participant like Su Wanyi, how could they possibly fulfill the conditions of Rule 2 to achieve completion? Realizing this, Zhang Ruoqing could not help but exclaim, "No, this system has a bug." At that moment, the waitress was serving coffee to the two of them, and Zhang Ruoqing's sudden outburst startled the poor waitress. She nearly spilled the coffee in her hands. But fortunately, Su Wanyi acted swiftly, steadying the cup for her. Upon encountering Zhang Ruoqing, a palpable awkwardness enveloped him, prompting an immediate apology to the server. Once the server departed, Zhang Ruoqing turned to Su Wanyi, expressing his embarrassment. "I apologize for my earlier indiscretion." Su Wanyi smiled gently, assuring him that it was of no consequence. She inquired, "Did you suddenly realize that female competitors like myself cannot advance through Rule 2? Hence your reaction?" "Indeed. It must be a glitch in the system, or perhaps the god of basketball harbors a bias against gender." "It is neither a glitch nor gender discrimination. I have consulted the god of basketball, who clarified that the NBA is not exclusively a men's basketball league. Women are permitted to participate as well." Su Wanyi's reminder sparked a realization in Zhang Ruoqing, an ardent NBA fan, regarding the full English title of the NBA, the National Basketball Association, commonly translated in Chinese as the American Professional Basketball League. This nomenclature suggests that the NBA imposes no restrictions on the gender of its players. Indeed, the NBA does not discriminate based on gender, allowing women to enter the NBA draft and compete as players. However, the inherent physiological differences between men and women have historically resulted in very few women possessing the capability to qualify for the NBA. Coupled with the existence of the dedicated Women's National Basketball Association, WNBA, societal perceptions have long regarded the NBA as a male-dominated league, which is a misconception. As early as 1968, the ABA welcomed a female player named Penny and Early to the Kentucky Colonels, who, during a game against the Los Angeles Stars on November 28th of that year, was called to the court for a brief moment to execute an inbounds pass, after which she was promptly substituted out. This marked a historic debut for a female player in professional basketball. Notably, Early did not don a male uniform. Instead, she wore a sweater emblazoned with her name and the number 3 paired with a striking red miniskirt. Zhang Ruoqing, well-versed in such historical nuances of the NBA, voiced his indignation on behalf of Su Wanyi, stating, "While the god of basketball's assertions are indeed accurate, it remains profoundly unjust to female players. The physiological disparities between men and women are substantial, and even with systemic assistance, bridging that gap is an arduous task." Observing Zhang Ruoqing's fervor, Su Wanyi responded with calmness, "That is undeniably true. The god of basketball mentioned that the ratio of male to female participants selected for the NBA survival game is approximately 10-1. Hence, he did not consider the circumstances of female players when establishing the rules. When I first heard this, I felt a surge of anger, but upon reflection, I came to terms with it. Our world is inherently uneven, and we all navigate significant disparities in life. Such inequitable treatment is not something we have not encountered before." Upon witnessing Su Wanyi's demeanor, which exuded a profound understanding of the transient nature of life, Zhang Ruoqing found himself regarding this young woman with newfound admiration. Zhang Ruoqing inquired, "What then is your choice?" Su Wanyi replied with poise, "Although the second path may theoretically be viable, it poses too great a risk for someone like me. There is no necessity for me to take such a gamble. Therefore, I shall opt for the first route, which involves accumulating 100,000 points to exchange for a clearance card." Zhang Ruoqing nodded in agreement with Su Wanyi's choice. He continued to question her, "So, it follows that your 100 vouchers should still be intact?" "Yes, I have yet to redeem them," Su Wanyi replied. "According to what the basketball deity has stated, we are now part of the same small team. Therefore, to ensure our survival, we must work in concert. I wish to delve deeper into this system with you. Yesterday, while I was conducting some research, I discovered that this system not only allows the redemption of basketball skill points in reality, as well as items from both the game and the real world, but it also possesses additional functionalities that may prove crucial for us. I wonder if you have noticed this as well? Zhang Ruoqing awkwardly smiled and, feeling rather embarrassed, remarked, I haven't made any special discoveries. Su Wanyi, however, remained unfazed and continued. In that case, allow me to share some insights, as we are part of the same team and will be undertaking tasks together in the future. It is crucial for us to maintain transparency in our information. Only in this way can we establish a fundamental trust between us, enabling us to confidently and boldly execute our missions together. After all, I do not wish to witness a recurrence of the events that unfolded in that room. At this point, Su Wanyi's intentions were already quite apparent. Zhang Ruoqing discerned that she was hoping for a commitment from him. He cleared his throat gently and, with utmost sincerity, responded, Wanyi, rest assured, I will place complete trust in you and ensure transparency in our communications. Chapter 15. Who is the captain? It is obvious Su Wanyi offered a faint smile and addressed Zhang Ruoqing. Very well, Ruoqing, I perceive you as a passionate and sincere young man, and thus, I trust you. Hiki, Wanyi, what discoveries do you have regarding this system? Su Wanyi turned to a specific page in her notebook, scrutinizing its contents before earnestly stating to Zhang Ruoqing, first and foremost, I have discovered that this system possesses a remarkably powerful search function, allowing one to access information on both living and deceased contestants. Last night, I attempted to look up your profile by simply entering your name. I was able to retrieve not only your personal ID and team number, but also your basketball skill level in the real world, the number and details of completed tasks, and even the in-game items you possess. I noted down your basketball skill level, shooting 52, rebounding 44. Coughing lightly, Zhang Ruoqing interjected, all right. There's no need to read that out loud. He felt quite embarrassed. The formidable search function was something he would remember. It implied that within this system, we are virtually exposed, with all our information visible to others, and conversely, we can also view others' data. That is indeed the case. But there is one crucial piece of information that remains concealed. What information? The current quantity of currency points. This cannot be accessed. Well, I wonder what the basketball god intends by hiding this information. Aside from this, do you have any other discoveries? Yes, indeed. Within this system, there are 3 methods for the circulation of currency points. The first 2, which are related to teams, we are already aware of. The first method is gifting, which can only occur between members of the same team. The second method is placing bets, which is restricted to members of different teams executing the same task. For instance, if player A from Team A and player B from Team B place a bet during a task, wagering on the total score, with a stake of 1,000 currency points, then the player with the lower score at the end of the task must pay the higher scorer 1,000 currency points. Furthermore, the wager must be less than or equal to the maximum balance in both participants' currency accounts to be valid. Indeed, I recall both of these methods. What is another means of circulation? Lending. Lending? Zhang Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it is lending. This method of circulation imposes no restrictions and can occur between any 2 participants. Both parties, guided by the principle of voluntariness, may determine the quantity of points lent, the duration, and the interest rate without limitation. However, should the borrower fail to return the points as agreed, they will face immediate eradication. I see. What an outrageous feature. Nevertheless, if that is the case, I could simply borrow 100,000 points and exchange them for a clearance card to exit this game world, making it exceedingly easy. Wouldn't it? Your mind is indeed sharp, but the system has anticipated this, hence there are supplementary regulations governing lending. The amount borrowed, combined with any existing points, must remain below 100,000. I see. I thought the god of basketball would not leave such a significant loophole. Well, that is essentially all I have discovered regarding the system. Now, let us focus on discussing the tasks. Tasks? What tasks? Su Wanyi rolled her eyes and replied somewhat irritably. What other tasks could there be? Of course, it is the NBA survival game task mentioned by the god of basketball. Oh, my apologies. Zhang Ruoqing awkwardly stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. As a member of the same team, his current demeanor before Su Wanyi resembled that of a fool. However, Su Wanyi has consistently demonstrated remarkable patience towards Zhang Ruoqing, showing no overt signs of disdain or dissatisfaction. The reason for this lies in her previous task, during which she traversed into the body of Brett Brown, the coach of the 76ers. Thanks to Zhang Ruoqing's extraordinary performance as the rookie Michael Carter-Williams, who achieved a quadruple-double, she successfully completed the task and led her team to defeat the formidable Miami Heat's Big Three. At that time, Su Wani was profoundly impressed by Zhang Ruoqing's performance. This man, with his formidable psychological resilience and basketball intelligence, executed the quadruple-double task with remarkable skill. Thus, in Su Wani's eyes, Zhang Ruoqing is quite dependable. Although his attention to detail pales in comparison to hers, solid performance is the ultimate truth, a fact Su Wani fully comprehends. Many men may speak grandly, but when faced with reality, they falter, which is what Su Wani detests the most and wishes to avoid. Therefore, she feels quite satisfied to team up with someone like Zhang Ruoqing, who embodies great wisdom beneath a veneer of simplicity. After all, this is a survival game where failure equates to death. Who would not desire reliable teammates? At this moment, Su Wani suddenly spoke, Ruoqing. I believe that although our team consists of only 2 members, we should still elect a leader. A leader? Yes. As you know, in the realm of basketball, differing opinions are bound to arise on the court, necessitating a decisive authority to bring clarity to the situation. Who do you believe would be the most suitable candidate for this role? Upon finishing her inquiry, Su Wani narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Zhang Ruoqing. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Zhang Ruoqing replied softly, Well, it seems rather evident that the captain should take on this responsibility, doesn't he? Su Wani smiled playfully and remarked, At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. From now on, refrain from addressing me by my name. Simply refer to me as Captain. Very well, Captain, he responded. Su Wani beamed brightly, affirmatively acknowledging him before she inquired, Ruoqing, have you gleaned any insights from our last mission? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoqing wore a pained expression, reminiscent of a student called upon by a teacher in class. His mind began to race as he thought aloud. The last mission involved the opening game of the 2013 to 2014 NBA season, where the Philadelphia 76ers faced off against the Miami Heat. 4 individuals were transported into that mission, namely you and me, and what were the names of the other 2? Zhang Hu and Li Bao, Su Wani interjected swiftly. Yes, indeed, Zhang Hu and Li Bao. Zhang Ruoqing pondered to himself. These 2 names are evidently minor characters, and they are so commonplace. How could Su Wani possibly remember them? This woman is not only strikingly beautiful, but also possesses an extraordinary intellect. Chapter 16, Shall we have lunch together? As Zhang Ruoqing was lost in thought, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a sudden surge of chilling hostility. Startled, he glanced across the table, only to find Su Wani glaring at him with her enchanting almond-shaped eyes. Fearful of further wandering thoughts, he resumed speaking. Yes, indeed, it was you, me, Zhang Hu, and Li Bao. Ultimately, only the 2 of us completed the task, thereby forming a team. Given this outcome and their behavior at the settlement, it is evident that those 2 were also participating in a task for the first time. This implies that first-time participants are assigned to the same task without prior acquaintance, and those who survive the ordeal will automatically form a team afterward. Is that correct, Captain? At last, a satisfied expression graced Su Wani's features. She nodded slightly and replied, Ruoqing, I share the same sentiment. Please, continue. Zhang Ruoqing felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He sensed a considerable psychological pressure under the scrutiny of the stunning Su Wani. Nevertheless, he composed his thoughts and continued, however. Will our small team retain just the 2 of us, or will new members join us subsequently? The manner in which new members will be integrated remains uncertain for now. Captain, what do you think? I am also unclear about that. Please elaborate on the details of our previous mission. The distinctions among our tasks were quite pronounced. What is your perspective? My task involved inhabiting the persona of the 76ers rookie, Michael Carter-Williams, to achieve a quadruple double in points, rebounds, assists, and steals. To be candid, this task is quite challenging, yet the basketball deity informed me that it is merely of 1-star difficulty. The tasks assigned to you and the other 2 must also be 1-star, I presume. Indeed, my assignment was to embody the 76ers coach, Brett Brown, and lead the team to victory. Zhang Hu's task required him to take on the role of Chris Bosh from the Heat and secure 4 blocks. Li Bao's mission entailed stepping into the shoes of Heat point guard Norris Cole, ensuring over 29 minutes of playing time. In terms of task difficulty, yours is evidently more formidable. However, according to the system's assessment, all 4 tasks are categorized as 1-star challenges. Zhang Ruoqing listened thoughtfully for a moment before adding, from a realistic perspective, in the 2013 game, the Philadelphia 76ers triumphed over the Miami Heat with a score of 114 to 110. Thus, your task of leading the team to victory as the 76ers head coach aligns perfectly with the actual circumstances. Moreover, Chris Bosch of the Heat recorded 4 blocks during that match, which makes Zhang Hu's task equally reflective of reality. Unfortunately, he underperformed and failed to accomplish it. As for Li Bao's assignment regarding Norris Cole's playing time, Su Wannie, upon hearing Zhang Ruoqing's words, had already retrieved her phone to search for the complete details of that game. Just as she opened the database, Zhang Ruoqing stated, Norris Cole's playing time was 29 minutes and 31 seconds, so the system's assignment to Li Bao was also in accordance with reality and theoretically achievable. However, he fell short by several seconds, which is a great pity. After expressing this, Su Wannie gazed at Zhang Ruoqing with astonishment, asking curiously, Ruoqing, how do you remember this game so vividly, even down to Norris Cole's playing time? Zhang Ruoqing listened, chuckling softly as he replied, Captain, to be frank, while my skills on the court may be mediocre, my theoretical knowledge is undeniably robust, particularly regarding NBA player statistics, which are almost etched in my mind. Thus, some have dubbed me a walking NBA database, while others accuse me of mere theoretical posturing. Ha. Su Wannie, half convinced, inquired, even if you are well-versed in NBA player statistics, could you possibly recall the playing time of a mere backup point guard with such precision? Are you perhaps a fan of Norris Cole? Such a niche taste. No. You misunderstand, Zhang Ruoqing replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his expression as he waved his hands. I am not a fan of Norris Cole. I am an admirer of Ray Allen. Oh, that explains it. In that game, Ray Allen was with the Heat, and his three-pointers caused considerable trouble for the 76ers. Indeed, it was due to Ray Allen's performance, coupled with our mission in that game, that I hold such vivid recollection of the statistics. Ruoqing, your ability is remarkable and will surely prove invaluable in the future. Upon hearing Su Wannie's praise, Zhang Ruoqing felt indifferent. His mind was preoccupied with the fact that, despite embarking on a mission of equal initial difficulty as the others, his task was to achieve a quadruple-double under the guise of Michael Carter-Williams. It is worth noting that although Carter-Williams amassed an astounding 22 points, 7 rebounds, 12 assists, and 9 steals in that game, he fell short by 3 rebounds and 1 steal from a quadruple-double. Historically, no player in the NBA has ever recorded the extraordinary feat of a quadruple-double with steals. Had Zhang Ruoqing not miraculously intercepted a quick pass from Bosch to James in the last minute of the game, he too would have met a grim fate in the settlement room, much like Zhang Hu and Li Bao. Reflecting on this, Zhang Ruoqing couldn't help but internally grumble. Damn you, basketball gods. You truly have a peculiar sense of humor. Ruoqing, what are you contemplating? Oh, my apologies, Captain. I momentarily lost my train of thought. Where were we? Your database ability and the task difficulty. Ruoqing, I believe your task difficulty must be considered the pinnacle of 1-star challenges. What then might a 2-star or even higher difficulty task entail? Zhang Ruoqing pondered for a moment and remarked, it's difficult to say. What we do know is that we might be traversing as players or perhaps as coaches. If that is the case, then anyone associated with the game could potentially be involved, including referees, stadium security, and even spectators. It is indeed quite plausible. All we can do now is prepare ourselves for these various identities. Furthermore, starting today, I shall endeavor to deepen my understanding of NBA-related knowledge. Since you are so well-versed in the NBA, would you be willing to teach me? Of course. Zhang Ruoqing eagerly accepted the opportunity to instruct such a stunning beauty as Su Wannie. Very well, teacher Ruoqing. It's getting late. Shall we go have lunch together? Absolutely. Zhang Ruoqing responded with great enthusiasm, suggesting they try the cafeteria at T University. The two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the dining hall. Chapter 17. The second mission. As they walked, the pair of Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wannie attracted numerous glances. Standing at 185 meters tall, Zhang Ruoqing could only play as a guard on the basketball court, yet among ordinary people, he was undeniably tall. While not classified as a top-tier handsome man, his good looks were quite striking, embodying the charming athletic type. As for Su Wannie, she was even more remarkable, standing at 175 meters with an exquisite face and figure. Dressed casually, she still managed to captivate the attention of countless young men. Many whispered among themselves, questioning when T University had gained such a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Hey, Ruoqing. Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wannie were strolling when suddenly a male voice called out Zhang Ruoqing's name from behind. They halted, turned around, and beheld a fair-skinned young man, approximately the same height as Su Wannie, who was cheerfully greeting Zhang Ruoqing. Hey, Lali. Zhang Ruoqing returned the greeting with a smile. As the young man approached, Zhang Ruoqing introduced him. This is my classmate and good friend, Li Xiaomiao. Lao Li, this is my friend, Su Wani. Li Xiaomiao and Su Wani exchanged pleasantries, and then, wearing a mischievous grin, leaned in towards Zhang Ruoqing and whispered, Ruoqing, you sly dog, you've snagged such a beautiful girlfriend. Come on, brother, don't say such things. She isn't my girlfriend. And by the way, do you really think your voice was low enough? She definitely heard you. The two turned simultaneously to look at Su Wani, who was observing them with a polite, albeit insincere, smile, her gaze suggesting she perceived them as two fools. During lunch, the curious glances from those around them continued unabated. Gradually, Zhang Ruoqing found himself growing accustomed to it, not feeling perturbed in the least. They chatted and dined, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Just then, that familiar voice crashed upon them like a thunderclap, resounding in their ears. Team 404, you will be teleported to the next task scenario at midnight 3 days hence. To participate in the NBA survival game, the specific task rules will now be announced. What? So soon? Let's go? Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing hastily placed their unfinished lunch trays at the recycling point and dashed out of the cafeteria. Surrounding onlookers were taken aback. What could possibly make this golden couple so anxious? Little did they know that Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani were about to face a life-and-death game of survival. Rushing out of the cafeteria, the voice of the basketball deity echoed once more as Su Wani swiftly retrieved paper and pen, beginning to take notes. Team 404. You will be transported to the 2016 NBA Finals scenario featuring the Golden State Warriors versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. Number 10683, Su Wani will assume the role of Harrison Barnes of the Golden State Warriors, while number 10684, Zhang Ruoqing, will become Andre Iguodala of the Golden State Warriors. Team task: defeat the Cleveland Cavaliers in the finals. If successful, the entire team will receive a reward of 500 points. Should the team fail to complete the task, the members will not be erased. Individual tasks: number 10683, Su Wani, must score 30 points or more in at least 2 games. Number 10684, Zhang Ruoqing, must achieve FMV. Failure to complete individual tasks will result in system erasure. Overall task difficulty, 2 stars. Upon absorbing the basketball deity's announcement, Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with questions. This task was indeed quite perplexing. Both individuals secretly believed that the upcoming team task was not particularly challenging. The 2016 NBA Finals stands as one of the most thrilling and talked-about championships in the annals of basketball history. Whether it was the Golden State Warriors, who set a record with 73 wins yet fell short, or the unprecedented comeback from a 1-3 deficit, these narratives continue to captivate discussions to this day. Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani were convinced that, based on sheer talent, the Warriors of 2016 were undeniably superior to the Cleveland Cavaliers, and victory should have rightfully belonged to them. However, the enchantment of basketball lies in the fact that strength alone does not dictate the outcome of a game. Myriad other factors significantly influence the results of a playoff series. As for the individual tasks, they appeared rather absurd. Su Wani's assignment involved embodying Harrison Barnes of the North Carolina Tar Heels, with the expectation of achieving at least 2 games with 30 or more points. Zhang Ruoqing rifled through his memory and recalled the statistics from those games. Barnes was a starter throughout the 7-game series, with performances that included 30 minutes for 13 points in Game 1, 35 minutes for 5 points in Game 2, 33 minutes for 18 points in Game 3, 40 minutes for 14 points in Game 4, 38 minutes for 5 points in Game 5, 16 minutes for 0 points in Game 6, and 29 minutes for 10 points in Game 7. It could be said that Harrison Barnes' performance in that finals was dismal, and to this day, many Warriors fans attribute the loss to him. Furthermore, surrounded by the peak talents of Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, Barnes was merely the 4th option in the Warriors' offensive scheme. Given the caliber of a player like Barnes, achieving 2 games with 30 points or more under such high-pressure circumstances was an exceedingly daunting task, yet it was astonishingly rated with only 2 stars. As for Zhang Ruoqing's task, it was utterly ludicrous. He was assigned to embody Andre Iguodala, the final piece of the Warriors' formidable death lineup that had shocked the world. Iguodala had snatched the Finals MVP from Stephen Curry in 2015, but in 2016, he was a shadow of his former self, averaging less than double digits in scoring. Yet, this absurd system expected Iguodala to secure the Finals MVP for 2016? Zhang Ruoqing cleared his throat and murmured softly, "Oh, God of basketball. You truly have a unique sense of humor." The team's objective was for the Warriors to emerge victorious, while his personal mission was to secure the FMV award. This meant that the rule stating that failing the team quest would not erase his individual task was utterly irrelevant to him. Throughout the annals of NBA history, only once has a player from the losing side been awarded FMV, that being Jerry West of the Lakers in the 1969 Finals. This implies that in order to fulfill his personal mission, Zhang Ruoqing must deliver an explosive performance while embodying Andre Iguodala, and he must lead his team to victory. The difficulty of this task might even surpass that of Su Wanni's, yet it still bore a 2-star difficulty rating. As the two of them silently lamented the whims of the god of basketball, his voice resonated once more. Chapter 18. Pre-match group chat team 404. You have entered the task group chat. Please log into the system to view. Goodness, there's even a task group chat? Zhang Ruoqing exclaimed, astonished by the system's extravagance. He exchanged glances with Su Wanni, who had put away her paper and pen, turning her gaze toward him. Understanding her intent, he suggested. Shall we find a quiet study room to log into the system? The system could be activated merely by thought, and it was likely that the swirling black smoke of the god of basketball was invisible to others. However, navigating through the bustling crowd could prove somewhat inconvenient. Su Wanni nodded in agreement, acknowledging his suggestion. Yet, this was T University, Zhang Ruoqing's domain, and she was not particularly familiar with it. Thus, she signaled her uncertainty with her eyes, and Zhang Ruoqing quickly grasped her meaning. Su Wanni sensed a burgeoning rapport developing between herself and this man. Upon reaching the study room, they settled into a secluded corner and each activated the system with their thoughts. Soon, black smoke began to rise, and Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wanni found themselves immersed in the NBA survival game interface. Upon entering the main system homepage, Zhang Ruoqing immediately noticed a prominent red exclamation mark accompanied by the words "New Message." Clicking on it revealed a system notification indicating that they had joined the task group chat numbered 48903 with a link to access the chat interface. Wow, this is astonishingly similar to those social messaging apps, Zhang Ruoqing remarked, thoroughly impressed by the system's capabilities. Zhang Ruoqing contemplated this in his heart and, with a mere thought, clicked on the link, entering the task group chat. Zhang Ruoqing first glanced at the group members and discovered that there were a total of 8 individuals, each of whom was thoughtfully designated by the system with a uniform remark, team number plus character name. For instance, he himself was identified as Zhang Ruoqing of Team 404. Zhang Ruoqing observed that the 8 individuals belonged to 4 distinct teams, each comprised of 2 members. At that moment, the first person had already spoken in the group. Upon glancing at the notes, Zhang noted it was Ming Ji from Team 432. This individual remarked, "Everyone, can you access the task information of others?" Team 391's Zhang Feng responded, "I can't see anything. Who are your respective traversers, and what are the details of your tasks?" As soon as this was uttered, a brief silence enveloped the group. Zhang Ruoqing quickly deduced that this was the first time all 8 were undertaking a team mission, leading to mutual wariness, as none were inclined to disclose information willingly. Zhang Ruoqing pondered for a moment before being the first to respond in the group. Team 404's Zhang Ruoqing. I am the time traveler of the Warriors Andre Iguodala. The specifics of my mission remain confidential for the time being. Zhang Ruoqing believed that once he embarked on the task, in his quest to seize the FMV, he would inevitably strive to dominate possession and enhance his performance. Consequently, his identity as a task executor would inevitably be revealed, rendering the concealment of his identity rather futile. Although he was uncertain about the rationale behind the system's establishment of such a group chat, he could surmise that the system aimed for these task executors to engage in ample communication prior to the competition. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing took the initiative to throw out a thought-provoking idea. After Zhang Ruoqing's speech, Su Wanni immediately followed suit. Team 404's Su Wanni. I have traversed as Harrison Barnes from the Warriors. Team 432's Ming Ji. I have traversed as Draymond Green from the Warriors. Team 432's Yu Zhifei. I am Steve Kerr from the Warriors. Team 391's Zhang Feng. Kevin Love from the Cavaliers. Team 391's Wang Huayong. Tristan Thompson from the Cavaliers. The 2 members from Team 387 remained silent, causing a brief lull in the group chat. In this moment of stillness, Zhang Ruoqing began to contemplate fervently. Among the known identities, the strongest undoubtedly belonged to Zhang Feng of Team 391, who had assumed the role of Kyrie Irving. Anyone who witnessed the 2016 finals could attest to Irving's formidable prowess that season. In the decisive Game 7, he sank the championship-winning three-pointer, securing the title for the Cavaliers. Team 432, allied with his own, boasted members Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. The latter was notably the only coach among the declared identities. Green, at that time, was the Warriors' third cornerstone, delivering an astonishing performance in Game 7 with 32 points, 15 rebounds, and 9 assists, including an impressive 6 of 8 from beyond the arc, single-handedly maintaining the suspense of the match. Many believe that had the Warriors triumphed that year, the finals MVP would undoubtedly have been awarded to Draymond Green. Should he reach out to his teammates? Zhang Ruoqing attempted to create a small group within the system, inviting Su Wani and the 2 members of Team 432. And to his surprise, he succeeded. He promptly sent a message in the group, "Greetings, everyone. We are in the same team for this mission. I surmise that our tasks should not conflict, thus we are likely allies in this endeavor. I established this group for confirmation. Our Team S objective is to defeat the Cleveland Cavaliers. What is your Team S mission?" After sending the message, Zhang Ruoqing anxiously awaited a response, when suddenly he noticed a private message from Su Wani, which contained a thumbs-up emoji. Zhang Ruoqing felt a surge of delight within, as it appeared that his recent actions had garnered the approval of his beautiful captain. Shortly thereafter, he received a response from Ming Ji of Team 432. "Our team task is identical to yours." Upon learning that their objectives aligned, Zhang Ruoqing displayed an expression of anticipated understanding, confirming his earlier conjecture. He then proceeded to communicate in the group chat, "My personal mission, akin to Andre Iguodala's, is to secure the FMV. What are your individual tasks? Let us ascertain if there are any conflicts." Su Wani, akin to Harrison Barnes, promptly replied below, "My personal task is to achieve at least 2 games with a score exceeding 30 points. The other 2 members fell momentarily silent before also responding in the chat. Ming Ji from Team 432, reminiscent of Draymond Green, stated, "In any match, I must strike LeBron James of the Cavaliers below the belt without facing any repercussions." Meanwhile, Yu Zhifei, akin to Steve Kerr, declared, "During the 4th quarter of all home games, I shall not call for a timeout while ensuring victory." Upon witnessing the personal missions of the other 2, Zhang Ruoqing found himself in a state of bemusement. He had initially thought that his pursuit of the FMV was sufficiently outrageous, only to discover that the tasks of the others were even more preposterous. In the actual 2016 NBA Finals, Draymond Green had struck LeBron James below the belt in Game 4, an act ignited by James attempting to step over Green, which provoked his ire. This resulted in a flagrant foul and an additional suspension, causing Green to miss Game 5. Now, Ming Ji, embodying the role of a time traveler, was tasked with recreating this scenario without facing any penalties. It is crucial to note that the NBA imposes the strictest penalties on players who strike opponents above the neck or below the belt, typically resulting in an immediate flagrant foul and, in most cases, additional suspensions or fines. Thus, it can be said that Ming Ji's personal mission was exceedingly challenging. Chapter 19. I accept this bet. As for Yu Zhifei's personal task, it is rather absurd. As the head coach, Steve Kerr is expected to forego timeouts in the 4th quarter of a home game while ensuring a complete victory at home. The magnitude of such a challenge is evident to anyone with even a cursory understanding of basketball or the NBA. However, Zhang Ruoqing feels fortunate that the personal tasks assigned to the other 2 individuals do not conflict with his own or Su Wani's. This alignment allows them to present a united front while executing their respective tasks. Team 404's Zhang Ruoqing, Team 432's Yu Zhifei, my brother, as the head coach. I hope that when formulating tactics, you can lean more towards strategies that benefit me and my teammates. We will assist you in devising ways to fulfill your personal tasks effectively. Team 432's Yu Zhifei, the Warriors boast the Splash Brothers, if we wish to secure victory. Their tactical positioning must not be diminished. I too must contemplate how to arrange our strategies. Team 432's Ming Ji, how am I to accomplish my task of striking LeBron James in a sensitive area without incurring penalties? I implore you all for assistance. I have witnessed the fates of those who failed their tasks, and it was a grim sight. Team 404's Su Wani, Ming Ji, apart from NC, you are the most capable player among us. The peak green of 2016 was indeed a unique presence in the league. If you can focus on passing the ball more to me and Zhang Ruoqing, we will surely devise a solution. Team 432's Ming Ji, it's a deal. Team 432's Yu Zhifei, hey, don't forget about me. I want to oppose your trade, but do not jeopardize the game for me. When in dire straits, pass the ball to the Splash Brothers. Otherwise, I'll substitute you all out, and we shall face our demise together. Team 404 Zhang Ruoqing. Rest assured, my brothers. Let us ponder our tactics over the next few days and study game footage from the past. We will ensure that all four of us survive and earn the team task rewards. As the group exchanged words in their small chat, a new message appeared in the larger task group established by the system. Team 387 Shen Mie. I am LeBron James of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Team 387's Feng Zhong. I am J.R. Smith of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoqing's small group erupted in chaos. Team 432's Meng Ji. How can this be? How did someone named Shen Mie acquire such a formidable role as LeBron James? The rest of us are only at best in the league of Draymond Green. Team 432's Yu Zhifei. Is it good or bad for us that James is not in? C, but rather a player? Team 404's Suwani. It is undoubtedly a bad omen. Despite James's formidable prowess, he harbored mental demons when facing the Warriors, which led to a 1-3 deficit in the first 4 games, before staging a remarkable comeback in the final 3. Had it been the James who traversed without inner turmoil, he would not have found himself in such dire straits from the outset. Team 432's Meng Ji side, alas. This is a devastating piece of news for us. I wonder what kind of personal task the individual assuming LeBron James' identity will undertake. If it is of 2-star difficulty, surely he must average over 50 points per game, right? Team 404's Zhang Ruoqing interjected. Such matters are inconsequential and do not pertain to us. My current concern is whether the person claiming to possess LeBron James' identity is deceiving us. Team 432's Yu Zhifei queried. Deceiving us? What could be his motive? Team 404's Suwani expressed. I find Ruoqing's point quite valid. In the task scenario, unless the player discloses their identity, we cannot distinguish between a player and an NPC. Thus, even if this man named Shen Mie is deceiving us, we would remain oblivious to it. Meng Ji pondered. The crux of the matter is, what purpose would Shen Mie have in deceiving us? At that moment, new messages flooded the group chat. The individual claiming to be LeBron James sent a message declaring, Warriors team, according to squad rules, I challenge you to a wager. I fear you may be hesitant to engage. So let us bet on my weakest area, free throw percentage. I wager that in the first finals game, my free throw percentage will be the highest on the court. Do you dare to accept? Upon receiving this message, Zhang Ruoqing promptly replied in the subgroup, the man named Shen Mie aims to deceive us for this very reason. Meng Ji quickly followed up. LeBron James' scoring, rebounding, and assists were all the highest averages in that year's finals. If he truly is LeBron James, why would he wager on free throw percentage, his weakest area? Thus, he must be deceiving us. Yu Zhifei cautioned. But what if Shen Mie is employing a reverse psychology tactic? What then? Suwani considered. It is a possibility. Given the system's arrangement, it is likely that all 8 of us are executing this type of squad task for the first time. The fact that Shen Mie proactively proposed the wager leads me to believe that he is more inclined towards deceit. Zhang Ruoqing concurred. I share the same sentiment. Initially, Shen Mie's team remained silent in the group, only later announcing the wager, which clearly indicates that they had deliberated with teammates or allies before making this decision, thus increasing the likelihood of deception. At that moment, Shen Mie sent another message in the group. Warriors team, the stakes are 200 tokens. Does anyone dare to accept? Zhang Ruoqing boldly declared, Team 387 Shen Mie. I accept this wager. Instantaneously, Suwani, Yu Zhifei, and Meng Ji received a notification. Lend me 100 tokens, and I will wager against him. I can offer you a 20 interest. In his inaugural task, Zhang Ruoqing acquired 100 points. Yet he has already exchanged it for 2 skill points, enhancing his ball control abilities in reality. Suwani has yet to spend her 100 points. And Zhang Ruoqing remains oblivious to the circumstances of Yu Zhifei and Meng Ji. Consequently, he promptly sent a message to the trio requesting to borrow points. Before long, Zhang Ruoqing received a transfer from Suwani along with a loan agreement, stipulating an interest rate of 0, an indefinite repayment period, and an amount of 100 points. Zhang Ruoqing felt a surge of delight within, recognizing the worthiness of his beautiful captain, who had not demanded interest from him. The other 2 members, having recently completed a mission, each possessed 100 points in their accounts. After a brief exchange, they lent Zhang Ruoqing 50 points each, with an interest of 20, to be repaid upon the conclusion of the task. Meng Ji and Yu Zhifei believed that wagering 50 points was a risk worth taking, as regardless of Zhang Ruoqing's outcome, they would each receive 10 points in interest. Consequently, Zhang Ruoqing's account swelled to 200 points, satisfying the system's requirements. and the wager was immediately activated. Chapter 20. Preparations before the mission. Team 387 Shen Mie. I never anticipated you would dare to gamble with me. You possess quite the audacity. However, Team 404 genre watching. You have fallen into my trap. Team 404 genre watching. I am aware that you are not LeBron James. Your true identity is, in fact, Kyrie Irving. A brief silence ensued. Team 387 Shen Mie. How did you come to know that? Team 404 genre watching. Such a simplistic ruse. How could I possibly overlook it? The player with the highest free throw percentage on the Cavaliers is Kyrie Irving. You believe you can deceive us with such tactics, treating us as fools. Another moment of silence passed. Team 387 Shen Mie. Since you realize I am deceiving you, why do you still accept this wager? Are you not actually Andre Iguodala but rather Stephen Curry? Both Stephen Curry of the Warriors and Kyrie Irving of the Cavaliers are regarded as the premier point guards in the league, consistently maintaining free throw percentages above 90. Shen Mie mistakenly assumed that Zhang Ruoqing employed a similar tactic, falsely claiming to be Iguodala while truly being Curry, thus emboldening him to accept the bet. Little did he know, Zhang Ruoqing's forthcoming response would leave him flushed with rage. Team 404 Zhang Ruoqing. I am not as despicable as you. I am indeed Iguodala. Team 387 Shen Mie. Despicable? What of it, if it ensures my survival? Moreover, I am deceiving an opponent, not a teammate. Team 404 Zhang Ruoqing. You may argue as you wish, but let me clarify. I am Iguodala. The reason I dare to accept your wager is that my adversary is not the genuine Kyrie Irving, but rather you, Shen Mie. Team 387 Shen Mie. What do you mean by that? Team 404 Zhang Ruoqing. We are both participants in the survival game. Thus we comprehend this fact. When executing a task, we wholly embody the basketball skills of that particular player or the coaching abilities of the coach, all confined to a technical realm. As for the psychological aspects, it is not the player we observe, but ourselves. Team 387 Shen Mie. Are you implying that as Kyrie Irving's counterpart, I cannot achieve Irving's original free throw percentage? Team 404 Zhang Ruoqing. You are astute. That is precisely my meaning. Free throws, distinct from other technical skills, pose little challenge for professional basketball players. Those who struggle with them often do so due to psychological factors. Although Kyrie Irving boasted an exceptionally high free throw percentage in that year's finals, I wager that upon your arrival in that realm, you would undoubtedly falter, succumbing to nerves even on the simplest of shots. Team 387 Shen Mie retorted, just wait and see. When the time comes, and the points are transferred to my account. Do not shed tears. Thus, the lively exchange among the group came to a halt. Zhang Ruoqing, Su Wani, along with Ming Ji and Yu Zhifei from Team 432, exchanged a few more words in their smaller chat group before logging off. Upon returning to reality, Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani found themselves alone in the study room at T University. With a smile, Su Wani remarked to Zhang Ruoqing, I never would have guessed you possessed such a decisive nature. You recognized him as Kyrie Irving and yet boldly wagered on free throw percentages under the guise of Andre Iguodala. Zhang Ruoqing pondered for a moment before calmly articulating. I reflected upon it in my mind. During the 7-game finals, Irving achieved 38 free throws with 34 successful shots, yielding a free throw percentage of 89.4. In contrast, Iguodala managed only 3 successful attempts out of 9, resulting in a mere 30% success rate. This indeed seems rather audacious. Upon hearing this, Su Wani, filled with curiosity, inquired, if that is the case, why do you still choose to accept his wager? Wouldn't it be more prudent to have someone like me, Harrison Barnes, or Ming Ji, Draymond Green, take it on instead? Zhang Ruoqing remarked. Iguodala's career free throw percentage stands at 71, which certainly cannot be deemed exceptional, yet it suffices. He believed that to swiftly accumulate points, such a gamble was one he must embrace. Upon hearing this, Su Wani scrutinized Zhang Ruoqing anew, increasingly convinced that this man diverged significantly from her initial impression. As a stunning beauty, Su Wani naturally attracted numerous admirers. Being a member of a prestigious women's basketball team and a fervent basketball enthusiast, her suitors predominantly comprised athletes. However, most of these jocks were muscular yet somewhat simple-minded, which had led Su Wani to dismiss them. She had yet to experience romance. In contrast, Zhang Ruoqing was undoubtedly a remarkable exception. Not only was he not an athlete in the conventional sense, but despite being a member of the basketball team, he shared little else in physical attributes with ordinary individuals aside from his height of 185 centimeters. Moreover, Zhang Ruoqing possessed a formidable intellect, harboring an extensive repository of NBA statistics, rendering him a veritable living database of basketball knowledge. His decisiveness and decision-making, marked by a lack of hesitation and exceptional leadership qualities, further captivated Su Wani, leaving her genuinely impressed. At this moment, Zhang Ruoqing remained deeply engrossed in the task at hand, as well as the wager with the man named Shen Mie, his expression reflecting intense concentration. Meanwhile, Su Wani could not help but reveal a faint smile, secretly thinking to herself, "It is often said that a focused man is the most handsome, and indeed it holds true. This young man, Zhang Ruoqing, is merely an average handsome fellow, yet in the throes of contemplation, he exudes an extraordinary charm." Zhang Ruoqing was, of course, oblivious to Su Wani's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed her, saying, "Captain, we have merely 3 days left before we embark on our mission. In these few days, our priority must be to assist the 2 members of Team 432 in devising solutions for their individual tasks. Only by resolving their issues can we hope to secure their cooperation in return. This exchange of mutual benefit leaves us with little choice." Su Wani concurred, indeed, particularly concerning Yu Zhifei, who has been assigned the task of dealing with Steve Cole. Should he fail in his personal mission, his wrath might lead him to eliminate us all from contention. DN, an abbreviation for did not play, signifies a player's absence from the game, often a decision made by the coach. Zhang Ruoqing continued, stating that they needed to search for relevant materials regarding the finals from that year and review the recordings of all 7 games once more. The more familiar they became, the more beneficial it would be. Su Wani nodded in agreement with Zhang Ruoqing's words. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day arrived when the 8 contestants participating in the team task were transported simultaneously to a parallel universe, landing on the court of the 2016 NBA Finals. Chapter 21. The game begins. On June 2, 2016, the first match of the finals was held at the home ground of the Golden State Warriors. At that time, the Warriors Arena was not the Chase Center located in San Francisco today, but rather the Oracle Arena in Oakland. This venerable venue, having served for over 40 years, bore witness to the Warriors' transformation from underdogs to formidable contenders. Although not a fan of the Warriors, Zhang Ruoqing felt an overwhelming excitement at the prospect of participating as a player in the NBA Finals within this historic arena. Beyond his excitement, however, Zhang Ruoqing was primarily consumed by a sense of tension. In addition to the unprecedented atmosphere of the home court, the principal source of his anxiety stemmed from the survival task he bore. Compared to his teammates, his challenge was particularly daunting. In order to secure the FMV, he needed to deliver an exceptionally powerful performance in every game, with no room for error. In contrast, Meng Ji, who assumed the identity of Draymond Green, faced a similarly absurd task, striking LeBron James in a sensitive area without incurring any penalties, but he only needed to accomplish this once, alleviating the need for constant high-pressure exertion. Furthermore, Zhang Ruoqing was acutely aware that this inaugural game was of paramount importance. All 8 contestants undoubtedly hoped to complete their personal tasks early, with some exceptions, such as Zhang Ruoqing and Na Dao, who assumed the role of Steve Kerr. Thus, they would all strive with utmost effort in the first match. A glance revealed Su Wani, who had transformed into Harrison Barnes, eliciting a sense of discomfort in Zhang Ruoqing, fixating her determined gaze, indicative of her own nervousness. Additionally, Zhang Ruoqing had a wager with Shen Mie, who was portraying Kyrie Irving, regarding free throw accuracy, with a stake of 200 points. While 200 points may not seem substantial, it was noteworthy that Zhang Ruoqing had only earned a mere 100 points for completing a quadruple-double in the previous task under dire circumstances during the final seconds. At that moment, the lights in the Oracle Arena dimmed, and an electrifying DJ enthusiastically announced the starting lineups for both teams. First up was the Cavaliers, with their starting 5 consisting of the backcourt duo Kyrie Irving and J.R. Smith, small forward LeBron James, and the Twin Towers in the paint, Kevin Love and Tristan Thompson. Zhang Ruoqing mentally enumerated the 5 players, noting that, apart from James, the remaining 4 were all competitors who had traversed through time. Subsequently, DJ commenced the introduction of the starting 5 for the home team, the Golden State Warriors. With each name announced, the crowd erupted into raucous cheers. Point guard Stephen Curry, the league's most coveted star guard, a revolutionary long-range shooter who has transformed basketball philosophy and gameplay. The man who has truly altered the trajectory of the sport's evolution. Shooting guard Klay Thompson. In 2016, Klay Thompson could be regarded as the league's premier 3D player, possessing three-point shooting prowess that rivals Curry's, complemented by unparalleled defensive capabilities. His swift footwork and astute awareness in switching defensive assignments have established him as one of the finest perimeter defenders in the league. Small forward Harrison Barnes. Nicknamed the North Carolina Black Hawk, Barnes was once laden with high expectations. While not the most pivotal element in the Warriors system, his ball-handling skills and corner three-point shooting are indispensable offensive weapons for the team. Power forward Draymond Green, a name that instills fear in opponents. As much as he is despised by them, he is adored by his teammates. In his prime, the formidable Green is not limited to merely orchestrating plays from the top of the arc. His ability to facilitate high screens, coupled with his solid shooting and masterful defensive performances, renders him the ideal companion to the Splash Brothers. Center Andrew Bogut. As the first overall pick in 2005, Bogut has not fully realized his potential in the NBA. Serving as the Warriors' sole traditional center, he undertook numerous gritty tasks. Often referred to as the unsung hero of the team. Like many Chinese fans, Zhang Ruoqing harbored a disdain for this Australian with a penchant for theatrics. He felt a sense of relief that he had not drawn this particular role. Among the Warriors' starting five, only Barnes and Green were players who had traversed through time. The other three were native competitors. The match was on the verge of commencing. Zhang Ruoqing cast his gaze towards the Cavaliers' direction, where Kyrie Irving's counterpart, Shen Mie, was staring intently at him. Upon noticing Zhang's glance, Shen provocatively made a throat-cutting gesture, implying that Zhang should await his demise. In the final moments before the match commenced, the head coaches delivered their last pre-game speeches to the starting players. On the Warriors' side, Yu Zhifei, the counterpart of head coach Steve Kerr, struggled to find words after a brief exchange about the game with his teammates. At that moment, Su Wani, Harrison Barnes' counterpart, signaled to Yu Zhifei with her eyes. Understanding her intent, he spoke up. "Hey, guys, for the first game of the finals, there are two tactical changes I must inform you about." The first to respond was the star player, Stephen Curry, who encouraged him to proceed. Firstly, Andre Iguodala will enter the game earlier from the bench. We will employ the Death 5 lineup more aggressively against the opposition. No problem. And what asks the other? Secondly, the primary offensive responsibility in the first quarter will be handed to Barnes. This statement plunged the others into silence, particularly the notable players, Curry, Thompson, and Bogut, who exhibited expressions of disbelief. Until now, Harrison Barnes had never been the primary offensive option for the Golden State Warriors during either the regular season or the playoffs. The decision to appoint him as the main scorer in such a critical game, one of the finals, was utterly perplexing to anyone. However, in the realm of basketball, a coach's words are gospel. Many coaches adhere to the adage, if you don't understand, execute first and comprehend gradually. Hence, Curry and the others remained silent, nodding in agreement with the coach's strategic arrangement. As the arena's lights gradually dimmed to an appropriate level and the audience's cheers subsided, the 10 starting players took to the court. Warriors center Bogut and Cavaliers center Tristan Thompson, number 391, Wang Huayong, faced off at center court as the match was about to commence. Sitting on the bench, Zhang Ruoqing surveyed the arena, reminiscing about the feelings he experienced during his first execution of this NBA survival game, his palms slightly sweating. His greatest concern, aside from his own performance, was for Su Wani. In Chapter 22, the standalone three-pointer, Su Wani had successfully completed her last mission as a head coach, but she had never experienced the sensation of playing as an NBA player. Her debut as an NBA player would unfold on the grand stage of the finals, bearing the burden of being the primary scorer. Such pressure was undeniably immense. Zhang Ruoqing was deeply worried about whether Su Wani could withstand such expectations. Just as he felt the sweat forming in his palms, anxious for Su Wani, the game officially commenced with the sharp whistle of referee Mark Davis. The jump ball between Bogut and Tristan Thompson, number 391, Wang Huayong, was won by Bogut. The Warriors now had possession of the ball. The Oracle Center Arena was once again abuzz with excitement as the world turned its gaze towards the grandest basketball spectacle, the NBA Finals, officially commencing. Stephen Curry dribbled past half-court, orchestrating the Golden State Warriors' first offensive play, while the formidable defender assigned to him was none other than Shen Mie from the 387 squad, a member of Kyrie Irving's crossover team. Shen, with a serious demeanor, was poised for action, intently fixated on the basketball in Curry's hands, vocally alerting his teammates behind him to inform him immediately if any screens were set for Curry. All players and coaches of the Cavaliers were convinced that the Warriors' offensive initiation would inevitably involve the Splash Brothers and Draymond Green executing their renowned pick-and-roll strategy. a tactic that had proven infallible and had propelled them to an unprecedented 73-win record in the previous NBA regular season. However, an unforeseen twist unfolded. Draymond Green did not advance to his familiar high position for a pick, but instead set a screen in the low post for a different teammate. Facilitating a play for Harrison Barnes, a member of the 404 squad, Sue Mie. Coach Kerr, from the 432 squad, had meticulously devised this strategy prior to the game. As Curry recalled Coach Kerr's instructions, he noticed Barnes gaining half a step, prompting him to swiftly pass the ball. It was Sue Mie's inaugural touch on the grand stage of the finals. Though the Cavaliers had not anticipated that the Warriors' opening offensive play would feature Barnes receiving the ball. J.R. Smith, responsible for defending Barnes, managed to close in quickly, positioning himself effectively as Barnes gained possession. At this moment, Charles Barkley from the TNT commentary team remarked, "The Warriors are allowing Barnes to initiate the offense from the high post? I dare say this is not a prudent choice. Barnes, you ought to pass the ball to Curry or Thompson. They are far more efficient offensive orchestrators." In a stunning turn of events, Barnes' crossover counterpart, Sue Mie, made a gesture that astonished Barkley and the other spectators, signaling for everyone to clear out as he prepared to take on J.R. Smith in a one-on-one duel. As this scene unfolded, a flurry of statistics surged into Zhang Ruoqing's mind. The offensive player, Harrison Barnes, stood at 2.03 meters tall and weighed 102 kilograms. Boasting an impressive 46 shooting accuracy from two-point range and 38 from beyond the arc during the Warriors' peak years, averaging 11.7 points per game. His opponent, J.R. Smith, measured 1.98 meters and also weighed 102 kilograms, widely recognized for his unpredictable shooting style and as the trusted aide to LeBron James. Zhang Ruoqing immediately conducted an analysis in his mind. Although Barnes did not score highly during his tenure with the Warriors, this was primarily due to the role he was assigned within the team. Barnes possesses exceptional skills in ball handling and shooting, and his offensive techniques are commendably balanced, making him well-suited for plays designed around his isolation tactics. After a disappointing performance in the finals that summer of 2016, which led to criticism from Warriors fans, Barnes opted to join the Dallas Mavericks to prove his worth. In the subsequent 2016 to 2017 season, as the tactical linchpin of his new team, Barnes saw his average points soar to 19.2, thereby validating his offensive capabilities. In essence, Harrison Barnes's one-on-one prowess has been significantly underestimated. When allowed to isolate with the ball, Barnes has a substantial probability of scoring against all but the most elite defenders, utilizing diverse methods to deliver the ball neatly into the basket. His defender, J.R. Smith, is certainly not an elite defender. His reputation for being offensively strong, yet defensively weak, is well known throughout the league. Many commentators noted before the finals that the Cavaliers faced a significant challenge due to the defensive frailties of their backcourt duo, Kyrie Irving and Smith, making them vulnerable to the formidable Splash Brothers. Thus, the Cavaliers' strategy in Game 1 was to have Irving guard Curry, assign LeBron James to defend Thompson, while J.R. Smith was tasked with a semi-mismatch against Harrison Barnes. This arrangement provided Barnes with an opportunity and also extended an opening for Sue Mie, the player designated to challenge J.R. Smith was the number 387, Feng Zhong, who, alongside his teammate Shen Mie, formed the Cavaliers' backcourt duo. Feng's personal mission was to achieve a buzzer-beater or game-tying shot in any finals game. Although this task was daunting, it was tailored for Smith's role. Shen Mie also expressed that, given the chance, he would prefer to pass to Feng rather than to LeBron. Feng Zhong's focus was on maintaining a close score and balancing the game, ensuring he had the opportunity to take a decisive shot. He was not overly concerned with isolated plays. Therefore, when confronted with Sue Mie's offensive move, he did not exert himself to the fullest. Noticing a hint of complacency from his opponent, Sue Mie took aim at the basket and made a most astonishing choice, an immediate three-point shot. Right from the opening, he launched a three-pointer, and it was not from the Splash Brothers, but from Harrison Barnes. Charles Barkley exclaimed, "Barnes, what the hell are you thinking?" Meanwhile, renowned Chinese commentator Yang Yi expressed his astonishment. He really dares to take that shot. The ball spun rapidly, tracing a perfect arc through the air before swishing through the net. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers from the Warriors fans. Although it was not the Splash Brothers who secured the points, Barnes's decisive scoring method thrilled them immensely. As for Charles Barkley, he let out a lamenting cry, slumping into his chair while muttering to himself, "How could this be? This is clearly not a reasonable offensive choice." Following the basket, Su Wani displayed no signs of excitement. Instead, she calmly signaled her teammates to return to defense. All of this was observed by Zhang watching from the sidelines, who felt that his pre-game concerns were unfounded upon witnessing Su Wani's performance. This stunning beauty possessed not only unparalleled looks, but also remarkable mental fortitude. On such a grand stage, she exhibited neither nervousness nor stage fright. Rather, in her very first offensive play, she opted for a bold three-point shot as a powerful finishing move. Chapter 23, Opening Error, Kyrie Irving. As the exuberant coach would say, she truly dares to shoot. Regardless of the circumstances, the willingness to take a shot is an essential quality for an excellent basketball player. Zhang Ruoqing profoundly felt that being able to team up with Su Wani was indeed his fortune. Upon returning to the match, Su Wani instructed her teammates to swiftly position themselves for defense, while Shen Mie, Kyrie Irving, brought the ball past the halfway line, orchestrating the Cavaliers' inaugural offensive play. However, as Shen Mie attempted to pass the ball to LeBron James, he exerted excessive force, sending the ball out of bounds. A mistake occurred, resulting in a turnover. How could such a straightforward pass lead to an error from a top-tier point guard like Kyrie Irving? Both the audience and commentators were perplexed, and even LeBron James stared at Shen Mie in utter bewilderment. Despite the pressure of the final stage, which was unlike any other, such a blunder seemed utterly preposterous for a star of Irving's caliber. Meanwhile, Shen Mie displayed no visible reaction, effortlessly retreating to the half-court. Seemingly indifferent to the gazes of those around him, Zhang Ruoqing felt a twinge of confusion. During the first round, Shen Mie had exhibited remarkable diligence in defending against Curry. Yet, in the offensive phase, he committed such a glaring blunder, which was inherently perplexing. What was even more astonishing was Shen Mie's complete lack of awareness regarding his own mistake, as if it was entirely anticipated. Indeed, it was anticipated. Shen Mie had intentionally passed the ball out of bounds. Zhang Ruoqing sat on the sidelines, his mind racing with thoughts. He immediately discerned that Shen Mie's actions were undoubtedly linked to his personal mission, which likely required him to commit a specific number of errors during the match. The individual tasks assigned to several players on the Cavaliers were as follows. Number 387, Feng Zhong, with the character crossover of J.R. Smith, was tasked to make a game-winning or game-tying shot at the buzzer in at least one finals game. Number 387, Shen Mie, with the character crossover of Kyrie Irving, needed to accumulate double-digit turnovers while winning in at least two finals. Number 391, Zhang Feng, with the character crossover of Kevin Love, had to spend an entire night out at a club before at least one finals game, and then achieve both 20 points and 20 rebounds during that day's match. Number 391, Wang Huoyang, with the character crossover of Tristan Thompson, was required to secure double-digit assists in at least two finals. As Zhang Ruoqing had surmised, Shen Mie's task indeed pertained to the number of errors, which explained Shen Mie's casual blunder right from the outset and his subsequent heightened focus on defense. The Warriors initiated their offense again. Su Wani's recent three-pointer had not altered the Cavaliers' defensive strategy. Seated on the sidelines, head coach Tyronn Lue remained composed, unconvinced that the Warriors would continue to allow Barnes to isolate. He certainly did not believe that Barnes could maintain such a rhythm. As Stephen Curry dribbled past half-court, the Warriors executed a pick-and-roll, with Andrew Bogut stepping out to set a screen for Curry. This was a significant shift, reminiscent of the tactics employed by the 73-win Warriors. Barkley, who had been slumped in his chair, sprang up with excitement upon seeing Bogut come out to set the pick. The Cavaliers, prepared for this strategy, responded swiftly. After Curry used Bogut's screen to shake off Irving, Tristan Thompson immediately rushed into double-team Curry alongside Irving. Faced with the oncoming trap, Curry quickly passed the ball to the rolling Bogut. However, Bogut's limited offensive capabilities and finishing skills at the rim proved inadequate against the defending LeBron James, who stood his ground resolutely. The cumbersome Australian attempted to back down but could make no progress, unable to move even an inch closer to the basket. LeBron James, capable of playing any position from 1 to 5 and excelling at an elite level in all, epitomized peak performance. Although not an ardent fan of James, witnessing the extraordinary display of the superstar firsthand left Zhang Ruoqing profoundly awestruck. As Bogut's attempt to back down faltered and he teetered on the brink of a turnover, he awkwardly passed the ball back to the perimeter, where Meng Ji, Draymond Green, awaited. Upon receiving the pass, the Cavaliers swiftly rotated their defense, with Thompson, who had just helped defend Curry, now charging toward Green. Meng Ji executed a feigned three-point shot, effortlessly deceiving Tristan Thompson into jumping. throughout Draymond Green's illustrious career. Although he is not renowned for his shooting prowess, his peak three-point shooting was undeniably formidable. The Warriors' infamous death lineup was feared precisely because each player possessed above-average shooting capabilities, with the Splash Brothers being two of the greatest sharpshooters in basketball history. It was due to the apprehension of Green's shooting ability that Tristan Thompson, also known as Team 391's Wang Huayong, exerted himself to leap so energetically. In his prime, Thompson was undoubtedly one of LeBron James's most formidable allies. Despite being mockingly dubbed the 8 Virtuous Kings, his season averages standing at a modest 8 points and 8 rebounds while earning a lucrative salary. His role as a pillar in the Cavaliers' interior defense was conspicuous. Thompson's defensive prowess was particularly lauded during the finals. This 8 Virtuous King not only had to anchor the Cavaliers' interior but also frequently found himself switching onto the perimeter to guard the likes of the Splash Brothers, Livingston and Iguodala. Overall, his defensive performance was remarkably impressive, making him an indispensable component in the Cavaliers' miraculous turnaround. Meanwhile, the 30-year-old Wang Huayong, an office worker, primarily spent his days drafting documents. His interest in the NBA was merely as a spectator, having never formally played basketball. After being chosen by the basketball god to participate in the NBA survival game, he urgently studied various tactical theories and practiced basketball for a brief period. Though with little success, as such skills are not easily acquired in the short term. Consequently, while Wang Huayong could generally grasp the strategies laid out by the coach, he often faltered on the court due to minor details. For instance, in this particular defensive possession against Draymond Green, he recklessly jumped, allowing Green to easily penetrate the paint. Chapter 24, The Hollowed Kevin Love? Draymond Green's counterpart in Team 432, Meng Ji, is a 25-year-old heir, the son of a coal company owner from the north. He enjoys watching the NBA and playing basketball. However, Meng Ji's basketball talent is rather mediocre, and his father has shown little inclination to nurture his skills, leaving Meng Ji to play only casual street ball. After being selected by the basketball god to participate in this NBA survival game, Meng Ji felt both indignant and introspective, contemplating ways to survive. In his inaugural task, the basketball god commanded him to inhabit the body of the retiring Kobe Bryant and score over 70 points. The magnitude of this task is likely comparable to Zhang Ruoqing's remarkable quadruple-double, yet Meng Ji displayed unwavering composure on the court, effortlessly executing both inside drives and outside shots, embodying the essence of the Mamba mentality. Ultimately, he unleashed a staggering 81 points from 50 attempts, not only fulfilling his mission but also equaling Kobe's record for the highest single-game score. This illustrates that Meng Ji is not merely a stereotypical wealthy playboy, but rather a figure of formidable willpower. On the court, he consistently showcases his abilities, performing with an ease akin to a fish in water. In a particular play, Meng Ji seemingly anticipated the impending leap of Tristan Thompson, thus smoothly penetrating the paint. As the Cavaliers' defense revealed vulnerabilities, they promptly adjusted, with Kevin Love, a pivotal figure in the paint, positioning himself directly in front of Meng Ji. Kevin Love, alongside LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, forms the triumvirate known as the Cavaliers' Big Three. Celebrated as a premier interior scorer and often regarded as the finest white power forward since Dirk Nowitzki. However, during the 2016 NBA Finals, Love participated in 6 games, averaging a mere 8.5 points, a stark contrast to the performances of James and Irving, rendering him unworthy of the title of a superstar. Love's counterpart in this narrative is Zhang Feng, a junior sports student from a southern province, specializing in basketball as a small forward. Despite his height and handsome appearance, Zhang Feng's talent is mediocre, resulting in a benchwarmer role on his school team, averaging around 4 points in 7 to 8 minutes of play, a mere existence of idleness. In his private life, he indulges in the vices of wine and women, cycling through a series of girlfriends, epitomizing the archetype of a playboy. In an astonishing twist of fate, this quintessential rogue was chosen by the basketball deity to partake in an NBA survival game. Given Zhang Feng's limited abilities, survival beyond the first round seemed implausible. Yet, to his astonishment, his initial task was unusually straightforward: to inhabit the persona of Derrick Rose in 2008. Being selected first overall by the Chicago Bulls. Had other contestants been privy to the nature of his assignment, they would likely have been incensed with envy. Throughout the draft history of the 21st century, Rose's status as a top pick is virtually indisputable, making his selection by the Bulls an almost inalterable reality. Thus, Zhang Feng accomplished his first task effortlessly, earning a reward of 100 points. In an exaggerated display, he promptly accessed the system's interface to search for various female celebrities, eager to spend his points on acquiring one as a wife. Zhang Feng's favorite female celebrity is the Japanese actress Kaon Shin. Naturally, he also holds a special admiration for top beauties such as Liu Yifei from China and Jeon Ji-hyun from South Korea, often indulging in daydreams about them each night. While browsing, Zhang Feng unexpectedly discovered that the system could autonomously generate artificial beauties based on the purchaser's preferences, a revelation that filled him with immense joy. Consequently, he devoted considerable time to sculpting a perfect woman within the system, possessing Liu Yifei's visage, Jeon Ji-hyun's physique, along with Kaon Shin's height and personality. Zhang Feng was on the verge of jubilantly making a purchase when he suddenly discovered that the exquisite beauty crafted by the system was priced at 300 credits, an amount he could scarcely afford. Thus, in this game, the seasoned flirt Zhang Feng was determined to succeed, resolutely aiming to acquire the flawless woman stored within the system. The task assigned to him was particularly aligned with his desires. He was to spend the night before the competition reveling in a nightclub, forgoing sleep, and then take to the court to achieve a dual tally of over 20 points and rebounds. For an ordinary individual, the difficulty of such a challenge would undoubtedly be a cause for concern. Kevin Love, during the 2016 finals, was no longer at his peak. His highest single game score was a mere 17 points in the first game, while he managed a paltry 2 points in the fifth game, where LeBron James and Kyrie Irving scored 41 points each, pulling the Cavaliers back from the brink. As for rebounds, Love had secured 14 in the decisive Game 7, which, while impressive, still fell short of the ambitious target of 20. Achieving a dual score of over 20 points and rebounds in the finals was already a daunting task for the 2016 Kevin Love, especially with the additional stipulation of needing to party all night before the game. It is worth noting that Kevin Love lacked the extraordinary stamina and vitality of Wilt Chamberlain, who was renowned for his unparalleled physical capabilities. After a night of revelry, Love would likely perform rather lethargically on the court. However, Zhang Feng, a true connoisseur of beauty, viewed this task with delight, feeling immensely fortunate to have a legitimate reason to indulge in the nightlife of American clubs and mingle with attractive women. Moreover, Love's striking looks and his quintessentially handsome stature only fueled Zhang Feng's imagination, as he envisioned himself as a supermodel harvester. Thus, on the eve of the first game, Zhang Feng made his way to the most renowned nightclub in Oakland, the home of the Golden State Warriors, and partook in a night of wild revelry. The nightclub owner, an avid fan of the Warriors, was somewhat taken aback yet exhilarated to see the Cavaliers starting power forward patronizing his establishment before such an important game. Consequently, he dispatched the most beautiful women in the club to accompany Zhang Feng as he enjoyed the night to its fullest. The following afternoon, mere hours before the game was set to commence, Zhang Feng awoke in his hotel room, amidst disarray and nudity, memories of the previous night's passions flooding back to him. Under the intoxicating influence of alcohol and music, he found his desires increasingly difficult to restrain. He abruptly rose and, accompanied by 2 stunning women, ventured into the hotel room. The ensuing events were well understood by all. Kevin Love's robust physique endured for an entire hour. After the fervor subsided, Zhang Feng felt utterly depleted, collapsing onto the bed and slipping into a deep slumber until the next afternoon. It was then that he suddenly realized something was amiss. Chapter 25. A Duel of Three-Pointers. Zhang Feng rubbed his throbbing temples, reflecting on the details of his assignment. The task stipulated that he should spend the night before the competition reveling in a nightclub without rest, only to emerge on the court to achieve a remarkable double score of over 20 points and rebounds. Yet now, Zhang Feng suddenly sprang up from his bed. An expression of fury etched across his face as he pounded the mattress, exclaiming, "Damn it. I actually fell asleep. I haven't even completed the prerequisites. This first match has been utterly wasted. Even if I step onto the court now, accomplishing my objectives seems impossible." Thus, feeling despondent, Zhang Feng entered the arena devoid of passion and vigor. It is worth noting that the previous night he had indulged excessively, leaving his body drained of energy, which further hindered his performance. Upon returning to the court, Zhang Feng, embodying Kevin Love, initially appeared to provide support for Ming Ji, Draymond Green. However, Love's primary responsibility should have been to guard the lurking Harrison Barnes, who awaited an opportunity in the corner. Therefore, Love's intervention was ill-conceived, granting Barnes a significant open shot. Draymond Green, one of the league's most exceptional passers among big men, would never let such an opportunity slip away. In a swift motion, Meng Ji delivered the ball to the strategically positioned Harrison Barnes before Love could reach him. Who is Harrison Barnes? He is the phenomenal basketball player Sue Mie, the North Carolina Black Hawk, the man who effortlessly sank a pull-up three-pointer right from the onset. As Sue Mie received the pass, she launched into her jump shot without hesitation. This position was one that the Harrison Barnes of the Warriors era knew all too well. The ball soared through the air for a moment before swishing through the net with perfect precision. The score now read 60. On the sidelines, Zhang Ruoqing could no longer contain his frustration. He leaped up from the bench, fervently waving his towel and cheering loudly for Sue Mie. Meanwhile, on the court, Sue Mie maintained an unflappable demeanor, her expression stoic as she began her retreat on defense. Calm and composed, embodying the spirit of a true heroine. In his heart, Zhang Ruoqing held Sue Mie in the highest regard. He sensed that this captain was undeniably a teammate worthy of trust. The Oracle Arena was reignited by Sue Mie's icy three-pointer. The audience fervently chanted Harrison Barnes' name, while Sue Mie's unflinching calm only intensified their fervor. Cool and charismatic. With the essence of a killer, it was no wonder the spectators were enamored by such a player. Back on the court, the Cleveland Cavaliers, having a rocky start, saw LeBron James take charge of the ball himself. As the sole NC among the starting five and the indisputable cornerstone of the Cavaliers, LeBron was set to orchestrate the play. Perhaps dissatisfied with his teammates' performances, Kyrie Irving's careless errors, Kevin Love's lackluster state, and Tristan Thompson's fleeting presence, LeBron, known as the Little Emperor and the Executive Vice G.O.A.T. of NBA history, was determined to showcase his formidable prowess with a fierce glint in his eyes. Once LeBron seized control of the ball, a palpable tension enveloped the Warriors fans. As a familiar adversary, they were acutely aware of LeBron's might, perhaps even more than the Cavaliers fans. In an instant, the previously boisterous Oracle Arena fell into an intense silence. Tasked with defending LeBron was Meng Ji, Draymond Green, who had just delivered a splendid assist to Sue Mie, marking his statistics with a well-deserved accolade. How would Meng Ji fare on the defensive end against LeBron James? On the sidelines, Zhang Ruoqing felt the sweat accumulate in his palms, gripped by anxiety. This marked his second encounter with LeBron. The first, as a rookie with the 76ers, had seen him triumph over the Heat's Big Three, a moment of sheer glory. Yet, now, facing a more seasoned and powerful LeBron with the Cavaliers, he could only observe as a bench player. Nevertheless, Zhang did not feel at ease. The imposing aura that LeBron exuded permeated the entire arena. As LeBron, positioned at the arc, initiated the play, Meng Ji opted against tight defense, conceding a half-step, clearly wary of LeBron's potential for a breakthrough. After all, by 2016, LeBron's technical skills were devoid of weaknesses. While Green's footwork was commendable, should LeBron outpace him by a single step, catching up would be nearly impossible. Zhang wholeheartedly agreed with this defensive strategy. LeBron glanced at Meng Ji's position and promptly signaled for a screen, prompting Tristan Thompson, number 391, Wang Huayong, to rush forward. It appeared that the Cavaliers aimed to execute a pick-and-roll between LeBron and Tristan Thompson. I have my reservations about this tactic. While LeBron is exceptional, Tristan's handling skills are not significantly superior to Bogut's, rendering his ball handling capabilities rather limited. During the TNT commentary, Barkley expressed his thoughts. Yet the unfolding events on the court were utterly unexpected. Tristan Thompson abruptly halted mid-stride as another Cavaliers player dashed past him. It was not a screenplay. The one receiving the ball was none other than Kyrie Irving. Barkley, unfazed by his previous misjudgment, exclaimed from the commentary booth. The Kyrie Irving who had just made a regrettable error was certainly not the famed Uncle Drew that everyone recognized. All eyes were on Irving for this moment. Wang Huayong utilized his body to shield Irving, blocking Stephen Curry, allowing Shen Mie, Kyrie Irving, to successfully receive the pass. Curry struggled to maneuver around Wang, but it was too late. LeBron unhesitatingly passed the ball to Shen Mie, who, seeing Curry's desperate pursuit, decisively launched a powerful shot. Barkley shouted, "It's here." A three-pointer from Kyrie Irving. My three-point sword is the flame of hell. The shot landed perfectly, bringing the score to 6-3. After sinking the three-pointer, Shen Mie nodded towards LeBron, who reciprocated with a look of trust, seemingly saying, "Brother, I have absolute faith in you. I knew you could do it." Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ruoqing felt an increasing curiosity about Shen Mie. Having just committed a glaring passing error, he remained unperturbed, only to effortlessly sink a three-pointer in the subsequent play. Such performances, oscillating between heaven and hell, could only be executed by one with a heart of steel. Who exactly was Shen Mie? Chapter 26. The first timeout. Shen Mie of Team 387, now 40 years old, earns his living as a bartender in a pub. Yet, this is merely a fade. His true identity is that of a premier enforcer for a clandestine underworld organization, holding a status akin to the notorious double flower red stick in Hong Kong's criminal hierarchy. However, the organization seldom employs Shen Mie's ace card, only calling upon him for particularly troublesome matters. Shen Mie harbors two great passions: martial arts and basketball. His obsession with martial arts swiftly transformed him into a formidable street fighter, frequently showcasing his prowess against multiple opponents or engaging in unarmed combat against armed adversaries. Consequently, he quickly attained numerous accolades, gaining renown within the organization and throughout the underworld. Basketball is another of Shen Mie's fervent interests. In addition to following NBA games, he greatly enjoys rallying a few friends for pickup games. With commendable physical attributes and considerable basketball talent, even at the age of 40, he remains a standout player on the courts. Unlike other athletes, Shen Mie has navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for many years, witnessing the darker sides of humanity and the betrayal of friends for personal gain. Gradually, he developed a rather obsessive worldview, believing that if one does not act for oneself, one is doomed to perish. He is willing to engage in any act, no matter how unsavory, as long as it serves his own interests. Hence, prior to the commencement of the match, Shen Mie feigned the identity of LeBron James to initiate a betting scheme. In Shen Mie's perspective, this did not constitute deception. As long as it was within the permissible bounds of the rules, he believed he could proceed. Simultaneously, he remained acutely aware of both his personal and team objectives, constantly reminding himself to maintain a delicate balance. For instance, following his initial mistake at the start of the game, he promptly sank a three-pointer, ensuring that both James and the coach would not lose faith in him, thereby securing ample playing time. It can be said that Shen Mie is exceptionally resourceful and seasoned, representing the most formidable adversary that Zhang Ruoqing and his team face in this mission. Returning to the court, both sides executed their initial plays beyond the three-point line, achieving a remarkable success rate, much to the delight of the spectators. In the next round, Stephen Curry dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Klay Thompson, who, confronted by LeBron James's direct defense, opted for a designated play. He gestured to Sue Wani, signaling her to provide a screen. The responsibility of defending Sue Wani fell to J.R. Smith, known for being the weak link in the Cavaliers' perimeter defense. Thus, Thompson aimed to exploit this vulnerability, seeking to break through Smith to find his rhythm. Upon seeing Thompson's signal, Sue Wani immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, Feng Zhong, realizing the implications of Thompson's gesture, inwardly lamented, thinking that whether it be Barnes or Thompson, he was ill-equipped to defend against either. Just as Feng Zhong pondered this, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Sue Wani did not comply with Thompson's request for a screen, but instead moved to the low post to demand the ball. Harrison Barnes. Am I seeing this correctly? He is blatantly disregarding Klay's signal and positioning himself in the low post to request the ball. Charles Barkley was astounded, erupting once more in animated commentary. I say, Charles, you are being utterly unbearable, remarked Barkley's longtime rival, Shaquille O'Neal, another pillar of the TNT commentary team. Harrison's choice is entirely justified. The defender is J.R. Smith. If I were in his shoes, I would certainly move to the low post for a back-to-the-basket play against him. However, he is ignoring Klay. Shaq, when have you ever witnessed such a scene? Barkley's assertion held no falsehood. Everyone knows that apart from the star player Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson holds the highest status within the Warriors, with rumors suggesting that Thompson often asserts dominance over the newcomers. Harrison Barnes, at best, is merely a fourth option. How dare he disregard Klay and instead seek the ball in the low post? This audacious move astonished all present. Not only the Warriors players, but even the Cavaliers players were taken aback. Klay Thompson, being an NC player, naturally felt quite displeased by Sue Wani's actions. Klay is a remarkably professional player, with little time remaining on the shot clock. There was no better opportunity than to pass the ball to Sue Wani for a one-on-one play. He executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball into her hands. Positioned just outside the 3-second area, Sue Wani was in the prime spot to showcase her one-on-one skills akin to Harrison Barnes. After receiving the ball, she held it with both hands and tentatively engaged in a bit of physical contact to gauge Feng Zhong's positioning, then decisively made her move. with a single dribble. She performed a smooth turnaround jumper, reminiscent of Barnes' classic shooting form, clean and efficient, with no hesitation whatsoever. This was Zhang Ruoqing's assessment of Su Wanie's offensive sequence. It is worth noting that J.R. Smith, despite his height, wingspan, and strength, was at a disadvantage compared to Barnes. Faced with Su Wanie's significant leap for the jump shot, Feng Zhong could only watch and hope it would not find the net. Unfortunately for him, it did. Su Wanie's jumper rattled twice on the rim before settling into the net, bringing the score to 8-3. All of the Warriors' initial 8 points came from Su Wanie, 3 shots. 3 successful attempts, her firepower fully unleashed. Could it be that the star of the night was indeed Harrison Barnes? Barkley erupted in excitement upon witnessing Su Wanie's remarkable basket. While the Oracle Arena was engulfed in jubilation, all Warriors fans were ecstatic. Before the Splash Brothers and Draymond could even take their shots, Barnes had already widened the lead, proving the Warriors' reputation as the best was well-deserved. In that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Cavaliers head coach Ty Lue had called the first timeout of the game. During the break, on the Cavaliers bench, Lue animatedly addressed his players, his expression grave, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. In stark contrast, Warriors coach Steve Kerr remained composed, casually holding a clipboard without uttering a word. Several players gazed expectantly at Yu Zhifei, who, feeling the weight of their attention, finally spoke, nudged gently by Zhang Ruoqing. "You all played well just now. Harrison is in great form. Let us keep this up. Additionally, Andrew, take a seat for a bit. And let the other Andrew from the bench come in." Chapter 27, The Finals Debut. The 2 Andrews mentioned by Yu Zhifei refer to Andrew Bogut, the Warriors' starting center, and the other Andrew, none other than Andrew Iguodala, the missing piece of the Warriors' famed death lineup. Zhang Ruoqing meticulously organized his jersey and shorts, exchanging high fives with his teammates. When he shared a moment of encouragement with Su Wanie, their eyes sparkled with mutual motivation. The timeout elapsed swiftly, and the Warriors returned to the court. As they made their way back, Su Wanie approached Klay Thompson and whispered, "I'm sorry." Klay, exuding a demeanor of a seasoned leader, merely smiled and patted Su Wanie on the shoulder, signaling her not to dwell on it. To Klay, as long as the ball found its way through the hoop, regardless of the method or the player, it was a commendable effort. Simultaneously, the Cavaliers swiftly adjusted their lineup. The exhausted Zhang Feng Kevin Love was substituted for the pivotal offensive force from the Cavaliers bench, Richard Jefferson. Richard Jefferson, with his bald head and the notable number 24, left a lasting impression. He began his career with the Nets, where he and Jason Kidd forged a glorious era, later transitioning to teams like the Bucks, Cavaliers, and Mavericks, maintaining an impressive career shooting percentage of 46 while averaging 12.5 points, an exemplary sixth man. Noticing the opponent's lineup change, Zhang Ruoqing promptly alerted his teammates, "Be cautious. The opponent's defensive strategy will surely shift significantly. They are likely to focus on Harrison." During the next possession, the Cavaliers attacked, but LeBron James' mid-range shot missed. Zhang Ruoqing secured his first rebound since entering the game and passed the ball to Curry. As Curry advanced, he indeed observed a substantial alteration in the Cavaliers' formation. They had surprisingly adopted a 2-3 zone defense. Shen Mie and Feng Zhong positioned themselves at the top, while Wang Huayong, Tristan Thompson, LeBron James, and Richard Jefferson formed the base. The Cavaliers established a classic 2-3 zone defense. Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal in the commentary booth, along with every audience member possessing even a modicum of basketball knowledge, were taken aback. Faced with the Warriors' death lineup and the historically exceptional shooting prowess of the Splash Brothers, what was the difference between a zone defense and a self-destructive strategy? Tactical mastermind Tyronn Lue, in a bold move during the first quarter of Game 1 of the Finals, resorted to this desperate strategy. Knowing the opponents would deploy their death lineup, Lue countered with a 2-3 zone to combat fire with fire. This seemingly reckless choice was, in fact, a calculated effort to create space for his team's counterattack. The Warriors, unperturbed by the Cavaliers' zone, executed a straightforward pick-and-roll. Stephen Curry, stepping back just outside the three-point line, received a pass from Ming-Ji Draymond Green and effortlessly created an open shot opportunity. The all-time leading three-point shooter could hardly let such a chance slip by, drawing back his bow for a perfect release. Alas, fortune was not on his side. As the three-pointer rimmed out, on the sidelines, Tyronn Lue was visibly animated, shouting, "Push the fast break. Quickly, push the fast break." It turned out this was a gamble Lue had devised during the previous timeout, anticipating that the Warriors would employ their death lineup, thus setting a 2-3 zone to counteract. a seemingly suicidal tactic aimed at carving out space for his team's counteroffensive. It is essential to understand that in the realm of basketball, swiftly accruing points has never been achieved through the tedious grinding of set plays. Such an efficiency fails to meet the demands of modern basketball. To either widen the scoring gap or rapidly close it, there exist but two viable strategies. First, the execution of high-quality three-point shots. Second, the implementation of an exceptionally efficient fast break. The 2016 Warriors, with their remarkable record of 73 victories, undoubtedly epitomize the former. Thus, for the Cavaliers to break free from a deficit, they must focus their efforts on the fast break, a strategy conceived by the tactical genius Tyronn Lue. If the Warriors opt for a small ball lineup, it is inevitable that rebounding issues will arise. Consequently, once we secure a rebound, we can swiftly initiate a fast break. After all, our Cavaliers boast the greatest fast break player in history, LeBron James. This is the blueprint conceived by Tyronn Lue, seemingly audacious yet entirely sensible. In this particular sequence, as Stephen Curry misses a three-point attempt, James has already begun his sprint down the court. Shen Mie, tasked with guarding James, is a fraction too slow to react, internally cursing her misstep as she hastens to catch up. Meanwhile, Wang Huayong, Tristan Thompson, successfully secures the rebound and, noticing the rapidly advancing James, feels a surge of delight. With a simple long pass to James, he is certain to notch an assist. The fast break finishing ability of LeBron James is a rarity that is difficult to rival on this planet. Wang Huayong's personal objective is to achieve double-digit assists in at least 2 finals games. For a center not particularly skilled in passing, this task is daunting. Therefore, the prospect of an assist opportunity sends Wang Huayong into a frenzy of excitement. However, a white figure darts past Wang Huayong like lightning, ghostly and swift. Just as Wang Huayong secures the ball, before he can even execute a long pass, this spectral figure extends a hand and deftly swipes the basketball away. In a flash, this white figure reacts with remarkable speed, reclaiming the fallen ball, and, before anyone can process the turn of events, effortlessly scores an easy layup. The score is once again altered, now standing at 10-3. From the commentary booth, Barkley exclaims, "The man who once dominated Cleveland has returned." The Warriors number 9. Last year's FMVP winner in the Warriors-Cavaliers showdown, number 9 for the Warriors, Andrew Iguodala. This seamless steal and layup is executed by Zhang Ruoqing, making a striking debut on the stage of the 2016 finals. Shen Mie discreetly gives Zhang Ruoqing a thumbs up, to which he responds with a smile towards his teammates. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers find little to smile about. LeBron James, incensed, shouts at Wang Huayong, "Tristan, for heaven's sake, secure that damn rebound." Though publicly chastised, with the source being none other than LeBron James, Wang Huayong feels powerless, left with no choice but to humbly acquiesce. However, Wang Huayong gazed venomously at Zhang Ruoqing, harboring deep resentment for the assist that Zhang Ruoqing had so carelessly destroyed. Zhang Ruoqing undoubtedly perceived the gaze of Wang Huayong. However, he remained unfazed. This is an NBA survival game, where the relationship between rival factions is marked solely by unabashed competition. No one desires to fail their mission and meet a grim fate, especially considering that the individuals present have witnessed firsthand the tragic demise of other competitors who failed to complete their tasks within the confines of the settlement room. Chapter 28. The bet on free throws in the previous round. Upon observing the opponent's deployment of a 2-3 zone defense, Zhang Ruoqing immediately discerned the intentions of Tyronn Lue. Thus, at the moment Stephen Curry launched his three-point shot, Zhang had already slipped beneath the basket. As the ball clanged off the rim, Zhang refrained from jumping to contest the rebound, for he noticed that Wang Huayong had firmly established his position. Zhang navigated past Tristan Thompson, who stands at 2.06 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.17 meters. In contrast, Zhang maneuvered around Andre Iguodala, who is merely 1.98 meters in height, revealing a significant disparity in both dimensions and strength compared to Thompson. Consequently, Zhang abandoned any intention of competing for the rebound. Instead, at the precise moment Wang Huayong secured the ball, he executed his signature stealthy steal, an action that Iguodala has expertly mastered throughout his career. Caught off guard by this maneuver, Wang Huayong fell victim to Zhang Ruoqing's successful interception, not only thwarting the opponent's counterattack but also augmenting his own statistics with an additional 2 points and 1 steal. Zhang Ruoqing has made an auspicious start towards the FMV goal. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, after LeBron James vehemently reprimanded Wang Huayong, he took it upon himself to orchestrate the offense. Remarkably, Throughout this match, the Cavaliers' star player had yet to take a single shot, and all eyes were eagerly anticipating when he would unveil his prowess. Initiating the offense from a high position, James was screened by Shen Mie, Kyrie Irving. Following a simple switch after the screen, James successfully maneuvered to have his defender replaced by Curry. A classic targeting strategy. As the weakest link in the Warriors' defensive system, Curry frequently becomes the focus of the opposition, and James was determined to exploit this mismatch. Just as he prepared to drive aggressively, a swift white figure surged in from an unexpected angle. Double team. James felt a surge of alarm. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhang Ruoqing who had rushed in for the double team. That crafty veteran, Iguodala, had discerned my intentions long ago, prompting him to initiate the double team ahead of time. James pondered internally while keeping a keen eye on the unfolding situation. Since Zhang Ruoqing had abandoned his own defender to double team him, it was inevitable that a numerical advantage would emerge elsewhere on the court. "You underestimate me greatly." Facing the approaching Zhang Ruoqing, James bellowed, launching a soaring pass that sped through the air like a bullet, landing directly in the Warriors' paint. LeBron James, perhaps one of the most unflinching stars against double teams on this planet, possesses unparalleled passing ability, effortlessly identifying defensive weaknesses. Sure enough, this bullet pass found its way to the only defensive vulnerability of the Warriors, where Wang Huayong awaited the ball. Wang Huayong leaped high into the air, but it was too late for the incoming Meng Ji, Draymond Green, to intervene, and he could only watch helplessly as Wang Huayong slammed the ball into the hoop. The score stood at 8-5. Truly, LeBron James demonstrated his remarkable ability to spot defensive lapses and deliver precise passes in such a brief span of time. It appears that winning this game will not be a simple endeavor. Zhang Ruoqing contemplated this in his heart, once again immersing himself in the competition with utmost concentration. Following this play, the scores of both teams began to rise alternately. The Splash Brothers regained their rhythm, while LeBron James responded with mid-range and three-point shots. Richard Jefferson, who had been substituted in, unleashed 2 three-pointers, providing the Cavaliers with formidable firepower. At the end of the first quarter, the Warriors held a slender lead of 31-28, ahead by 3 points. In the first quarter, Zhang Ruoqing, despite not playing the full duration, contributed a well-rounded performance with 5 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal. Sue Wani, on the other hand, scored an impressive 10 points. Glancing at the statistics, Zhang Ruoqing quietly assured Sue Wani, "Captain, rest assured, I will do my utmost to set you up for a score of over 30 today." Sue Wani smiled at Zhang Ruoqing and replied, "Ruoqing, thank you. You must also strive, as your mission is FMV." The two encouraged each other, feeling the genuine support they offered one another. As the second quarter commenced, the Cavaliers initiated their first offensive play led by Shen Mie. Noticing that Curry, his defender, was slightly out of position, he quickly opted to drive towards the basket. What a swift first step. Kyrie Irving. Realizing the impending danger, Curry shouted for his teammates, prompting Zhang Ruoqing to dash into the paint for defensive support. Unfazed by Zhang Ruoqing's approaching defense, Shen Mie leaped with determination. Zhang Ruoqing let out a furious roar, leaping with all his might in an attempt to block Shen Mie's layup. However, Shen Mie executed an astonishing switch-hand move mid-air, transferring the ball to his left hand and completing a delicate scoop shot. Oh, how splendidly effective Irving's physique is, a true artist of the court. Shen Mie felt a surge of exhilaration within, while Zhang Ruoqing exerted every ounce of effort to make the block. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for Zhang Ruoqing's hit on the hand. Meanwhile, the ball danced on the rim twice before gracefully settling into the net. 2 points plus 1. The Cavaliers erupted in euphoria, with LeBron James joyously celebrating by chest-bumping Shen Mie. At that moment, Shen Mie cast a haughty glance at Zhang Ruoqing, suddenly extending his hand to perform the classic taunt. Too small. Goodness. Kyrie Irving had just converted a 2+1 against Iguodala, followed by the too small jest. This is the thrilling spectacle we yearn to witness in the NBA Finals, exhilarating and electrifying. Charles Barkley, from the TNT commentary booth, delivered an impassioned narration, encapsulating the sheer excitement felt by every Cavaliers player and fan alike. In that moment, their collective sentiment resonated. How fortunate we are to have Kyrie Irving. As Shen Mie approached the free throw line, he glanced at Zhang Ruoqing, seemingly reminding him, "Don't forget our wager." With a swift motion, Shen Mie sank the free throw, leveling the score at 31. Zhang Ruoqing certainly did not forget the wager of 200 points he made with Shen Mie before the match commenced, betting on their free throw percentages in the finals. Now, Shen Mie had executed a free throw successfully while Zhang had yet to step to the line. Shen Mie had already gained the upper hand in this bet. In the next defensive sequence, the Warriors executed an exquisite series of passes, with Ming Ji orchestrating from the arc, effortlessly finding Su Wani, who cut behind the defense for a layup, reclaiming the lead at 33-31. The second quarter remained fiercely competitive as the Warriors fielded a lineup featuring Livingston, Iguodala, Barbosa, Green, and Bogut, even in the absence of the Splash Brothers. Their offensive and defensive prowess remained formidable. Conversely, the Cavaliers' lack of depth began to show. During LeBron's brief respite, the bench players, including Iman Shumpert, Matthew Dellavedova, and Channing Frye, could not match the firepower of the Warriors. Halfway through the quarter, the Warriors led 48-38, widening their advantage to double digits. Chapter 29, Out of Opportunities? In a moment of desperation, Tyronn Lue called for a timeout and made substitutions, bringing LeBron back onto the court along with the underperforming Zhang Feng, Kevin Love, from the first quarter. The Warriors also adjusted their lineup, with a 10-point lead affording Curry extra time to rest. The rosters for the latter half of the second quarter were as follows. The Golden State Warriors featured Klay Thompson and Livingston in the backcourt, with Su Wani, Harrison Barnes, and Zhang Ruoqing Iguodala on the wings, while Ming Ji, Draymond Green, filled in as center. The Cleveland Cavaliers deployed Shen Mie, Kyrie Irving, and Richard Jefferson as their backcourt duo, LeBron at small forward, and Zhang Feng, Kevin Love, alongside Wang Huayong, Tristan Thompson, in the frontcourt. Overall, the distinctive characteristics of both teams were apparent. The Warriors opted for a smaller lineup, emphasizing speed and offensive efficiency, while the Cavaliers presented a towering presence, aiming to bolster their defense and dominate the boards to overwhelm their opponents. A sharp spear faced a sturdy shield. As the Warriors attacked, Livingston posted up against Shen Mie and executed his signature turnaround jumper. This was a hallmark of the tall point guard's offensive repertoire, which had previously troubled the Cavaliers. Unfortunately, the shot missed, and Wang Huayong leaped high to secure the rebound. This time, he had learned wisely, keeping the ball raised high instead of lowering it, denying Zhang Ruoqing or any other Warriors player the opportunity to steal it. Suddenly, Wang Huayong heard a shout from the front court. ASS. It was indeed LeBron. The king of fast breaks had begun his run. Wang Huayong felt a surge of elation as he launched a long pass down the court. Despite Su Wani's desperate jump to catch up, the quality of Wang Huayong's pass was exceptional, soaring just past her fingertips. As James seized the ball, he soared into the air, executing a signature tomahawk dunk. He ruled the court, unstoppable. The score stood at 48-40. Following this impressive display, among all his Cavaliers teammates, Wang Huayong exhibited the most exuberance. This marked his second assist of the match, although he still had a distance to cover towards his goal of 10. A flicker of hope had been ignited within him. In the Warriors' subsequent offensive possession, the Cavaliers endeavored to conceal Shen Mie on the defensive end, preventing Livingston or others from easily engaging in one-on-one confrontations in the post. After several passes, the ball landed in the hands of Zhang Ruoqing. Glancing at the opposing formation, an idea sparked in his mind. He signaled for Su Wani to make a baseline cut, drawing Wang Huayong away. With that, Zhang Ruoqing charged towards the basket, leaving only Zhang Feng, the rim protector, to contend with him. Zhang Feng, who had exhausted himself the previous night, found himself inadequate against the soaring Zhang Ruoqing. Although he managed to leap, he was unable to impede Zhang Ruoqing's advance. With no other option, Zhang Feng resorted to fouling Zhang Ruoqing to thwart his attack. The referee's whistle pierced the air, granting Zhang Ruoqing 2 opportunities at the free throw line. In the commentary booth, Barkley and O'Neal voiced their criticism of Kevin Love's performance, with O'Neal bluntly asserting that Love not only fell short of the status of a superstar, but was barely on par with the average player, meriting the label of a soft player. Zhang Feng appeared utterly unconcerned. Prior to the first match, he indulged in revelry and inadvertently succumbed to slumber, rendering any hopes of fulfilling his responsibilities in the game utterly unattainable. Consequently, he embraced a lackadaisical attitude, astonishingly failing to register a single point. An irate Tyronn Lue waved his hand in frustration, substituting Kevin Love for the formidable center Timofey Mozgov. For seasoned NBA aficionados, Mozgov undoubtedly evokes vivid memories. He is a Russian giant, standing at 2.16 meters and weighing 113 kilograms, serving as a substantial asset for the Cavaliers. In the 2015 NBA Finals, although the Cavaliers faced defeat, Mozgov delivered a remarkable performance in Game 4, amassing 28 points and 10 rebounds, wreaking havoc in the Warriors' interior defense. However, during the 2016 Finals, his playing time dwindled. This was primarily due to his towering stature and considerable weight, which hampered his mobility, making it challenging to keep pace with the Warriors' agile lineup. Thus, Tyronn Lue was reluctant to deploy Mozgov unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, with Kevin Love struggling and relying solely on Tristan Thompson to fortify the interior, Lue, in a desperate gamble, reintroduced this heavy-duty Russian center to the fray. Upon entering the court, Mozgov immediately established his presence in the paint, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the Warriors' players. Zhang Ruoqing reminded himself to remain calm and focus solely on the 2 free throws before him. After all, he had a wager with Shen Mie hanging over his head. Just before the free throws, Shen Mie deliberately approached Zhang Ruoqing and once again gestured the too small sign, intending to disrupt Zhang Ruoqing's concentration. Zhang Ruoqing was certainly aware of Shen Mie's intentions, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. He continuously reminded himself to maintain focus. Prior to the free throw, Zhang Ruoqing held his breath and concentrated, executing a seamless motion from a bent arm to a straight arm and successfully netting the first shot. The Warriors fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers following Zhang Ruoqing's initial free throw. For the second shot, Zhang Ruoqing remained composed and took aim with precision. Unfortunately, the force was slightly excessive, causing the ball to ricochet off the backboard and miss the target. Just as Mozgov entered the fray to secure the defensive rebound, he passed the ball to James for a swift advance. As Shen Mie sprinted to the front court, he deliberately ran past Zhang Ruoqing, mockingly declaring, "Now, it's a score of 100-50, that 200 points is as good as mine." With that, Shen Mie gleefully sauntered away, leaving Zhang Ruoqing to ponder his words. Leading to a sudden realization, Shen Mie's assertion about securing those 200 points was not mere psychological warfare, but rather an indisputable fact. The reason was that as long as Shen Mie refrained from stepping to the free throw line for the remainder of the game, his free throw percentage would stand at an impeccable 100. No matter how accurately Zhang Ruoqing shot thereafter, having already missed one, he could never catch up to Shen Mie. In essence, as long as Shen Mie did not instigate fouls to earn free throws, the outcome of this wager was already determined. Zhang Ruoqing was left with no opportunities. The thought struck him like a jolt of electricity, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Glancing at Shen Mie, who wore a triumphant expression and regarded him with disdainful eyes, it was as if Shen Mie was saying, "Experience triumphs over youth. You're still a novice, my young friend." As the final minutes of the second quarter unfolded, just as Zhang Ruoqing had anticipated, Shen Mie crossed half-court and promptly passed the ball to James or another teammate, exhibiting no desire to penetrate the defense, not even attempting a shot. From this, Zhang Ruoqing discerned that Shen Mie was not only cunning but also exceedingly cautious. His reluctance to shoot stemmed from the risk of being fouled, which could lead to free throws and, consequently, provide Zhang Ruoqing with an opportunity. What a meticulous strategist Shen Mie was. However, this approach came at a significant cost, the score on the court, with Shen Mie refraining from shooting. The pressure on James intensified, and the Warriors' defense became increasingly straightforward, leading to a swift widening of the score gap. When the halftime buzzer sounded, the score settled at 60-43, with the Warriors enjoying a 17-point lead. During the halftime break, the atmosphere in the Cavaliers' locker room was grim, as if the air had solidified into ice. Head coach Tyronn Lue erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of criticism on the players' performances, particularly targeting Kevin Love, who faced an onslaught of verbal reprimands that nearly bordered on personal insults. Tyronn Lue initially intended to scold Shen Mie, but upon glancing at him, he swallowed his words. In light of Zhang Feng's complete ineffectiveness, the Cavaliers' hopes of winning rested solely on Shen Mie. Relying solely on LeBron James was utterly insufficient. Recognizing this truth, Tyronn Lue restrained his temper and refrained from berating Shen Mie. Meanwhile, team leader LeBron James wore a grim expression, remaining silent. He was baffled by his teammates' performance. Love seemed as fragile as a noodle. Irving, who had been playing well, suddenly ceased to attack, and only the 8 virtuous Kings appeared competent, albeit with limited capabilities to provide substantial assistance. Throughout the first half, while James amassed 23 points, the team found themselves trailing by a staggering 17 points. In his heart, James even contemplated surrendering the game. Shen Mie, however, wore an expression of indifference. Despite the daunting nature of his responsibilities in this match, he remained unconcerned. What mattered more to him was his wager with Zhang Ruoqing. Winning that 200-point coupon would allow him to purchase some enhancement items before the next game, thereby increasing his chances of victory. As for the others, their expressions were far from pleasant. His teammate Feng Zhong, who had traversed as J.R. Smith, was nearly invisible in the first half, and as the score gap widened, achieving a buzzer-beater or game-winning shot became increasingly improbable. There was no need to mention Zhang Feng from Team 391. His mission had already been declared a failure before the game even commenced. Similarly, teammate Wang Huayong managed only 2 assists in the half, falling far short of his target of double digits. On the Warriors' side, the atmosphere was comparatively buoyant. With a significant lead, the players were more relaxed. In particular, Yu Zhifei from Team 432, who had traversed as coach Steve Kerr, felt confident that maintaining a substantial lead would ensure victory without needing to call a timeout in the fourth quarter. Thus, Yu Zhifei was in high spirits, cheerfully interacting with the players in the locker room. Ming Ji, on the other hand, wore a serious expression. He had yet to devise a strategy for striking James below the belt without facing penalties, rendering his chances of completing his mission bleak, thus leaving little to rejoice about. As for Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wanyi, their moods were also far from lighthearted. By halftime, Su Wanyi had scored 17 points, still a distance away from her 30-point target, while Zhang Ruoqing accumulated a comprehensive stat line of 8 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, with all 3 assists directed towards Su Wanyi. Even if he temporarily set aside his personal mission related to FMV, the wager with Shen Mie loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, causing him considerable distress. At that moment, Su Wanyi approached him and quietly inquired, "Ruoqing, what are your plans regarding your wager with Shen Mie? That fellow is quite cunning." After making 1 free throw, he ceased shooting, thus maintaining a perfect free throw percentage. "I can't think of a way to counter that. But you are wagering 200 points. I am confident that I will devise a solution in the second half. After all, I still have the 100 points borrowed from you within our wager. Moreover, Captain, I shall wholeheartedly assist you in the second half, ensuring that you secure a commendable 30 points in the first match. Thank you, Ruoqing. I, too, will find a way to support you. By the way, there is another matter I wish to draw your attention to. The Cavaliers are currently in a slump. Among the trio, Shen Mie is refraining from shooting, and Zhang Feng has been unable to play consecutively, leaving only LeBron James to bear the burden. I am not overly concerned about victory, rather. I fear that the game may be decided too early, stripping it of suspense. Upon this reminder from Su Wanyi, Zhang Ruoqing suddenly recalled the 2016 Warriors, who were invincible during the regular season, often overwhelming their opponents with fierce firepower. That year birthed the classic notion of clocking out after 3 quarters. If this match also sees the Cavaliers overwhelmed by the third quarter, both teams may resort to using pure substitutes. Should Shen Mie be substituted out, Zhang Ruoqing would lose any chance of winning the wager. This is certainly a matter worth contemplating. At this moment, Zhang Ruoqing has come to fully appreciate the intricate complexities of this NBA survival game crafted by the basketball gods. In such a team competition involving 8 players, there are numerous factors to consider: balancing team objectives with individual tasks, reconciling personal responsibilities with those of teammates, the distribution of ball possession between players and NC, and predicting opponents' individual goals, among others. This game, while centered on basketball survival, ultimately tests one's cunning and courage. Those who emerge victorious in this arena are undoubtedly the strong of life and are destined to lead extraordinary lives. As Zhang Ruoqing contemplated this, an exhilarating fervor surged within him. Throughout his journey, basketball had bestowed upon him little more than the cold solitude of the bench, the scorn of his coach, and the disdainful glances of his teammates. Yet now, the deity of basketball had granted him a chance for rebirth, a chance to prove to everyone that he, Zhang Ruoqing, was not merely a bystander destined to watch from the sidelines, but a contender who could one day ascend to the pinnacle of the sport. As the second half of the match loomed, returning from the locker room to the court, Zhang Ruoqing silently vowed that he would ensure Su Wanyi scored 30 points and that he would triumph in his wager against Shen Mie. Chapter 31. 3-second defense. In the third quarter, the Cavaliers fielded a lineup comprising Shen Mie, Kyrie Irving, Feng Zhong, J.R. Smith, LeBron James, Richard Jefferson, and Iman Shumpert. This formation indicated that Cavaliers coach Tyronn Lue had not yet conceded defeat. He intended to deploy a small ball lineup akin to the Warriors' death lineup, engaging in a fierce offensive battle. If they could close the gap, it would be fortuitous. If not, they would resign themselves to defeat. Zhang Ruoqing mused, one cannot help but admire coach Tyronn Lue's audacity. On the grand stage of the finals, he frequently deploys highly strategic lineups. Had it not been for the dismal performance of players other than LeBron James, the Cavaliers would not have found themselves trailing by such a margin. Meanwhile, the Warriors showcased a formidable roster comprising the Splash Brothers, along with Su Wanyi, Barnes, Zhang Ruoqing, Iguodala, and Bogut. During the Cavaliers' initial offensive play, Shen Mie brought the ball past half-court, yet chose to pass it to James and meandered toward the corner. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. The crowd was left perplexed, as the ball was still circulating outside the arc, with no physical contact having occurred. What was the referee calling? The official pointed at Sue Wani and signaled a defensive 3-second violation. In the NBA, the defensive 3-second rule stipulates that if a defensive player remains in the key without actively guarding a specific offensive player for more than 3 seconds, they are deemed to have violated the rule. Consequently, the offensive team is awarded a free throw opportunity and retains possession. Although defensive 3-second violations are not uncommon, they are relatively rare, typically involving younger centers. After all, centers are tasked with guarding their own basket, hence the probability is higher. However, it was quite perplexing to see Sue Wani, who plays the small forward position, commit such a violation. Nevertheless, with the Warriors enjoying a substantial lead, this minor infraction was inconsequential. Yet, only Zhang Ruoqing understood Sue Wani's intentions. According to the rules, after a defensive 3-second violation is called, the offensive team is granted a free throw opportunity, which can be executed by any player on the court. Generally, the offensive team opts for the player with the highest free throw percentage. Among the 5 Cavaliers on the court, the most proficient free throw shooter was Shen Mie, who had transformed into Kyrie Irving. Normally, he would be the one to take the shot. However, due to a wager with Zhang Ruoqing, he gestured to his teammates, indicating his reluctance to take the free throw. This action completely infuriated LeBron James. From the initial blunders to Shen Mie's withdrawal from the offensive plays, despite a few notable three-pointers and an impressive and-one play, his overall performance was significantly below par. James had been patient, refraining from expressing his frustration towards Shen Mie. But dissatisfaction had been brewing within him. What James could not comprehend was that even if one is struggling, there is no justification for abstaining from taking a shot. Now, even refusing to execute the free throw resulting from a defensive 3-second violation was utterly perplexing. Thus, James seized the basketball and forcefully thrust it into Shen Mie's hands, bellowing, "Kyrie, you had better take this free throw." Upon witnessing James's fury, Shen Mie couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although this seasoned enforcer of the underworld was accustomed to turbulent storms, the oppressive presence of a 2-meter-tall, muscular black man unleashing his wrath was an experience Shen Mie had never encountered before. Gazing at the basketball in his hands, he pondered for a moment before acquiescing to James's demand and stepping up to the free throw line. Shen Mie understood the necessity of maintaining equilibrium. He must not incite James's ire, for the man wielded absolute authority within the team. Offending him could drastically diminish his playing time in subsequent matches, jeopardizing not only the team's objectives but also his personal aspirations. Taking a deep breath, Shen Mie approached the free throw line, while Zhang Ruoqing, standing behind him, watched with palpable tension. Initially, Zhang Ruoqing had intended to distract the opponent with some choice words before their free throw, much like Shen Mie would have done. However, he reconsidered, realizing that Shen Mie was a seasoned player whose composure might render such taunts ineffective, potentially igniting his competitive spirit and prompting an even more impressive performance. Thus, the sole source of distraction for Shen Mie came from the boisterous Warriors fans at the Oracle Arena, who, despite the significant lead of their home team, exerted every effort to disrupt the opposing player's concentration with their raucous cheers and banners. Such fervor was not commonly observed in other NBA arenas. Yet the Warriors' home ground was notorious for its daunting atmosphere, with fans unwaveringly believing that their actions could genuinely aid their team. Having weathered many storms, Shen Mie was largely impervious to such distractions. However, as he approached the free throw line, he cast a glance at Sue Wani, offering her a meaningful look. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about this Harrison Barnes doppelganger and the audacity behind employing a deliberate 3-second defensive strategy to force him to the free throw line. Shen Mie took a shot at the free throw. Zhang Ruoqing fervently prayed within his heart, "Please, do not step inside." Beside him, Sue Wani silently echoed his sentiments, "Please, do not enter. The current frame is not suitable." Zhang Ruoqing and Sue Wani were both immensely exhilarated, nearly bursting into cheers. Perhaps the heavens had heard their prayers and granted them a response, or perhaps Shen Mie was momentarily distracted, causing his performance to falter. Regardless, Shen Mie's free throw percentage plummeted to 50, mirroring Zhang Ruoqing's own. Following the defensive 3-second free throw, the Cavaliers retained possession of the ball. Zhang Ruoqing clearly noticed the sudden darkening of Shen Mie's expression. Yet, he felt a rush of triumph within. as starting anew from the same line indicated that the wager had only just begun. Having missed a free throw, Shen Mie lost the luxury of waiting for victory without exertion, which was undoubtedly excellent news for Zhang Ruoqing. As expected, during this offensive possession, Shen Mie opted to take matters into his own hands. He was eager to unleash the anger brewing within him during this attack, directing it towards his defensive opponent. However, the well-trained warriors would not allow him an easy triumph. Aware of Shen Mie's intentions, the warriors swiftly adjusted their defense, with Klay Thompson tasked to guard Shen Mie. Chapter 32. A turn of events. In the 2016 NBA Finals, whenever Kyrie Irving unleashed his killer mode, it was Klay Thompson who willingly stepped up to take on the challenge of defending him. Klay's physical stature provided an advantage over Irving, and his foot speed allowed him to keep pace, making him the ideal choice for the task. It can be said that aside from that fateful Game 5 where Irving scored 41 points, Thompson's defensive efforts against Irving in other games were highly effective. However, today on the court, Klay was not defending the real Kyrie Irving, but rather the furious Shen Mie. Without hesitation, Shen Mie faced Klay's defense and launched into a powerful drive. His explosive first step was unmatched, as few defenders in the league could keep up. Klay was one of them. Utilizing his speed, Shen Mie managed to gain half a step, with Klay closely trailing behind, arms raised to restrict him. At that moment, Shen Mie abruptly halted, dribbling the ball back with his right hand, astonishingly overcoming his momentum, anchoring his body in place. Klay, however, was not so fortunate. He was overtaken by inertia, stumbling back 3 steps before he could regain his balance. By the time he attempted to close in again, Shen Mie had already leaned back and released the shot. It was a completely open look, and he effortlessly sank the two-pointer. 60-45. Oh my God, exclaimed the commentators, this time with Shaquille O'Neal leading the charge. It is well known that both Curry and Irving are among O'Neal's favorite point guards in the league. The big Aristotle praised Curry's three-point shooting as unprecedented and lauded Irving's offensive prowess as unparalleled. That previous one-on-one confrontation with Klay showcased Irving's extraordinary offensive talent. The explosive drive, the sudden stop, and the leaning jumper, what seemed like simple maneuvers were executed with such grace and efficiency. Let it be known, he was facing one of the league's finest perimeter defenders, Klay Thompson. Kyrie Irving, I truly adore you. O'Neal spared no praise for Irving, and with that remarkable basket, the cacophony of the Oracle Arena momentarily ceased. Barkley chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "What a performance by Kyrie Irving, transforming the Oracle Center into a library. Let us observe whether, following the shot, he can regain his form and if the Cavaliers can halt their downward spiral." On the Warriors' side, their offense continued to follow a rather conventional approach. Curry and Bogut executed a pick-and-roll at the 5 spot, while the opposing defense remained resolute, doubling Curry as they had at the outset. After Curry passed the ball to Bogut, the Australian center attempted to post up in the paint. This strategy was undoubtedly sound, as the Cavaliers had deployed a small lineup, making it feasible to exploit defensive mismatches with a center's back-to-the-basket tactics. However, the issue lay in the fact that the center in question was Bogut, who at that time had largely lost his offensive prowess. Aside from occasionally showcasing his skills against weak interior defenses during the regular season, his contributions had dwindled to securing rebounds and providing some rim protection. Asking him to back down an opponent in the finals was indeed a tall order. Confronted by James' staunch defense, Bogut quickly realized that James was not yielding an inch, causing him to panic. In desperation, he dribbled while forcefully attempting to shoulder his way past James, hoping to use his weight and strength to make an impact. To his bewilderment, a rather comical scene unfolded the very next moment. Bogut aimed to charge at James, only to collide with thin air. James executed a chair pull, a defensive maneuver where the defender intentionally retreats or evades during an opponent's post-up, leading to a loss of balance and potentially resulting in a traveling violation or turnover. When executed effectively, this tactic can yield significant advantages. However, if misapplied or recognized by the offensive player, it can lead to an embarrassing defensive lapse. Thus, the chair pull is a rare sight on the court, yet James, with his audacity, dared to employ it against Bogut on the grand stage of the finals. Evidently, James had astutely assessed Bogut's characteristics, a simple mind paired with a robust physique. He anticipated that Bogut, after failing to achieve a successful post move, would resort to brute force, thus seizing the opportunity to execute the chair pull. After colliding with air, Bogut lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground in a most ungraceful manner, akin to a dog eating its own excrement, a sight both comical and embarrassing. Moreover, the ball slipped from his grasp, allowing the Cavaliers to seize it. James embarked on a fast break, leaving the trailing Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing desperately trying to catch up, yet they were unable to do so. James concluded the play with a thunderous dunk, bringing the score to 60-47. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air as the Warriors called for a timeout. On the bench, Warriors head coach Yu Zhifei, a member of the time-traveling squad 432, found himself in a state of acute anxiety. His personal mission explicitly stipulated that no timeouts were to be called in the fourth quarter of home games, and victory was imperative. Consequently, he hoped that his team would establish a sufficient lead before the fourth quarter commenced. The situation initially appeared promising, however. With both Shen Mie and James each scoring a basket, the tide began to turn, prompting Yu Zhifei to immediately call a timeout. During the strategic discussion, Yu Zhifei first substituted Meng Ji for Bogut, the clumsy Australian center who had become a source of his dissatisfaction. Furthermore, he resolutely declared that moving forward, the ball must primarily be entrusted to the Splash brothers for offensive execution. Yet, as Zhang Ruoqing attempted to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of Yu Zhifei's fierce glare. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to keep his silence. After all, in the context of the mission, Yu Zhifei was the coach. Provoking him could result in both himself and Su Wani being benched, a consequence far too costly to bear. Following the timeout, with Bogut replaced, both teams adopted smaller lineups, and the game transitioned into a fast-paced offensive rhythm. The Cavaliers displayed remarkable shooting accuracy during the third quarter, with James, Shen Mie, and even J.R. Smith consecutively sinking three-pointers. On the other hand, the Warriors' star player, Curry, was having an off night, managing only one successful three-pointer out of 4 attempts. Klay Thompson fared no better, hitting just one of his 3 shots. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 71-65, narrowing the gap to a mere 6 points. Among all, Yu Zhifei was the most anxious. With the fourth quarter on the horizon, he could not afford to call a timeout. And a loss in this match would signify the failure of his personal mission, leading him to the first seat on the train to his demise. Thus, beneath the court, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. During the intermission, he fervently urged everyone to rally their spirits, declaring that this game must be seized. Chapter 33. The true warriors of the Twin Stars. Zhang Ruoqing glanced at the statistics panel, noting that Su Wani had only scored 2 points in the third quarter, bringing her total to 20. As for his own performance, he had accumulated 10 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, a well-rounded contribution, yet not particularly outstanding. Furthermore, his wager with Shen Mie regarding free throw accuracy was currently a dead heat. All the pressure had now coalesced into the climactic final quarter. Who would have thought that the first game of the finals would be so intense and exhilarating? As the intermission was drawing to a close, Zhang Ruoqing could no longer contain himself and was about to voice his thoughts. At that moment, the team's star, Stephen Curry, preemptively spoke up. Coach Kerr, both Klay and I have been shooting inconsistently this game, but Harrison is in great form. I suggest we increase his opportunities for isolation plays or let him initiate the offense while Klay and I draw defenders. Upon hearing Curry's words, both Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani felt a surge of surprise, as Curry had articulated exactly what Zhang had intended to say. Stephen Curry, perhaps the most humble and understated superstar in the league, was entirely unconcerned with personal statistics in his pursuit of victory, a quality that many players may never embody. Zhang Ruoqing felt a profound respect for Curry emanating from the depths of his heart. Yu Zhifei, considering Curry's suggestion, acknowledged its merit and addressed the team about to take the court. Everyone, let us follow Stephen's lead and make Harrison our offensive focal point. Let us give it our all in the fourth quarter. For the Golden State Warriors. The 5 players roared in unison as they re-entered the arena. The final showdown officially commencing. On the Warriors' first possession, Curry dribbled past half-court and began to seek out Su Wani's position. He noticed her squatting in the corner, seemingly distracted, and was about to call her over when Zhang Ruoqing suddenly maneuvered around Meng Ji's screen to receive the ball. Seeing Zhang, Curry felt a flicker of confusion but nonetheless passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Zhang Ruoqing immediately drove towards the basket, with Iman Shumpert closely guarding him. Although Shumpert had a slight physical advantage, Zhang did not shake him off. Once positioned on the wing, Zhang paused and executed a feint jump shot, but Shumpert remained unfazed, retorting coldly, "You think you can trick me into a foul? How naive of you." However, Zhang Ruoqing kept his gaze fixed on Shumpert, suddenly revealing a mischievous smile. Startled, Shumpert asked, "What are you laughing at?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang, with an uncanny awareness, delivered an unexpected behind-the-back pass. A white-clad figure in a Warriors jersey darted past him, number 40, none other than Harrison Barnes, the North Carolina Black Hawk. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Wani had repositioned herself from the corner to this spot, and Zhang, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, executed a stylish no-look pass, delivering the ball perfectly to Su Wani. Such a remarkable synergy. Upon receiving the pass, Su Wani skillfully executed a jump shot, successfully adding to the scoreboard, bringing the tally to 73-65. Her personal score now stands at 22 points. The first to erupt in celebration for this remarkable basket was the anxious Yu Zhifei, who felt as though Su Wani's shot had granted him a much-needed reassurance. Following the turnover, James transformed into a coach on the court, advising Richard Jefferson, tasked with defending Su Wani, to remain vigilant against the Warriors' intricate passing and cutting plays. In the subsequent play, James showcased his extraordinary individual prowess, facing Meng Ji's one-on-one defense. He boldly took a contested three-pointer from the arc, which, spinning with tremendous force, emphatically swished through the net, maintaining the suspense of the game. 73-68. It was now the Warriors' turn to attack. Su Wani opted for a mid-range jumper against Richard Jefferson, but unfortunately, her shot veered slightly off target. The rebound was secured by Shumpert, who was poised to pass the ball to Shen Mie, when suddenly, a white-clad Warriors player emerged from the passing lane, intercepting the ball with precision. Zhang Ruoqing. He accurately anticipated the intentions of Xiang Boat and executed a remarkable steal. He maximized the basketball IQ and agility of Iguodala to perfection. Upon gaining possession, Zhang Ruoqing swiftly passed the ball, allowing Su Wani to seize an open opportunity from the 45-degree angle, and without hesitation, she took her shot, a three-pointer. 76-68. Su Wani's individual score soared to 25 points. Zhang Ruoqing's statistics also rose to 10 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. The performances of Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing during these few possessions reignited the fervor of the Warriors' home crowd, who fervently chanted their names, the cacophony nearly overwhelming the Cavaliers' players on the court. Barkley couldn't help but exclaim, before the start of this game, who would have thought that the protagonists of the finals' first match would not be the Splash Brothers, nor LeBron or Kyrie, but rather Harrison Barnes and Andrew Iguodala. My goodness. Who truly are the twin stars of the Warriors? Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue was about to call a timeout when unexpectedly, James gestured for him to hold off. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, James initiated from the 45-degree angle, and this time the Warriors decisively opted for a double-team strategy. Meng Ji and Zhang Ruoqing lunged at him simultaneously. Although their previous attempt to trap James had failed, having just hit a three-pointer, facing the Red-Hot King, such a double-team was still worth the gamble. James seemed to anticipate the Warriors' defensive strategy, and before the trap could fully materialize, he swiftly passed the ball, not to the perimeter, but rather with a sharp angle to the opposite corner. Such a broad court vision. The corner exposed as the sole defensive weakness after the Warriors' double-team was none other than Feng Zhong, who was poised in the corner, ready to strike. Feng Zhong was up against J.R. Smith, who once prided himself as LeBron's foremost knight. A super wild card who could either bring despair to opponents with his three-point accuracy or to teammates with his inconsistencies. In this game, Feng Zhong, who had been relatively inconspicuous, took his first three-point shot. He released. It's good. 76-71. The Oracle Arena erupted in silence once more as Feng Zhong's three-pointer echoed, revealing the iconic, disdainful smile reminiscent of J.R. Smith. Both sides exchanged blows for half a quarter, and at the first official timeout, with 6 minutes remaining, the score was locked at 81-77. With the Warriors holding a slender 4-point lead, Su Wani had already amassed 28 points, just 2 away from her first 30-point game. While Zhang Ruoqing contributed an impressive 14 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. Chapter 34, The Crucial Moment. During the timeout, Yu Zhifei gazed at the scoreboard, beads of cold sweat trickling down, realizing that a 4-point lead was far too precarious. He couldn't help but imagine his grim fate in the accounting room. With that thought, Yu Zhifei couldn't restrain himself and shouted at all the players, "Get your act together. If we lose this game, I'm as good as dead." Zhang Ruoqing and the other two undoubtedly understood that when he spoke of death, he referred to a genuine demise. The other N.C. members found this somewhat perplexing, as they had never witnessed their head coach Kerr exhibiting such fervent emotion before. They interpreted Yu Zhifei's words as an implication that losing the first home game would place them in a precarious position. Their star player, Curry, immediately stepped forward, declaring, "Coach, Rest assured, we will give it our all. Upon resuming play, the Cavaliers made a personnel adjustment, reintroducing Wang Huayong, Tristan Thompson, into the decisive lineup, replacing the previously underwhelming Iman Shumpert. The Cavaliers' critical moment lineup consisted of Shen Mie, Kyrie Irving, Feng Zhong J.R. Smith, LeBron James, Richard Jefferson, and Wang Huayong Tristan Thompson. On the other hand, the Warriors maintained their renowned death lineup: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Sue Wani, Harrison Barnes, Zhang Ruoqing, Andrew Iguodala, and Meng Ji, Draymond Green. The game continued with the Cavaliers on the offensive. LeBron, who had only taken a brief respite of less than 3 minutes throughout the match, began to show signs of fatigue, as the intensity of the finals was formidable. Having been heavily involved in both offense and defense since the outset, he found himself unable to keep up. Consequently, he stationed himself in the corner, opting out of the play. The burden of initiating the offense fell upon Shen Mie, who faced none other than Klay Thompson. Years later, this duo, who had engaged in countless fierce battles throughout the finals, might not have anticipated that in the summer of 2024, they would become teammates on the Dallas Mavericks, supporting a young European prodigy named Luka Doncic. In this moment, their gaze was solely fixed on one another and the basketball, with intensity and rivalry palpable in the air. Shen Mie showcased his exquisite dribbling skills, yet Klay maintained a perfectly measured defensive distance, effectively disrupting Shen Mie's rhythm and preventing an easy breakthrough. As the shot clock dwindled, Shen Mie, still unable to find an opening, opted for an audacious approach, challenging Klay directly at the rim. "No, Kyrie, that shot is rather reckless," exclaimed Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal from the commentary booth, both rising to their feet. Shen Mie approached the basket, closely guarded by Klay, executing a slow 3-step maneuver before launching himself into the air. "Not so fast," Klay roared, leaping alongside Shen Mie, his large hands looming over him. "Get it out, quickly," his Cavaliers teammates shouted, urging him to pass. Yet, Shen Mie's focus remained solely on the hoop, undeterred by the looming threat. With a daring resolve, he soared through the air, suddenly yanking down his elevated arms to evade Klay's imposing hands, then raised the ball once more to execute an incredibly challenging and astonishing floater. Beep. As the ball sailed through the net, the whistle blew, and Klay Thompson made contact with Shen Mie's right arm, prompting the referee to award a 3-point play. This marked Shen Mie's second 3-point play of the game. The difficulty and the sheer brilliance of this shot undoubtedly warrant a place among the year's top 10 plays. Kyrie Irving, an undeniable master of offense, was in awe. Meanwhile, Shen Mie proved to be a formidable adversary with exceptional mental fortitude. In such a critical moment, his ability to execute such an extraordinary, seemingly impossible shot was utterly astonishing. Barkley could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "My goodness. Anyone who claims to dislike Kyrie Irving simply does not understand basketball." Following the shot, Shen Mie exuberantly celebrated with LeBron James, as this basket was monumental for the Cavaliers, not only narrowing the deficit at a crucial juncture, but also alleviating some pressure off James. Standing at the free throw line, amid the raucous cheers of countless Warriors fans, Shen Mie displayed remarkable composure, sinking the shot with confidence. The score was now 76-73, and the gap had closed to just 3 points. Moreover, Shen Mie had converted 2 of 3 free throws, while Zhang Ruoqing managed only 1 of 2, thus relinquishing control back to Shen Mie. On the sidelines, Yu Zhifei was restless, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. Zhang Ruoqing on the court felt the weight of immense pressure as he prepared to step up to the free throw line again, needing to make both shots to regain the initiative in the wager. With only 5 minutes remaining in the game, the stakes could not be higher. As the Warriors initiated their offensive play, Zhang Ruoqing had a sudden inspiration. He approached the dribbling Stephen Curry and whispered something in his ear. Curry appeared skeptical, yet the determination in Zhang Ruoqing's eyes was unwavering. Trusting the seasoned Andre Iguodala, Curry acquiesced. In a surprising turn of events, he passed the ball to Zhang Ruoqing, who then dribbled past half-court. What was happening? Were the Warriors truly employing Iguodala as the point guard for this possession? This strategy left Shaquille O'Neal utterly perplexed. As Zhang Ruoqing dribbled past the half-court, he passed the ball to Curry, who suddenly sprinted to the top of the arc to set a screen for him. Am I mistaken? Curry is setting a screen for Iguodala. Shaquille O'Neal expressed his strong skepticism once again. It was not just Shaq. All the fans were equally baffled by the intent behind this strategy. The conversation that had just transpired between Zhang Ruoqing and Curry revolved around this very notion. He had conveyed to Curry his desire to initiate the offensive play himself, requesting Curry to elevate to the perimeter to provide him with a screen. Initially, Curry did not grasp Zhang Ruoqing's intention. However, it soon became clear to him that the strategy for this play was not a pick-and-roll, but rather a targeted approach. Zhang Ruoqing called out, directing his attention to Shen Mie. Upon noticing Shen Mie being positioned directly in front of him, Zhang Ruoqing immediately sprang into action. With a swift and simple change of direction, he surged towards Shen Mie's left flank. Despite Shen Mie's attempt to intercept the ball, he was unable to do so. And Zhang Ruoqing had already dashed past him, executing a seamless catch and pullback jump shot. Zhang Ruoqing wished to employ this ball to ascertain the defensive strategy that Shen Mie would ultimately adopt. As anticipated by Zhang. At the very moment he executed his jump shot, Shen did not even leap. He merely extended his hand in a token gesture, failing to impose any form of interference. In that instant, Zhang Ruoqing conclusively validated his hypothesis. Shen was utterly unwilling to risk committing a foul that might send him to the free throw line. If you are reluctant to foul, that is certainly acceptable. However, I shall graciously accept these 2 points. Zhang Ruoqing successfully executed a mid-range shot, bringing the score to 78-73. His statistics now stood at 16 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. Chapter 35, The Peculiar Defensive Strategy. Following this play, Barkley and O'Neal exchanged bewildered glances from their seats, their expressions brimming with confusion. After a brief silence, Barkley cleared his throat and shared his thoughts. In this match, although Kyrie Irving has showcased his unparalleled offensive talent, he also frequently exhibits moments of complete defensive lapses or makes rudimentary passing errors. I fail to comprehend how an athlete of Kyrie's caliber can display such pronounced fluctuations in performance. O'Neal shook his head in agreement, equally perplexed. The camera adeptly focused on Shen Mie, the enigmatic playmaker for the Cavaliers, yet his expression remained as inscrutable as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. What a difficult man to fathom. The Cavaliers initiated their offense once more, this time led by Shen Mie. Wang Huiyong ventured out to provide a screen, allowing Shen to penetrate the paint before calmly distributing the ball to Feng Zhang on the perimeter. Feng Zhang did not disappoint, as he sank a three-pointer despite Curry's defensive pressure, altering the score to 78-76. Upon making the critical shot, Feng Zhang felt a surge of elation. If the game continued in this manner, he had a genuine opportunity to fulfill his personal mission with a dramatic last-second shot. Meanwhile, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr's playmaker, Yu Zhifei, was experiencing a racing heart, feeling as if it might leap from his chest. He paced fervently along the sidelines, occasionally yelling at the players on the court, his anxiety palpable. Under the constraints of the system's task rules, Yu Zhifei was prohibited from calling a timeout in the fourth quarter of a home game and was required to secure victory. The pendulum of the game was visibly tilting in favor of the Cavaliers, placing Yu Zhifei at risk of being the first player eliminated due to failure in his personal mission, a fate that promised a tragic end. Yu Zhifei certainly wished to avoid such a demise. Thus, in the final quarter, he fervently urged his team from the sidelines, desperate for the game to conclude swiftly with a Warriors victory. Feng Zhang and Yu Zhifei found themselves in contrasting emotional states. As the match entered the final 4.5 minutes, the Warriors were on the attack. Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani faced critical challenges. Zhang needed to step to the free throw line and convert his shots, while Su was just 2 points shy of reaching 30. The question loomed: who would ultimately conclude this offensive possession? Curry held the ball on the perimeter, guarded by Shen Mie. This matchup seemed standard, however, to everyone's astonishment. Shen Mie positioned himself further back, granting Curry ample space. My goodness, what is happening? Barkley and O'Neal echoed the thoughts of the entire audience. Stephen Curry, without a doubt, the undisputed king of three-pointers since the league's inception. In 2016, during any match involving the Golden State Warriors, no defender dared to afford the illustrious sharpshooter, Stephen Curry, such ample space. Why then, in the critical moments of the game, did Shen Mie commit such a grievous defensive oversight? Faced with such lax defense, even Curry was momentarily taken aback. However, he would certainly not squander such an opportunity. Despite not having his best shooting night, when presented with an open shot, he decisively unleashed a powerful three-pointer. It swished through the net. 81-76. The Oracle Arena erupted into an unprecedented crescendo, with over 80% of the audience being ardent fans of Curry, eagerly anticipating this golden three-pointer. Amidst the roaring applause of the multitude, Curry blew kisses towards the fans in the stands, visibly elated after delivering that spectacular shot. All the Warriors players, including coach Yu Zhifei, erupted in ecstatic roars. With two exceptions, Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani simultaneously became acutely aware of a grave issue. The open shot awarded to Curry was not a mere oversight on Shen Mie's part. but rather a deliberate strategy. He preferred to allow Curry to take the shot rather than permit others to attack, specifically desiring to thwart the efforts of either Zhang Ruoqing or Su Wanyi. Throughout the course of the game, Shen Mie had deduced the individual objectives assigned to these two players, and he was also bound by a wager with Zhang Ruoqing. Given that the completion of his personal mission had become unattainable, Shen Mie chose to facilitate Curry's attempts rather than allow Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wanyi to fulfill their own. This man was indeed cunning and treacherous. Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wanyi discerned Shen Mie's intentions from this round. Zhang Ruoqing furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy to counteract. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, James's attempt at a mid-range shot faltered, yet Wang Huayong Tristan Thompson succeeded in a follow-up basket, altering the score to 81-78. The inbounds pass was executed by Ming Ji Draymond Green, who was about to deliver the ball to Curry when Zhang Ruoqing unexpectedly dashed towards Ming Ji, exclaiming loudly, "Pass it to me." This action startled both Ming Ji and Curry, as Zhang Ruoqing, playing as the power forward, had audaciously approached to request the ball beyond half-court. Being part of the NC team, Curry was perplexed by the situation, yet Ming Ji's quick wit allowed him to grasp Zhang Ruoqing's intent immediately. Zhang Ruoqing proactively assumed the role of point guard to thwart Shen Mie from employing the same defensive strategy as in the previous round. As a supportive teammate, Ming Ji readily assisted Zhang Ruoqing by promptly passing him the ball. After a brief apology to Curry, Zhang Ruoqing swiftly advanced with the ball. Curry, known for his amiable temperament, did not possess an overwhelming desire for ball control, and his exceptional off-ball abilities complemented the Warriors' numerous plays designed for him. Thus, Curry remained unfazed by Zhang Ruoqing's initiative to carry the ball across half-court. As Zhang Ruoqing crossed the halfway line, he found himself met with the tenacious defense of Richard Jefferson. The latter's physical prowess and defensive acumen were comparable to Zhang's, and theoretically, he should have posed a formidable challenge. The Cavaliers surmised that Zhang would not engage in a solo offensive maneuver, but would rather pass the ball to Curry or Thompson for resolution. Consequently, Tyronn Lue vocally directed his players to closely monitor the movements of both Curry and Clay. However, Zhang Ruoqing's offensive decision transcended Lue's expectations with unwavering resolve. He charged into the paint as if bearing a bundle of dynamite. Richard Jefferson appeared ill-prepared, for Zhang was navigating through the twilight of Andre Iguodala's prime, whose physical attributes remained remarkably intact. In an instant, Richard Jefferson found himself a half-step behind, unable to recover in pursuit. Chapter 36, the final 3 minutes of battle. As Zhang Ruoqing broke through to the inner line, he leapt high into the air, decisively casting himself into the heavens. Yet, it was not so simple. This time, the defender closing in from the inside was Wang Huayong from Team 391, Tristan Thompson. Up to this point, this man had only managed to secure 4 assists, rendering his personal objectives unattainable. Consequently, he had no choice but to dedicate himself fully to defense in pursuit of victory. Thus, with eyes wide open and a fierce expression, Wang Huayong lunged towards Zhang Ruoqing, also propelling himself into the air. Standing on the perimeter, tasked with defending against Curry, Shen Mie could not restrain himself from shouting loudly upon witnessing Wang Huayong's defensive maneuver, "Just don't commit a foul." As long as there were no fouls committed and Zhang Ruoqing was not sent to the free-throw line, Shen Mie was certain of winning this wager. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoqing let out a cold laugh inwardly, mocking Shen Mie's thoughts. "You can barely manage your own defense, yet you presume to oversee the actions of others?" Zhang Ruoqing elevated the ball high above his head, attempting a leap over Wang Huayong. Barkley and O'Neal could not contain their excitement, rising simultaneously from their commentary seats. On the grand stage of the finals, 2 physically formidable athletes faced off. Although neither were the star players of their respective teams, should Zhang Ruoqing succeed in his dunk, it would undoubtedly become a masterpiece of the basketball world. All the Warriors fans at the Oracle Arena eagerly anticipated Zhang Ruoqing's potential breathtaking slam. Under the collective gaze of thousands, the 2 airborne men wore furrowed brows, their expressions serious and focused. In their eyes, there existed only the basketball. Yet the proximity was such that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Wang Huayong raised his arms high, relying on his extraordinary leaping ability and wingspan to effectively block Zhang Ruoqing's dunking path. He believed that with his physique, stopping Zhang Ruoqing would be a mere formality. Yet he was unprepared for the ensuing action that transformed him into a mere jester in midair. Zhang Ruoqing's tense and serious expression suddenly transformed into an enigmatic smile, as he effortlessly tossed the ball over his head without even casting a glance at it. Meanwhile, another Warrior player, resembling a white bomber, soared high into the clouds. Patiently awaiting the moment, it was none other than Su Wani. Zhang Ruoqing's dramatic dunk was merely a feint. The true threat poised to attack the basket was, unexpectedly, Su Wani. The two teammates of Team 404 delivered an extraordinary performance in the final moments. A breathtaking aerial relay. As Zhang Ruoqing executed a deceptive move to mislead Wang Huayong, Su Wani had already grasped the situation and made a decisive cut from the corner. The defender, Feng Zhang, was entirely captivated by Zhang Ruoqing, failing to notice Su Wani's inward drive. At the moment Zhang Ruoqing leapt into the air, he instinctively sensed Su Wani's movement. He did not need to rely on sight alone but could deduce her position from her speed, a skill reminiscent of the legendary Andre Iguodala, whose awareness of every player's movement on the court is remarkably precise. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing capitalized on this insight, executing a spectacular behind-the-back pass to assist Su Wani in scoring her 30th point of the game. His own stats now stood at 16 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. The score on the court was 83-78. On the sidelines, Warriors head coach Yu Zhifei raised his arms in exuberant celebration. With just 3 minutes left in the game, the Warriors maintained a 5-point lead. After scoring, Su Wani exhaled in relief. She had accomplished half of her personal objective, needing only to secure another 30-point game in the remaining time. At that moment, her gaze fixed on Zhang Ruoqing, who smiled back at her with an air of confidence. How remarkable! Despite trailing in their wager of 200 points, he could still afford a smile. Su Wani couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Nonetheless, she felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Zhang Ruoqing. In the critical juncture of the match, he had the opportunity to drive for a foul, yet chose to pass the ball to her first, allowing her to fulfill her personal goal. In an NBA environment where self-interest often prevails, such selflessness was truly rare. This man, indeed, was quite exceptional. The image of Zhang Ruoqing in Su Wani's heart is undergoing a subtle transformation. After the ball went in, Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue called for a timeout once more, marking the penultimate pause for the Cavaliers. During the timeout, Yu Zhifei could not contain his exuberance, repeatedly patting Zhang Ruoqing's shoulder and praising his excellent performance. While the Splash brothers approached to commend Zhang Ruoqing on his recent offensive decision, Zhang Ruoqing merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. He understood that the moment for celebration was far from at hand. 2 formidable challenges awaited him, securing victory in the match and winning the wager with Shen Mie. As they returned from the timeout, Zhang Ruoqing, burdened with responsibility, stepped back onto the court. On the Cavaliers' side, Tyronn Lue made a remarkable adjustment. Due to Shen Mie's poor defensive performance, he replaced Shen Mie with backup point guard Mo Williams in the decisive lineup. Mo Williams, humorously dubbed the man who does not pass by Chinese fans, was a second-round pick in 2003 and had once entered the All-Star game as a substitute in 2009. By 2016, at the age of 34, Mo Williams averaged only 3 minutes in the playoffs, scoring 5 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, and providing 2 assists, primarily stepping in during the second quarter to give Kyrie Irving a brief respite. Bringing in Mo Williams during the critical phase while benching superstar Kyrie Irving was undeniably a bold decision by Tyronn Lue. The Warriors' lineup remained unchanged. As the Cavaliers initiated their offense, the newly entered Mo Williams brought the ball across half-court before passing it to LeBron James. With Shen Mie off the court, James became the sole offensive core of the Cavaliers, tasked with both initiating and concluding the attacks. Indeed, James took control, driving directly through the center. Zhang Ruoqing, responsible for defending James, struggled to hold his ground and was soon overpowered beneath the basket, prompting Su Wani to stride in to assist him on defense. Upon seeing Su Wani come to help, James swiftly passed the ball to the corner, where Mo Williams awaited his opportunity. Demonstrating the poise of a seasoned veteran, Mo Williams decisively took the shot at a critical moment and sank a three-pointer with confidence. The score stood at 83-81. As the resilient Cleveland Cavaliers narrowed the gap back to within 1 point. As the Warriors launched their offense, the Cavaliers' impenetrable defense made ball movement exceedingly challenging. With only seconds remaining on the 24-second shot clock, Klay Thompson hurriedly took a shot, resulting in a clank off the iron. James secured the rebound. With just 2 minutes left in the game, sitting on the sidelines, Yu Zhifei's heart, which had just settled, began to race once more. He sprang from his seat, shouting the imperative to defend this play, especially against James' drive and dish. The Cavaliers' offensive strategy mirrored their previous attack, with James poised to initiate another strong drive from the top of the arc. However, the Warriors swiftly mounted a defensive response. Before LeBron could initiate his play, Curry and Zhang Ruoqing executed a double team, prompting LeBron to distribute the ball widely. The challenge to the Warriors' defensive rotation and focus had arrived. After several passes, the Cavaliers finally seized an open opportunity. Richard Jefferson, after faking out Klay Thompson in the corner, dribbled in for a mid-range shot, which he confidently sank. The score was tied at 83. This basket felt like a colossal hand, pushing Yu Zhifei's fate to the precipice. Naturally, it also placed Zhang Ruoqing and other Warriors players on the edge of a cliff. The loss in the first game of the finals at home was laden with significance. On the Cavaliers' side, jubilation ensued, except for one individual, Kyrie Irving's counterpart, Shen Mie. His overwhelming desire to win the wager against Zhang Ruoqing led him to commit a foolish defensive error, ultimately losing the trust of coach Tyronn Lue, who substituted him out. Before his exit, his free throw accuracy stood at 2 out of 3, while Zhang Ruoqing managed 1 out of 2. Although his odds seemed favorable, they were far from secure. Thus, Shen Mie fervently prayed in silence, indifferent to the outcome of the game. But desperate to prevent Zhang Ruoqing from returning to the free throw line, the Warriors launched their offense. It must be noted that after Shen Mie's departure, the Cavaliers' defensive demeanor transformed dramatically, with an observable leap in overall intensity. In the final moments, facing such a ferocious, dogged defensive strategy, the Warriors' death lineup encountered significant issues with their rotations. For instance, Curry, currently handling the ball, found himself entangled in a near-man close guarding by Mo Williams, making both dribbling and passing exceedingly strenuous. By this point, the disparity in their stamina was glaring. Mo Williams, having spent minimal time on the court, was still brimming with energy, while Curry was running on fumes. However, standing at just 6 feet tall, Mo Williams was limited by his stature and could not truly contain a premier guard like Curry, even with Curry's energy reserves nearly depleted. In this scenario, Curry's competitive spirit ignited. He executed several behind-the-back dribbles followed by a swift directional change, finally shaking off Mo Williams. Yet, he was unprepared for the imposing red figure clad in Cavaliers attire that suddenly appeared before him, LeBron James. The Cavaliers' infinitely expanding defensive strategy and relentless pressure on the ball handler was the tactical masterpiece that coach Tyronn Lue delivered in the game's closing moments. Even if it meant leaving substantial gaps in the backcourt, it was a calculated risk. This is Tyronn Lue, a man who defies categorization, coach, madman, or gambler. None can say for certain. In this moment of pressuring Curry, Lue is wagering on Curry's ability to distribute the ball, constrained by his physique. Curry finds it challenging to execute a pass with the same composure as LeBron or the rising star Luka Doncic, who entered the league in 2018. When faced with double teams, this time Tyronn Lue's gamble paid off. LeBron intercepted the ball and Curry lost possession, resulting in a steal for LeBron. Witnessing this moment, Yu Zhifei closed his eyes in despair. Upon gaining possession, LeBron immediately surged forward with fervor. Although it was the final moments of the game, his speed remained astonishing. When it comes to fast breaks, if LeBron claims second place, who dares to assert they are first? Swiftly, he drove towards the Warriors' basket, soaring high in an attempt to dunk the ball. Yet, at the moment of his ascent, an ominous premonition struck LeBron's mind. He sensed that another man was hovering behind him, waiting in midair. However, there was no turning back. LeBron had to force the ball towards the hoop. Just as he raised his arms high, a pair of enormous hands descended from behind. Zhang Ruoqing, or perhaps Andre Iguodala. The resounding block sent the ball soaring away. At the Oracle Arena, an astonishing silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone in disbelief. Following that moment of quietude, a thunderous roar erupted. Yu Zhifei could hardly contain his excitement as he shouted at Zhang Ruoqing, "You are my father." It is widely recognized that in the climactic moments of Game 7 of the 2016 finals, LeBron James made a breathtaking chase of 18 meters in just 2.7 seconds to deliver a monumental block on Iguodala's layup, which fans later dubbed the block. This remarkable play has frequently been awarded the title of the greatest block in history by American sports media. Even LeBron himself, during an interview in August 2016, proclaimed that the pinnacle of his career was indeed the block. In this parallel dimension teeming with travelers, the block was astonishingly replicated, albeit with the positions of the players reversed. Witnessing this extraordinary moment, Suwannee was moved to tears in an instant. In the instant Zhang Ruoqing made a mistake under the basket, he immediately sprang into action, sprinting 20 meters before leaping high. Undeterred even by the presence of the formidable Little Emperor. At that moment, Suwani seemed to witness the pulsating heart of a basketball and the fervent spirit of the game igniting within him. Unable to contain her excitement, she rushed forward to embrace Zhang Ruoqing. In contrast, Zhang Ruoqing exhibited no signs of exhilaration. Instead, he vocally urged his teammates to assume their defensive positions. For the preceding play had resulted in his block going out of bounds, leaving possession still with the Cavaliers. In the final moments, Zhang Ruoqing's composed demeanor, exceptional basketball IQ, and innate leadership shone through brilliantly in the match. Following the inbound, perhaps inspired by Zhang Ruoqing's remarkable block, the Warriors' defensive intensity noticeably escalated. When the ball reached J.R. Smith's teammate, Feng Zhang, an error occurred. Zhang Ruoqing swiftly positioned himself along the Cavaliers' passing lane, executing a decisive steal. Upon gaining possession, he accelerated into a counterattack. Acutely aware that LeBron James was furiously pursuing him, surely intent on reclaiming his pride after being blocked moments earlier, Zhang Ruoqing advanced steadily while keenly observing both sides of the court. Accompanying him in this swift progression were his teammates, Clay and Suwani. As the Cavaliers' LeBron James pursued from behind, with Feng Zhong and Richard Jefferson sprinting alongside him, it was a 3-on-3 situation at the forefront. Upon breaching the opponent's three-point line, Zhang Ruoqing felt an unparalleled clarity of vision on the court. He deftly executed a series of crossovers to deceive James, then made a low layup move from the right. With a roar fueled by indignation, James lunged with his right hand to swat the basketball. Chapter 38. The outcome is decided. On the bench, Shen Mie could not contain himself and leaped from his seat, shouting, "Don't commit a foul." This particular play was unlike the previous block. Zhang Ruoqing was acutely aware of James' presence behind him and had prepared accordingly. His continuous shifts during the advance had granted him a positional advantage, rendering James' attempt to block futile. Any forced move would only result in a personal foul. Shen Mie observed this clearly from the sidelines, hence his loud caution to James against fouling. Yet, how could the furious James relent at such a moment? Besides, Zhang Ruoqing was up against Iguodala, whose free throw percentage was not particularly high. Even if he were sent to the line, he might not convert both shots. However, Shen Mie's concerns seemed unwarranted, for Zhang Ruoqing did not opt for a layup. The low layup was merely a feint. Having drawn James in, he skillfully flicked the ball back, leaving James grasping at air. An alley-oop. Once more. This time, it was not Suwani soaring through the air, but Klay Thompson, the sharpshooter renowned alongside Curry, who executed the dunk with unrestrained prowess. With 40 seconds remaining, the score stood at 85-83, and the Warriors regained the lead. On the sidelines, Yu Zhifei raised his arms in exultation, celebrating, while the Warriors players on the bench waved their towels in fervor, and the home crowd erupted in unparalleled excitement. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers, including Tyronn Lue, wore grave expressions, intently focused on the game. The sole exception was Shen Mie, the time traveler of Kyrie Irving, whose demeanor reflected relief. As he sat back and exhaled deeply, among the Warriors, Suwani was the only one unable to share in the joy. She approached Zhang Ruoqing, perplexed, and inquired, "Why didn't you attempt to draw the foul on that last play? Do you not wish to win the bet?" Zhang Ruoqing turned to Suwani, displaying a confident smile as he replied, "Captain, fret not. I have my own plans. I shall not allow your 100-point voucher to go to waste." With that, Zhang Ruoqing dashed back to his half of the court, loudly reminding his teammates that this round of defense required their utmost vigilance. In the commentary booth, Barkley excitedly shared Zhang Ruoqing's statistics with the audience: 16 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Notably, that block was against James, reminiscent of the block. Barkley couldn't help but exclaim, "Undoubtedly, the one dominating the final moments of this match is the Warriors' bench assassin, Iguodala. If he maintains this level of performance in every game, I boldly predict that Iguodala will be crowned FMV once again." Shaquille O'Neal also praised, "Iguodala's recent flashy pass made me think he was none other than Magic Johnson." Returning to the game, theoretically, with 40 seconds remaining, both teams had one offensive opportunity. However, the Cavaliers faced greater pressure as they trailed. Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue refrained from calling a final timeout. This critical offensive play was initiated by James himself, his brow furrowed as he assessed the Warriors' defensive scheme. The Warriors opted not to double-team, but instead allowed Zhang Ruoqing to defend one-on-one. The moment had arrived to test James's clutch abilities and superstar caliber. James dribbled from the weak side, realizing the Warriors showed no signs of help defense. Resolute, he decided to finish the play himself, dribbling, backing down, and executing a turnaround jumper. James's movements were fluid. Zhang Ruoqing exerted his utmost effort to disrupt James's shot, yet the latter still managed to release it. The ball, spinning with an air of inevitability, soared toward the hoop. All eyes, both on and off the court, fixated on the basketball suspended in the air. It clanged off the rim. The battle for the rebound ensued. Tristan Thompson's teammate, Wang Huiyang, positioned himself in the paint, leveraging his physicality to secure the prime rebounding spot. Unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off the front rim, resulting in a long rebound. The recipient of the ball was Su Wani. With 20 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers, bound by the rules, could not call for a timeout. Thus, Tyronn Lue shouted from the sidelines, "Press them. If you can't steal it, foul them." As soon as Su Wani landed, both Mo Williams and Richard Jefferson lunged toward her. Attempting to pass, Su Wani found her vision obstructed. In a moment of urgency, she heard a familiar voice nearby. "Aces." It was Zhang Ruoqing's voice. Without hesitation, just before the encirclement by Mo Williams and Richard Jefferson was complete, Su Wani leaped again and flung the ball over Mo Williams' head. Zhang Ruoqing received the ball, with a mere 15 seconds remaining. He dribbled furiously towards the front court. And as time slipped away, LeBron, realizing the urgency, could only resort to a foul after catching up with Zhang. The clock halted for free throws. Just 10 seconds left. In that moment, Su Wani and Shen Mie comprehended Zhang Ruoqing's strategy. The first step, although there was a clear opportunity to draw a foul and approach the free throw line, Zhang chose to pass to Clay for 2 points, aiming to solidify their lead and ensure victory. The second step, Zhang defended LeBron one-on-one, allowing the latter to take a solo shot, wagering on his exhaustion leading to a missed basket. The third step, after securing the rebound, Zhang awaited the opponent's foul to ascend to the free throw line. Should he successfully convert both free throws, not only would he surpass Shen Mie in their wager, but he would also extend their lead to 4 points, further sealing their triumph. The brilliance of this plan lies in its timing, should it come to fruition. Only 10 seconds would remain. Even if Shen Mie re-entered the game, as long as the Warriors refrained from fouling, defeat in the wager would be inevitable for him. Of course, this entire scheme hinged on one crucial premise. Zhang Ruoqing must successfully sink both pivotal free throws. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Zhang at the free throw line. The entire arena of Warriors fans rose to their feet. Although Zhang Ruoqing is a player adept at handling grand occasions under such immense pressure, his heart could not help but race violently. Thump, thump, thump. Just before Zhang Ruoqing took his free throw, Su Wani approached him and firmly patted his shoulder. "Ruoqing, I believe in you." Zhang Ruoqing gazed into Su Wani's trusting eyes, and his own gaze ignited with fervor. The first penalty. Zhang Ruoqing closed his eyes, striving to cleanse his mind of distractions as he reminisced about the first time he practiced free throws. It took place on the basketball court of his elementary school, where his father, a former national basketball player, was guiding the young Zhang Ruoqing in executing free throws. Everything was so simple and pure. A slight tilt of the toes to the left, aligning the arm with the hoop, knees gently bent, the ball gathered at the chest, palms facing forward, and releasing the ball with the strength of his fingers. His father's words seemed to echo in Zhang Ruoqing's ears. Chapter 39, the first finals, concluded. When Zhang Ruoqing opened his eyes again, he found himself standing at the free throw line on the grand stage of the finals, reflecting on his father's advice. A wave of tranquility washed over Zhang Ruoqing. As he took the shot, he felt no tension, only a sense of calm and composure. The cacophony of the Oracle Center was overwhelming, yet no sound could disrupt Zhang Ruoqing's focus. The first shot was textbook perfect. The ball swished through the net. 86-83. The Warriors' lead stretched to 3 points. Zhang Ruoqing's personal statistics stood at 17 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. His free throw percentage matched that of Shen Mie, both achieving 2 out of 3. The outcome of the entire game, the wager between Zhang Ruoqing and Shen Mie, the trajectory of the entire series, and the fate of all participants hinged upon Zhang Ruoqing's second free throw. At that moment, Shen Mie, sitting on the bench, stood up nervously, fixated on Zhang Ruoqing's silhouette at the free throw line. He recalled the words Zhang Ruoqing had spoken in the group chat when they made the wager. "When we undertake our tasks, we fully inherit the basketball skills of that player or the coaching abilities of that coach, which are limited to technical aspects. As for other psychological elements, it is not the player we observe, but ourselves." Free throws, unlike other techniques, pose no inherent difficulty for professional basketball players. Those who struggle with them often grapple with psychological barriers. though Kyrie Irving had a high free throw percentage in that year's finals. Zhang Ruoqing had wagered that Shen Mie would falter on the grand stage, missing even the simplest free throw. Shen Mie had initially dismissed Zhang Ruoqing's bravado as mere talk, but after witnessing his performance in this game, he regarded him with newfound respect. In his heart, he thought, once the task concludes, I must befriend him to discover what kind of person he truly is in the real world. The wager had already slipped entirely from Shen Yu's mind. The second free throw mirrored the first, executed with unwavering steadiness and precision. 87-83. With just 10 seconds remaining, the Warriors led by 4 points. Zhang Ruoqing had made 3 out of 4 free throws, surpassing Shen Yu's percentage. His personal statistics rose to 18 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. All with 0 turnovers. An unequivocally FMV-level performance. The Cavaliers' head coach Tyronn Lue, feeling somewhat despondent, called for the final timeout. During this break, Warriors coach Steve Kerr was elated, exuberantly embracing his assistant, Yu Zhifei, while excitedly calling him brother repeatedly, leaving players like Curry and Clay in stunned silence. While victory is indeed joyous, one might ponder whether the coach's reaction was overly dramatic. However, had these players known that Zhang Ruoqing had saved Yu Zhifei's life, they would have understood the fervor of his actions. On the Cavaliers' side, Shen Mie and Tyronn Lue sought to make a final push by substituting themselves into the game. Although the prospect of earning another free throw was faint, Shen Mie was determined to give it a shot, embodying the spirit of never giving up until the very end. The other Cavaliers players appeared exceedingly dejected. Kevin Love's teammate, Zhang Feng from the 391st squad, had performed poorly after a night of revelry with a supermodel, leading to an early substitution by Lue. Tristan Thompson's teammate, Wang Huayong, despite his earnest efforts, managed only 4 assists, rendering his personal goal of double-digit assists unattainable. The player closest to achieving his mission was J.R. Smith's teammate, Feng Zhong, whose task was to hit a buzzer-beater or game-tying shot in at least one match. However, with Zhang Ruoqing sinking both of his free throws, the Warriors extended their lead to 4 points, effectively dashing Feng Zhong's hopes. For the Cavaliers, this first game of the finals felt like a complete rout. As the timeout concluded, Shen Mie replaced Mo Williams with just 10 seconds remaining in the game. The Warriors brought in Shaun Livingston, substituting him for Curry to bolster their perimeter defense. Before the inbound play, Zhang Ruoqing vocally reminded his teammates to avoid fouling, regardless of whether the opponent attempted a 3-pointer or a 2-pointer. The referee's whistle sounded, marking the final 10 seconds of Game 1 of the finals. Richard Jefferson executed the sideline inbound pass to Shen Mie, who drove to the basket in an effort to draw a foul. However, the Warriors maintained their focus and did not commit a foul. Although Shen Mie effortlessly scored 2 points, it was ultimately inconsequential. The score stood at 87-85, with just 4 seconds left. A timeout was called to strategize the inbound play, and victory seemed assured for the Warriors. However, many, including Barkley and O'Neal, were perplexed as to why Coach Kerr refrained from calling a timeout at such a critical juncture. In truth, Coach Yu Zhifei held multiple timeouts at his disposal, but was restricted by personal task rules from calling one in the fourth quarter at home. Thus, the outcome now rested solely on the performance of the players on the court. If they could execute the inbound pass successfully, the Warriors would be firmly in control of their fate. Zhang Ruoqing calmly walked to the sideline, preparing to personally execute the corner kick. The Cavaliers dispatched Wang Huayong to stand before him, obstructing his path to the ball. The remaining players, with eager determination, attempted to seize the opportunity. Making one final effort to contest the play, Zhang Ruoqing calmly surveyed the dynamics of the court, undeterred even by the imposing presence of Tristan Thompson, who loomed before him like a towering mountain. Sean, Zhang Ruoqing exclaimed with fervor, the ball has been released. The individual he addressed was none other than Shaun Livingston, who had taken the court in the final moments to replace Curry. Once upon a time, Livingston, with his remarkable physical attributes and exceptional basketball acumen, was heralded by countless fans as a burgeoning star at the point guard position within the league. Regrettably, in his 3rd year in the NBA, Livingston suffered a devastating leg injury that nearly curtailed his professional career. Since that fateful moment, he has ceased to soar through the air and instead has relied more on his experience to contribute to the team's success. As Zhang Ruoqing uttered the name Sean, the ball soared through the air. Livingston, perceiving the trajectory of the ball, instantly comprehended the situation. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the front court. The defender assigned to Livingston was Shen Mie, who stood at a modest height of 1.88 meters, in stark contrast to the towering 2.1 meter Livingston, an extraordinary point guard. The height difference between them was a remarkable 13 centimeters, representing the only mismatch among the various matchups on the court, swiftly seized by Zhang Ruoqing. After calling out Livingston's name, he promptly hurled the ball forward. The ball's altitude and speed were impeccably calibrated, and despite Shen Yu's utmost effort to reach it, he fell just short. Livingston adeptly secured the ball in the front court. Although Shen Yu fervently pursued him, it was too late. Livingston skillfully navigated, consuming the final seconds of the game. As the final buzzer echoed, Game 1 of the finals concluded with a score of 87-85, marking a triumphant victory for the Golden State Warriors over the Cleveland Cavaliers. Chapter 40, The Settlement Room. In the instant the game concluded, the victorious Warriors had yet to relish their triumph, while the defeated Cavaliers had not yet succumbed to despair. All players simultaneously experienced a disorienting sensation, followed swiftly by unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, they found themselves in an eerie, dimly lit chamber. This was a completely enclosed space, approximately 50 square meters in size, devoid of doors and windows, with only bare black walls surrounding them. The settlement room. This was not their first encounter with the NBA survival game, nor their inaugural visit to this settlement room. However, due to the larger number of participants this time, the room was somewhat more spacious. As the players regained their bearings and rose from the floor, they discovered that they had automatically formed two distinct formations. On the left side of the room stood the 4 Warriors, while on the right side were the 4 Cavaliers. Zhang Ruoqing pondered silently, realizing that the task at hand entailed settling each match promptly. Within the settlement room, everyone reverted to their true selves. As their consciousness regained clarity, each individual immediately began to scrutinize those around them. Goodness, you must be Sue Wani. The time traveler of Harrison Barnes turns out to be a stunning beauty. Greetings. I am Yu Zhifei, the time traveler of Steve Kerr. The first to speak was Yu Zhifei from the Warriors, who stood beside Sue Wani, unable to contain his excitement. Sue Wani appeared unfazed by such a scene. She politely nodded in acknowledgement to Yu Zhifei before swiftly directing her gaze towards Zhang Ruoqing. She had anticipated that Zhang Ruoqing would promptly regard her situation, and that their eyes would meet in the air. However, to her disappointment, Zhang Ruoqing did not glance in her direction but rather fixated his attention firmly on the quartet from the opposing Knights team. Zhang Ruoqing was in search of that man, Shen Yu. Similarly, that man was also in pursuit of him. Undoubtedly, Zhang Ruoqing and Shen Yu were strangers to one another. However, in the fleeting moment their eyes met, they recognized each other with unwavering certainty. In Zhang Ruoqing's eyes, Shen Yu appeared as a robust middle-aged man, standing at a height of 180 centimeters. He possessed striking eyebrows and bright eyes, complemented by a cascade of flowing long hair, which rendered him exceedingly handsome and distinctly different from the aura of those around him. Notably, Shen Yu's most peculiar trait was his impeccably tailored blue-gray suit, which clearly bespoke a considerable price. Standing alongside the other members of the Knight squad, Shen Yu seemed conspicuously out of place. Despite being enveloped in his suit, Zhang Ruoqing felt he could still discern Shen Yu's formidable physique, along with the latent menace that resided within. At the very first glance, the phrase suit-clad thug instantaneously surfaced in Zhang Ruoqing's mind. Conversely, Shen Yu perceived Zhang Ruoqing as a tall, slender youth. The lad appeared to be scarcely 20 years of age, although not the quintessential handsome figure that would captivate all. He nonetheless exuded a sunny charm. Despite his very modest hairstyle and simple casual attire, Shen Yu sensed a unique allure emanating from this young man. What was this allure? Shen Yu pondered, finding it challenging to articulate. If he were compelled to describe it, he would characterize it as resilience. Zhang Ruoqing, this young lad, appears tall and slender, seemingly fragile. However, he instills in Shen Yu an undeniable sense that no one can vanquish him. The more dire the circumstances, the more he unleashes formidable strength. This young man is undoubtedly the most formidable adversary Shen Yu must confront in this mission. Contemplating this, Shen Yu felt a surge of excitement, the fiery desire for battle igniting within his veins. Standing in the settlement room of the NBA survival game, Shen Yu found himself reminiscent of the underground days of the city, filled with the glint of blades and the tumult of bloodshed. Life back then resembled a war, and life now mirrors that same conflict. Perhaps some destinies are preordained. To live for today is to forego the luxury of hoping to witness tomorrow's sun. Their eyes locked. Shen Yu suddenly flashed a faint smile at Zhang Ruoqing and gestured as if counting money. Zhang Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. In his mind, he accessed the system and discovered that the 200 points from Shen Yu had indeed been credited to his account. Adhering to the spirit of fair play, Shen Mie demonstrated a commendable sense of honor akin to that of ancient scholars. As a result, Zhang Ruoqing's account now boasted a total of 400 points. Without delay, he transferred 100 points to Su Wanyi and allocated 60 points each to Yu Zhifei and Ming Ji, leaving him with a balance of 180 points. Observing the fluctuations in his account, a smile of delight spread across Zhang Ruoqing's face. At that moment, another member of the Knights stepped forward with purpose. Fixing his gaze upon Zhang Ruoqing, he pointed an accusing finger at him and declared, "You are Zhang Ruoqing, the one known as the Traverser of Iguodala?" Zhang Ruoqing glanced over and noticed that the individual stood at a mere height of approximately 160 centimeters. His features were rather unattractive, and he was clad only in a tank top. The exposed portions of his body were adorned with dragon tattoos, and around his neck hung a gold chain, giving him a distinctly menacing appearance. A member of society, perhaps? From a young age, Zhang Ruoqing harbored a disdain for such individuals. Thus, when the man pointed at him, he instinctively took a half-step back and inquired, "Yes, I am Zhang Ruoqing. And who might you be?" This slight retreat led the ruffian to believe that Zhang Ruoqing was intimidated, prompting him to become even more brazen as he declared, "I am Feng Zhong, the traveler known as J.R. Smith. You are indeed Feng Zhong, the one teamed up with Shen Mie. Do you have business with me?" "Of course. My task is to make a buzzer beater in a game. If you miss 1 or 2 free throws, I would have had the opportunity to secure a victory. Yet, you managed to sink both shots, causing me to miss my chance. How do you propose we settle this score?" Feng Zhong's tone was exceedingly arrogant, leaving Zhang Ruoqing both amused and exasperated. He replied with resignation, "My friend, are you all right? I made those free throws to win the game and fulfill my personal objective. Your failure is not my burden to bear. Isn't that a bit outrageous?" "What's that you just said?" Feng Zhong bellowed, his face contorted with rage as he charged towards Zhang Ruoqing. Upon reaching him, Feng Zhong seized Zhang Ruoqing's collar and raised his fist, preparing to strike him. This scene startled the onlookers, particularly Su Wanyi, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Be careful, Ruoqing." In the face of Feng Zhong's aggression, Zhang Ruoqing remained unperturbed. He showed no inclination to retaliate or evade, calmly stating, "Feng Zhong, I must remind you that the rules of this game explicitly prohibit any violent actions against other players, whether in the mission or the real world, or one would face immediate termination. If you are not afraid of death, then by all means, proceed." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhong's hand froze mid-air. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Ruoqing, his facial muscles twitching with fury. After several tense seconds, he finally withdrew his hand, muttering an expletive before turning to leave. Halfway, he glared back at Zhang Ruoqing, threatening, "Kid, you wait and see. I will ruin you in the upcoming matches." In response to Feng Zhong's threat, Zhang Ruoqing merely smiled calmly and remained silent. Feng Zhong was a small-time thug from a northern town, around 25 or 26 years of age, unemployed and idling his days away, notorious as a local street hoodlum. Besides smoking, drinking, and fighting, his greatest passion was basketball, often seen on the local courts. However, while his skills on the court were mediocre, his temperament was anything but, frequently leading to quarrels and brawls. Most people preferred to avoid such troublemakers, resulting in conflicts that typically ended with a hasty retreat. As time passed, Feng Zhongjin assumed that others feared him, thus taking pride in considering himself a local tyrant. Unbeknownst to him, this basketball enthusiast, a small-time delinquent, was chosen by the basketball deity to partake in the survival game of the NBA, and he was teamed up with the notorious enforcer, Shen Mie. Perhaps it was the divine will of the basketball god. After concluding a heated dispute with Feng Zhong, a man approached Zhang Ruoqing, his excitement palpable as he grasped Zhang's hand. "You are Zhang Ruoqing, aren't you? I cannot thank you enough, my friend. If it weren't for your incredible performance in that wild Karev match, my life would have been forfeit." Zhang Ruoqing gazed at the man before him, who appeared to be of similar age, standing at approximately 175 centimeters tall, with hair dyed a striking gold and donning a pair of inexpensive sunglasses, exuding an air reminiscent of a rebellious youth. "Are you Zhifei?" "Indeed, that would be me. Brother, you are truly remarkable. The upcoming matches will hinge upon your performance. I shall ensure you receive ample playtime." Though Yu Zhifei was of the same generation as Zhang Ruoqing, his academic record was dismal, preventing him from entering university. Following his high school graduation, he took on the role of a waiter at a local restaurant. From a young age, he had been labeled as a delinquent by those around him, yet he was not a societal miscreant like Feng Zhong. Rather, he possessed a rebellious spirit, often resisting authority, which led to misunderstandings about his character. In truth, Yu Zhifei had a kind heart, always eager to assist others and unafraid to confront malevolence. His passion for basketball was profound, and his idol was none other than the notorious Dennis Rodman, known as the Worm. Yu Zhifei felt a kinship with this basketball renegade, dreaming of a day when he, too, would be recognized and understood by all. His golden locks were inspired by Rodman, who had similarly dyed his hair during his time with the Spurs, enhancing his rebellious image and captivating his admirers, Yu Zhifei being one of them. In contrast to the cunning nature of Shen Mie and the domineering presence of Feng Zhong, Yu Zhifei's essence was characterized by sincerity. However, his affluent teammate, Meng Ji, lacked the enthusiasm that Yu Zhifei exuded. He was burdened by a seemingly insurmountable personal challenge to strike LeBron James in a sensitive area without facing repercussions, leaving him in a state of despondency. At that moment, the thunderous voice of the basketball deity resonated above the crowd, commencing task number 2016-060-2027. The first match has concluded. Results and player task progress will now be announced. The victors of the inaugural finals are the Golden State Warriors, leading with a score of 1-0. Within this match, there existed a wager between players, specifically between Team 387's Shen Mie and Team 404's Zhang Ruoqing, with a stake of 200 points. The outcome of the wager favors Team 404's Zhang Ruoqing. The fulfillment of the wager has been executed, with Team 387's Shen Mie having paid the full amount of 200 points. The wager is now officially concluded. Now, we shall unveil the task progress of all participants. Please take note. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a colossal screen materialized before everyone, its brightness blinding. Within the dimly lit settlement chamber, the assembled individuals, having spent an extended period in the darkness, instinctively shielded their eyes, gradually allowing them to adjust. Once they opened their eyes, they beheld the large screen displaying the following text. Participant 387, Shen Mie, personal task progress, 02. Participant 387, Feng Zhong. Personal task progress, 01. Participant 391, Zhang Feng. Personal task progress, 01. Participant 391, Wang Huayang. Personal task progress, 02. Participant 404, Su Wani. Personal task progress, 12. Participant 404, Zhang Ruoqing. Personal task progress. Participant 432, Meng Ji. Personal task progress. Participant 432, Yu Zhifei. Personal task progress, 1. Beyond this, no further information was provided. Upon absorbing this information, the minds of the crowd began to race, their gazes fixated on the competitors from the opposing faction as they endeavored to deduce their personal tasks. If they could ascertain the opponent's objectives, they could devise targeted strategies that would facilitate victory. At this moment, thoughts of mutual assistance were cast aside. Everyone was preoccupied with the intense speculation regarding the adversary's personal missions, while simultaneously fretting about their own tasks being deciphered by the opposition. Feng Zhong, who had impulsively divulged the specifics of his personal task in a fit of anger, now found himself steeped in regret. It was critical to note that his task required him to achieve a crucial equalizing or decisive goal. Should the opposing team implement strategies to thwart his ability to receive the ball or employ a double-team tactic to hinder his execution, the completion of his personal task would be rendered impossible. Contemplating this, Feng Zhong was engulfed by remorse for his impulsiveness, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Zhang Ruoqing fixated intently on the text displayed on the screen, his mind racing with thoughts. He quickly deduced that each individual had 2 numbers in parentheses following their names, with the exception of Yu Zhifei. The latter indicated the number of occurrences required to complete their tasks, while the former represented the completed status. For instance, Su Wani needed to score over 30 points in 2 matches, having achieved this in the first, thus her progress was denoted as 12. However, some tasks were not measured by occurrences. For instance, Zhang Ruoqing's personal task was to attain a FMV, while Meng Ji's task involved striking James in a specific manner without incurring a penalty. After the first match, it remained indeterminate whether their individual tasks were successful or failed. Hence a solitary question mark was used in the parentheses. Most notably, Yu Zhifei's personal task stood out. As a time traveler to the Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, his mission required that no timeouts be called during the 4th quarter of all home games, while ensuring victory. His notation was 1, where the 1 signified the completion of his objective in the first home game, and the question mark indicated uncertainty regarding the number of home games. In a best-of-7 series, the Warriors enjoyed home court advantage with 4 home games designated as G1, G2, G5, and G7. It was conceivable that the finals in this parallel universe might not mirror the reality of the 2016 finals. Thus, the latter two home games might not occur. A notion easily grasped. Chapter 42. Memories captured by the camera. Of course, all this was contingent upon Zhang Ruoqing being part of the Warriors' camp, which allowed him to swiftly untangle these details in the eyes of him and the other Warriors players. The personal tasks of the four players from the Cavaliers were quite clear, determined by occurrences. Yet, from the perspective of the Cavaliers players, discerning the tasks of the Warriors was quite challenging. Apart from Su Wanni's straightforward 12, both Meng Ji and Zhang Ruoqing remained enigmas. While Yu Zhifei's task was represented as 1, leaving the Cavaliers utterly perplexed. Feng Zhong expressed his frustration, exclaiming, "What is this situation? Why are your tasks so peculiar over there?" Zhang Ruoqing remained silent, entirely devoid of any desire to engage with the ruffian Feng Zhong. His gaze was firmly fixed on Shen Yu's expression, as he sought to discern how Shen Yu would react under such circumstances. Zhang Ruoqing was somewhat taken aback to see Shen Yu with his eyes closed, as if he were reminiscing about something. Data. It must be data. Zhang Ruoqing was confident that Shen Yu must have intended to analyze the data from the match to deduce the personal assignments within the Warriors' camp. However, the basketball deity did not disclose the post-game statistics, leaving the players to rely solely on their memory. As the transcendent of Kyrie Irving, Shen Yu spent over 35 minutes on the court, undoubtedly dedicating most of his energy to the game itself. To recall his own statistics was already quite impressive. Could he also remember those of his teammates? Zhang Ruoqing pondered deeply. He realized that he could never achieve such feats, despite being dubbed a walking NBA database. This merely attested to his acute sensitivity to the numerically presented data and his extraordinary memory in that regard. As a time traveler of Iguodala, he logged over 30 minutes in the game. Yet in his intense focus, he could only recall scoring 18 points, with all other statistics a complete blur, let alone those of his teammates. Could Shen Yu possibly accomplish this? Suddenly, Shen Yu opened his eyes, gazing intently at Su Wanni, and then bestowed upon her a smile laden with significance. Su Wanni, caught off guard by Shen Yu's penetrating gaze, felt a flutter of panic as her delicate lips quivered involuntarily. As the sole female among the 8 competitors, Su Wanni's performance on the court was nothing short of formidable. Yet in this confined, shadowy space, surrounded by 7 distinctly individual men, she felt a wave of trepidation. Among them all, her only source of trust was Zhang Ruoqing, which instinctively led her to seek refuge behind him. However, Zhang Ruoqing was wholly engrossed in observing Shen Yu, not casting a single glance at Su Wanni. Shen Yu's gaze struck her like a chilling gust of wind, leaving her trembling with fear. Unbeknownst to everyone except Shen Yu himself, this man possessed not only formidable physical prowess, but also an astonishingly terrifying memory capacity. His memory, distinct from Zhang Ruoqing's data recall, was characterized by photographic precision. This so-called photographic memory allowed Shen Yu to mentally record everything he saw and heard, akin to a video, storing it within his mind, whenever he desired. He could retrieve any segment with unerring accuracy, preserving every detail of the scene. This was the essence of Shen Yu's formidable memory ability. What he had just executed was a replay of the entire match, deducing the personal tasks from the performances of the Warriors. The first to fall under his analytical prowess was Su Wanni. Feng Zhong, his teammate, approached Shen Yu and inquired, "Brother Shen, what do you think their tasks are?" Zhang Feng and Wang Huayong from Team 391 also gathered around Shen Yu. Within his mind, the scenes of the match continued to replay. He vividly recalled each shot Su Wanni made, every rebound she secured, and each assist she delivered. After meticulous calculation, Shen Yu quickly deduced that Su Wanni had amassed a total of 30 points in the game. As a time traveler of Harrison Barnes, Su Wanni was the 4th offensive option for the Warriors, and Barnes had scored an impressive 30 points in Game 1 of the finals. Wasn't that rather extraordinary? Coupled with the 12 following Su Wanni's name on the screen, Shen Yu immediately surmised her individual task and related to those nearby, to achieve a score of 30 in at least 2 finals games. Upon hearing this, the others found it remarkably plausible, promptly offering Shen Yu enthusiastic thumbs up. Feng Zhong then inquired, "What about the other 3 individuals?" Meng Ji and Zhang Ruoqing, along with Shen Yu, were momentarily devoid of a clear strategy. Meng Ji, as the counterpart of Draymond Green, was expected to be a pivotal component within the Warriors' framework, aside from the illustrious Splash Brothers. However, in this particular match, Meng Ji's presence was rather subdued. He played approximately 28 minutes, contributing a mere 4 points and 2 rebounds. His responsibilities seemed to bear little correlation with his statistics or the outcome of the match. As for Zhang Ruoqing, the counterpart of Andre Iguodala, he was the unfortunate cause of Shen Mie's loss of 200 points. In Game 1 of the finals, he dazzled with an impressive tally of 18 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Such a remarkable performance surely indicated that his objectives were intertwined with his statistics, or perhaps with the victory of the game. What could they possibly entail? I remain uncertain about Zhang Ruoqing's task for the moment. Lastly, there was Yu Zhifei, the most distinctive of them all. As he was the counterpart of Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, Shen Mie distinctly recalled that not long ago, Yu Zhifei, in a fit of excitement, had been tugging at Zhang Ruoqing, repeatedly calling him brother, while also uttering a profoundly significant remark. If it weren't for your incredible performance in this game, my life would be in jeopardy. This implied that, as the Warriors coach, Yu Zhifei was obliged to lead his team to victory in this match. Otherwise, the task would be deemed an immediate failure. Upon hearing Shen Yu's analysis, the middle-aged office worker Wang Huayong could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "So, the one following Yu Zhifei's name signifies the victory of this match, does it not?" "Indeed, that seems to be the case," Shen Yu affirmed. "But how do we interpret the question mark? If it pertains to securing victories in specific matches, such as G1 or G3, it should logically display as 13. You are quite correct, thus his personal task must not entail achieving victories in fixed matches. What could it possibly signify? Perhaps you have overlooked a detail. During the fourth quarter of this game, he did not call a single timeout." After a brief silence, the other 3 individuals awakened from their reverie, recalling that even as the score remained fiercely contested in the fourth quarter, Yu Zhifei, despite his anxiousness on the sidelines, refrained from calling a timeout. "It must be stipulated by the task," Zhang Feng asserted with conviction. "Precisely. The task mandates that he must secure victory in certain matches without calling a timeout in the fourth quarter. This much is clear to us. The crucial question lies in identifying which matches they are. Shen Gu, please do not keep us in suspense. If you know, do share promptly." Chapter 43, The Battle of Wits. Very well. Since a question mark denotes it, it indicates that the number of these special matches is indeterminate. Which matches are uncertain? In a best-of-7 series, it remains uncertain whether the last 3 games will be played. Among the remaining 3, Wang Huayong's mind was the quickest to respond, and he was the first to answer, "Exactly so." Thus, I have surmised that Yu Zhifei's personal mission is to refrain from calling timeouts during the fourth quarter of all home games, while ensuring victory. The latter part of this statement was deliberately articulated by Shen Yu in a loud voice, intended for the ears of the Warriors camp, particularly Yu Zhifei. By observing Yu Zhifei's reaction, Shen Yu could further validate his hypothesis. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Yu Zhifei's countenance darkened considerably. He gazed at Shen Yu with incredulity, his expression riddled with panic. Witnessing that lad's response, it is evident that Shen Gu has hit the nail on the head. Shen Gu is truly remarkable. Feng Zhong harbored a deep-seated annoyance towards Yu Zhifei, whose golden locks only heightened his disdain, aside from Zhang Ruoqing. Yu Zhifei was the one he loathed the most within the Warriors faction. Now, seeing Yu Zhifei in such a state brought immense satisfaction to Feng Zhong. With his speculation confirmed, Shen Yu felt a surge of joy. He continued to address Su Wani, saying, "My dear lady, your personal mission is to achieve at least 30 points in 2 games. Am I correct?" Su Wani remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion, merely casting a cold stare at Shen Yu. Your psychological fortitude certainly surpasses that of that blonde-haired lad. However, your silence only affirms my guess. Now, can you venture a guess about ours?" Zhang Ruoqing stepped forward to extricate Su Wani from her predicament, gesturing toward himself and Ming Ji for Shen Yu to make his conjecture. Shen Yu let out a scoff, remaining silent. At that moment, Feng Zhong also stepped forth, eager to defend his esteemed Shen Gu. "I say, you lad surnamed Zhang. Your group is hardly a challenge to decipher. The rest are merely question marks. The fact that Shen Gu has managed to guess 2 is already quite impressive. Tell me, how many of our personal missions do you think you can uncover?" "Feng Zhong, I need not guess yours, for you have just divulged it to me." Thank you, Zhang Ruoqing." These words deliberately mimic the Northeast dialect of Fan Wei from the skit selling crutches at the Spring Festival Gala, aimed to mock Feng Zhong's. And indeed, it managed to infuriate him. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, Feng Zhong would have relished the opportunity to strike Zhang Ruoqing down. Struggling to contain his rage, Feng Zhong remarked, "Do not mock me, you rascal. Tell me, how many of our Cavalier's other members' tasks can you guess?" If you cannot, refrain from pretending to be knowledgeable and instead learn from our brother Shen. It seems that at some point, Feng Zhang began to refer to Shen Mie as brother Shen. The young ruffian appeared to comprehend that, with his personal task now exposed, his survival hinged upon clinging to the formidable Shen Mie. You are not entirely foolish. You recognize the value of seeking protection. However, the brother Shen whom you idolize, I have already discerned the nature of his task. Upon hearing this, Shen Mie furrowed his brow, fixed a cold gaze upon Zhang Ruoqing, paused for a few seconds, and then icily demanded, "You claim to know my personal task? Pray tell." The other members of the warriors' team regarded Zhang Ruoqing with expressions of curiosity and anticipation. Su Wanyi, Ming Ji, and Yu Zhifei strained to recall the details of the match but struggled to formulate any ideas. At that moment, Zhang Ruoqing boldly declared that he had deciphered the specifics of Shen Mie's personal task. Incredible, truly astounding. All 7 pairs of eyes fixated on Zhang Ruoqing as he casually adjusted his hair and calmly stated, "Shen Mie, your personal task is to record double-digit turnovers in at least 2 finals and lose the game." What? Shen Mie's expression remained unchanged. Yet he continued to fix his unwavering gaze upon Zhang Ruoqing. However, the other 3 members of the Cavaliers could not contain themselves, displaying astonishment and exclaiming in surprise, effectively corroborating Zhang Ruoqing's assertion. At this moment, Zhang Feng posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. How did you know? Humph, quite simple. The screen displayed the number 02 next to Shen Mie's name, indicating that his personal task is similar to Su Wanyi's, both related to the match count. The preceding number is 0, signifying a failure in this task. Generally, a task failure can result from 2 possibilities. Either the statistics do not meet the requirements, or the game is lost. Very well, continue. At this juncture, Shen Mie regarded Zhang Ruoqing with a hint of admiration in his eyes. I certainly did not memorize your statistics. However, in my recollection, you did not seem to pursue scoring, rebounding, or any positive statistics deliberately. Rather, that initial turnover remains vivid in my memory. During the Cavaliers' first offensive possession of the game, Shen Mie passed to James, only for the ball to sail out of bounds. That ludicrous mistake left a lasting impression on everyone. The initial turnover? It appears that was the only mistake Shen made throughout the game. How could you possibly deduce that? Feng Zhong inquired, a blend of skepticism and disdain in his tone. To Feng Zhong, Zhang Ruoqing had no intention of engaging. His gaze was fixed on the formidable Shen Mie, and he slowly articulated, "The mistake itself is of little consequence. What truly matters is your reaction. If it were unintentional, your expression would have betrayed some tension, unease, or even remorse. Yet, I observed that your countenance remained utterly unchanged. This indicates that the blunder was deliberately orchestrated on your part. To intentionally falter at the outset suggests that your mission is intricately linked to the frequency of errors. However, if it were merely about the number of mistakes, the task would be overly simplistic, failing to meet the challenges associated with the 2-star mission. As the competition progressed, our advantage grew increasingly pronounced, and you did not commit another error. What does this signify? It suggests that you internally perceive this match as one where the task could not be accomplished, leading you to forego any further missteps. This corroborates my other hypothesis. Your objective entails not only exceeding the error threshold, but also securing victory in the match. Only the conjunction of these 2 conditions aligns with the complexity of a 2-star mission while corresponding with your performance on the field. Zhang Ruoqing's words were imbued with tremendous vigor. After he finished speaking, Shen Mie fell into a momentary silence before suddenly bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Zhang Ruoqing, is it? I must confess, my fondness for you, young man, is growing by leaps and bounds. Alas, I find myself without any credits at the moment. Otherwise, I would truly relish the opportunity to wager with you once more." Within the dimly lit settlement room, Zhang Ruoqing and Shen Mie engaged in a riveting and exhilarating exchange of verbal sparring. Through the sparse information available to them, they deftly deduced the personal missions of the opposing camp's competitors, showcasing not only their remarkable intellect, but also establishing their unparalleled leadership within their respective factions. Chapter 44. NPC Random Events. Once Zhang Ruoqing and Shen Mie concluded their verbal duel, the god of basketball's thunderous voice resonated once more. The transport back to the real world is about to commence. A special reminder, with the exception of Team 391's Zhang Feng, all others will be transported to the venue of the 2016 Grand Finals G2 3 days from now at 6 in the afternoon. Zhang Feng will enter the relevant task scene 24 hours in advance. With that reminder concluded, the countdown to transport began. 5, 4, 3. A radiant white light illuminated the settlement room as everyone prepared to return to the real world. However, the god of basketball's previous statement ensnared Zhang Ruoqing in contemplation once more. Why was Zhang Feng of Team 391 entering early? And what did the god of basketball mean by relevant task scene? As Zhang Feng, the interloper of Kevin Love, embarks on his personal mission, he is tasked with reveling in a night of sleepless debauchery at a nightclub before the game, subsequently emerging on the court with a remarkable performance of over 20 points and rebounds. Given the limited available information, Zhang Ruoqing finds himself unable to deduce the specifics of Zhang Feng's undertaking. After 3 days of preparation, the second game of the finals is about to commence. The hour preceding Zhang Feng's impending transportation marks 25 hours before G2 begins. All 8 participants in the mission suddenly hear a voice resonating in their minds. NC random event has been triggered. Please log into the system to check. What is this NC random event? The 8 competitors promptly access the system and discover a pinned message within the task group chat. Golden State Warriors NC random event. None. Cleveland Cavaliers NC random event. LeBron James is absent for G2 due to personal matters. Upon reading this message, their jaws collectively drop in disbelief. Oh, the basketball deity, how can this be? The Warriors quartet is elated, for James' absence virtually guarantees a 20-point lead for their team. Conversely, the Cavaliers are left despondent, their faces reflecting a profound sense of loss. The notoriously irritable Feng Zhong erupts in fury, cursing the basketball deity and all his ancestors into oblivion. Zhang Feng and Wang Huiyong join in the tirade, lamenting how the deity seems to have it out for their Cavaliers. Meanwhile, Shen Mie remains relatively composed upon seeing the news. His expression becomes as still as water as he delves into contemplation. Shen Mie recognizes that James' absence as an NC random event undoubtedly places the Cavaliers at a disadvantage. However, he concludes that this alone does not indicate that the basketball deity is deliberately targeting their team. The deity possesses the capability to orchestrate such an expansive survival game, as well as the power to effortlessly obliterate any player. To the deity, all participants are as insignificant as ants. Why would he single out the Cavaliers? The most plausible scenario is that this random event is indeed random, and their team merely faces unfortunate circumstances, having navigated the streets for years and witnessed countless adversities. Shen Mie swiftly regains his composure. Given LeBron's absence, it would be better to. With this thought in mind, Shen Mie promptly sent a message in the small group of 4 within the Cavaliers camp. Everyone, listen to me. Regarding G2, my plan is as follows. 24 hours before G2 commenced, team member Zhang Feng was unexpectedly transported to the heart of Oakland, embodying the persona of Kevin Love. Unlike the pre-game atmosphere of the first match, Zhang Feng now stood tall and exuded confidence. It turned out that shortly after the basketball deity announced the random event of NC, Shen Mie elucidated his strategy for G2 within the group chat, which included details about Zhang Feng's mission. Through Shen Mie's explanation, Zhang Feng comprehended that the basketball deity's directive for his personal assignment was to spend the night at a nightclub without sleeping. The text merely implied that not sleeping was sufficient. It did not explicitly state that he must drink or engage with women. Furthermore, the G2 finals were scheduled for 6 p.m. in Oakland, allowing Zhang Feng to stay awake all night and still have ample time to rest the following day, ensuring he would not be adversely affected during the afternoon match. Thus, Zhang Feng resolved to find a corner in the nightclub, endure the night, and then head straight to the hotel for some much-needed sleep. However, as he was now embodying the renowned NBA heartthrob Kevin Love, even seated and motionless, he drew the attention of numerous beautiful women from Golden State. Zhang Feng, already emboldened by temptation, found himself unable to resist. When the third stunning blonde approached him, he could no longer contain the fire within him. A certain part of his anatomy had already paid homage to her. Consequently, Zhang Feng rose from his seat, wrapped his arms around the alluring woman, and made his way toward the exit. At that moment, a sudden notification from the system in his mind alerted him to a new message. Zhang Feng remained stationary, opening a message in his mind. It was from Shen Mie, containing but a single, succinct sentence. If you wish to survive, control your urges. This proclamation struck him like a sharp slap, awakening him from his stupor. He was well aware of the hierarchy of priorities, desire or life, and promptly pushed away the blonde beauty, returning to his seat with a resolute silence, eyes firmly shut. Offended, the blonde murmured an expletive beginning with Fan stormed away in indignation. The night swiftly passed. Despite the club owner's attempts to entice Zhang Feng with various alluring women, He remained as unmoving as a monk in meditation, keeping his eyes closed and his lips sealed. How peculiar. Why does he merely sit here? What is going on with Kevin Love today? The owner found this behavior baffling, yet felt powerless to intervene, estimating that dawn had arrived outside. Zhang Feng promptly rose from the sofa and exited the vibrant, music-filled Golden State nightclub. He checked into a hotel room, set his alarm, and fell into a deep slumber. The upcoming G2 is paramount. Similarly, within the Knights camp, Wang Huayong of Team 391, who also saw Shen Mie's plans in the group chat, felt a surge of confidence regarding G2. His personal mission was to achieve double-digit assists in at least 2 finals. As a transcendent of Tristan Thompson in the starting center for the Cavaliers, attaining such a feat was indeed formidable, particularly twice. In the first game, Wang Huayong exerted every effort to amass assists, but ended up with a mere 4, leaving him despondent. Just as his confidence was waning, Shen Yu's message in the group reignited his fighting spirit. Chapter 45, G2 begins. It turned out that Shen Yu had shared a strategy for the Cleveland Cavaliers in the finals G2. Although Tyronn Lue was nominally the head coach, it was ultimately the players who played the game. Hence, it is often said that the athletes are the true orchestrators of the match. Among the starting 5 of the Cavaliers, aside from LeBron James being an NC, the other 4 were players. As long as they united and executed the same strategy, success was absolutely attainable. Shen Yu informed the others that, in the absence of James, the Cavaliers' chances of victory were virtually nil. With hope for triumph extinguished, they should focus on fulfilling their individual tasks. Shen Yu's own mission was to commit double-digit turnovers while still securing a win, which was unattainable in G2, leading him to abandon that goal. J.R. Smith's transcendent Feng Zhong faced the task of hitting a buzzer-beater or game-tying shot. Given the expected significant loss, he too relinquished that aim. Only Zhang Feng and Wang Huayong remained with tasks purely centered on accumulating statistics, unaffected by the outcome of the game. In the small group, Shen Yu articulated that the strategy for the upcoming match was to resolutely focus on the interior play, with Wang Huayong serving as the pivot and Zhang Feng as the finisher. The objective was to enable Zhang Feng to achieve a double-double of over 20 points and rebounds, while Wang Huayong aimed for double-digit assists. Upon seeing Shen Yu's statement, both Zhang Feng and Wang Huayong were elated, although Feng Zhong felt somewhat discontented. He recognized the wisdom in Shen Yu's words. The match was likely to be one-sided, and his own chances seemed bleak, leading him to refrain from voicing dissent. This exemplifies Shen Yu's astuteness. In a situation where the disparity in strength was pronounced, he decisively set aside his own interests, thereby seizing the opportunity to win the goodwill of his teammates. In doing so, he ensured that when the time came for assistance, his teammates would be inclined to help him. As the art of war suggests, it is inferior to besiege a city but superior to win hearts. Shen Yu had mastered this aspect of human nature. On the other hand, the atmosphere within the Warriors team was considerably lighter. The random occurrence of an NC event virtually gifted them a victory, especially for head coach Kerr. The presence of the time traveler Yu Zhifei in Game 2, which remained a home game for the Warriors, secured another reprieve for him. He was almost compelled to kneel in gratitude to the basketball gods. Nonetheless, Zhang Ruoqing maintained that caution was paramount. The day before the match, he convened everyone in the group to discuss the tactics for Game 2. Yu Zhifei was the first to speak, asserting that with LeBron James absent in Game 2, victory was nearly assured. Under this premise, it would be prudent to allow Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani to bolster their statistics. Yu Zhifei's suggestion resonated with Zhang Ruoqing's thoughts, however. He felt slightly embarrassed to voice it himself. With Yu Zhifei's assistance, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Of course, Yu Zhifei's support for Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani was not without its motivations. Firstly, Zhang Ruoqing's dramatic performance in Game 1 had saved Yu Zhifei's career, earning him deep gratitude and a brotherly regard for Zhang Ruoqing. Additionally, Su Wani's striking beauty and impeccable figure were irresistible to Yu Zhifei, prompting him to seek ways to win her favor. He candidly stated that he would leverage his position as head coach to encourage all NC players, especially the Splash Brothers, to facilitate plays for Barnes and Iguodala. After Yu Zhifei concluded, Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani expressed their thanks, yet Ming Ji was not as jubilant. He remarked in the group, "I have no objections to your strategy. I firmly believe we will win Game 2. However, I am still utterly perplexed about my task." Ming Ji, the time traveler embodying Draymond Green, had the most peculiar assignment among the 8, to strike LeBron James in a sensitive area during the match, all without facing any repercussions. It was indeed a challenging predicament. At that moment, Su Wani unexpectedly chimed in, "Ming Ji, Your task description states to strike LeBron James in that area. How should we interpret that? It cannot solely refer to that specific location, right? Couldn't it encompass the entire lower body? In a lively group chat, a stunning beauty engaged in a conversation about the male anatomy, causing even Yu Zhifei to feel a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Zhang Ruoqing interjected, "Indeed," and the task description merely states to throw a punch. It does not specify that one must actually make contact. If one merely mimics the action without delivering a genuine blow, they should not be subject to penalty, right? Ultimately, we must uncover the loopholes within the text. After a while, Mengji responded in the group, "Thank you both, but these loopholes cannot be exploited. When I previously discussed personal tasks with you, I neglected to mention a certain detail. My task comes with a damn parenthesis, which contains a supplementary note emphasizing 2 points. First, that the lower region refers specifically to James's male reproductive organ. Second, that the strike must indeed make contact, and the force must be sufficient to inflict pain upon James. My goodness, this effectively nullifies the solutions proposed by Ruoqing and 1A. The basketball deity truly leaves no room for error." Yu Zhifei mused in the group. "Well, Mengji, do not be too hasty. In any case, with James absent for Game 2, you cannot accomplish the task. Let us brainstorm together for a solution." Zhang Ruoqing consoled Mengji. And after a few more idle remarks from others, the pre-match arrangements for the Warriors concluded. The second game of the 2016 NBA Finals in a parallel universe commenced on the Warriors' home court. As the game began, both teams adhered to their strategic plans. The Warriors utilized the Splash Brothers for distraction, while Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing executed the finishing plays. Conversely, the Cavaliers focused on dominating the paint, allowing Zhang Feng and Wang Huayong to rack up points. However, one aspect exceeded the Warriors' expectations. The Cavaliers employed a fiercely determined double-team strategy against Su Wani, with one or two players closely shadowing her even when she was off the ball. It appeared that Shen Mie was unwilling to allow Su Wani to fulfill her mission easily after discerning its nature. By halftime, Su Wani had only managed 3 shot attempts, making one, and with free throws, she had garnered a mere 4 points, falling far short of her 30-point goal. Nevertheless, the excessive focus on containing Su Wani afforded ample shooting opportunities for the other Warriors players. Curry scored 21 points in the half, Clay added 16. And Zhang Ruoqing contributed 15 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists. The Warriors led by nearly 20 points at halftime, with a score of 62-44. Meanwhile, despite trailing, the Cavaliers' plan progressed methodically. Wang Huayong recorded 6 assists, while Zhang Feng amassed 18 points and 12 rebounds. Chapter 46, G2 halftime during the intermission in the locker room. Yu Zhifei called Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani aside, expressing his concern. "Sister Wani, with them so aggressively double-teaming you, what will happen if you can't reach 30 points? Su Wani sighed and replied, "Indeed, I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. If they hadn't double-teamed me, they might have had a slight chance. As it stands, they've eliminated any possibility of winning. Are they really so intent on preventing me from completing my task?" Yu Zhifei responded quickly, "Yes. Their actions are a classic example of harming others without benefiting themselves. Completing your task wouldn't affect them at all. Why would they do this?" Zhang Ruoqing sighed and remarked, "Such is human nature. Many individuals cannot bear to see others prosper. The more misfortune befalls others, the more delighted they become. Furthermore, we find ourselves in opposing camps, not to mention that we are navigating this perilous game of survival in the NBA, shrouded in the shadow of death. Ruoqing, do you have any solutions?" Su Wani implored, her eyes filled with desperation as she gazed at Zhang Ruoqing. Yu Zhifei eagerly interjected, "Sister Wani, I have a plan. In the second half, I will substitute a few players and have them engage in some underhanded tactics against those scoundrels on the opposing team." "Underhanded tactics? What do you mean?" "For instance, tripping them while they shoot or pushing them as they attempt layups. One eliminated player at a time. Once they are out, only N.C. will remain, and then let us see how they can double-team you." "Absolutely not," Zhang Ruoqing firmly replied. "Oh, why not?" Yu Zhifei expressed his grievance, feeling quite proud of his ingenious plan only to have it dismissed with a single statement from Zhang Ruoqing. "Brother Zhifei, do you recall the stipulations in the team rules? It explicitly states that neither in the tasks nor in reality may we employ violent means against other players. Otherwise, the system will eliminate you outright. I believe what you just suggested constitutes intentional harm and can indeed be classified as an act of violence. But it's not me personally taking action. I would merely have NC carry it out. Is that not permissible?" Consider the wording of the rules carefully. It states, no violent means may be used against other players, without specifying direct or indirect actions. Encouraging NC to employ violence against other players certainly constitutes a violation. Do you wish to challenge the system with your life? This statement utterly terrified Yu Zhifei. The brash young man had intended to showcase his prowess before the beautiful Su Wani, only to face failure. He, feeling quite indignant, asked Zhang Ruoqing. Then, Ruoqing, what do you propose we do to assist Sister Wani? Zhang Ruoqing glanced at Yu Zhifei and then at Su Wani, saying, Wani, in the third quarter. I will collaborate with my brother Shui Wan to exert ourselves fully, striving to thrust the game into garbage time as soon as possible. Brother Zhifei, at that juncture, you shall substitute in a purely backup lineup, leaving only Wani as the sole starter on the court. By doing so, according to the unwritten rules of the NBA, the opposing team will also be compelled to withdraw their starters in favor of substitutes, thereby ensuring that they cannot double-team Wani. Wani, at that point, refrain from passing the ball, feel free to score at will. However, would it be inappropriate to leave only one starter on the court? Rest assured, there is nothing amiss with that. It is quite common in the NBA to have one starter accompanied by 4 substitutes during garbage time, as long as that starter is not the team's primary star. Alright, Su Wani held deep trust in Zhang Ruoqing, and she also believed that the strategy he proposed was the most effective means to resolve her scoring dilemma at present. What are you all discussing behind my back? As Zhang Ruoqing and the others conversed, Meng Ji suddenly materialized behind them. Brother Meng Ji, you must have noticed that during the first half, they consistently double-teamed Wani, attempting to prevent her from scoring high. We are currently contemplating strategies to counter this. Oh, have you come up with any ideas? Zhang Ruoqing reiterated the idea he had just conceived to Meng Ji, who nodded in agreement, deeming it feasible. By the way, have you all noticed something regarding the opponent's offensive strategy? Meng Ji inquired of the group. Indeed, I have, Yu Zhifei interjected eagerly. The opposing team, regardless of efficiency, has consistently attacked the interior, particularly that fellow named Zhang Feng. His desire to score is astonishingly intense. Even when double-teamed, he insists on attempting his shots. A stark contrast to his performance in the last match. Absolutely, and let us not overlook Wang Huayong. His counterpart, Tristan Thompson, is typically a finisher. Yet today he has been passing the ball incessantly. How peculiar. Meng Ji added. It must be related to their individual task assignments, Yu Zhifei ventured, seizing the moment to analyze before Zhang Ruoqing could speak. Zhang Feng's aggressive maneuvers within the 3-second zone are undoubtedly linked to a scoring objective. As for Wang Huayong, his role is likely associated with assists. After delivering his insights, Yu Zhifei cast a self-satisfied glance at the other 3, seemingly awaiting their praise. However, after a brief silence, he was met with Meng Ji's merciless mockery. Zhifei, your observations are rather redundant. Come on, being able to deduce that is quite commendable, don't you think, Meng Ji? Surely you have some profound insights to share. I do not. Let us hear from Brother Ruoqing. Zhang Ruoqing merely smiled without uttering a word. His gaze fixed upon Su Wani. She understood his unspoken message and promptly stated, Wang Huayong's task is simply to accumulate assists. There is little to analyze here. However, it is worth discussing Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng? Ah. You surely remember that he's the only individual among us who entered the relevant task scenario a full 24 hours ahead of time. But why enter early? What exactly is this relevant task scenario? This information must hold great significance, though Ruoqing and I have yet to fathom it. Nevertheless, based on his performance on the court, I dare assert that his task requirements extend beyond merely scoring. There is also a necessity for rebounds. Sister Wani, how do you know this? Zhang Feng is a counterpart of Kevin Love, who is renowned for his shooting prowess among the giants in the league, boasting exceptionally high shooting percentages from both mid-range and beyond the arc. Yet, in this match, Zhang Feng refrained from attempting three-pointers and rarely ventured into mid-range shots. His offensive efforts have been confined to the paint. Can you guess why? Upon hearing this, Meng Ji and Yu Zhifei were abruptly enlightened. To secure rebounds, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, as a student of basketball, Zhang Feng was acutely aware that acquiring 20 rebounds is far more challenging than merely scoring 20 points. Thus, he relentlessly attacked the basket, striving to create opportunities for self-rebounds to inflate his rebounding statistics. Chapter 47 G2 Second Half. Thanks to Su Wani's insights, Meng Ji and Yu Zhifei grasped the situation. Yu Zhifei suggested, given this, should we devise a targeted strategy against these two, preventing them from accomplishing their tasks? Su Wani replied, "There is no need for that. I have no desire to engage in actions that harm others without benefiting myself. In the second half, I shall focus on enhancing my own scoring." Upon hearing Su Wani's words, the other men cast admiring glances her way. Even when faced with deliberate opposition, Su Wani remained unyielding in her resolve, concentrating solely on her own objectives. Such clarity of mind is truly commendable. As the second half commenced, Zhang Ruoqing was astonished to observe that, despite minor adjustments to their lineup, the Cavaliers had abandoned their double-teaming strategy against Su Wani. After a moment of contemplation, he began to understand the reasoning behind this shift. Unlike the Warriors, where the head coach is Yu Zhifei, the Cavaliers' coach Tyronn Lue is a seasoned tactician. Their brazen double-teaming of Su Wani in the first half could not have been Lue's strategy. Such blatant disregard for the head coach's directives is perilous. To maintain balance and prevent Lue from retaliating by substituting them out, Shen Mie and the others opted for a more conventional defensive approach in the second half. The Cavaliers believed that since Su Wani had only scored 4 points in the first half, her chances of achieving over 30 points in this game were utterly implausible. After the Cavaliers adjusted their defensive strategy, Zhang Ruoqing promptly signaled to Su Wani, encouraging her to engage more actively in the offense. Undoubtedly, the offensive prowess of the Warriors was significantly more formidable, while on the Cavaliers' side, Wang Huayong was excessively focused on passing, and Zhang Feng opted for individual efforts, resulting in a rather lackluster efficiency. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Warriors had established a commanding lead of nearly 30 points, with a score of 90-62. Meanwhile, Su Wani managed to slightly increase her scoring to a mere 12 points by this time. The fourth quarter had devolved into a mere formality. Thus, prior to its commencement, Yu Zhifei substituted all the starters except for Su Wani, bringing in bench players such as Maurice Spites, Festus Ezeli, and Ian Clark. Upon witnessing this, Tyronn Lue promptly made a sweeping decision to withdraw all his starters as well, replacing them with substitutes like Dante Jones, James Jones, and Channing Frye. At that moment, Zhang Feng abruptly approached Tyronn Lue, whispering a few words in the coach's ear, expressing his desire to remain on the court. Although Tyronn Lue raised an eyebrow in response, he ultimately acquiesced, allowing Zhang Feng to take the floor. Hence, what should have been an exhilarating and intense final quarter transformed into a chaotic melee among the reserve players. For Zhang Ruoqing, the sole concern during this match was the scoring of Su Wani. Zhang Ruoqing delivered a commendable performance, amassing 20 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. While one may not deem it spectacular, it was undeniably impressive. However, the team star, Curry, was on fire, sinking all 7 of his 3-point attempts and scoring an astonishing 40 points in just 3 quarters. This left Zhang Ruoqing concerned that Curry might snatch the FME from him. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruoqing resolved to allow Su Wani the opportunity to inflate her statistics during garbage time. Should Su Wani manage to secure an additional 30 points, she would successfully complete her mission and become the first survivor of this endeavor. Meanwhile, he would still have the chance to vie for the FMV in subsequent games. The fourth quarter unfolded without significant drama, with Su Wani attempting to drive the ball for the Warriors while Zhang Feng was working solo in the paint for the Cavaliers. With just 1 minute remaining, Su Wani's score had reached 27 points, leaving her just 3 points shy of completing her task. As the Warriors initiated their offense, Su Wani positioned herself at a 45-degree angle, ready to take the ball from the substitute point guard, Ian Clark, once he crossed half-court. To her astonishment, Su Wani noticed that Clark disregarded her request, instead signaling for Spates to set up a pick-and-roll. "What is going on?" Su Wani exclaimed anxiously to Clark, imploring him to pass the ball. Clark remained silent, and once Spates arrived at the high post, they executed a deft pick-and-roll. Clark lofted the ball high from just outside the 3-second area, and Spates soared upwards, emphatically slamming it home. After the basket, Su Wani approached Clark, irritation evident on her face, and demanded, "What was that all about?" Clark glanced at her, smirked coldly, and walked away. As Su Wani observed Clark's retreating figure, a realization dawned upon her. As an undrafted player from 2013, Clark had struggled tremendously in the NBA, tirelessly striving for a minimum salary. From Clark's perspective, he had finally earned some playing time on the grand stage of the finals, only to have Su Wani monopolizing the ball and denying him the chance to shine. No wonder he was upset. With a wry smile, she mused to herself, "I'm just trying to complete my mission. What can I do?" She glanced at the timer. Only 30 seconds remained, and the Cavaliers had just completed an offensive play, leaving her with one final opportunity. After Spates passed the ball to Clark, Su Wani refrained from demanding it and instead settled into the corner. Recognizing her gesture of goodwill, Clark noted her position and, as she mouthed a single word, "Sorry," he could clearly read her lips. This softened the ire he had harbored. In the final possession, Clark charged into the paint, faced with defensive pressure, and decisively passed the ball to Su Wani, who had stationed herself at the corner. Upon receiving the pass, Su Wani made a brief adjustment and immediately released her shot. The success of her mission hinged on this singular moment. The ball soared through the air for several seconds before crashing heavily against the front of the hoop, ricocheting away. The final three-pointer missed its mark. Deng Tai Jones secured the rebound, consuming the last precious moments of the game. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match concluded. This time, everyone was prepared. At the instant the game ended, a brilliant light flashed, and all 8 players lost consciousness. When they regained awareness, they found themselves once again in that familiar dimly lit settlement room. In the settlement room, Zhang Ruoqing immediately turned his gaze towards Su Wani, noticing her feigned composure. Yet her face unmistakably bore the marks of profound regret. Zhang Ruoqing approached Su Wani, lowering his head and softly saying, "It's all right, strive harder in the next round. You will surely accomplish your task." Yu Zhifei and Ming Ji also came over to console Su Wani. In that moment, Zhang Ruoqing was struck by the realization that the 4 members of the warrior camp had, unbeknownst to him, begun to trust one another and forge a close bond. A wave of relief washed over Zhang Ruoqing, yet as he gazed toward the knightly faction, he noticed that, apart from Shen Mie, the faces of several individuals were adorned with sinister smiles, reveling in schadenfreude. Particularly unsettling was Zhang Feng, whose greasy grin incited a sense of nausea. Chapter 48. The first survivor. In the aftermath of the match, neither side exhibited any inclination for banter. Moments later, the voice of the basketball deity resonated throughout the arena. Task number 2016-060-2027 is currently in progress. The second match has concluded, and we are now announcing the results and the players' task progress. The victors of the second finals were the Golden State Warriors, with an aggregate score of 2-0. There were no instances of betting among the players during the second finals. Now, we shall disclose the task progress of all participants. Please observe. A colossal screen reappeared, and despite the audience's preparedness, they were momentarily blinded by the brightness. Taking time to adjust their eyes, the screen displayed the following. Player 387, Shen Mie, personal task progress, 02. Player 387, Feng Zhong. Personal task progress, 01. Player 391, Zhang Feng. Personal task progress, 11. Player 391, Wang Huayong. Personal task progress, 12. Player 404, Su Wani. Personal task progress, 12. Player 404, Zhang Ruoqing. Personal task progress. Player 432, Meng Ji. Personal task progress. Player 432, Yu Zhifei. Personal task progress, 2. Most striking was the 11, accompanying Zhang Feng's name, suggesting that he had completed his personal task. All gazes fixated upon Zhang Feng, the third-year sports major who had never felt such triumph in his life. His smug expression incited a desire among several from the warriors to strike him. The voice of the basketball deity echoed once more. Player 391, Zhang Feng, has successfully completed a 2-star difficulty personal task. A reward of 200 points has been credited to your account. You may choose whether to continue participating in subsequent tasks. You have 1 minute to decide. Countdown begins. 60. 59. Thus, the first survivor of this survival game was born, and to the surprise of many, it was none other than Zhang Feng. Through Zhang Feng's accomplishment of his personal task, the others grasped the rules. Those who completed their tasks were entitled to autonomously decide whether to partake in the ensuing challenges. Zhang Ruoqing pondered for a moment and concluded that he would undoubtedly choose to participate if it were up to him. This survival game, apart from individual tasks, also encompasses team missions. The objective of these team missions is universally shared among all participants, to triumph over rival teams and secure the championship title. Should the team mission be successful, each squad will be rewarded with 500 points, translating to 250 points per individual. This is no trifling sum. When compared to the 100-point reward for a 1-star task, 250 points equates to the reward of a 2-5-star mission, which is certainly not easily attainable. If Zhang Feng were to withdraw from the subsequent tasks, Kevin Love would revert to his N.C. form, a state of performance that is notoriously unpredictable. Moreover, Kevin Love's dismal performance in that year's finals would only exacerbate the Cavaliers' current plight of trailing 0-2. Shen Mie's thoughts mirror those of Zhang Ruoqing, prompting him to stride over to Zhang Feng and implore, "Brother Zhang Feng, you must stay. We need to strive for our team mission in the upcoming matches." The minutes swiftly elapsed, and the somber voice of the basketball deity reverberated within the entirely enclosed counting room. Team 391, Zhang Feng, please make your choice. Zhang Feng smiled enigmatically and then declared, "I choose to forfeit." "What? Forfeit?" Zhang Ruoqing, Shen Mie, and the others were utterly astonished. Team 391's Zhang Feng decided to withdraw from the subsequent tasks, and during the upcoming matches, Kevin Love would be replaced by N.C. Zhang Feng. "Why?" Shen Mie asked. Perplexed. "There's no reason, really. Participating in this damned mission has left me in a state of constant anxiety. Now that I've finally managed to escape, why would I return?" The temperament of the basketball deity is utterly unpredictable. Who knows what random events N.C. might conjure up? What if he assigns me a new personal task? I intend to use these points I've amassed to indulge myself in the real world. By the way, you guys keep up the good work. If the series turns around, I could secure another bounty of points. Ha ha ha. You rascal. We are giving our all to support you. And you just abandon us once you meet the conditions. Feng Zhong gritted his teeth in anger, casting a furious glance at Zhang Feng, wishing he could land a few punches. Shen Mie regarded Zhang Feng coldly, choosing not to say more. He understood that a man like Zhang Feng, who only knows how to indulge himself and cannot control his baser instincts, would not survive long in this game of existence. Let him laugh for now. There will come a time for him to weep. The transmission back to the real world was about to commence. 3 days later, at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the 7 contestants would be transported to the site of Game 3 of the 2016 finals in a parallel universe. The countdown for the transmission began. 5, 4, 3. A flash of light enveloped them, and all returned to the real world. Upon awakening, Zhang Ruoqing found himself comfortably resting in his own bed. A glance at the bedside clock revealed the time to be 0:01. They had been transported to the mission at midnight, and merely 1 minute had elapsed before their return. Zhang Ruoqing mused to himself, "What an enigmatic game this is." After a peaceful night's sleep, he awoke the following morning at 8 o'clock, only to receive a notification from the system in his mind. The count of unread messages stood at 99. How could there be so many unread messages right after G2 concluded? Was there some new development? Hastily, Zhang Ruoqing opened the system and, upon logging in, discovered a new pinned message in the group chat, the title of which was all too familiar. "NC Random Event. Not this again." Zhang Ruoqing felt a mix of helplessness and anxiety. This NC Random Event had a profound impact on the trajectory of the competition and the completion of each individual's tasks. The random event in G2 had been James's absence, which had set off a butterfly effect, making Zhang Feng the first fortunate one among the 8. What could this new event entail? Would it once again favor the Warriors? The moment he opened the pinned message, Zhang Ruoqing was taken aback, rendered speechless for several minutes. His eyes widened and his mouth agape, as if his very soul had been extracted from his body. The content of the message was as follows: Pre-game NC random event for Finals G3. Golden State Warriors Stephen Curry suffers a calf injury, sidelining him for the season. Cleveland Cavaliers Kevin Durant joins the Oklahoma City team. To encapsulate Zhang Ruoqing's feelings in a single phrase: "I am deceased. Please burn paper for my affairs." How could such a thing occur? This random event is utterly outrageous. After a prolonged moment, Zhang Ruoqing gradually emerged from the depths of shock and despair. Numbly opening the small group chat, where he found Yu Zhifei and Meng Ji fervently commenting, having already churned out over 100 remarks. The most frequent among them was, "Damn the basketball gods." Chapter 49, A Dramatic Turn of Events. Zhang Ruoqing shared a split expression in the group upon noticing his presence online. A fresh round of banter erupted between Yu Zhifei and Meng Ji. At that moment, Su Wani also appeared in the group, similarly posting a split expression. Yu Zhifei remarked, "When the G2 random event was announced, I was quite elated. Little did I anticipate such swift and severe retribution." Meng Ji responded, "Indeed. They merely faced the absence of James for a single game, whereas we have our star player sidelined for the entire season. What is the point of continuing? They should just declare them the winners." Yu Zhifei added, "What is even more absurd is that Durant chose to join the Cavaliers at this juncture. How can players still be signed before the finals, especially someone of Durant's caliber? Must the basketball gods be so exaggerated in their whims?" Su Wani interjected, "Durant's joining is indeed an extraordinary occurrence. In our previous experiences, the parallel universes crafted by the basketball gods closely mirrored the realities of the NBA, encompassing various rules, player abilities, and personalities. Yet, this random event has entirely shattered the established NBA regulations. Zhang Ruoqing. This indicates that our understanding of the survival game created by the basketball deity remains woefully inadequate. We must adequately prepare ourselves mentally to confront even more outrageous events that lie ahead. Yu Zhifei, Brother Ruoqing, what should we do now? Should we also adopt the opponent's strategy and forfeit the possibility of winning in G3, allowing Sister Wani and Yu to accumulate statistics? Zhang Ruoqing. Although the likelihood of victory is slim, I believe we should still strive to give it a shot. This is due to the unique task of Shen Mie, the traverser from the opposing camp, who has recorded multiple errors yet managed to secure 2 wins. This represents the sole instance of negative data correlating with a successful outcome. Given this random occurrence, Shen Mie will undoubtedly exert himself in G3 to accumulate errors, which presents us with a potential advantage. Mingji, that makes sense, however. Relying solely on this point, it remains exceedingly challenging for us to secure a win. Furthermore, what should I do about my cursed task? Zhang Ruoqing, by the way. Mingji, I have an idea regarding your task. After briefly outlining his approach, Mingji was elated and responded joyfully, Ruoqing, you truly are remarkable. Meanwhile, several competitors from the Knights faction, upon witnessing the random event, were immediately engulfed in a sea of jubilation. Wang Huayong exclaimed, with Durant joining us and Curry sidelined. Victory in Game 3 is assured. Even without that little brat Zhang Feng, we are bound to triumph. Feng Zhang added, indeed, not only Game 3, but they have no hope in the subsequent matches either, right, Brother Shen? Shen Mie. Feng Zhang, a reckless and brash individual, was now entirely dependent on Shen Mie, hoping for his guidance to swiftly accomplish the arduous task and avert impending doom. Shen Mie replied, not necessarily. Before the following matches commence, there will undoubtedly be more random events. We must not be overly optimistic. Feng Zhang inquired, oh, Brother Shen, can this match help me complete my personal task? Shen Mie responded, not yet. The condition for your buzzer beater or tying task is that we must be trailing before you take your shot. If you fail to score, we will lose the game. Currently, we are down 0-2 in the series and cannot afford another loss, so we must secure a victory in Game 3. What I desire to witness is a resounding triumph. Wang Huayong asked, Old Shen, what is your strategy for Game 3? As a middle-aged office worker, Wang Huayong spoke without the flattery exhibited by Feng Zhang or the previous Zhang Feng. He could never bring himself to call Shen Mie brother. Hence he referred to him as Old Shen. Shen Mie was unfazed and replied after a moment, securing a victory in Game 3 is fundamental. Furthermore, this game should allow me to fulfill my personal task, considering my progress stands at 0-2. I need at least 2 games with double-digit turnovers while winning. Both Feng Zhang and Wang Huayong were acutely aware of the challenge this entailed, so when Shen Mie expressed his intention to complete his personal task, neither objected. From the perspective of both teams' lineups, the disparity in strength was indeed stark. Securing a victory for the Knights seemed effortless, making this the ideal match for Shen Mie to accumulate turnovers. Subsequently, Shen Mie continued, aside from my personal task, yours should also be achievable. However, be mindful that if we win by fewer than 20 points, do not force assists. Winning takes precedence. Wang Huayong replied, Old Shen, no problem. At that moment, Wang Huayong was filled with uncontainable joy. In Game 2, he had achieved double-digit assists, and should he do so again in Game 3, he would become the second player after Zhang Feng to escape unscathed. Shen Mie cautioned, however, you must agree to one condition. After completing your personal task, do not, like that little brat Zhang Feng, abandon the subsequent tasks. You must continue with us to complete the remaining series. Wang Huayong pondered for a moment before responding, agreed, no problem. Indeed, Wang Huayong's incarnation as Tristan Thompson, a blue-collar player among the starting 5 of the Cavaliers, renders his status as either a player or an N.C. somewhat inconsequential. Even if he were to forego participation in subsequent missions, the impact would not be as significant as that of Zhang Feng. Shen Mie's intention in retaining him stems from Wang Huayong's controllability, whereas the N.C. version of Tristan Thompson remains unpredictable. Their individual tasks with Feng Zhang are yet to be settled, and should there be a need to implement specific tactics later on, Wang Huayong could assist. A possibility that is less certain with the N.C. counterpart. Wang Huayong is fully aware of Shen Mie's intentions, however. He is also eager to partake in the forthcoming missions. Prior to his departure, Zhang Feng remarked that the capricious basketball god might concoct some peculiar new rules. preventing even those who have completed their tasks from escaping. Thus, it would be wise to leave promptly. Wang Huayong found merit in Zhang Feng's words. Yet he believed that the basketball god is unlikely to impose difficulties on a player who has fulfilled their duties, with the probability being exceedingly low. By remaining, his chances of securing victory in the series would increase, thereby enhancing the likelihood of earning the team reward of 500 vouchers. Wang Huayong, being a member of Team 391 alongside Zhang Feng, had already agreed that if they were to obtain the 500 vouchers, he would take 300 while Zhang Feng would receive 200. After contemplating his early withdrawal, Zhang Feng ultimately acquiesced to this arrangement. The allure of 300 vouchers, combined with the opportunity to gain more experience in the tasks, compelled Wang Huayong to decide to stay. The off-season swiftly passed. In the 2016 NBA Finals Game 3 commenced at the Quicken Loans Arena, home of the Cleveland Cavaliers. The time traveler Andre Iguodala, known as Zhang Ruoqing, once again found himself in a substitute role, with Sean Livingston stepping in as the starter in place of the season-injured Stephen Curry. Zhang Ruoqing gazed upon the roster of the Cavaliers and instantly spotted the man with a distinctive aura, Kevin Durant. Chapter 50, The Avengers. As the game commenced, Kevin Durant stood proudly near the center circle, boldly gesturing a throat-cutting provocation towards the Warriors bench. In the 2016 playoffs, Durant's Oklahoma City Thunder faced the Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. At that time, the Warriors, emboldened by their remarkable 73-win season, seemed invincible, while the Thunder's dynamic duo, Durant and Westbrook, were equally spirited. Ultimately, after a grueling 7-game battle, the Warriors mounted an incredible comeback from a 3-1 deficit to defeat the Thunder and advance to the NBA Finals. The subsequent events are well known. On July 4, 2016, local time in the United States, Kevin Durant announced his decision to join the Golden State Warriors, a move that is regarded as one of the most significant signings in recent NBA history. Durant, now at the center of controversy, faced relentless mockery and derision. After all, a player in the prime of his career, of MVP caliber, joining a team that had just defeated him, a fully formed dynasty, was unprecedented in the annals of the NBA. In a flurry of social media activity, phrases like NBA's grand finale, betrayal, and the most difficult decision circulated widely. Many derided Durant as a coward, a softie, a traitor, leaving him seemingly powerless to counter such vitriolic attacks. Some compared Durant's Warriors to the 2011 Heat, formed by LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, noting that while both teams won 2 championships, the Warriors securing back-to-back titles in 2017 and 2018, and the Heat doing so in 2012 and 2013. The former commanded a greater sense of dominance and intimidation throughout the league during their respective eras. Despite winning 2 championship rings and earning 2 Finals MVP awards, Durant believed he had validated his prowess, yet his reputation remained tarnished. On November 12, 2018, during a regular season match between the Warriors and the Clippers, the infamous Green formula emerged. Draymond Green, in a heated exchange with Durant, proclaimed, "We were champions before you arrived." This outburst triggered a viral sensation online, leaving Durant deeply affected. In the 2019 Finals, faced with the Toronto Raptors, Durant made a desperate return from injury sustained in the Western Conference semifinals. In Game 5, he played through pain but tragically ruptured his Achilles tendon in the second quarter, suffering one of the most severe injuries of his career. That offseason, Durant departed for the Brooklyn Nets, bringing an end to his tumultuous relationship with the Warriors. Yet, in this alternate reality, the basketball gods seemed to defy the rules, allowing Durant to descend into Cleveland as the Cavaliers trailed the Warriors 0-2 in the finals. Was this a prelude to a dramatic act of revenge? Seated at the TNT commentary booth are the 3 titans of basketball analysis: Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal. Barkley states, "Gentlemen, what we are about to witness today is likely the most sensationally discussed finals in history. Am I not correct, Kenny, Shaq?" O'Neal replies, "Charles, though I often find myself in disagreement with your assertions, this time I wholeheartedly concur." Durant's defeat in the Western Conference Finals to the Warriors and his subsequent fiery entrance into the Cavaliers for vengeance is indeed a topic of exceptional magnitude. Smith adds, "It is a pity that Curry is sidelined for the season. Otherwise, this matchup would surely be the epitome of a perfect finals. I am tremendously eager for the game to commence." All 3 commentators, former NBA professionals themselves, have spent many years at TNT and have raised no questions regarding the rules surrounding Durant's sudden arrival to the Cavaliers. Zhang Ruoqing understands that in the parallel universe crafted by the basketball deity, the N.C.S are entirely under his dominion, and they do not question the nature of the rules. Barkley continues, last year's finals saw LeBron and his Cavaliers fall to the Warriors. This year, Durant and his Thunder were also bested by the Warriors. Now, with two fallen kings uniting in Cleveland, are they poised to stage a remarkable comeback despite trailing 0-2? O'Neal exclaims, it is the revenge tale that we all cherish. Let us bestow a name upon the LeBron-Durant alliance. Kenny chimes in, the Avengers. The trio of commentators fervently stirs the atmosphere in the arena. After making a throat-cutting gesture towards the Warriors bench, Kevin Durant unleashes a barrage of taunts. WLL, KLLV0U. In this realm, Kevin Durant is not portrayed as a cowardly traitor nor as the sensitive and gentle figure he is often depicted as, but rather as a fierce man who seeks retribution. Can the Warriors, lacking Curry, withstand the formidable partnership of Durant and LeBron? The Golden State Warriors starting lineup features Shaun Livingston, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Harrison Barnes, and Andrew Bogut. The Cleveland Cavaliers lineup includes Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Kevin Love, and Tristan Thompson. With Durant's arrival, J.R. Smith's position has been displaced, relegating him to the bench. However, for Smith, his personal mission remains to sink a buzzer beater, irrespective of statistics, rendering the distinction between starting and benching inconsequential. Kevin Durant, heralded as one of the greatest scorers in NBA history, takes his place as the starting shooting guard for the Cavaliers, joining forces with LeBron James. Such a scene could only have existed within the realm of dreams. The match commenced. The Cavaliers launched their first offensive, and after Shen Mie advanced the ball past half court, he did not, as in Game 1, hastily commit a turnover. Instead, he entrusted the ball to Durant. After all, he is the newly acquired superstar, and it was only fitting for him to showcase his prowess before the adoring fans. Indeed, the moment Durant received the ball, a thunderous cheer erupted from the entire Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. With the team facing a daunting 0-2 deficit against the Warriors, the hopes of all Cavaliers fans rested squarely upon the shoulders of the freshly signed Durant. Undoubtedly, for the Cavaliers supporters, Durant had become their savior. His performance on the court validated his extraordinary capabilities, solidifying his status as one of the finest basketball players on the planet. Against the defense of Klay Thompson, Durant executed a simple feint beyond the three-point line, then effortlessly launched a jump shot. Chapter 51, a powerful three. The shot found its mark. Wow. Has the scythe of the Grim Reaper swung a tad too early? Barkley sighed skyward. On the Warriors' end, Klay Thompson responded with a missed three-pointer, and James swiftly initiated a fast break, delivering a precise pass to the advancing Durant. Confronted by Livingston's defense, Durant ruthlessly collected the ball just inside the three-point arc, then gracefully stepped into a Euro step. From the bench, Zhang Ruoqing could not contain his excitement. What footwork! Durant's long legs glided through the Euro step like a majestic dance, leaving Livingston bewildered, rising for a powerful dunk. 5 o'clock. With one three-pointer and one dunk, Durant was showcasing his boundless abilities to the Cavaliers fans while declaring to the Warriors, "Tremble, for the vengeful king, Durant, has arrived." As the first quarter progressed past the halfway mark, the Cavaliers were in full swing, unleashing their formidable offensive prowess. Durant went a perfect 5 for 5, including 3 three-pointers, amassing 13 points in just half a quarter. Additionally, James and Love also sank three-pointers, and within approximately 8 minutes of play, the Cavaliers had surged ahead with a 25-10 lead, a staggering 15-point advantage. Such ferocious firepower. I do not believe any team in history could rival the offensive might of this Cavaliers squad. Even the 73-win Warriors could not match it, especially now that they were without Curry. Kenny Smith lamented during a timeout. Indeed, I boldly predict that the Cavaliers will triumph by a margin exceeding 30 points. The ever-predictive Barkley shared his insights. Charles, what will you do if your prediction fails? Kiss a donkey's rear? O'Neal jested mercilessly with his longtime friend. Shaq, your comments are quite something. The TNT commentary booth erupted in laughter, while the fans at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse were equally exhilarated. Despite their team trailing significantly at 0-2, the arrival of Durant instilled unwavering confidence in their ability to triumph effortlessly against the Cavaliers. Observing the precarious situation, Warriors head coach Yu Zhifei promptly called for a timeout. During the break, Zhang Ruoqing rose from the bench, addressing Yu Zhifei. Coach, allow me to take the court. Let us deploy the death lineup early. Yu Zhifeng nodded in agreement, though internally he sighed, contemplating that even with the death lineup in action, it would be futile against Durant's fierce prowess. This match appeared to be lost. He lamented the fortune of this being Game 3, an away game. Had it been at home and triggered the NC random event, his fate would have been sealed. Stealing a glance at Durant, who was seated on the Cavaliers' bench sipping water, a wave of trepidation washed over him. It was surprising how formidable Durant appeared in a Cavaliers jersey. As the timeout concluded, Zhang Ruoqing took to the court, substituting the original center, Bogut. The Warriors lineup transformed into Livingston at point guard, Clay at shooting guard, Su Wani, Harrison Barnes at small forward, Zhang Ruoqing, Iguodala at power forward, and Meng Ji, Draymond Green, filling the center position. Had the Warriors resorted to the death lineup in a desperate bid? However, could this lineup retain its effectiveness without Curry? Barkley expressed such skepticism upon Zhang Ruoqing's entry. Charles, one cannot overlook the facts. In the first 2 matches of the finals, Curry's performance was merely average, yet Iguodala excelled, contributing significantly to the Warriors' current 2-o'clock lead, even if he wasn't the highest scorer. By bringing him on early, I foresee the Warriors narrowing the gap. Shaquille O'Neal chimed in, as was his custom, to counter Barkley. At that moment, Kenny Smith, often the mediator, interjected, "Charles, Shaq, let me offer a balanced perspective. The death lineup is indeed a double-edged sword. While its offensive capabilities are renowned, its defensive weaknesses are equally apparent. Nevertheless, if the death lineup can dominate offensively, it may invigorate the defense. The crux lies in the Warriors' shooting accuracy. If they score, they can catch up. Otherwise, the outcome may be all but predetermined." The insights of the 3 commentators, each valid in their own right, were well understood by Zhang Ruoqing. However, there were certain aspects that the esteemed commentators of NC were oblivious to, such as the personal mission of Kyrie Irving's counterpart, Shen Mie, being closely tied to the number of turnovers. Zhang Ruoqing was resolute in making the most of this opportunity. Prior to his entrance, he whispered a few words to Livingston, who, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. The first quarter of the game continued. The Warriors were on the offense. A 15-point deficit, in the realm of modern basketball, particularly within the NBA context, is not insurmountable. In this era of small ball, a single, powerful offensive surge can swiftly erase such a gap. However, this is contingent upon 2 critical factors: the presence of a consistently reliable superstar scorer or a thoroughly comprehensive tactical framework. Lacking these elements, the Warriors, without Curry, were at a distinct disadvantage. Livingston brought the ball past half-court, utilizing Meng Ji's screen. He approached the weak side low post, preparing to back down Shen Mie. At that moment, the towering Durant suddenly darted in to provide assistance. In his prime, Durant was a formidable force on defense, with his long limbs and astonishing agility making him a terrifying presence. Upon noticing Durant's impending help defense, Livingston instinctively pulled back, passing the ball to the perimeter where Klay Thompson stood. Klay glanced at the defender before him, the crossover artist J.R. Smith's counterpart, Feng Zhong, and without hesitation, launched a contested 3-pointer. It was a desperate choice. This offensive decision was exceedingly ill-conceived. Zhang Ruoqing has consistently adhered to the principles of academic basketball. If he were to make such a shooting choice on the court, he would undoubtedly face severe reprimands from his college team coach. Thus, upon witnessing Klay's release, an instinctive thought emerged in Zhang's mind. However, fans familiar with Klay's career understand that he has made such shots numerous times, and his coach has never criticized him for his shooting selections. There is but one reason for this. His name is Klay Thompson. Together with Curry, he forms the legendary Splash Brothers duo, the most formidable 3-point shooter in history. This contested 3-pointer struck the net with the precision of a guided missile, landing flawlessly in the Cavaliers' hoop. 25-13. Chapter 52. A deluge of 3-pointers in Cleveland. Never mind. Our defense is solid. Letting him make that 3-pointer is inconsequential. Tyronn Lue shouted from the sidelines, rallying the players on the court. He was not entirely incorrect. Klay's audacious 3-pointers, occasionally finding their mark, do not significantly alter the course of the game. Meanwhile, Durant, positioned at a 45-degree angle, launched an answer ball 3-pointer, aiming to retaliate. The shot, however, clanged off the rim, and Zhang Ruoqing secured the rebound. This was Durant's first missed shot of the game. A swift counterattack ensued. The Warriors' death lineup, an unstoppable offensive strategy. Utilizing the quintet's speed advantage and tactical synergy, they capitalized on scoring opportunities before the opposing team could establish a defensive formation. This was indeed one of the sharpest weapons of the historic 73-win Warriors. Zhang Ruoqing advanced rapidly with the ball, his eyes constantly surveying the positions of his teammates. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on either side were Su Wani and Meng Ji, while Livingston lingered behind him. In the corner, a man was already reaching out for the ball. It was Klay Thompson. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ruoqing leapt high, flinging the ball to Klay in the corner. "Stop him!" Tyronn Lue bellowed from the sidelines. LeBron James charged towards Thompson with fervor, yet Thompson's release was astonishingly swift. From the moment he received the pass to the shot, Klay took less than half a second. Even James could only manage a feeble attempt to disrupt. Ultimately, watching the basketball glide past his fingertips, tracing a beautiful arc toward the hoop, James and the other Cavaliers could only lament the shot's trajectory. He remained strong amidst adversity, as the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He stands resolute, illuminated by the bright moon over the great river. He may come with malice, but I possess a spirit of unwavering determination. No matter what alliance of Avengers emerges, or what formidable forces unite, I bask in the radiance of enlightenment. Klay Thompson has once again nailed a three-pointer. The score of 16-25 immediately closed the gap to single digits. This three-pointer seemed to silence the crowd in Cleveland, transforming the Q Arena into a library. After Klay's basket, despite the Warriors bench erupting in jubilant celebration, he remained impassive, his cold gaze seemingly conveying, "It is still too early for us to surrender." In the absence of Curry, Klay stepped up in Game 3. Perhaps the brilliance of his brother overshadowed him at times, causing people to forget that Klay is one of the finest three-point shooters in the history of the league. During the 2014-2015 season, in a regular season game against the Kings, Klay erupted in the third quarter, achieving an astounding 9-4, 9 from beyond the arc, 4-4 on two-pointers, and 2-4-2 from the free throw line, amassing a perfect 37 points. This record is unparalleled and is considered one of the hardest to break in NBA history. In the 2016-2017 season against the Pacers, Klay played for 29 minutes, taking only 11 dribbles to score 60 points. Not only did he set a personal scoring record, but he also reshaped the understanding of basketball. Post-game commentary remarked that if one seeks to understand the pinnacle of pure shooting, they must witness Thompson's performance that day. Klay Thompson is precisely such a man, powerful yet remarkably humble. Should you dare to underestimate him, he will undoubtedly make you pay the price. Tyronn Lue intended to call a timeout, but upon assessing the score, he reconsidered and ultimately chose to forego it. The Cavaliers launched an attack. This time, Shen Mie and Durant executed a pick-and-roll, prompting the Warriors to double-team Durant. Shen Mie observed that they had left the corner open for Fong J.R. Smith and promptly passed the ball. After receiving the pass, Fong adjusted slightly and took the shot. To his astonishment, just as he adjusted, a terrifying figure descended from above, manifesting right before him. The arrow was on the string, and he had no choice but to release it. As Fong Zhong's shot barely left his hand, it was met with an overwhelming block from the man charging towards him. A resounding thud echoed as the ball was forcefully swatted out of bounds. A volleyball block. Undoubtedly, this manner of being blocked dealt a devastating blow to the player's confidence. After being denied, Fong Zhong finally recognized the man before him. It was none other than Klay. Dominating both offense and defense, Fong Zhong felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. Simultaneously, in the TNT commentary booth, Barkley, O'Neal, and Kenny Smith exchanged bewildered glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, their thoughts were perfectly aligned. No words were necessary at this moment. After delivering that spectacular volleyball block, Klay remained expressionless, coldly fixing his gaze on Fong Zhong. This little ruffian, who usually strutted around with bravado, found himself intimidated and unable to meet Klay's eyes. His knees nearly buckling beneath him, the Cavaliers retained possession. Under Klay's influence, the others became increasingly invigorated. Once the ball was in play, Shen Mie attempted to exploit his speed to break past Livingston, only to be intercepted by the latter's long reach, resulting in a direct turnover. Shen Mie's third error. After gaining possession, Livingston decisively propelled the fast break. Tyronn Lue, watching from the sidelines, was seething with rage, shouting, "Lock down Klay." LeBron closely monitored Klay's position, relentlessly shadowing him, while Shen Mie pursued Livingston from behind. With the ball in the center, Livingston saw two of his teammates infiltrating the opponent's territory. On the left was Zhang Ruoqing, and on the right was Su Wani. Upon seeing this, Livingston's heart leaped with joy. He immediately gathered the ball, feigned a move while his eyes were fixed on Zhang Ruoqing. but with a flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to Shen Mie. What an exquisite display of passing. After receiving the ball, Shen Mie found herself facing an open basket, with nothing more to do than effortlessly score. Yet, she hesitated. Intentionally slowing her pace, she awaited the approach of the defending player before suddenly executing a behind-the-back pass. At a 45-degree angle, there was that man again, Klay Thompson. During this fast break, Klay did not immediately accelerate, leading the vigilant LeBron to mistakenly believe Klay was unwilling to participate in the offense. Thus, he abandoned Klay to pursue Shen Mie. Little did he know, this was Klay's cunning ruse to draw LeBron away. Although it appeared that Shen Mie was facing an open basket, LeBron was already closing in behind her. If she forced a shot, she risked being blocked. Therefore, Shen Mie wisely waited for LeBron to arrive before passing the ball to Klay. A wide-open three-pointer. How could Klay let such an opportunity slip away? The three-pointer found its mark once again. 3 rounds, 3 three-pointers. A deluge of threes pours down in Cleveland. Chapter 53. The key player's injury, Warriors in crisis again. Timeout. Upon witnessing Klay's third consecutive three-pointer, Tyronn Lue could not contain his fury and forcefully pressed the timeout button. The score stood at 25-19, with the Cavaliers' lead dwindling to a mere 6 points. During the timeout, Tyronn Lue shouted at his players, "Double-team Klay. I do not want to see him take another shot this quarter." At that moment, Shen Mie was whispering something to Feng Zhong. This scene was inadvertently observed by Tyronn Lue. "Kyrie, what is going on? 3 turnovers before the first quarter is even over. Mo, warm up and prepare to replace Kyrie." "Coach, please do not be upset. I have a strategy that can completely neutralize Klay. Just hold off on substituting me." Completely neutralize Klay? What could possibly be better than a double team? Just wait and see. Back on the court, it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack. Durant executed a signature mid-range jumper, temporarily alleviating the Cavaliers' scoring drought, bringing the score to 27-19. The Warriors' offense was now acutely aware of Klay's hot hand, and all players consciously sought his position on the floor. After several intricate passes and cuts, Klay received the ball at the arc, rising for the shot. With his confidence soaring, Klay faced the defense of Feng Zhong as if it were merely a decorative obstacle. The basketball soared through the air for a moment before finding the net once more. Klay had already sunk 4 three-pointers in the first quarter. However, the players on the court did not resolutely execute Tyronn Lue's double-team strategy, and just as the young Cavaliers coach was growing increasingly frustrated, an unexpected turn of events left him utterly astonished. Not only Tyronn Lue, but all players, commentators, and spectators present were taken aback. Klay suddenly collapsed, clutching his ankle, rolling on the floor in evident agony. He was injured. The once indomitable Klay was now incapacitated. No one knew what had transpired, but the large screen above the arena immediately displayed a replay. Klay had no issues from the moment he received the ball to his jump shot. But at the instant he was about to land, his defender Feng Zhong deliberately extended his foot. A malicious trip, perhaps the most despicable foul in basketball. Throughout the annals of NBA history, countless players have faced severe repercussions from such intentional trips, losing not only their chances at championship glory, but also suffering devastating impacts on their careers, leaving countless fans with lingering dissatisfaction. In the 2017 Western Conference Finals, the Spurs held a commanding 20-point lead over the Warriors in the opening game. However, Warriors center Zaza Pachulia executed a reckless maneuver against the Spurs star player Kawhi Leonard, resulting in a season-ending injury for the latter. Consequently, the Warriors triumphed with a sweeping 4-0 victory over the Spurs, advancing to the NBA Finals. In the 2021 Eastern Conference semifinals, the Bucks faced off against the Nets. Trailing significantly, during the fourth game, Giannis Antetokounmpo committed a similar foul on Kyrie Irving, leading to Irving's untimely exit from the season. This unfortunate incident deprived the star-studded Nets of their prime opportunity to contend for the finals. In a moment of frustration, Feng Zhong resorted to such unsportsmanlike tactics while Klay was in the midst of an impressive performance. The referee immediately halted the game, and the Warriors' medical team rushed onto the court to attend to Klay. The players of the Warriors were filled with righteous indignation, with even the young reserves eager to confront Feng Zhong, only to be restrained by head coach Yu Zhifei and the assistant coaching staff. It is crucial to note that departing the bench to enter the court could lead to suspension or further sanctions. Thus, maintaining composure was imperative for the Warriors at this juncture. Meanwhile, witnessing Klay's injury, the Cavaliers fans in attendance erupted in a cacophony of noise. Despite being in the Cavaliers' home arena, Feng Zhang's malicious actions were condemned by all who cherish the sport of basketball. Rather than celebrating Thompson's misfortune, many Cavaliers fans began to jeer at Feng Zhang, expressing their disapproval of his actions. Zhang Ruoqing's heart sank as he beheld Clay, injured and sprawled on the ground. It was evident to him that Clay would not be able to continue in this match. He cast a glance at Feng Zhang, then at Shen Mie, who stood behind him. Though Shen Mie's expression was impassive, he exuded an air of calculated intent. Feng Zhang, surprisingly, wore a slight smirk. In that moment, Zhang Ruoqing comprehended the truth. This was undoubtedly Shen Mie's scheme. During the timeout, Shen Mie had whispered to Feng Zhang, instructing him to trip Clay as he attempted another shot. Initially hesitant, Feng Zhang was soon reassured by Shen Mie's further entreaty. Rest assured, the rules merely state that one cannot harm other players through violent means. There is no mention of harming other N.C. players. We must secure a resounding victory in this match, and your personal objectives were never part of the plan. Even if you were penalized, it matters not. Bolstered by Shen Mie's words, Feng Zhang resolved to act, and upon returning to the court, he swiftly executed the trip on Clay. In short order, the team physician assisted Clay off the court and back to the locker room. As they departed, the physician informed head coach Yu Zhifei that Clay would not be returning, prompting him to prepare for the inevitable. With both Splash brothers incapacitated, the Warriors no longer possessed the capacity to deploy their famed death lineup. Meanwhile, the three referees at the scorer's table reviewed the video replay to determine how to classify Feng Zhang's foul. In an alternate timeline's 2016 finals, the notorious incidents involving Pachulia's trip of Leonard and Giannis' trip of Irving had yet to occur, leaving the league's stance on tripping fouls rather ambiguous, typically deemed merely an ordinary foul. Under the heightened scrutiny of the final stage, the pressure on referees intensified. Should they classify such a blatant malicious trip as merely an ordinary foul? The visiting Warriors would certainly object vehemently. After a prolonged deliberation, the referees finally announced their verdict. Feng Zhang J.R. Smith was assessed a level 2 flagrant foul, resulting in immediate ejection, with the Golden State Warriors awarded 2 free throws and possession. Upon hearing the ruling, both Feng Zhang and Shen Mie were taken aback, with Feng Zhang even contemplating a dispute with the officials. However, the referees coldly retorted, "You suck." The gravity of Feng Zhang's transgression was such that even the officials could no longer tolerate it, imposing the harshest penalty. Ironically, as Feng Zhang exited the court in defeat, the Cavaliers fans at the Quicken Loans Arena erupted in enthusiastic applause, supporting the referee's decision, a rare occurrence in the annals of NBA history. Although Feng Zhang's ejection mirrored an extreme one-for-one exchange with Klay Thompson, it proved to be an unmitigated boon for the Cavaliers. Yet, with the Warriors' resurgence abruptly stymied by Clay's departure, one could only ponder their next course of action. Chapter 54. Here comes a strike to LeBron's groin. After Clay and Feng Zhang exited the court, the lineups transformed into, for the Warriors, Sean Livingston, Su Wani, Harrison Barnes, Zhang Ruoqing, Andre Iguodala, Meng Ji, Draymond Green, and Andrew Bogut. For the Cavaliers, Shen Mie, Kyrie Irving, Richard Jefferson, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, and Wang Huayong Tristan Thompson. The Warriors were awarded 2 free throws, and Zhang Ruoqing proactively passed the ball to Su Wani, believing that such a straightforward scoring opportunity should be seized by her. With Clay sidelined, the chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim, hence Zhang Ruoqing aimed to facilitate Su Wani in reaching 30 points and fulfilling her personal objective. Su Wani lived up to expectations, making both free throws. In the final moments of the first quarter, the Warriors' offense stagnated, but their resolute defense prevented the score gap from widening excessively. The first quarter concluded with a score of 25-32, the Warriors trailing by 7 points. As the second quarter commenced, Durant's offensive prowess remained undiminished, while James consistently found success in the paint. The Warriors were left relying on the sporadic efforts of Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing, leading to a swift escalation of the score gap to over 15 points. Towards the end of the second quarter, the Warriors found themselves in a scoring drought lasting over 3 minutes, finally broken by Meng Ji's 2-1 in the paint. During the initiation of this offensive play, Meng Ji, typically a facilitator like Draymond Green, unusually positioned himself in the low post to request the ball for a one-on-one opportunity. Given the presence of the legitimate center Bogut on the court for the Warriors, Meng Ji assumed the role of a power forward, matched up against James. The two, familiar adversaries on the court and old friends off it, were well acquainted with each other's styles of play. James, surprised to see his old comrade demanding the ball in the low post, nonetheless followed suit, preparing to offer defensive pressure from behind. With James's size and strength, few in the league could withstand a low-post challenge from him. In Game 1, Bogut had suffered a notable setback when James executed a brilliant retreat, leaving Bogut at a disadvantage. If Bogut struggled, Ming-Ji would find it even more challenging. At a 45-degree angle, Zhang Ruoqing held the ball while Ming-Ji leaned into James, reaching out for the ball. James immediately lowered his center of gravity, applying sufficient physical resistance to make Ming-Ji's reception less comfortable. This defensive strategy was a product of James's years of defensive experience. Just as Ming-Ji extended his hand, he suddenly pivoted at lightning speed, sprinting towards the basket behind James, revealing that his earlier low-post request was merely a feint. The true tactic was a backdoor cut for an alley-oop. Although James's mind quickly processed this shift, his body lagged in response due to his low center of gravity. Prepared for the impending confrontation, at this pivotal moment, Zhang Ruoqing had flawlessly lobbed the ball to Ming-Ji in the paint. As Ming-Ji received the pass, he faced an open basket, preparing for a thunderous dunk. However, it was not so straightforward. LeBron James is indeed LeBron James. Had it been anyone else, they would have relinquished the play, merely watching Ming-Ji execute the dunk. Yet, upon realizing the situation, James desperately sprinted back, shouting as he leaped high into the air, waiting for Ming-Ji. Should Ming-Ji dare to jump for the dunk, he would be met with a resounding rejection. However, Ming-Ji remained poised, casting a calm glance at James, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Alarm bells rang in James's mind. He had been outsmarted, as Ming-Ji had anticipated even his leap. As James descended, Ming-Ji finally took flight, deliberately positioning his body to collide with James, simultaneously tossing the ball toward the basket. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against James, while Ming-Ji successfully scored. With a surge of exhilaration following the basket, Ming-Ji turned and celebrated with an exuberant fist pump. The motion was so grand that, by sheer coincidence, his fist struck James in a sensitive area. Ming-Ji felt the softness of his knuckles meeting flesh, only to see James crumple to the ground, clutching himself in pain. Richard Jefferson and Kevin Durant rushed over to confront Ming-Ji, who immediately raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he sought no conflict. The referee swiftly intervened, separating the players before summoning the Cavaliers' medical team to assess James's condition. Ming-Ji, with a look of remorse, explained to the referee, "Gentlemen, I was merely celebrating. I got a bit carried away and didn't TC him there. It was absolutely unintentional. Besides, as you know, I have a great rapport with LeBron. Why would I ever strike him intentionally?" The referee remained silent, ensuring the situation was under control before approaching the scorer's table to review the footage. The Cavaliers crowd erupted in uproar, their cacophony deafening, demanding that the referee eject Ming-Ji. Their demands were not without merit. The league has historically imposed severe penalties for fouls involving strikes to the neck and groin areas. When deemed intentional, such actions typically result in an automatic ejection and suspension. Reflecting on the 2016 NBA Finals Game 4, Draymond Green, during an offensive play while setting a screen for teammate Stephen Curry, had been knocked over by James. In a fit of rage, Green retaliated by striking James in the groin. Although the referees did not call a foul during the game, Green was later assessed a flagrant foul, resulting in his suspension for Game 5, a pivotal moment in that year's finals. Striking an opponent in the groin while evading any repercussions is nearly inconceivable within the NBA league. Yet, this is precisely the essence of Ming-Ji's personal mission. The strategy he devised involves executing an exaggerated celebratory gesture next to James after scoring, feigning an accidental contact to elude punishment. After all, the task merely stated to strike, without clarification on whether it should be intentional or inadvertent. The mastermind behind this clever ruse was none other than Zhang Ruoqing. In that particular play, Ming-Ji successfully executed Zhang Ruoqing's plan. As the referees reviewed the video playback amidst the uproar of the Cavaliers fans, Ming-Ji's heart raced with anticipation. Should Zhang Ruoqing's scheme prove successful, he would complete his personal task and escape unscathed. As Chapter 55 concludes, the Cavaliers players were preoccupied with the well-being of their leader, James. Having taken a moment to recuperate, James reassured everyone that he was relatively fine, merely affected by the initial pain of the strike. At that juncture, Ming-Ji approached the Cavaliers bench, offering his apologies and clarifying to James that it was unintentional. James, displaying remarkable magnanimity, patted Ming-Ji on the back, assuring him that it was of no consequence. The atmosphere gradually eased, and even the astute Shen Mie failed to perceive the deliberate nature of Ming-Ji's action. It must be acknowledged that Ming-Ji's acting skills were quite commendable. After reviewing the footage, The referees ultimately concluded that it was merely an accident and imposed no penalties on Meng Ji. A wave of elation surged within him. What seemed to be the most challenging personal task had been accomplished. Gratefully, he cast a glance towards Zhang Ruoqing, who smiled in return, pleased to have salvaged a person's fate. Following this minor upheaval, the game unfolded without further incident. The Cavaliers sailed smoothly to a resounding victory, concluding the match at 118-90, thereby securing their first home win and adjusting the series score to 1-2. Suwani had a lackluster performance, guarded by the tall and lengthy Kevin Durant, ultimately scoring only 10 points and failing to fulfill her personal mission. Zhang Ruoqing also experienced a significant drop in performance, finishing the game with a mere 9 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. In the post-game evaluation room, the basketball deity announced the progress of each player's personal tasks. Player 387. Shen Mie. Task progress, 12. Player 387. Feng Zhong. Task progress, 01. Player 391. Wang Huayong. Task progress, 12. Player 404. Suwani. Task progress, 12. Player 404. Zhang Ruoqing. Task progress, player 432. Meng Ji. Task progress, player 432. Yu Zhifei. Task progress 2. Upon seeing these results, several members of the Cavaliers camp were momentarily taken aback. Wang Huayong, puzzled, inquired of Meng Ji, "You actually completed your personal task?" At what moment Meng Ji smiled and explained to the 3 members of the Knights faction. Shen Mie, upon hearing this, was taken aback and inquired, "Was this idea conceived by you?" Meng Ji was about to attribute the thought to Zhang Ruoqing, but Zhang Ruoqing interjected, "Of course. This lad mentioned his idea to us prior to G3, hoping for our collaboration. At that moment, I sensed the potential of his concept, and indeed, it has proven to be flawless. Meng Ji, you truly possess remarkable talent." Upon hearing Zhang Ruoqing's words, Meng Ji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He noticed Zhang Ruoqing speaking to him with his back turned to the members of the Knights faction, continuously signaling with his eyes, and finally grasped the situation. Thus, he continued in the vein of Zhang Ruoqing's remarks, "Brother Ruoqing, you need not flatter me. I merely took a chance, never expecting it would actually succeed." Zhang Ruoqing was reluctant to let the members of the Cavaliers, especially Shen Mie, know that Meng Ji's plan was conceived by him. With numerous matches still ahead, he wished to avoid becoming the target of their ire. However, Shen Mie remained skeptical of Meng Ji's response, his gaze fixated on Zhang Ruoqing. At that moment, the voice of the basketball god resonated. Team 432, Meng Ji, your personal mission has been completed. You may choose to abandon the subsequent tasks. Will you forfeit or continue? I choose to continue. Very well. You will proceed to compete as the avatar of Draymond Green, but there will be no further mission requirements. Subsequently, the basketball god announced that the G4 match would take place at the Cavaliers' home ground in 3 days, and then transported all participants back to the real world. Upon returning to reality, Meng Ji joyfully called a few friends, inviting them over for an ARTV gathering at his home. He then made another call, requesting the owner of a familiar entertainment venue to send a few beautiful models to join the festivities. For someone of Meng Ji's affluent background, these arrangements were trivial. Approximately 2 hours later, a lavish ARTV party commenced at Meng Ji's villa. He reclined on a beach chair by the pool, flanked by 2 alluring models clad in bikinis. Sipping a glass of fine liquor, he gazed at the enchanting figures before him, feeling immensely content. Just as he reached out to embrace one of the beauties for a more exhilarating experience, a new system notification suddenly appeared in his mind. Meng Ji frowned, feeling interrupted. Yet he logged into the system. He discovered he had received a private message. About 2 hours later, as the ARTV concluded, Meng Ji, feeling exhausted, took a shower and collapsed onto his bed. Having just engaged in an intense encounter with 3 models, he was now utterly fatigued. Lying on his bed, he did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he logged into the system and sent a private message to Zhang Ruoqing. "Brother Ruoqing, which city are you in? I would like to meet you offline to express my gratitude in person." Before long, he received a response from Zhang Ruoqing. "Brother Meng Ji, I am in Beijing. If you are also in Beijing, we can meet. If it's too far, there is no need for you to come. We can communicate conveniently through the system. Brother Ruoqing, I live in Tianjin, so traveling to Beijing is quite easy. I will come to find you first thing tomorrow morning. Could you provide me with a specific address?" Thus, Zhang Ruoqing and Meng Ji arranged the time and place for their meeting the following day. Meng Ji then revisited the private message he had received earlier, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, He finally closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Mingji drove to Beijing and met Zhang Ruoqing at the designated restaurant. Upon their meeting, Mingji produced a green jersey and handed it to Zhang Ruoqing. Zhang Ruoqing, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Brother Mingji, what is this?" "Oh. During one of our conversations, did you not mention that your favorite basketball star is Ray Allen? This is a signed jersey worn by Ray Allen during the first game of the finals in the year the Celtics claimed victory. I purchased it earlier and have decided to gift it to you, Ruoqing. My goodness, it must have cost a fortune. I can't accept this. Don't be so modest. You devised that plan which saved my life. A mere jersey pales in comparison. I've heard that the jersey Ray Allen wore in the final game, Game 6, has also hit the market. I'll keep an ear out for it, and if I come across it, I shall acquire it for you. Brother Mingji. Such a rare treasure, and you speak of it so casually. Are you truly a friend?" "Brother." Mingji chuckled. "As you can see, I am indeed a rich heir. There is no need to hide it. Should you encounter any difficulties in real life, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Let us exchange phone numbers." Mingji's straightforward and cheerful demeanor soon won over Zhang Ruoqing. His sincerity and brightness dispelled some of Zhang Ruoqing's preconceived notions about wealthy heirs. Although Mingji was 25 years old, while Zhang Ruoqing was merely 18, he addressed Zhang with brotherly affection, leaving Zhang quite flattered. "Brother Mingji. Please refrain from calling me brother. Just call me Ruoqing. Haha, whatever suits you. Ruoqing, I feel our temperaments and personalities align splendidly. It's as if we met too late." With that, the two clinked their glasses and consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Mingji, with a moderate tolerance, became increasingly loquacious after a few drinks, discussing everything from the universe to life aspirations, and touching upon youthful recklessness and the burdens of their current system. Gradually, Zhang Ruoqing found himself growing fond of this slightly older man, who possessed the spirit of youth. As the evening progressed, they began to refer to each other as brothers. Eventually, Zhang Ruoqing accompanied Mingji to his hotel, where he too fell asleep in Mingji's room. When they awoke, it was already evening. Zhang Ruoqing informed Mingji that Su Wani was also a student studying in Beijing. Upon hearing this, Mingji was elated and suggested inviting Su Wani to join them for dinner. Zhang Ruoqing called Su Wani, who, upon hearing of Mingji's visit, readily agreed. Consequently, the three of them gathered once more for a meal. During the course of their dining, Su Wani suddenly suggested, "Should we perhaps inquire about Yu Zhifei? It seems we three might be inadvertently isolating him." The other two chuckled, acknowledging the validity of Su Wani's remark. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing sent a message to Yu Zhifei, who responded by mentioning that his hometown is located in a certain area of Hunan, far removed from Beijing. Zhang Ruoqing requested the contact information of Yu Zhifei and subsequently initiated a video call. During the call, Yu Zhifei showcased the restaurant where he worked. Clad in his work attire, it is undeniable that the disparities among individuals can be profoundly striking. While Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani were pursuing their university studies, Mingji enjoyed the privileges of a wealthy heir, and Yu Zhifei, on the other hand, toiled in a restaurant immediately after graduating from high school to make ends meet. Though fate may seem exceedingly unjust, one cannot help but marvel at its formidable nature at times. What does poverty signify, and what does wealth imply? In this NBA survival game, everyone stands on equal footing, fiercely battling for their existence. These young individuals, bound by the peculiar system of this alternate realm, found their destinies inextricably intertwined. Upon witnessing Yu Zhifei's arduous living conditions, Mingji promptly offered his assistance, assuring him that he would exert every effort to help should there be a need. Yu Zhifei smiled. The golden-haired youth, donning a pair of worn sunglasses, appeared cool on the surface, yet beneath that facade lay a tender heart. He expressed his gratitude to Mingji, yet he articulated his desire to sustain himself through this game and ultimately alter his fate through his own efforts. As the conversation progressed, Su Wani suddenly remarked, "Considering the time we have known each other, today marks our most profound and engaging dialogue. We must surely be friends now, right?" "Absolutely," Mingji exclaimed joyfully. "Not just friends, we are brothers. Brothers who trust one another," Yu Zhifei declared loudly from the other end of the video call. "Indeed, brothers." Zhang Ruoqing raised his cup, and the four of them shared a drink together. After 3 rounds of competitive tasks, they had finally established a sufficient level of trust among themselves. The air was free of suspicion and doubt, allowing them to confidently rely on one another in critical moments. Such a bond epitomizes true brotherhood. Zhang Ruoqing was filled with excitement, and his 18 years of life, This was the first time he had experienced such a profound emotion. Zhang Ruoqing felt that forging such bonds might be their most formidable weapon in clinching the series. Only by placing unwavering trust in the brothers and teammates on the court can they hope to prevail. This was something the cunning Shen Mie could never achieve. The three individuals before him instilled in Zhang Ruoqing a profound sense of confidence. The rest day passed in an extraordinary yet tranquil manner. As the 24-hour countdown to Game 4 commenced, there was still silence within the group. The NC random event had arrived rather late this time. 20 hours. Then 15 hours ticked by. All the players awaited news from the main group, yet there was nothing. 5 hours, then 1 hour. Finally, the time for the commencement of Game 4 arrived, and all 7 players were transported into the mission scenario. It turned out that the NC random event had not been triggered prior to this Game 4. This meant that Durant remained with the Cavaliers, and Curry was still sidelined for the season. As for Clay's ankle sprain, he was absent from this match. What a predicament this was. Before the official start of the game, Coach Kerr, the time traveler, gathered Zhang Ruoqing, Su Wannie, and Mingji around him and remarked, "We are unlikely to win this game, are we?" All eyes turned to Zhang Ruoqing. It was sheer folly for the Warriors, lacking the Splash Brothers, to expect victory against the Cavaliers, who had Durant joining them. Zhang Ruoqing understood this all too well. However, within the current Warriors camp, he was universally recognized as the leader and captain. Unless the captain uttered the words, no one would dare to speak of surrender. Zhang Ruoqing gazed into the eyes of those around him, feeling a pang of sympathy and helplessness. He was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. In such circumstances, he must assume the burden for the entire team. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Ruoqing decisively declared, "We shall forego victory in this match and devote ourselves entirely to assisting Su Wannie in accumulating her statistics. Our sole objective for this game is to elevate Wannie's score beyond 30. Agreed. Yu Zhifei and Meng Ji responded in unison, without a moment's hesitation. Su Wannie, moved by the fervent gazes of the 3 boys, felt a swell of gratitude. Ruoqing, what about you? Your FMV must be built upon data as well. You two need to perform. Wannie, I shall follow your lead and adapt to the circumstances as they arise. Rest assured." As the match commenced, the situation for the Cavaliers starkly contrasted with that of the Warriors. The remaining 3 players had engaged in a heated argument prior to the game. Shen Mie and Wang Huayong firmly believed that since the NC random event had not been triggered, the outcome of this match would likely mirror that of G3, leading to a resounding victory for the Cavaliers. Under such assumptions, Feng Zhong's task appeared unattainable, thus the focus remained on Shen Mie and Wang Huayong's objectives. However, Feng Zhong voiced his dissent, arguing that having reached G4, the variables in subsequent matches had become too unpredictable, leaving no guarantee that he would have an opportunity to make crucial shots later. Moreover, having sacrificed for his teammates in G3, he now demanded that they reciprocate. Chapter 57. An eye for an eye. Shen Mie and Wang Huayong naturally opposed Feng Zhong's assertions. Consequently, a fierce altercation ensued among the 3, with Shen Mie and Wang Huayong ultimately prevailing in the argument. Yet within Feng Zhong's heart, a seed of resentment was quietly sown. As the curtain rose on G4 and the players were transported to the Cleveland Quicken Loans Arena, Feng Zhong, now transformed into J.R. Smith, cast a venomous glare at Shen Mie and Wang Huayong. That chilling gaze sent a shiver through Wang Huayong, while Shen Mie remained unfazed. Accustomed as he was to such confrontations, and having encountered many men of Feng Zhong's ilk, once the game commenced, it swiftly devolved into a one-sided affair, with the league's titans, Durant and James, unleashing their full arsenal from the outset. Durant executed isolation plays with finesse, driving to the basket and shooting from the perimeter with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, James orchestrated the team's movements, occasionally leading fast breaks to assault the Warriors' rim. In this match, Shen Mie's methods for accumulating mistakes were particularly astute and concealed, resulting in 4 errors during the Cavaliers' offensive onslaught in the first quarter. Yet these had little effect on the game's trajectory. Conversely, with the Splash Brothers absent, the Warriors' offense was utterly impotent. Yu Zhifei found himself compelled to include Livingston and the aging Brazilian lightning bolt, Leonardo Barbosa, in the starting lineup. On the defensive end, they struggled to contain Durant and James, while the Warriors faced significant limitations on offense. Despite establishing Su Wannie as the tactical focal point, the player assigned to primarily guard her was none other than Durant, whose height, reach, and speed posed a formidable challenge. Regardless of the strategy employed, Su Wannie found it exceedingly difficult to score against Durant. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 36-18, with the Cavaliers leading by 18 points. Su Wani, having attempted 8 shots, managed to convert only 1, accumulating a mere 3 points. During the intermission, the urgency among the Warriors was palpable, particularly among the 4 players. Although the fate of Game 4 seemed sealed, finding a way to break through and accomplish Su Wani's individual objectives was a pressing concern. Just as despair began to settle in, Meng Ji suddenly spoke up. To enable Wani to fulfill her task, we must address the issue of Durant. Leave this matter to me. Meng Ji, what do you intend to do? Inquired Zhang Ruoqing. I shall confront him in the same manner we dealt with Clay in the previous game. An eye for an eye. Upon hearing Meng Ji's words, Zhang Ruoqing's eyes lit up. This had indeed been his own thought, albeit one he hesitated to act upon due to the potential repercussions of such an endeavor. Zhang Ruoqing's personal task is to secure the FMV award. Although deliberately injuring Durant would not technically violate the system rules of this survival game, it would almost certainly result in a flagrant foul, leading to expulsion at best or suspension at worst. Either consequence would greatly hinder his pursuit of the FMV title. Thus Zhang Ruoqing refrains from taking such risks. The same reasoning applies to Su Wani. Therefore, it is most appropriate for Meng Ji, who has already completed his personal task and bears no risk, to undertake this action. Zhang Ruoqing was contemplating how to subtly communicate his intentions to Meng Ji when Meng Ji proactively offered to take on the task, much to his delight. While intentionally injuring an opponent on the basketball court is indeed a despicable act, players often find themselves with no choice for survival. Upon returning to the game, Meng Ji indeed took it upon himself to closely guard Durant. As an NC, Durant was oblivious to Meng Ji's intentions. During the defense, Meng Ji deliberately left half a step of space for Durant, who seized the opportunity to execute a pull-up jumper. The shot swished through the net, but Durant was unaware that a malevolent foot awaited him upon landing. In the next moment, the pain-ridden figure on the floor transitioned from Clay in Game 3 to Durant in Game 4. He clutched his ankle, his brows furrowed in agony. A cacophony of boos erupted from the Cavaliers' home crowd as the medical staff rushed onto the court for a brief examination, their faces betraying a sense of profound regret. Tyronn Lue's expression was one of fury as he stormed towards the referees, demanding severe punishment for Meng Ji's flagrant foul. The referees reviewed the footage for a brief moment before rendering their verdict. Meng Ji, Draymond Green, was assessed a level 2 flagrant foul and expelled from the game. As Meng Ji left the court, he displayed no signs of shame. Instead, he greeted the Warriors' teammates with a broad smile and turned to the audience, placing a finger on his lips in a provocative gesture for silence. This incited a thunderous chorus of F. Draymond from the Cavaliers fans in the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Shortly thereafter, the Cavaliers officially announced that Kevin Durant had suffered a severe ankle sprain and would not return for Game 4. Durant's injury further ignited the Cavaliers' ferocity, particularly among the NC players, whose eyes gleamed with a fierce desire to overpower the Warriors. On the court, their demeanor became increasingly aggressive, with physical confrontations escalating to a point where tensions nearly boiled over into conflict multiple times. However, one undeniable fact emerged. Kevin Durant's absence was unequivocally advantageous for Su Wani. Without the towering defender, her scoring became considerably easier. The subsequent quarters unfolded amidst a thick atmosphere of tension, marred by frequent fouls and interruptions, as the referees resorted to video replays to assess the nature of the players' infractions. The final 3 quarters of the match extended for nearly 3 hours before reaching its conclusion. As the final whistle echoed, the 4th game of this not particularly spectacular, yet fiercely contested championship series came to a close. Ultimately, the Cavaliers triumphed with a decisive score of 121-99, equalizing the series at 2 games apiece. In the post-match debriefing room, the basketball deity announced the 2 newly minted survivors of this contest: Team 404's Su Wani and Team 387's Shen Mie. During Game 4, Su Wani played for 38 minutes, accumulating an impressive 32 points and successfully completing her mission. Meanwhile, Shen Mie took to the court for 27 minutes, achieving the desired tally of 10 turnovers and thereby fulfilling his personal objective. Both individuals opted to remain in the ongoing challenge, ready to participate in the forthcoming matches. Zhang Ruoqing recorded a modest performance in the match, achieving 12 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 6 steals, and 3 blocks. Although his statistics reflect a well-rounded contribution, they hardly stand out. As the Cavaliers leveled the score, both teams found themselves back on equal footing. The impending 5th game, a pivotal showdown, looms large on the horizon. Chapter 58, a mother on the sickbed after 4 grueling finals. Half of the 8 competitors have successfully completed their personal missions and escaped their fates. They are as follows. Team 391's Zhang Feng, the counterpart of Kevin Love, who has accomplished his task in G2 and is now out. Team 432's Ming Ji, the counterpart of Draymond Green, who completed his task in G3 and remains in the fray. Team 404's Su Wani, the counterpart of Harrison Barnes, who fulfilled her task in G4 and continues in the challenge. Team 387's Shen Mie, the counterpart of Kyrie Irving, who also completed his mission in G4 and remains engaged. The progress of the remaining 4 is as follows. Team 387's Feng Zhong, the counterpart of J.R. Smith, whose personal mission requires him to make at least one game-winning or tying shot at the buzzer, currently stands at 0-1. Team 391's Wang Huayong, the counterpart of Tristan Thompson, whose mission is to achieve double-digit assists in at least 2 games, currently sits at 12. Team 432's Yu Zhifei, the counterpart of Steve Kerr, whose task mandates no timeouts during the 4th quarter of all home games while securing victories, currently shows 2. Team 404's Zhang Ruoqing, the counterpart of Andre Iguodala, whose mission is to earn the finals MVP, is a progress. The G5 showdown is set to return to the Warriors' home court. All players yet to complete their personal missions feel an immense weight of pressure, as the specter of death hangs ominously overhead like a sharpened sword. 2 days before the climactic battle, within a hospital in Dongqing District, Beijing, a frail elderly woman lies in a hospital room, her eyes tightly shut and her breathing faint. Beside her sits a tall, slender young man, none other than Zhang Ruoqing. Zhang Ruoqing gazed intently at his unconscious mother, tears welling in his eyes. He could scarcely believe that she had been in this state for a full year. A year ago, he was merely a senior in high school when one day, during class, his homeroom teacher summoned him outside, bearing the shocking news that his mother had met with an accident. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Ruoqing hastily summoned a taxi and raced to the hospital. As he arrived outside the surgery room, the illuminated word surgery in progress struck him like a sudden plunge into a frigid abyss. He could scarcely comprehend why such a calamity had befallen him. Standing outside the operating room was Zhang Ruoqing's uncle, who informed him that his mother had been struck by a car while crossing the street after shopping for groceries, having run a red light. The injuries to her head were severe, and her condition was dire, teetering precariously on the brink of life and death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoqing felt as though a thunderous explosion had erupted beside his ears. What is meant by being struck by 5 bolts of heavenly lightning? This encapsulates the turmoil within Zhang Ruoqing's heart at this very moment. During his middle school years, his father, a former national basketball player, passed away due to illness. And now, his mother has faced such a grievous car accident. Why must fate deal such harsh blows to me? Zhang Ruoqing sat despondently on the long bench outside the operating room, tears streaming down his cheeks as he clutched his hair tightly, burying his head in his chest, desperately suppressing the urge to scream in anguish. Oh, heavens above, why do you forsake me? A protracted day and night had elapsed. Throughout this time, Zhang fervently prayed to the divine, repeatedly declaring his willingness to sacrifice everything to preserve his mother's life. Perhaps the heavens heard his heartfelt pleas and granted this unfortunate boy his wish. Yet, fate played a cruel trick on him, as his mother slipped into a vegetative state. Time flowed inexorably like a relentless train, hurtling forward, while Zhang Ruoqing immersed himself in his studies and practiced basketball. It was primarily his uncle who took on the responsibility of caring for his mother. Ultimately, through his unwavering diligence, Zhang gained admission to T University, a prestigious institution in Beijing. It could be said that his mother, confined to the hospital bed, served as the spiritual pillar supporting Zhang in his relentless pursuit of success. "Mother, please awaken soon. I love you," he whispered softly, caressing her hand as he spoke to his slumbering mother. The doctor informed Zhang that while his mother's condition was stable and not life-threatening, the current medical capabilities offered no better treatment, and she would likely remain in this vegetative state indefinitely. However, shortly after Zhang participated in his first mission, he discovered that a new drug had been developed in the United States, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in aiding the recovery of patients in vegetative states. Upon receiving this news, Zhang was filled with excitement, believing that there was hope for his mother's recovery. Yet, once again, the doctor's words struck him like a thunderbolt. Despite the drug's promising clinical results, its exorbitant price rendered it inaccessible, as there were no channels within the country to procure it. In a moment of despair, Zhang Ruoqing was suddenly reminded of the NBA survival game he was participating in, where an extraordinary system offered a plethora of items from the real world for purchase. Perhaps this innovative medication could also be available within that realm. With this thought, he promptly logged into the system. As he trembled while entering the name of the drug and clicked to search, the results filled him with uncontainable joy. The system, crafted by the basketball deity, indeed possessed this new medication. However, the price was astoundingly exorbitant. A single course of treatment required 90 points. To put this into perspective, a 100 square meter apartment within Beijing's Third Ring Road only cost 100 points. This medication was nearly equivalent to real estate prices in the city. Yet, for the sake of his mother, Zhang Ruoqing hesitated not for an instant. At that time, he had already exchanged the 100 points earned from his first task for 2 skill points to enhance his ball handling abilities, leaving him without any points. After winning a wager against Shen Mie, his account balance rose to 180 points. He immediately withdrew 90 points and acquired a course of the medication. Upon confirming the transaction, the physical medication materialized beside him. Ecstatic, he exited the system and hurried to the hospital to show the doctor the drug. The physician was utterly astonished. They could not fathom how a financially strapped college student like Zhang Ruoqing had procured such an expensive medication. Zhang Ruoqing offered no elaborate explanation, simply requesting the doctor to ensure his mother received her medication on schedule. Before the crucial Battle of Mount Tai, his mother had just completed a course of treatment, and Zhang Ruoqing found himself with time to visit her at the hospital. Both the doctor and his uncle remarked that although his mother had not yet regained consciousness, her condition had indeed improved. Her bodily functions were gradually recovering, and her various health indicators were trending towards normalcy. Zhang Ruoqing inquired of the doctor whether it was necessary to commence the second treatment course at that moment. Should it be required? He was prepared to procure the medication immediately, as he still possessed 90 points, sufficient to redeem another course of medicine. Upon hearing Zhang Ruoqing's words, the doctor could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Handsome, are you perhaps the scion of a wealthy family?" Chapter 59, The Battle of Tianwang Mountain. A blaze of combat enthusiasm. Zhang Ruoqing's uncle could not help but inquire, "Ruoqing, have you won the lottery?" They certainly could not comprehend how an ordinary university student from a humble family could possibly afford a miraculous medicine priced at astronomical figures. Zhang Ruoqing did not elaborate much, for he understood that the basketball deity and the system were concepts that neither the doctor nor his uncle would ever accept. Therefore, he merely smiled and refrained from responding, instead continuing to inquire with the doctor about the commencement of the second treatment regimen. It was then that the doctor, emerging from his astonishment, cleared his throat twice and remarked, "Given your mother's current condition, we shall postpone the second treatment for now. We will observe the patient's recovery over the coming period. After all, the medication is quite costly. It would be ideal if the patient could regain consciousness during this time. Thank you, doctor. Please inform me should anything arise." Upon returning from the hospital, Zhang Ruoqing felt a surge of optimism. Although he was ensnared in this cursed survival game orchestrated by the basketball deity, anxiously guarding his own life each day, the system had evidently brought about tangible benefits, with his mother's improved health serving as the most compelling testament. This incident invigorated Zhang Ruoqing's determination. He was resolute in his quest to triumph in the crucial battle and secure victory in the finals, along with that damned FMV. With merely 24 hours remaining until the pivotal clash, everyone received an update from the system regarding the latest roster of both teams. Golden State Warriors, Stephen Curry has recovered and will participate in the decisive battle. Klay Thompson is sidelined due to an ankle injury. Draymond Green, member of Team 432, Ming Ji, has received an additional suspension and will not play. Sean Livingston is out with a dislocated shoulder. The Warriors, upon reviewing their roster, experienced mixed feelings, though the joy outweighed the concerns. The return of their star player Curry was undoubtedly a significant boon. However, the absence of the other two members of the 2016 Super Team, Thompson and Green, was a considerable setback. Additionally, the reliable mid-range shooter Livingston was also unavailable due to an NC random event, which posed yet another challenge for the Warriors. Cleveland Cavaliers, Kevin Durant has transferred to the Brooklyn Nets. Richard Jefferson is absent due to hip tightness. The blow to the Cavaliers is evidently more substantial. Durant, who joined mid-series in Game 3, has now departed for the Nets after being sidelined by Ming Ji, which means that the Grim Reaper can no longer wield his scythe for the Cavaliers in the forthcoming matches. In addition, the pivotal rotational player Richard Jefferson was sidelined due to injury for the crucial game, which significantly impacted the Cavaliers. On the Cavaliers' side, two players had yet to fulfill their individual tasks. One was Tristan Thompson's counterpart, Wang Huayong, who needed one more double-digit assist game. The other was J.R. Smith's counterpart, Feng Zhong, who must hit a buzzer beater or a game-tying shot in a forthcoming match. For the Warriors, two players also had unfinished tasks. Steve Kerr's counterpart, Yu Zhifei, needed to secure a victory in an upcoming home game without calling a timeout in the fourth quarter, making the impending crucial match a significant test for him. The other was Andre Iguodala's counterpart, Zhang Ruoqing, who aspired to capture the finals MVP. However, the fulfillment of his task could only be assessed once the series concluded. When comparing the objectives of these four individuals, it is evident that Zhang Ruoqing and Yu Zhifei harbored a stronger desire for victory in the pivotal game, reflecting their heightened competitive spirit. Before the game, Yu Zhifei earnestly conducted a pre-match rally. The Warriors' starting lineup consisted of Stephen Curry at point guard, Andre Iguodala at shooting guard, Harrison Barnes at small forward, Leonardo Barbosa at power forward, and Andrew Bogut at center. On the grand stage of the finals, Zhang Ruoqing, serving as Iguodala's counterpart, was thrilled to partner with Curry as the starting backcourt duo. He felt an intense fervor surging within him, convinced that he and Curry would secure victory in the game. On the Cavaliers' side, the starting lineup remained unchanged since Durant's transfer. Kyrie Irving Shen Mie at point guard, J.R. Smith Feng Zhong at shooting guard, LeBron James at small forward, Kevin Love at power forward, and Tristan Thompson, Wang Huayong at center. The game commenced. The fifth installment of the Cavaliers-Warriors rivalry unfolded at the Warriors' home, the Oracle Arena. Bogut and Tristan Thompson faced off for the tip-off, with Bogut winning it, granting the Warriors their first offensive possession. The significance of the pivotal game was well understood by all throughout NBA history. Teams that conquered the pivotal match in a best-of-7 series boasted an over 80% probability of winning the series. Therefore, this match was crucial for both sides. Stephen Curry, with a serious demeanor, skillfully maneuvered the ball up the court despite Shen Mie's tight defense. However, as Curry crossed the half-court line, he was met with a double team. Feng Zhong swiftly abandoned his defensive assignment to trap Curry. Such a bold tactical approach right from the outset was unexpected. Indeed, Cavaliers coach Tyronn Lue lived up to his reputation as a tactical genius. Curry seemed unprepared for the double team and, in a moment of haste, attempted to pass the ball after gathering it. However, Feng Zhong and Shen Mie swiftly closed in, leaving Curry without a passing sight. Trapped in the corner between the half-court line and the sideline, the very first offensive play teetered on the brink of error, an outcome the Warriors could hardly accept. Yet, constrained by his height, Curry found it exceedingly difficult to make a pass once ensnared. Just as the situation appeared dire, a resounding call of ASS reached Curry's ears. Relying on sound to discern his position, Curry, a player accustomed to high-pressure situations, despite being completely engulfed by Shen Mie and Feng Zhong's defense and unable to see the court, managed to carve out a passing lane through the gaps between the two defenders before losing possession, directing the ball towards the source of the voice. That clarion call of ASS came from the transcendental player, Andre Iguodala, and Zhang Ruoqing, one of the Warriors' backcourt sharpshooters in this match. Zhang Ruoqing skillfully received the ball, initially marked by Feng Zhong. However, due to Feng's commitment to a high defensive double team against Curry, Zhang found himself presented with an entirely unguarded opportunity. He took the shot from beyond the arc. Andre Iguodala, with a career playoff shooting percentage of only 35%, successfully made the first three-pointer of the pivotal match. 3-0. The Warriors took an early lead. Chapter 60. The Warriors' twin guns clash with the James Embiid duo. After Zhang Ruoqing sank a three-pointer, the Warriors fans at the Oracle Arena erupted in jubilation. Commentators Barkley and O'Neal remarked on how Iguodala had showcased a scorching shooting touch right from the start, which boded well for the Warriors. Furthermore, the Warriors successfully countered the Cavaliers' strategy of double-teaming Curry, significantly boosting their morale. This shift in momentum, though only marked by a single basket, had already granted the Warriors a psychological edge. Following his shot, Zhang Ruoqing maintained an expressionless demeanor, swiftly retreating to his defensive position. Su Wani, observing his demeanor, realized that this man was prepared to give his utmost effort today. As the Cavaliers launched their offense, Shen Mie advanced the ball past half-court, while the Warriors employed their standard defensive tactics. The Cavaliers' offensive strategy began with a coordinated effort between the inside and outside players, with Kevin Love moving to a high position to set a screen for Shen Mie, while the team star, LeBron James, positioned himself at the left 45-degree angle, ready to receive the ball. This initial tactic put the Warriors at a disadvantage, as the player matched up against Love was the Brazilian speedster Barbosa, who, at 34 in 2016, had long since lost his former lightning quickness. He was compelled to follow Love to the high post, managing the screen with Shen Mie. Should a switch occur, Shen Mie would undoubtedly exploit Barbossa's weaknesses. With the formidable offensive threat of James stationed at the 45-degree angle, Su Wani was forced to remain stationary, unable to advance and assist in the double team against Shen Mie. Thus, when Love moved up, the moment the screen was set, Shen Mie sprang into action. The switch occurred. Barbossa found himself matched against Shen Mie, which was precisely the outcome the Cavaliers desired. Shen Mie executed a swift crossover, destabilizing Barbossa, and immediately drove towards the basket. Bogut, the center, was unable to provide timely help, allowing Shen Mie to score with ease. 3-2. The Cavaliers responded with remarkable speed. After his basket, Shen Mie too wore an impassive expression, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Ruoqing, akin to a hunter stalking its prey. Having served as a top enforcer in the underworld for years, Shen Mie had encountered countless individuals, yet this young man, Zhang Ruoqing, was the first to evoke such intense animosity within him. An insistent voice within Shen Mie's subconscious warned him that one day, this man named Zhang Ruoqing would ensure his utter downfall. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. This was an unprecedented sensation for him. How could a hardened gangster fear an ordinary college student? No one would believe it if he told them. Yet, Shen Mie understood all too well that he could not allow that day to come. He must eliminate this man as soon as possible. In a previous wager, Zhang Ruoqing had cleverly manipulated circumstances, causing Shen Mie to lose 200 points, a debt that remained etched in Shen Mie's mind. In the pivotal matchup, free from personal pressure, Shen Mie vowed to unleash his full potential, determined to shatter Zhang Ruoqing on the court. During the Cavaliers' defensive possession, Coach Tyronn Lue signaled from the sidelines, prompting the Cavaliers to revert to their standard defensive alignments. After assessing the defense, Curry immediately gestured towards the paint, calling for Bogut to set a pick for a high screen and roll. Bogut, with his imposing physique, moved to the high position and delivered a solid screen for Curry. Despite Wang Huayong's incessant protests to the referee regarding Bogut's moving screen, the officials remained unresponsive. Thanks to Bogut's screen, Curry found himself with ample space for a shot. And although Shen Mie desperately attempted to contest, it proved futile. Curry executed a three-point shot with virtually no interference success. The Warriors' backcourt duo each sunk a three-pointer to start the game, leading 6-2. With both Curry and Iguodala in such fine form, the Cavaliers were poised for significant trouble. In the commentary booth, Barkley began to share his insights, cautioning against hasty conclusions, as the King had yet to unleash his full potential. Another member of the TNT crew, Kenny Smith, chimed in with a sardonic tone, seemingly reminding everyone that this was the pivotal Game 7 of the finals, and as the face of the team, LeBron must step up. Should LeBron fail to rise to the occasion, it would signify that he could never overcome the formidable Warriors. On the court, James seemed to catch wind of Smith's remarks. Positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc, he received the ball, facing off against his defender, Su Wani. In a one-on-one scenario, Su, a versatile defender, would find it nearly impossible to contain James, who far surpassed her in size, strength, and speed. Thus, Bogut was already prepared to assist should James penetrate the defense. After analyzing the Warriors' defense, James made his move, dribbling fiercely from the right side. Su struggled to keep up but was easily bypassed. Just as Bogut shifted to provide help, James unleashed a powerful mid-range jumper over Su. The ball swished through the net, an exquisite weapon of his arsenal. James's offensive repertoire was undeniably vast, yet his mid-range shooting was often considered his weakest link, prompting Popovich to suggest giving him space in past encounters. However, the 2016 finals version of James epitomized peak performance and relentless effort. He effortlessly executed three-pointers, mid-range shots, and post plays with finesse. The scoreboard read 6-4, with the Warriors maintaining a 2-point lead. The Warriors' initial two possessions resulted in three-pointers from their backcourt duo, while the Cavaliers responded with baskets from the LeBron-Irving combination. These exchanges established the tone for the match, a fierce contest between the Warriors duo and the Cavaliers stars, embroiled in a bloody battle for supremacy. All four players completed the first quarter. Curry made 3 of 4 three-point attempts, amassing 9 points, while Zhang Ruoqing contributed 8 points. 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Both James and Shen Mie scored 10 points each. The first quarter concluded with the teams tied at 29. During the intermission, the Warriors' head coach, Yu Zhifei, acutely observed the labored breaths of both Curry and Zhang Ruoqing. He was well aware that the intensity and physicality of the match were at their zenith, and as pivotal offensive players, their stamina was particularly taxed. Drops of sweat cascaded down Curry's face, and he repeatedly wiped it with a towel, yet it seemed an endless battle. Yu Zhifei exchanged a glance with Zhang Ruoqing, who discreetly pointed at Curry and made a gesture indicating a substitution. Yu nodded and then gestured towards Zhang, who simply waved his hand in refusal. The implication was clear. During the second quarter's rotation, it would be prudent for Curry to rest while Zhang Ruoqing would continue to play. Zhang was fully prepared to endure the entirety of the 48 minutes. In this climactic chapter, top-tier basketball intelligence. It is an undeniable feat to maximize playing time in the intensity of a finals matchup, a rarity achieved by only a select few in history, such as Kobe, Iverson, and LeBron. Today, Zhang Ruoqing was determined to push the limits of basketball with the physique reminiscent of Iguodala. As the second quarter commenced, both teams deployed their respective rotation lineups. For the Warriors, Curry, Barbosa, and Bogut took to the bench for a well-deserved respite, with Thompson, Green, and Livingston all sidelined. The substitutes featured the bench's final point guard, Ian Clark, center Festus Ezeli, and forward Maurice Spites. In the reality of the 2016 finals, these three had only seen playing time during garbage minutes. Were it not for the Warriors' injury woes in this timeline, their opportunity to play would have come much later. On the Cavaliers' side, Shen Mie and Wang Huayong exited the court, making way for Shumpert and Mo Williams. Like Zhang Ruoqing, LeBron chose to remain on the court, eschewing rest. As the second quarter began, the Cavaliers initiated the offense. Mo Williams advanced the ball and passed it to LeBron, who then settled into the corner. In this configuration, LeBron was unequivocally the central ball handler. Upon receiving the ball at the high post, LeBron faced Spites as the defender. Suwannee had struggled against LeBron in the first quarter. While she could keep pace and speed, her size and strength were insufficient, allowing LeBron to frequently bulldoze his way to the basket for points. Consequently, as the second quarter commenced, the Warriors adjusted their defensive strategy, assigning Spites to guard LeBron. Although Spites may have been slower on his feet compared to Suwannee, he at least matched LeBron in height, weight, and strength. The Warriors' decision to switch defenders was anticipated by LeBron, whose basketball IQ was exceptionally high. Upon noticing the change to Spites, he swiftly opted to exploit his speed to drive past him. LeBron took a decisive step past Spites from the top of the arc, penetrating into the paint, an outcome that aligned with the Warriors' expectations. The interior center Festus Ezeli immediately positioned himself in James's path, assisting Spites in his defensive efforts. Although these two substitute big men for the Warriors may lack star quality, they are nonetheless diligent and resolute in their determination to thwart James's advance. Upon noticing Ezeli's movement towards him, James refrained from recklessly attempting to break through. Instead, he quickly observed that Kevin Love, originally being defended by Ezeli, had found an opening beneath the basket. In a flash of brilliance, James executed a perfect interior pass just as Ezeli lunged toward him. It was evident that Love, receiving the ball under the hoop, was poised to execute a simple layup. The court vision and timing of the pass were impeccable. The players on the Cavaliers bench were about to rise in applause for James's exquisite assist. However, at that very moment, an unexpected and peculiar figure darted across the trajectory of James's pass, none other than the Warriors' number 9, Zhang Ruoqing. What on earth? Iguodala. When did he appear there? Tyronn Lue could not contain his fury on the sidelines, roaring in frustration. In this play, Zhang Ruoqing showcased his exceptional basketball intelligence. He anticipated that James would utilize his speed to bypass the first defender, Spites, and foresaw that James, facing Ezeli's defense, would opt for an interior pass to Love. Thus, he initiated his move the instant James penetrated the paint, abandoning his assigned defender to prepare for the steal. Everything unfolded just as he had predicted. Following the steal, Zhang Ruoqing swiftly propelled the fast break, with the furious James and Tyronn Lue in hot pursuit. As Zhang Ruoqing made his way towards the basket, memories of his very first survival mission suddenly flooded his mind. He had traversed as the rookie macaw of the 76ers, executing a steal in a similar moment on the court, only to be relentlessly pursued by James during a fast break. Just when the entire world anticipated that he would succumb to a thunderous block from James, Zhang boldly soared, evading James's massive hand, and deftly deposited the ball into the hoop. That shot was indeed a masterpiece of skill. If this parallel universe had a selection for the top 10 plays, without a doubt, Zhang's dunk would be crowned as T01. The scene from that moment bore an uncanny resemblance to the present. However, last time Zhang was the traverser of macaw, and this time he embodied Iguodala. The whimsical nature of fate is often ineffable. In the real world, During the 2016 NBA Finals Game 7, James executed a stunning chase-down block on Iguodala in the final seconds, a moment famously dubbed the block. In this universe's Finals Game 1, Zhang Ruoqing mirrored that feat, not only sealing the victory but also achieving the reversal of the block. What would the outcome be this time? Though he did not glance back, Zhang could distinctly sense James's incredible speed and fierce intent surging towards him from behind. This overwhelming pressure was certainly beyond what an average individual could withstand. However, Zhang's superior basketball IQ and steely composure were his most pronounced advantages, serving as invaluable tools for survival in this game. In the blink of an eye, Zhang had resolved how to approach this offensive play. With James, in a frenzy reminiscent of both Maka's and Iguodala's styles, charging towards him, Zhang, who had already stepped into the restricted area, abruptly decelerated, like a high-speed supercar suddenly applying the brakes. In his youth, Iguodala was groomed by the 76ers as the successor to Iverson, the cornerstone of the team, relying not on exceptional shooting, but rather on his extraordinary physical gifts. Iguodala's dynamic and static abilities were elite within the league, and his body control left many in awe, allowing him to execute astonishing maneuvers to score. Executing a sudden stop at full speed required exceptional control of one's body, an act that even the pursuing James found himself unprepared for, as he crashed into Zhang Ruoqing. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against James. Simultaneously, Zhang nonchalantly tossed the ball towards the hoop. Chapter 62. The Unanswerable Mid-Range. The basketball ricocheted off the rim a few times before gracefully settling into the net. 2-1. Zhang Ruoqing had drawn a 2-1 against James during the fast break. The home crowd of the Warriors was instantly engulfed in a frenzy, collectively chanting for Zhang Ruoqing. MVP. MVP. It is indeed a rare occurrence in the annals of NBA history for a team's sixth man to elicit such fervent acclaim from the home fans. Following a successful shot, Zhang Ruoqing was violently knocked down by LeBron James, crashing heavily beneath the basket. Yet, even in his fall, Zhang's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the ball. As he witnessed it bounce a few times before falling through the net, exhilaration surged through him. He did not wait for his teammates to assist him. Instead, he sprang up with vigor, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. Zhang Ruoqing reveled in this moment, basking in the apex of his life as the crowd fervently chanted MVP. Although this was not the tangible world, and the audience's cheers were directed towards Iguodala rather than him, Zhang still felt an overwhelming joy. What exhilaration! Is this what it feels like to be an NBA superstar? One day in the future, I shall manifest this reality. My name must shine as the most resplendent star in the Hall of Fame of the NBA. As she watched Zhang Ruoqing celebrate wildly, Su Wani felt a deep joy for him, but more than that, she experienced a profound sense of astonishment. As Zhang Ruoqing's teammate, she increasingly recognized the reliability of this man. She reflected on the game, noting that James had suffered at least 3 defeats at the hands of Zhang Ruoqing. The first was when he was outshone by Zhang's two-handed dunk, the second was when Zhang delivered the block, and the third was now, to repeatedly best James. Just how formidable is Zhang Ruoqing? Unbeknownst to herself, Su Wani's gaze towards Zhang Ruoqing had undergone a subtle transformation. Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue immediately called a timeout after this play. Oh my, MVP God, did you see that? A sudden stop in the fast break, drawing a foul for a 2-1, and it was James he fouled, simply astonishing, exclaimed Charles Barkley from the commentary booth. Shaquille O'Neal chimed in, my old friend. You are absolutely right. Iguodala's performance in this series has been nothing short of explosive. I dare say if the Warriors clinch the championship, Iguodala has a strong chance of being named Finals MVP again. Meanwhile, the ever-sardonic Kenny Smith quipped, in Game 1, he was pinned with a block. And now he's been fouled for a 2-1. I'm more concerned about how LeBron will reclaim his footing, haha. In stark contrast to the exuberance in the stands and the laughter in the commentary booth, the atmosphere on the Cavaliers side was tense. Tyronn Lue was earnestly outlining defensive strategies to his players. In his view, the team's offense was not the issue, but their defense was riddled with flaws, particularly regarding Iguodala's performance, which exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Shen Mie suddenly rose from the bench and approached Coach Lue, saying, Coach, let me go in. Tyronn Lue, taken aback, replied, Kyrie, why? You've only rested for a minute. Shen Mie explained, Iguodala is on fire, and Curry is also in great form. If I don't step in, we one-team match their offensive intensity. After considering Shen Mie's reasoning, Tyronn Lue acknowledged the validity of his statement. Although the team's issues lay in defense, and Shen Mie was not known for his defensive prowess as Irving's successor, the best offense is often a strong defense. If the offensive firepower is fierce enough, it can mask defensive shortcomings. Thus, Tyronn Lue decided to substitute the recently entered Mo Williams for Shen Mie. On the Warriors' side, everyone gathered around Zhang Ruoqing, continually praising his recent steal and the remarkable 2-1 play. Yu Zhifei, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "My friend, how did you manage that? How did you draw a 2-1 foul from LeBron James?" Zhang Ruoqing smiled, offering no further explanation. He merely reminded his teammates that the forthcoming matches would be increasingly intense and ruthless, urging them to brace themselves for the Cavaliers' fervent resurgence. In truth, during the previous offensive play, Zhang had swiftly recognized the physical disparities between Mie and Iguodala. Mie, a youthful and tall guard, was lightweight and possessed remarkable leaping ability, enabling him to maneuver in the air. Moreover, that match was merely a routine regular season game, and as a relatively unknown rookie, Mie was not the focus of LeBron's full attention, which would certainly differ from that of a finals game. Thus, Zhang had the audacity to attempt a high-difficulty maneuver, an aerial reverse layup, before LeBron, successfully guiding the ball into the basket. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Iguodala was heavier and lacked Mie's agility. Furthermore, the LeBron chasing back was the epitome of his full effort, leading Zhang to conclude in a flash, a clever strategy was essential. Brute force would not suffice. He needed to exploit Iguodala's superior body control to draw a foul from LeBron. The subsequent casual toss could only be attributed to Zhang's fortunate circumstances. Even if the shot had failed, merely causing a foul on LeBron rendered the offensive attempt worthwhile. The ability to analyze the situation and make swift judgments was an innate talent that Zhang possessed. Upon returning from the timeout, Zhang executed his free throw with precision, bringing the score to 32-29, with the Warriors leading by 3 points. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron's expression darkened, his piercing gaze fixated on Zhang. Yet, Zhang remained unfazed, oblivious to LeBron's intimidating stare. The Cavaliers resumed their offense, with the reintroduced Shen Mie in possession of the ball. Tasked with guarding Shen was Ian Clark, the Warriors' point guard positioned at the far end of the bench. As Shen faced Clark, he immediately signaled for space. The court was cleared for a one-on-one confrontation. Ian Clark was drenched in sweat. With the Warriors plagued by injuries, he could no longer rely on double-teaming Shen Mie, leaving the responsibility of defending the opposing all-star guard solely on his shoulders. However, the disparity in talent and skill rendered Clark's defense ineffective against Shen. With a simple change of direction, Shen effortlessly broke past Clark. As Clark scrambled to recover, Eslian's side prepared for support. But at that moment, Shen executed an exaggerated pullback, gathering the ball for a mid-range jumper. The shot sailed through with ease. The score now stood at 32-31, silencing the once boisterous Oracle Arena. Chapter 63. The mysterious left-handed cut with Shen Mie's successful mid-range jumper, the Warriors' star player, Curry, could no longer remain seated and actively requested to be substituted in by Yu Zhifei. Throughout the second quarter, both teams exchanged blows, with the score remaining tightly contested. The four main players from both sides continued to account for the majority of their team's scoring. Shen Mie's shooting touch in this quarter was nothing short of explosive, as if he were possessed by his esteemed comrade Durant. His mid-range shots from every position found their mark with unwavering precision, leading the Cavaliers to a narrow 45-42 lead over the Warriors by the official timeout at the 6-minute mark of the second quarter. Upon returning from the break, the Cavaliers made strategic adjustments, resting James after a taxing 1.5 quarters, while Zhang Ruoqing remained on the court for the Warriors. As the Cavaliers initiated their offense, Shen Mie's scorching performance prompted the Warriors to implement an early double team in anticipation of James's absence. Foreseeing the Warriors' tactics, Shen Mie deftly passed the ball to the perimeter, where Feng Zhong awaited. Feng Zhong, the enigmatic figure reminiscent of J.R. Smith, had been largely inconspicuous throughout the series. This match held particular significance for him. He needed to wait for the final moments to seize an opportunity for either a game-tying or game-winning shot to fulfill his personal mission and evade the dismal fate of being erased by the basketball gods. Thus, in the pre-game warm-up, Feng Zhong exerted himself more diligently than usual, honing his mid-range shooting skills. During the game, opportunities were scarce. Yet he capitalized on the 2 chances he received, sinking a layup and a 3-pointer, thus contributing 5 points to the team. His shooting rhythm appeared commendable. As Shen Mie faced a double team, Feng Zhong found himself with a semi-open opportunity beyond the arc. However, just as he prepared to shoot, He felt the sudden rush of a Warriors player charging in from his side. A chilling premonition swept over Feng Zhang, and hesitating for a mere half-second, the defender closed in, none other than Zhang Ruoqing. Having squandered his semi-open chance, assistant coach Tyron Liu erupted in frustration, pounding his fist against the scorer's table. Meanwhile, James, agitated, shouted from the sidelines, "Why the hell didn't you shoot?" On the grand stage of the finals, every player was on edge, their nerves taut with the desire for the championship. Thus, James's outburst, albeit harsh, was understandable under such immense pressure. Feng Zhong was acutely aware of his missed opportunity. Feeling a pang of embarrassment, he gazed at Zhang Ruoqing, resolute in his intent to redeem himself through a one-on-one confrontation, determined to silence James and the others. Little did he realize, he was on the verge of committing an even graver mistake. Those acquainted with the NBA are well aware of J.R. Smith's exceptional one-on-one prowess. Armed with remarkable physical attributes and shooting capabilities, J.R. Smith, despite spending the majority of his career as a sixth man, consistently delivered outstanding scoring performances. Relying on his formidable isolation skills. At the peak of his career, during his tenure with the Knicks in 2013, he was awarded the Sixth Man of the Year. Following his trade to the Cavaliers, he emerged as the quintessential support for the triumvirate of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love, earning the moniker of LeBron's loyal knight from the media. A saying circulates in the basketball community: if J.R. isn't erratic, he's an all-star every day. This duality of angel and devil encapsulates the essence of the term wildcard. In a matchup against Zhang Ruoqing, the penetrating guard Feng Zhang opted to drive from the right side. While Zhang's lateral movement was commendable, it was tailored for forwards and against a quicker guard like Feng. He appeared somewhat overmatched. Feng effortlessly created a half-step advantage over Zhang. For an NBA-level star, even the slightest opening suffices to execute a shot. Aware of this, Feng swiftly gathered himself upon reaching mid-range, preparing to conclude the offensive with a pull-up jumper. Just then, an enormous hand, seemingly emerging from nowhere, reached out from an unexpected angle. Steal. As Feng struggled to secure the ball, he fell victim to Zhang Ruoqing's defensive swipe. What just happened? Hadn't I already bypassed him? While Feng remained incredulous, Zhang had already secured the steal and initiated a fast break. Feng could only offer a token pursuit. Watching as Zhang soared to deliver a thunderous dunk on their home rim, the audience at the Oracle Arena erupted in fervor, even prompting Charles Barkley at the commentary desk to rise in astonishment. Goodness, this marked Iggy's fourth steal of the game, in just a season and a half. For steals, brother? Are you serious? This is the NBA Finals. Hey, did you all see how he managed to strip J.R. of the ball? Shaquille O'Neal inquired, perplexed. To his fellow commentators, I too find it curious. J.R. had clearly broken past Iguodala on the right. To me, that seemed like a prime shooting opportunity. J.R.'s shot was indisputable. Iguodala, how on earth did you accomplish that? Come on, let us see the replay. After Kenny Smith made his remarks, the large screen indeed showcased the replay of that moment. In slow motion, everyone clearly observed that although Zhang Ruoqing had been half a step behind Feng Zhong, he had extended his left hand prior to Feng's shooting motion. It became evident that Iguodala had anticipated J.R.'s actions all along. Indeed, he is a top-tier defensive specialist of the league, a man who has been selected for the defensive lineup on 2 occasions. Although Iguodala's prime has been left behind in Philadelphia, his formidable defensive prowess remains ever present. Barkley, from the commentary booth, generously lavished praise upon Iguodala, also known as Zhang Ruoqing. On the court, only an athlete of his caliber can truly comprehend the difficulty of Zhang Ruoqing's recent steal. What appeared to be a straightforward interception actually demanded an exceptional defensive awareness, the ability to make precise judgments in the blink of an eye, and an extraordinarily courageous heart. It is only with these essential qualities that one can deliver such a spectacular stealing performance on the grand stage of the finals pivotal showdown. Chapter 64, A True Clash. A duel of magic balls. After Zhang Ruoqing executed a swift counterattack and made a layup, the score shifted to 44-45, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. The Cavaliers initiated their offense. Shen Mie advanced the ball past half-court and lofted it to Kevin Love, positioned at the elbow. Love, facing off against the Warriors center, Andrew Bogut, had the least presence among the Cavaliers' formidable trio. In the 2016 NBA Finals, Love's performance was far from that of a superstar. The Cavaliers were undeniably led by the dynamic duo of LeBron James and Kyrie Irving. However, Love's skills were indisputable. As one of the league's rare stretch fours at that time, his technical prowess was comprehensive, and his shooting ability ranked among the best of interior players. Confronted by a traditional, stationary center like Bogut, a peak performance Love had a myriad of ways to exploit him. After assessing the defense and noticing a lack of help from the Warriors, Love promptly began to face up against Bogut. Displaying his flamboyant style, he executed several graceful dribbles. Leaving Bogut bewildered, Love effortlessly drove to the basket and calmly finished with a layup, securing 2 points. The score read 46-45, with the Cavaliers reclaiming the lead. The Warriors responded with their offense. Curry, at the top of the arc, initiated the play, and after a series of quick passes and cuts, Bogut redeemed himself, setting a solid screen for Curry on the baseline, allowing him to launch a corner three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. 48-46, the Warriors surged ahead. In the ensuing possessions, Shen Mie hit a step-back three from the 45-degree angle for the Cavaliers, while Zhang Ruoqing executed a baseline cut for a thunderous dunk for the Warriors. The score remained tightly contested, with both teams exchanging leads until the conclusion of the second quarter, which ended in a stalemate at 63 points each. During halftime, several commentators in China shared their insights on the match. Commentator Yang Yi remarked, "We can see that both teams are tied at halftime, and the key players on both sides are in excellent shooting form, delivering a thrilling first half. However, the exertion has been substantial, and I personally believe that the shooting percentages of the main players will decline in the third quarter. It will be crucial to see which team's role players step up first." Commentator Jing Yu added, "Indeed, that is quite accurate. However, I would like to elaborate a bit." Towards the end of the second quarter, both teams suddenly altered their offensive strategies. It seems they began employing a moneyball approach. This is quite intriguing, as the moneyball strategy places a high demand on the star player's ability to isolate and create shots. Let us observe in the second half whether both teams will continue executing such a strategy. Jing Yu's reference to the moneyball approach was indeed astute. The so-called magic ball refers to a novel concept that emerged in the era of small ball basketball. Its fundamental principle is to pursue utmost efficiency on the court, eschewing the least cost-effective long two-pointers in favor of scoring focused on the paint and beyond the arc. The quintessential embodiment of this style is undoubtedly James Harden and his Houston Rockets. During his tenure with the Rockets, Harden's mid-range shot attempts constituted merely around 7, averaging just 1 mid-range attempt per game, while all his other shots originated either from the paint or beyond the three-point line. In addition to Harden, players like Stephen Curry, Damian Lillard, and Luka Doncic exemplify this magic ball approach. This style is characterized by its rapid pace and high efficiency, yet it heavily relies on the player's shooting touch. When in rhythm, they can seemingly vanquish any opponent with ease. However, the drawbacks of the magic ball strategy are glaring. Lacking mid-range scoring options, it becomes exceedingly challenging to create offensive opportunities if progress is impeded or if three-point shooting falters. In the climactic showdown of the finals, both teams adopted the magic ball strategy, seeking to widen the score gap while their stars were in the zone. As the adage goes, great minds think alike. The latter half of the second quarter erupted into a thrilling exchange of magic ball prowess, much to the delight of the fans. At halftime, Zhang Ruoqing had amassed an impressive 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 steals, while the Warriors' other star, Curry, had struck 5 three-pointers, racking up 22 points. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron James had already tallied 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, while Shen Yu's remarkable performance saw him score 26 points, making him the current leading scorer of the game. In the Warriors' locker room, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by the labored breaths of the key players. Everyone understood that, at this juncture, both teams had revealed their entire arsenal, rendering any further discussions of strategy futile. Coach Steve Kerr's assistant, Yu Zhifei, felt the weight of the moment, his nerves heightened, this being a home game for the Warriors. His mandate was to avoid calling timeouts in the fourth quarter and to secure victory. In his heart, he could only fervently pray that Curry and Zhang Ruoqing would sustain their extraordinary form from the first half. Conversely, the mood on the Cavaliers' side was charged with tension, yet distinct from that of the Warriors. Tyronn Lue and LeBron James took turns delivering motivational speeches, invigorating their teammates with fervent encouragement. "Hey, guys. This may very well be our only chance in life. Treat this game as if it were your last." They both excel at rallying the troops in the NBA, and their impassioned words had a palpable effect on the team. The Cavaliers players, as if infused with newfound energy, erupted in spirited cheers, casting aside their fatigue. Meanwhile, the three key players, Shen Mie, Wang Huiyong, and Feng Zhong, remained largely unfazed. Yet, immersed in such a fervent atmosphere, it was nearly impossible not to feel the surge of adrenaline. Consequently, the trio found themselves brimming with renewed vigor. In the latter half of the second quarter, the Magic Ball exchange saw Tristan Thompson, as a transgressor, unusually assume a central role in the paint. He frequently distributed the ball to the perimeter, setting up James, Shen Mie, and Love, who each sank several precious three-pointers. Akin to gold for Wang Huiyong. Remarkably, by halftime, Wang Huiyong had accumulated 6 assists. If he could secure 4 more in the second half, he would successfully escape his predicament. With 5 minutes remaining before the commencement of the third quarter, the players rose and returned from the locker room to the court. Tension filled the air as everyone anticipated the upcoming half. At that moment, all the transgressors participating in the NBA survival game simultaneously received a message in their minds. Attention competitors, the 2K mode has been activated. You will now be transported back to the settlement room. Countdown, 10 seconds. 2K mode? What on earth is that? Chapter 65, the activation of 2K mode. The instant the message was received, every transgressor's heart skipped a beat. What does 2K mode mean? The game still had half to go, yet they were to be transported back to the settlement room? What trickery was the basketball god up to? Without time for further contemplation, the 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. Darkness engulfed them, and after a dizzying whirl, everyone found themselves back in the ominous, pitch-black settlement room. Although they had visited numerous times before, this time, each individual arrived filled with doubt. Before anyone could react, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the room. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes, and after a few moments, as their eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness, they opened them to a shocking sight. The settlement room was no longer empty but was filled with several large screens, each accompanied by an oddly shaped controller. What is this? The 2K mode screens. Could it be that the basketball god wants us to play 2K? As this thought crossed Zhang Ruoqing's mind, the basketball god's eerie voice echoed throughout the settlement room. Task number 2016-060-2027 is in progress. The second half of the 5th game will be conducted in 2K mode. The rules are as follows. In the second half, all participants will collectively enter a game of 2K, operating the NBA players you have transgressed into, and engage in battle. The results and player statistics from the game will serve as the basis for the post-match settlement. The basketball god's words were succinct, and the crowd quickly grasped his intent. In the second half of the climactic battle, they would no longer participate as players on the court, but would instead become gamers manipulating characters on the screen. What an unusual set of game rules. How did we trigger this change? Zhang Ruoqing murmured to himself, unable to fathom why the basketball god abruptly altered the rules for the second half of the climactic battle. Was it merely due to his whims? It is still uncertain whether the contestants have triggered some hidden rules. Contemplating this, Zhang Ruoqing raised his head to observe those around him. He noticed that the others seemed somewhat flustered and perplexed, while only Su Wanyi and Shen Mie remained deep in thought. At that moment, Shen Mie suddenly lifted his head and posed a question into the void. "O god of basketball, may I inquire if the score and player statistics at the beginning of the second half are entirely inherited from the first half?" Indeed. Both the score and statistics are completely carried over from the first half. What about individual tasks? Do they still apply in 2K mode? The question came from Feng Zhang, one who had yet to complete his personal task, and naturally, this was of great concern to him. Yes, individual tasks and team tasks remain valid in 2K mode. Then what am I to do? The meek inquiry came from Yu Zhifei of the Warriors team 432. This unfortunate blonde youth was a time traveler of the Warriors head coach, Steve Kerr. As he was not a player, he could not participate in the game. Team 432's Yu Zhifei would randomly control a player from the Warriors in 2K mode. Yet the conditions of personal tasks would still apply. Random selection commencing now. Results will be generated in 5 seconds. Oh god of basketball. My personal task is to win the game in the 4th quarter without calling a timeout. If I control another player, that N.C. Kerr wouldn't call a timeout in the 4th quarter, right? That would be terribly unjust. N.C. Kerr will not call a timeout. The player you will control. Team 432's Yu Zhifei has been determined. It is the Warriors center, Andrew Bogut. What? That soft player? I do not wish to control him. In response to Yu Zhifei's protest, the god of basketball offered no reply. His cold voice echoed once more, "Esteemed contestants, the operation methods for the controllers have been sent to your private messages in the system. You now have 3 minutes to familiarize yourselves. The game will officially commence after 3 minutes. The countdown begins." Upon hearing this, The group cast aside their doubts and confusion, promptly logging into the system to read their private messages. Simultaneously, everyone rushed to the screen at the front, each taking a controller to study. Among the 8 participants in this game, Kevin Love's time traveler, Zhang Feng, had successfully escaped and exited the game. Meanwhile, Draymond Green's traveler, the wealthy second-generation Meng Ji from Tianjin, was suspended for maliciously tripping Durant in the previous match. Thus, within the settlement room, there were a total of 6 contestants. 6 large screens, 6 controllers, without any additional markings, suggesting that theoretically, the 6 could choose freely. However, as they rushed to the screens, they automatically divided into 2 factions. From left to right stood Yu Zhifei, Su Wanyi, Zhang Ruoqing, Shen Mie, Wang Huayong, and Feng Zhong. Zhang Ruoqing and Shen Mie, the true leaders of both sides in the Battle of Tianshan Mountain, found themselves in close proximity. It was Zhang Ruoqing's first encounter with this man at such a near distance, although he was unaware that Shen Mie was once a renowned enforcer for the underworld. Akin to the formidable figures depicted in Hong Kong gangster films, Zhang could palpably sense the formidable aura radiating from him. Despite narrowly securing victory against Shen Mie in the G1 gambling match, Zhang felt that this man was far more complex than he had initially presumed. Before immersing himself in mastering the joystick, Zhang discreetly stole a glance at Shen Mie. With his flowing long hair, Shen resembled the stylish characters often portrayed in comic books about Hong Kong's underworld. However, clad in casual attire, he bore no overt signs of a thug. Yet, upon observing Shen's profile, Zhang noticed the deep lines etched by time, and his gaze revealed a subtle, inscrutable resolve tinged with ruthlessness. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, Zhang experienced an unsettling sensation, as if his heart momentarily skipped a beat. Without a doubt, a response born of fear. Though he had excelled in this survival game, at the core, Zhang Ruoqing was merely an 18-year-old university freshman, a student unacquainted with the harsh realities of life. Standing before a seasoned figure who had navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld, he could only be perceived as inexperienced and naive. It was entirely natural to feel a twinge of fear in the presence of such a powerful persona. Nevertheless, Zhang was profoundly dissatisfied with his instinctive reaction in that moment. He understood all too well that harboring fear towards an opponent was a harbinger of defeat. Zhang Ruoqing silently vowed within himself that regardless of how formidable his opponents might be, he would wholeheartedly strive to survive with unwavering determination. Chapter 66. The peculiar controller and screen. As he grasped the controller, Zhang Ruoqing immediately diverted his gaze from Shen Mie. Immersing himself entirely in the system message sent by the god of basketball, diligently learning the operation methods of the controller. Upon being transported back to the settlement room, he had noticed the screen and the controller before him, yet he was still in a state of bewilderment and did not observe them closely. Now, holding the controller in his hands, he felt an oddity. The controller was quite peculiar, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, and it was feather-light, giving no sensation of weight when held. Its overall appearance was a lustrous silver, glimmering with a beautiful metallic sheen, although it appeared to be made of solid metal. Zhang Ruoqing understood that such a lightweight metallic substance did not exist in the world. Survival game, the god of basketball. What kind of dimensional world are we truly inhabiting? Zhang Ruoqing understood that this was not the moment for contemplation. He immediately shook his head, redirecting his focus to the metallic handle in his grasp. Light as a feather. The handle possessed a most peculiar design, resembling an irregular polygon, difficult to describe with precision. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to the random patterns formed by spilled water on the ground. Casting a sidelong glance, Zhang observed that while the other's handles varied in shape, they too adhered to this irregularity. Such extreme deviation from ergonomic principles was undeniably impractical, complicating the handling process. Yet, it seemed that the deity of basketball had given no thought to this. Indeed, it was natural to consider humans mere ants in the eyes of a god. Why should a deity concern itself with ergonomics? On the left side of the handle lay the joystick, and on the right, the buttons, similar to the controllers of the human realm. Zhang Ruoqing, a seasoned player of various games, had no trouble operating human controllers. However, upon perusing the private messages, he discovered that despite the joystick and buttons resembling those he had previously used, their operational logic was entirely different. Primarily, the joystick was intended to maneuver the player forward. Yet the operational instructions were perplexing. The guide stated that pushing the joystick left would cause the player to move down, while pushing it right would direct the player to the left. This revelation left Zhang feeling utterly bewildered. He recalled instances of playing games with deliberately inverted directional controls, which had left him flustered. This utterly chaotic operational logic posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, after reviewing the buttons, Zhang felt even more overwhelmed. In a small section on the right side of the handle, there were astonishingly over a dozen buttons. Each button was no larger than a grain of rice and uniformly transparent, making them nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. Though he mentally chastised the deity of basketball countless times, Zhang recognized that this was not the moment for grievances. He promptly focused on the private message detailing the functions of the buttons. The message included a vividly marked image, clearly delineating each button's purpose, such as shooting, passing, and rebounding. Zhang compelled himself to engrave the contents of this image onto his mind, fully aware that the more he could remember, the better he could assist his team, thus enhancing their chances of victory. 3 minutes passed swiftly. Just as Zhang had memorized the button functions, the voice of the basketball deity rang out. 3 minutes have elapsed. The operational instructions will now be deleted. Please prepare yourselves, as the match will commence in 3 minutes. The voice of the deity was as cold and unyielding as ever. No sooner had the words left its lips than the 6 large screens before the audience sprang to life simultaneously. Everyone anxiously gripped the peculiar-shaped and textured handles. 6 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the screens. Suddenly, identical images appeared across all displays. Irregular, eerie red lines materialized from the left side of the screens, continuously morphing into unpredictable shapes. In an instant, they intertwined, culminating in a blood-red sphere that erupted with a deafening bang, shattering the silence of the screens. The nerves of all present were jolted in fright. Feng Zhong was the first to exclaim, "Why does the imagery on this screen appear so ominous?" Su Wani murmured in agreement, "Indeed, this screen is completely unlike our reality. It is as if." Captain Zhang Ruoqing of Team 404, the tall beauty Su Wani, a distinguished student from Beijing, found herself momentarily at a loss for words to express the peculiar sensation evoked by the screen inside the settlement room. Just then, the attention of the crowd was drawn to the screen, where a blood-red sphere burst open, splattering countless crimson droplets across the display. The visual effect was astonishingly lifelike, far surpassing the special effects of any Hollywood blockbuster, as if actual blood were cascading down the screen. The hearts of the onlookers raced, and the eerie atmosphere thickened palpably. At that moment, Shen Mie suddenly took a bold step forward, extending his left hand towards the bizarre, blood-smeared screen. "Brother Shen, don't touch it. Who knows what that thing is?" Feng Zhong called out from behind, warning Shen Mie. Yet, Shen Mie paid no heed to Feng Zhong's words. Striding directly towards the screen and placing the tip of his left finger upon it, within less than half a second, he recoiled as if electrocuted. A look of confusion washed over the faces of the others as they turned to gaze at Shen Mie's silhouette, while he slowly turned back, displaying his left hand to the group, his expression one of disbelief. The other 5 individuals, especially Feng Zhong and Wang Huayong, had never witnessed Shen Mie in such a state. The members of the Night faction had encountered Shen Mie in the real world, and he had always exuded an air of calm composure mixed with an enigmatic presence. Even when he lost 200 points to Zhang Ruoqing in the G1 finals, Shen Mie remained remarkably unflustered. What could possibly astonish a man so unshaken by adversity? Upon seeing the bloodstain on Shen Mie's left hand, the crowd comprehended everything. A faint crimson line ran from his fingertip to the center of his palm. "Is it possible?" Yu Zhifei exclaimed in shock. Shen Mie nodded, stating, "The screen felt as cold as ice, and the moment I touched it, I sensed my hand was about to freeze. More terrifying still is this bloodstain." Without the need for further elaboration from Shen Mie, the instant they beheld the mark of blood on his hand, everyone understood that the blood on the screens was, in fact, real. Chapter 67. The Song of Blood and Death. Simultaneously, the images on the 6 screens shifted once more. The splattered blood began to flow into new shapes, forming a combination of a number, a letter, and a punctuation mark, 2K. This was the emblem of the NBA survival game, 2K mode. The vivid red text captivated everyone's gaze, while the intense scent of blood permeated the entire settlement room. Su Wani felt a wave of nausea and could not restrain herself from doubling over to vomit. At that moment, a man angrily hurled his controller to the ground and began to curse vehemently. "Damn it, this is actually a 5D effects game. Basketball god, damn your lineage." The individual uttering profanities is Feng Zhong, a member of Team 387 from the Night faction. The terrifying atmosphere cultivated by the 2K mode of this survival game instilled fear into the hearts of all 6 participants. Among them, Feng Zhong, who had yet to complete his personal mission, bore immense psychological pressure as the shadow of death loomed ominously over him. At merely 25 or 26 years of age, Feng was essentially a small-time thug, lacking in life experience and devoid of the innate fortitude possessed by someone like Zhang Ruoqing. Consequently, under such a stifling and horrifying environment, Feng became exceedingly agitated, ultimately succumbing to emotional collapse. Watching Feng's descent into madness, his teammate Shen Mie displayed a hint of disdain and coldly remarked, "Feng Zhong, pick up the controller." However, Feng, consumed by his uncontrollable emotions, paid no heed to the admonition, unleashing a torrent of expletives as he stormed toward the screen before him, raising his fist and striking it with ferocity. "I'm done playing with you." This spectacle left everyone astonished, but what transpired next was even more shocking. Feng's furious punch failed to inflict any damage upon the screen, and upon retracting his fist, he discovered it was smeared with blood. The acrid scent intensified his already frayed emotions, pushing him further into despair. In a fit of irrationality, Feng began to pound the screen with his fists. Yet regardless of his fervent efforts, the screen remained unscathed, while his hands became increasingly bloodied. Soon, his face and body were also stained, rendering him a grotesque figure. At that moment, the cold voice of the basketball god echoed above the group once more. Feng Zhong of Team 387 has repeatedly attempted to damage the 2K mode equipment and has lost his sanity, thus deemed unable to continue participating by the system. The members of Team 387 will now be eliminated. In the subsequent matches, J.R. Smith will transform into an NC character. As the basketball god's pronouncement faded, the mention of elimination struck Feng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place as if his very soul had departed. The others, upon hearing that Feng was to be eliminated, were equally stunned, their gazes fixated upon him. Each individual present in that eerie settlement room had witnessed the demise of others. Zhang Ruoqing vividly recalled the horrific scenes of Zhang Hu and Li Bao's tragic ends after the first mission. Now, this small-time thug Feng Zhong was on the brink of facing a similar fate. Suddenly, music filled the room. The heavy, somber rhythm, reminiscent of a cello or some other low-toned instrument, played a mournful melody that evoked both sorrow and fear. Each dull note advanced slowly, weaving together a chilling requiem for the departed. "Look!" With a finger pointed at the screen, the golden-haired Yu Zhifei drew everyone's gaze, revealing the blood-red words that had once again transformed, the Song of Blood and Death. Was this the title of the haunting melody? Had it been composed specifically for the soon-to-be fallen Feng Zhong, or was it merely the eerie prelude to this bizarre 2K mode game? The answer remained elusive. As the Song of Blood and Death resonated for a mere 10 seconds, the previously dazed Feng Zhong astonishingly began to dance. The crowd, taken aback, instinctively recoiled a step. Feng Zhong's movements were exquisitely graceful, swiftly transitioning into a spin. However, the velocity of his rotation escalated beyond the realm of human capability. What on earth was happening? The middle-aged office worker, Wang Huayong, was so horrified by the surreal spectacle that he collapsed onto the ground in shock. Within a fleeting 30 seconds, the frantically spinning Feng Zhong suddenly fell to the floor. Cautiously, the others approached to inspect him, only to discover that his features had distorted, his limbs warped. With blood streaming from his nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. Had he already succumbed to death? Suwani asked, her voice trembling. A chilling remark came from Shen Mie, Feng Zhong's teammate, whose tone was as cold and merciless as the basketball deity himself. He noted that a human body could not withstand such frenetic spinnings, and Feng Zhong had perished before hitting the ground. Soon, Feng Zhong's corpse began to turn translucent, gradually vanishing from the room. This man had utterly evaporated from the mortal realm. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the remaining 5 felt as though their hearts had been struck with a heavy blow. They gained a clearer understanding of the horror of this game and the invincible presence of the basketball deity. They reaffirmed that in this cursed game, their only recourse was to cling to survival by adhering meticulously to the rules set forth by the basketball deity. Although Zhang Ruoqing and Feng Zhong were adversaries, having clashed previously, the age-old adage of empathy for fellow beings resonated within him. Witnessing Feng Zhong's tragic demise before his eyes inflicted a profound psychological blow on the 18-year-old Zhang Ruoqing. However, he realized that if he wished to endure in this nightmarish game, such scenes would likely recur countless times. Thus, he reminded himself to cultivate an even stronger heart. Feng Zhong was gone, yet the Song of Blood and Death continued its haunting melody, the latter half imbued with a chilling aura. The group felt as though they were ensnared within the fog-laden confines of a film set in Silent Hill, with an impenetrable mist surrounding them, obscuring their path. The powerful emotional resonance of this music left them in a heightened state of tension, their spirits gripped by an overwhelming fear. Fortunately, the composition was not lengthy, and it soon approached its conclusion. As the music faded, the words blood and death gradually disappeared from the screen, revealing the vibrant imagery of an NBA arena. Chapter 68. An extra NPC begins. Zhang Ruoqing was the first to realize that the survival game in 2K mode was about to commence. He swiftly adjusted the controller, positioning the joystick to the left and the buttons to the right, gripping it tightly in his hands, his gaze fixated on the screen. The others soon grasped that the match was imminent, mirroring Zhang Ruoqing's focus as they directed their full attention to the display. Among the 6 large screens, the one depicting the deceased Feng Zhang turned black, while the remaining 5 were loading the same cutscene, the 5th game of the 2016 NBA Finals, where the Golden State Warriors faced off against the Cleveland Cavaliers at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, marking the beginning of the second half. Players emerged one by one from the tunnel. The deafening roars of the fans resonated as if they were right beside him, and the players were rendered with astonishing accuracy. Not only the athletes, but even the faces of the front-row spectators appeared strikingly lifelike. Having experienced numerous video games, Zhang Ruoqing could only marvel inwardly at the realism of this game, which surpassed the current technological capabilities of humanity. Truly, this was the epitome of an immersive gaming experience. As the cutscene concluded, the second half commenced. The scoreboard displayed the halftime score, 63-63. The Cavaliers were on the offensive. As the third quarter began, both teams deployed their starting lineups. However, due to Feng Zhang's unexpected demise, the Cavaliers fielded only the gang leader Shen Mie and the middle-aged office worker Wang Huayong, who controlled Kyrie Irving and Tristan Thompson, respectively. The other 3 NPCs were J.R. Smith, LeBron James, and Kevin Love. Love initiated the play from the baseline, passing to Irving, controlled by Shen Mie. At that moment, a comical scene unfolded. Irving on screen swayed left and right as if intoxicated, refusing to advance. Meanwhile, Shen Mie was drenched in cold sweat, frantically maneuvering the joystick in all directions. The chaotic logic direction posed significant challenges for Shen Mie and the entire Cavaliers' offense. With the point guard struggling, the Cavaliers could barely cross half-court. The 3 members of the Warriors, witnessing Shen Mie's predicament, found no humor in the situation, fully aware of the difficulty of operating a joystick with erroneous logic. Suddenly, a Warriors player, the team's soul and star number 30, Stephen Curry, emerged beside Shen Mie's character, Irving. As an NPC, Curry recognized Irving's dribbling troubles and immediately advanced to apply pressure. Undoubtedly, if Curry made a move, he would surely steal the ball, especially since Shen Mie was struggling with even the basic fundamentals of dribbling. However, Shen Mie reacted swiftly. Upon seeing Curry closing in, he promptly pressed the pass button. Regardless of whether the ball could be passed out, it must not be stolen by Curry. The basketball soared across half the court, and LeBron James leapt high in the air to seize it. Marvelous. See, James has the ball. He is certain to score. The middle-aged office worker, Wang Huayong, expressed his excitement. On the screen, James was matched against Harrison Barnes, controlled by Su Wani. Su Wani's delicate hands trembled incessantly as the character on the screen seemed to quiver in sync with her movements. This tall, striking basketball player had never shown any interest in video games, possessing almost no talent in that domain. Thus, facing in, James, she felt utterly flustered. At that moment, Zhang Ruoqing's voice broke through her anxiety. "Captain, don't be nervous. Press the defense button. It's the 3rd one in the 2nd row." Hearing Zhang Ruoqing's soothing tone, Su Wani felt a wave of calm wash over her. Just as she intended to follow his advice and press the defense button, how could James afford her such ample preparation time? In an instant, James dribbled the ball and executed a breakthrough from Harrison Barnes' left side. "Watch out. Please help me defend," Su Wani exclaimed in panic as she saw James successfully penetrate. Unfortunately, the one tasked with providing help was Andrew Bogut, controlled by Yu Zhifei, who had yet to grasp the intricacies of the controller. When James charged in, Bogut, operated by Yu Zhifei, remained unresponsive. James soared effortlessly, executing a powerful dunk. 63-65. The Cavaliers reclaimed the lead. Yu Zhifei understood this was his responsibility. His face flushed red as he prepared to apologize. However, Zhang Ruoqing preempted him, speaking in a calm tone. "Zhifei, it's all right. Just familiarize yourself with the joystick and buttons, and you too, Wani." In the recent gameplay, Bogut's character, controlled by Yu Zhifei, resembled a mere wooden post, observing James dunking above him without a flicker of response. Nonetheless, Zhang Ruoqing recognized that this was not entirely Yu Zhifei's fault. The peculiar shape and mechanics of the controller made adaptation quite challenging. Thus, he refrained from chastising his teammate, instead offering encouragement to both Yu Zhifei and Su Wani. Meanwhile, Shen Mie, though his gaze was fixed on the screen, heard Zhang Ruoqing's words. His perception of this young man evolved anew. Maintaining composure in such a high-pressure setting was remarkable. And the fact that Zhang Ruoqing could also encourage his teammates at the right moment was astonishing. Kid, while your leadership is commendable, your judgment falters. I've grasped the essence of this game. Shen Mie mused inwardly, a subtle, enigmatic smile forming on his face. The Warriors launched their offense. NC. Curry advanced the ball smoothly into the front court, where he should have been matched up against Kyrie, controlled by Shen Mie. To everyone's surprise, Irving was not seen alongside Curry on the screen. Instead, he was closely shadowing Iguodala, who was operating with Zhang Ruoqing. Consequently, J.R. Smith, who was originally tasked with guarding Iguodala, had no choice but to abandon his designated opponent and move up to confront Curry. Zhang Ruoqing observed that the defender guarding Iguodala had been replaced by Irving, now under Shen Mie's control, and he immediately comprehended the strategy. Shen Mie intended to fully exploit the advantages presented by NC on the Cavaliers' side, thereby avoiding a scenario where players would have to defend NC. It must be said, this was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Had Irving, under Shen Mie's direction, been tasked with defending NC Curry, he would have either been outmatched or easily bypassed. Indeed, under J.R. Smith's defense, NC Curry was unable to execute a straightforward breakthrough. Meanwhile, Leonardo Barbosa, who was originally positioned on the wing to assist, was compelled to step up to the perimeter to provide a screen for Curry. This task was not originally within Barbosa's purview. Throughout the first half, Curry's pick-and-roll initiations had either involved Andrew Bogut at the 5 or Iguodala at the 2. However, both of these players were now operating ineffectively, making it implausible for them to come up and execute a pick-and-roll with Curry. Reluctantly, it fell to Barbosa to fulfill this role. Chapter 69. Middle-aged white-collar worker Wang Huayong watching the awkward pick-and-roll collaboration between Curry and Barbosa on screen. The three members of the Warriors camp were exceedingly anxious, while Shen Mie and Wang Huayong were filled with elation. Shen Mie even mused to himself, "Excellent. We have one more person than you in NC. This lineup guarantees our victory." With this thought, the demise of Feng Zhong turned out to be a fortuitous event for them. A dark notion emerged within Shen Yu's mind. Nevertheless, he felt no shame or remorse. In the grim game of survival, living was the ultimate principle. What use was a mundane sense of shame? On the screen, NC Curry, aided by Barbosa's screen, squeezed into an exceedingly tight space, directly confronting one of the Cavaliers' 3 stars, Kevin Love. In what seemed to be an almost impossible shooting scenario, NC Curry unexpectedly faced Love and opted for a jump shot. What? He is taking that shot? Shen Mie could not restrain himself and exclaimed aloud. The basketball soared through the air in a beautifully high arc before settling firmly into the hoop. 66-65, the Warriors had reclaimed the lead once more, having exchanged advantages an indeterminate number of times throughout the match. Wow, that shot by Curry was magnificent. The golden-haired youth, Yu Zhifei, shouted in exhilaration. Zhang Ruoqing could not help but exclaim, "Incredible." After all, he was witnessing the legendary three-point shooter in history. One who could make a shot under such challenging circumstances. Only the peak Stephen Curry of 2016 could achieve such a feat. The possession shifted. NC Love initiated the baseline pass, which was originally intended for the team's primary guard, Irving. However, Shen Mie manipulated Irving to stand far from the baseline, leaving Love no choice but to pass to James, who then advanced the ball. Observing this scenario, Shen Mie felt a surge of satisfaction and quietly remarked to his companion, "Wang Huayong, winning this match is quite straightforward. We have one more NC than they do. Let us refrain from participating in both offense and defense. Let NC handle it. This effectively turns it into a 3-on-2 situation, ensuring our victory." In this exceedingly complex 2K mode, Wang Huayong also recognized the utility of Shen Yu's strategy. However, his circumstances were starkly different. Shen Mie had already accomplished his personal objectives and faced no survival pressure, whereas Wang Huayong required a game with double-digit assists to fulfill his own tasks. He certainly did not wish to meet the same grim fate as Feng Zhong. Thus, he remained non-committal to Shen Yu's suggestion, merely murmuring, "I still need 4 assists." In the first half of the pivotal match, Wang Huayong, having transformed into Tristan Thompson, successfully accrued 6 assists, rendering his personal goal within reach. Yet, as the second half transitioned into the challenging 2K mode, the once attainable target now seemed elusive. Countless times, Wang Huayong silently cursed the mother of the basketball deity. Shen Mie contemplated advising Wang Huayong not to force the issue and to wait for the next game if necessary. However, upon reconsideration, he recognized that from Wang Huayong's perspective, this game presented a significant opportunity for salvation, but the sudden shift in mode had rendered that hope ephemeral, constituting a considerable blow. If Shen Mie were to voice such sentiments at this juncture, Wang Huayong might perceive him as callously indifferent, potentially igniting discord between them. Shen Mie understood that Wang Huayong, a mature middle-aged professional, was far more nuanced than the deceased ruffian Feng Zhong. Moreover, Wang Huayong was the only other time traveler aligned with him, and Shen Mie was keen to avoid any conflict. Thus, when Wang Huayong expressed his concerns, Shen Mie refrained from further comment and continued to maneuver his character, Kyrie, striving to distance himself from N.C. James, as he was apprehensive about James passing the ball to him. In contrast, Wang Huayong, controlling Tristan Thompson, struggled to maneuver into a higher position. The on-screen figure of the 8th prince swayed unsteadily, finding it difficult even to walk in a straight line, exuding an air of clumsiness. Sweat beads continuously rolled down Wang Huayong's forehead, and his expression was grave and focused, with his left hand straining to manipulate the joystick. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before each directional push. His right hand remained poised over the pass button among the myriad keys on the right side. Wang Huayong, a middle-aged office worker burdened with the responsibilities of both aging parents and young children, felt the weight of life as pressures. Though he harbored a passion for basketball, his demanding job left him little time to indulge in the NBA, let alone to play the sport himself. He could not fathom why the basketball deity would choose him. Nevertheless, Wang Huayong was driven by an unwavering conviction. For the sake of his family and the aspiration to transform his current circumstances, he had to strive for survival. At that moment, his mind fixated on a singular objective, the assist. He maneuvered Tristan Thompson to the high post, hoping to set a screen for the ball holder. N.C. James. Perhaps N.C. James would pass the ball to him, enabling him to orchestrate a play, patiently awaiting a cut or a baseline run, so he could dish out the ball for an easy score beneath the basket. Would his desires materialize? Just as Tristan Thompson stumbled forward, N.C. James had already released the ball, passing it to J.R. Smith, who was stationed in the corner. Due to Wang Huayong's sluggish execution, N.C. James could not afford to wait for the clumsy approach of the Tristan Thompson he controlled to execute a high-post play. Cursing softly under his breath, Wang Huayong felt the sting of disappointment. Meanwhile, J.R. Smith, facing Curry's defense, launched a three-pointer. Rebounding, he positioned his hand over the rebound button. With ample gaming experience, Zhang Ruoqing recognized that J.R. Smith's shot was a rather ill-advised choice. Although this 2K mode seemed far more surreal than the actual NBA 2K game, it still adhered to the fundamental principles of basketball. J.R. Smith was no Curry. What justified his attempt at such a shot? As anticipated by Zhang Ruoqing, a heavy thud echoed as the ball struck the rim, and J.R. Smith slammed a brick. The anxious blonde youth, Yu Zhifei, controlled Andrew Bogut, the Warriors' legitimate center, tasked with protecting the defensive rebound, a duty he could not neglect. Despite his trembling hands, Yu Zhifei pressed the rebound button at what he deemed the most opportune moment. However, on screen, Bogut did not leap but instead began to dance. This clumsy Australian, with hands covering his groin, performed an exaggerated and grotesque dance. What on earth was happening? Yu Zhifei could not help but exclaim. Chapter 70, The Battle for the Rebound. It turned out that in the height of his anxiety, Yu Zhifei had mistakenly hit the wrong key. He intended to press the rebound button, but inadvertently activated the taunt button instead. The taunting mechanism in this game involved performing an exaggerated dance. Yu Zhifei silently lamented, realizing the rebound was now beyond hope. Indeed, on screen, the Cavaliers' center, Tristan Thompson, soared high, arms reaching for the basketball. Controlling the mid-level white-collar worker Tristan Thompson, Wang Huayong wore a stern and resolute expression. Unlike Yu Zhifei, he had not made the same mistake. He had already devised a plan in his mind. As soon as he secured the rebound, he would swiftly pass the ball to his perimeter teammates. Aside from the Kyrie managed by Shen Mie, Kevin Love, J.R. Smith, or LeBron James could all be potential receivers, as each possessed commendable three-point shooting skills. Should they catch the ball and launch a shot, there was a chance they could score, thereby granting him another assist. The notion of an assist had become Wang Huayong's lifeline. However, an unexpected scenario unfolded before the eyes of all the players. The familiar number 9 of the Warriors, Andre Iguodala soared to join the fray alongside Tristan Thompson in a bid for the crucial rebound. Wang Huayong cursed again, having initially believed that Yu Zhifei had made an error, thinking that Bogut had not jumped and that the rebound was already his. To his astonishment, Iguodala emerged as an unforeseen contender. Just moments before, Zhang Ruoqing had been reminding Yu Zhifei to protect the rebound while he himself had been preparing. As a walking NBA database, Zhang Ruoqing was well-versed in the statistics, playing styles, and highlight performances of most stars. During his time with the Warriors, Iguodala's rebounding ability had diminished compared to his days with the 76ers. In the 2009 to 2010 season, he averaged 6.5 rebounds per game, a commendable figure for a swingman standing at only 198 meters. After joining the Warriors, Iguodala's role shifted, and rebounding was not often his responsibility. Nevertheless, he maintained a strong rebounding capability. Under Coach Kerr's classic death lineup, Iguodala frequently played the power forward position, thus familiarizing himself with the task of protecting the backcourt rebounds, showcasing an impressive instinct for securing boards. In the 2015 to 2016 season, he contributed an average of 4 rebounds per game, 2 of which were on the defensive end. Zhang Ruoqing held great confidence in the upcoming contest for the rebound. The screen displayed 2 towering figures, one in white and the other in red, colliding passionately before the audience. Warriors number 9, Andre Iguodala, versus Cavaliers number 13, Tristan Thompson. In 2016, at just 25 years of age, the young center Tristan Thompson had already become a pivotal force in the Cavaliers' paint, averaging 9 rebounds in 27 minutes of playtime that year. Standing at 206 centimeters, he towered over Iguodala by 8 centimeters. As the two tall players soared through the air, Zhang Ruoqing and Wang Huayong watched with bated breath, their expressions tense. Wang Huayong clenched his jaw, shouting, "You won't get it." His face contorted in anguish. Ultimately, the rebound was secured by Tristan Thompson. Fantastic! Wang Huayong let out a loud roar, and the moment his controlled Tristan Thompson touched the ground, he immediately pressed the pass button. Although Zhang Ruoqing felt a twinge of disappointment, he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Find your assigned defender." Su Wani and Yu Zhifei were fully focused, especially Yu Zhifei, who felt a pang of guilt after mistakenly pressing the wrong button moments ago, causing Bogut to embarrass himself on the court. This marked his second blunder within a mere 2 rounds. Although Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani did not blame him, Yu Zhifei silently resolved to approach the remainder of the game with greater diligence. After all, this match was a pivotal showdown, a home game for the Warriors. His personal objective was to ensure victory in all home games, and that too without calling a timeout in the fourth quarter. At Zhang Ruoqing's prompt, the two quickly found their respective defenders. Yu Zhifei positioned Bogut against the recently passed Tristan Thompson, while Su Wani located LeBron James, who stood beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Wang Huayong, having just landed, pressed the pass button, uncertain of where the ball would go or to whom it would be passed. The screen displayed Tristan Thompson flinging the ball towards the corner, where the recently shot J.R. Smith awaited. Wang Huayong sent the ball back to him. Without hesitation, J.R. Smith received the pass and, facing Curry's defense, unleashed a fierce 3-point shot. Rebound. Zhang Ruoqing reminded his teammates. This time, Yu Zhifei dared not be negligent. His right index finger accurately positioned itself on the rebound button. Middle-aged office worker Wang Huayong mirrored the action. All eyes intently followed the trajectory of the basketball soaring through the air. After 0.5 seconds, the ball swished through the net. 66-68, the Cavaliers regained the lead. Incredible! What a play! Wang Huayong couldn't contain his exhilaration. This marked Tristan Thompson's 7th assist of the match. With the third quarter just commencing, Wang Huayong's chances of survival surged. As possession shifted, Yu Zhifei controlled Bogut to inbound the ball. Just as he was about to press the pass button, Zhang Ruoqing suddenly interjected, "Zhifei, don't pass yet. Press the switch target button first, then hit pass." "Huh? Why? Just do it. I'll explain later." "All right, got it." After so many matches, Yu Zhifei had developed unconditional trust in Zhang Ruoqing. Were it not for Zhang Ruoqing's extraordinary performance in the previous 2 games, this blonde youth might have already faced dire consequences. Therefore, Yu Zhifei had no doubts about whatever Zhang Ruoqing instructed him to do. He lowered his head, searched briefly, found the switch target button, pressed it, and then hit the pass button. The screen showed Bogut delivering the ball to the Iguodala controlled by Zhang Ruoqing. As Yu Zhifei uttered the words, "Are you, Cheng, considering playing as the point guard?" he appeared somewhat hesitant. Indeed, Zhang Ruoqing refrained from elaborating further. His brow furrowed in concentration as he fixated on the screen displaying Iguodala, meticulously maneuvering the joystick. Chapter 71. Execute the tactics to the end at that moment. Su Wanyi seemed to grasp the situation. She slightly turned her head and addressed Yu Zhifei, stating, Zhifei, I believe Ruoqing intends to familiarize himself with the game's mechanics through ball control. The 3 characters we control are all starting players for the Warriors. If we lack proficiency in our operations, we will be rendered ineffective on the court, thereby diminishing our chances of victory. Indeed, you are absolutely right. You truly embody the essence of a captain. That is precisely what I was thinking, Zhang Ruoqing replied, yet his hands remained steadfast in their diligent movement. When Su Wanyi turned back to observe Zhang Ruoqing, she noticed that fine beads of sweat had begun to surface on the young boy's forehead. His complexion pale and veins prominent. She understood that the weight of pressure upon him was considerable. Zhang Ruoqing's thoughts echoed the sentiments expressed by Su Wanyi. He had just instructed Yu Zhifei to first press the object switching key and then the serve key. This was because if Yu Zhifei were to serve directly from the baseline, it would default to N.C. Curry in position 1. However, by switching the object first and then serving, the ball would be directed to the player he controlled. Andre Iguodala. After witnessing the clumsy dribbling of Irving, controlled by Shen Mie, Zhang Ruoqing felt no trepidation. Instead, his fighting spirit was further ignited. In his mind, he rapidly analyzed the dynamics of the game. Excluding the unpredictable performances of the role players and focusing solely on the main stars, the disparity became glaringly evident. The Cavaliers had only 2 transcendent players, while the Warriors boasted 3. Should the Cavaliers adhere to a strategy monopolized by N.C., the probability of Zhang Ruoqing's victory would diminish to almost nothing. Shen Yu's strategy, as Zhang Ruoqing had anticipated, was to avoid involvement in both offense and defense, relying on the N.C. players to resolve matters. Zhang Ruoqing contemplated whether to adopt a similar strategy to Shen Mie but quickly dismissed the notion. With the opposing N.C. players being more numerous, employing the same tactics would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. To turn the tide, they had to rely on their 3 transcendent players. They controlled Iguodala, Barnes, and Bogut, essential assets in the absence of Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, making them the next critical core players after Curry. If they could not perform, who else could be expected to secure a victory? Relying solely on Curry to dominate the opposing team was, of course, unrealistic. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing resolved to boldly demand the ball and familiarize himself with the peculiar controls of the joystick to have any chance of victory. Following Su Wanyi's explanation, Yu Zhifei grasped Zhang Ruoqing's tactical strategy. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, Shen Mie observed Zhang Ruoqing confidently dribbling past half-court. And a slight smile crept across his face as he disdainfully thought to himself, Zhang Ruoqing, although your previous performances have been remarkable, this decision of yours is undoubtedly a grave mistake. With the score so tightly contested, where is there any room for you to practice your controls or any margin for error? But this is for the best. Just wait for us to widen the score gap. Zhang Ruoqing and Shen Mie, the true leaders of 2 formidable factions, each embodying entirely divergent tactical philosophies. Which is superior? And which is inferior? The arena will ultimately reveal the truth through their performances on the field. Zhang Ruoqing skillfully guided Iguodala past the half-court line, occasionally misstepping in direction. Yet he swiftly rectified his course. This indicates that his prior gaming experience still holds some value. His adaptation to the peculiar controller has markedly improved compared to the earlier performance of Shen Mie. However, the favorable moment was fleeting, as Zhang Ruoqing had scarcely crossed the half-court when he was met with an aggressive challenge from J.R. Smith. In this lineup, both Zhang Ruoqing and J.R. Smith occupied the shooting guard position, their physical dimensions being relatively comparable. Thus, it was indeed reasonable for the Cavaliers to assign J.R. Smith to defend against Zhang Ruoqing. Observing J.R. Smith's advance towards Zhang Ruoqing, the golden-haired youth Yu Zhifei felt a sudden wave of apprehension. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Brother Ruoqing, pass the ball to Curry. Don't lose it." Zhang Ruoqing was drenched in cold sweat. He certainly heard Yu Zhifei's words and understood that they were spoken with good intentions. However, he believed that passing the ball to Curry at that moment would not only jeopardize any offensive threat, but also undermine the very essence of his strategy. Thus, as he faced the relentless pressure from J.R. Smith, his mind raced to recall the contents of the private message from the system. He pressed buttons 7 and 16 for a between-the-legs dribble. Simultaneously, he pressed buttons 8 and 22 for a behind-the-back dribble. and buttons 10 and 23 for a change of direction in front of his body. Zhang Ruoqing chose not to pass, but instead pressed the keys 8 and 22 simultaneously. In the scene, Iguodala astonishingly executed a behind-the-back dribble against J.R. Smith. Zhang Ruoqing immediately pushed the joystick in the correct direction, and Iguodala gracefully evaded J.R. Smith's defense, charging into the Cavaliers' three-point line. Incredible, Ruoqing. Yu Zhifei couldn't help but applaud Zhang Ruoqing's performance. What is going on? How has this lad adapted to the game so swiftly? Behind-the-back dribbling? Is that a jest? Wang Huayong was equally astonished by Zhang Ruoqing's display. Suwani, witnessing Zhang Ruoqing's remarkable performance, couldn't resist stealing a glance at him, feeling an increased sense of reliance and affection for the young man. As for Shen Mie, he gazed at the screen in disbelief, never expecting Zhang Ruoqing to possess such talent in this peculiar 2K mode game. However, the tides of the game soon shifted once more. J.R. Smith, seemingly outmaneuvered by Iguodala, suddenly lunged 2 large steps behind him, executing a deft steal that knocked the ball away. The dislodged ball was seized by LeBron James, and in the meantime, J.R. Smith had already begun his fast break. Upon receiving the ball, James immediately launched a long pass, allowing J.R. Smith to score with an effortless gliding dunk, unimpeded by defenders. The score was now 66-70, with the Cavaliers extending their lead to 4 points. Beep. The whistle blew as the Warriors' head coach, NC Steve Kerr, called for a timeout. After J.R. Smith's dunk, Shen Mie cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Ruoqing, seemingly conveying that although the young man was undeniably talented and his previous maneuver was impressive, in this mode, NC's prowess far surpassed that of the time travelers, and his strategy would only hasten his team's descent into defeat. Yet, Zhang Ruoqing was acutely aware of this. He bore an unprecedented weight of pressure at that moment. Among the 3 in the team, aside from Suwani, both he and Yu Zhifei had yet to fulfill their personal missions. Should they lose this match, Yu Zhifei would face the dire consequence of obliteration, and Zhang Ruoqing would find himself teetering on the edge of a precipice. Zhang Ruoqing's mind was racing as he contemplated whether there was sufficient time in this match for error correction, allowing his 3 traversers from the Warriors to acclimate to the game. Just moments ago, with a deft behind-the-back dribble, he had nearly outmaneuvered J.R. Smith. Had he pressed the pass or shoot button a fraction of a second sooner, J.R. Smith would have been unable to execute a steal from behind. Thus, it seemed that Zhang Ruoqing was adapting to this game with remarkable swiftness. However, what of Suwani and Yu Zhifei? In the recent 2 plays, Yu Zhifei failed to effectively position himself for timely defensive support and rebounding against Bogut. When would he finally find his rhythm? As for Suwani, the player she directed, Harrison Barnes had yet to even touch the ball, having only faced James in a defensive sequence, where she was easily bypassed by the latter. Zhang Ruoqing was entirely unaware of how much longer it would take her to adjust. This was untenable. The information was utterly insufficient for making any judgments. During the timeout, Zhang Ruoqing set down his controller, gripping his hair in frustration, his face contorted in anguish. Ruoqing, don't dwell on it. Both Zhifei and I believe in your strategy. Remain resolute, Suwani reassured him, recognizing the source of his distress. Indeed, she shared his sentiments. Fully aware that their success in this match hinged on the performance of the 3 traversers, failure was not an option. As soon as Suwani finished speaking, Yu Zhifei promptly added, Brother Ruoqing, regardless of the outcome, I have faith in you. The predicament facing the blonde youth was more precarious than that of Zhang Ruoqing and Suwani. Should the Warriors fail to secure victory, he risked his very life within this settlement chamber. This reality compounded Zhang Ruoqing's immense pressure. At some point, the weight of responsibility he bore had transcended his own. A voice within him incessantly whispered, if Yu Zhifei were to perish in this game, the blame would rest squarely on your shoulders, Zhang Ruoqing. It was your strategic miscalculation that led to his demise. This tormenting voice clung to him like a parasite, evoking profound discomfort. Amidst his anguish and turmoil, Suwani's gentle yet resolute voice emerged, akin to a potent tonic for his troubled spirit. The trust that Yu Zhifei placed in him further solidified Zhang Ruoqing's resolve. He cast a grateful glance at the 2 of them, and Suwani responded with a warm smile, softly asserting, as the captain of our team, you must heed my guidance. That smile felt like the warm sunlight of a chilly winter day, a beacon in the endless night, dispelling the shadows that loomed over Zhang Ruoqing's heart. The immense pressure weighing upon the entire team was significantly alleviated. Zhang Ruoqing vowed silently that he would not betray the trust bestowed upon him by Yu Zhifei and the beautiful captain before him. The pause was fleeting, and the players on the screen gradually returned to the court. Zhang Ruoqing, observing the Iguodala he controlled, suddenly noticed that Iguodala's face bore an expression of tension. His demeanor profoundly serious, as if it were a reflection of his own state. No matter what, he was determined to give it his all. Zhang Ruoqing growled softly, gripping the controller tightly, his gaze fixed on the screen, poised for the next ball contest. Beside him, Shen Mie, nonchalantly holding the controller with one hand, wore a relaxed expression, leisurely observing Zhang Ruoqing. It turned out that Shen Mie's controlled player, Kyrie Irving, had been substituted by Cavaliers coach Tyronn Lue during this timeout. Confident that N.C. was far superior to the Travelers, Shen Mie was quite pleased with the substitution. He even fancied having the basketball deity grant him a seat, perhaps accompanied by some snacks and drinks, propping his legs up to enjoy Zhang Ruoqing's performance. Aside from Shen Mie, the other characters controlled by the Travelers had not been substituted. With a depleted roster, Warriors coach Steve Kerr was still attempting to execute multiple rotations, substituting Maurice Spites for Leandro Barbosa. On the Cavaliers side, Mo Williams replaced Irving, while Iman Shumpert took the place of J.R. Smith. As the Warriors initiated their offense, Yu Zhifei controlled Bogut to inbound the ball. He swiftly passed it to Iguodala, managed by Zhang Ruoqing. As the latter dribbled past half-court, his movements were fluid, exhibiting no directional errors. The peculiar joystick mechanics had been entirely mastered by this young man. Shen Mie nodded slightly, regarding Zhang Ruoqing with a gaze that mixed scrutiny with admiration. Given his age and limited exposure to video games, mastering such a bizarre controller was a formidable challenge for Shen Mie, explaining his earlier clumsiness while dribbling Irving past the half-court line. Observing Zhang Ruoqing's rapid proficiency in ball control stirred complex emotions within him, akin to watching a promising youth shine with remarkable talent, evoking admiration tinged with jealousy and a sense of wistfulness. In the unfolding scene, Iguodala faced off against Iman Shumpert, who had substituted for J.R. Smith. Shumpert, as a pivotal bench player in that year's Cavaliers roster, had made indelible contributions to the team's championship victory. In Game 7 of the 2016 Finals, Shumpert received a pass from LeBron James at the 45-degree angle during the second quarter, sinking a three-pointer while drawing a foul from Livingston, transforming the Oracle Arena into a library with his 3-1 play. That moment became one of the iconic highlights of the 2016 Finals. Compared to J.R. Smith, Shumpert boasted superior defensive abilities. Yet, as Zhang Ruoqing faced the tenacious defense of N.C. Shumpert, he exhibited no fear, executing rapid maneuvers with his right hand, dazzling Shen Mie in the process. As Shen Mie continued to watch the screen, he witnessed Iguodala performing a series of 2 consecutive behind-the-back dribbles, seamlessly changing direction to evade Shumpert's defense. Unlike the previous encounter, this was a complete evasion. In an instant, Zhang Ruoqing had guided Iguodala deep into the heart of the Cavaliers' territory. Due to the overextension of Chambert, it follows that Tristan Thompson, stationed in the paint, should ideally step in to fill the gap. However, under the control of the middle-aged white-collar worker Wang Huayong, Tristan Thompson, despite his earnest efforts, appears rather sluggish in his movements. This results in an expansive space opening up before Iguodala, akin to a vast ocean. If not now, then when shall one seize the opportunity to take a shot? Zhang Ruoqing resolutely pressed the jump shot button, and on the screen, Iguodala immediately leaped from the ground, executing a remarkably flawless pull-up jump shot. The ball soared gracefully through the air, heading towards the hoop, as all the spectators held their breath in anticipation. Under the watchful gaze of 5 pairs of eyes, the mid-range shot found its mark, striking the rim with unwavering precision. The score now stood at 68-70, with the Warriors trailing by a mere 2 points. This basket marked the inaugural score for the Traversers since the commencement of the 2K mode. Chapter 73, The Underdog Ian Clark. Well played. After Zhang Ruoqing skillfully controlled Andre Iguodala to sink a mid-range jumper, both Su Wani and Yu Zhifei could not help but applaud him exuberantly. Meanwhile, the expressions on Shen Mie and Wang Huayong's faces were decidedly grim. Zhang Ruoqing's swift scoring of the first basket for the Time Travelers was a resounding slap in the face to Shen Mie. Although Zhang Ruoqing had secured a pivotal point, the momentum of the game quickly tilted in favor of the Cavaliers. N.C. James and N.C. Love unleashed their prowess, scoring with ease in the latter half of the third quarter. On the Warriors' side, aside from Curry occasionally landing a three-pointer in response, they struggled to accumulate points, relying primarily on Zhang Ruoqing's sporadic contributions. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 77-88, with the Cavaliers enjoying an 11-point lead. As the game approached the fourth quarter, the situation grew increasingly dire for the Warriors. First, due to Yu Zhifei's personal task constraints, N.C. Coach Steve Kerr would refrain from calling any timeouts in the final period. However, a more significant concern loomed. Both Yu Zhifei and Su Wani had been tasked with managing Bogut and Barnes throughout the third quarter, yet neither had managed to score. Su Wani's controlled Barnes had attempted 2 shots, 1 three-pointer and 1 mid-range jumper, both wide-open opportunities, but failed to convert. As for Yu Zhifei, his situation was even bleaker. He had attempted only once beneath the basket, only to be met with a resounding volleyball rejection from N.C. James. A scene so brutal, it was almost unbearable to witness. Faced with a double-digit deficit, beads of cold sweat began to form on the brow of the blonde youth. Yu Zhifei. At that moment, the weight of pressure upon him surpassed that of any other time traveler, leaving the question of whether he could emerge from this reckoning room alive as the most significant suspense of the match. Before the fourth quarter commenced, N.C. Kerr made sweeping adjustments to the lineup, resting Iguodala, Barnes, and Bogut. The court featured a backcourt duo of Curry and Clark, with Barbosa and Spites on the wings, and Ezeli taking the center position. It appeared to be a rather frail lineup. Yu Zhifei's heart raced. But the solitary glimmer of hope was that all 5 players on the court were from N.C. Perhaps their combat effectiveness would not diminish but rather enhance. On the Cavaliers' side, James and Love took a breather, as Tyronn Lue deployed a lineup of Irving, J.R. Smith, Shumpert, Tristan Thompson, and M.O. Williams. This arrangement for the Cavaliers was somewhat peculiar. While it resembled a typical 1 big 4 small configuration, the lone big man, Tristan Thompson, lacked any autonomous offensive capability and posed no threat beneath the basket. Such a big man, devoid of the ability to exert pressure, offered no advantages alongside the 4 smaller players, especially considering that Thompson was not controlled by N.C., but rather by the middle-aged white-collar worker, Wang Huayong. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Tristan Thompson, managed by Wang Huayong, had briefly been substituted, before being taken off the court. Wang Huayong exerted every effort to tally 1 more assist, bringing his total for the game to 8. In essence, he only needed to secure 2 assists in the fourth quarter to ensure his survival. Thus, Wang Huayong was eager to remove all other buttons, leaving only his fingers on the pass key. The whistle blew, marking the official commencement of the fourth quarter in the decisive battle. The Warriors initiated their first offense. Despite the team's 5-man lineup all being N.C. players and their overall abilities being rather modest, the ball moved fluidly across the court. On the Cavaliers' side, there existed a defensive vulnerability in Irving, controlled by Shen Mie. Consequently, after a series of 3 passes and 2 turnovers, the Warriors swiftly found an open opportunity in the corner. Shen Mie, managing Irving, did not even attempt to defend. Although the opportunity fell to the relatively obscure guard Ian Clark, such a wide-open shot was an elementary task for an NBA-level player. Ian Clark took his shot with ease, successfully sinking the ball. The score was now 80-88, narrowing the gap to single digits. "Good," shouted Yu Zhifei, his voice filled with genuine encouragement for his N.C. teammate. The possession shifted, and the Cavaliers launched their offense. Shen Mie continued to abstain from ball control, allowing N.C.'s M.O. Williams to bring the ball past half-court. Known as M.O. doesn't pass, M.O. Williams chose to pass immediately after crossing half-court, dribbling to a 45-degree angle before delivering the ball to Irving at the top of the arc. Shen Mie thought to himself, what a predicament. He intended to maneuver Irving to a far corner, away from M.O. Williams, but his execution faltered. Before he could direct Irving to the desired spot, M.O. Williams had already passed the ball. "Well, I suppose I will just pass it back," Shen Mie contemplated. At the moment he received the ball, he promptly pressed the pass key. However, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. Irving did not pass the ball, but instead executed a jump shot from 2 large steps beyond the 3-point line. "Oh no, I pressed the wrong key," Shen Mie exclaimed in dismay, having mistakenly activated the jump shot key instead of the pass key. Standing before Irving was none other than Ian Clark. Due to Shen Mie's sluggish movements and poor shot selection, the jump shot performed by Irving resembled that of an 80-year-old man. Although Ian Clark stood at only 191 meters, he effortlessly leaped into the air, swatting Irving's shot away. Following the rejection, the ball ricocheted behind Irving, Clark immediately dashed to recover the ball, while Shen Mie, who struggled with controls, rendered Irving motionless on the court. After capturing the ball, Ian Clark sped down the court, successfully converting a layup. The score shifted to 82-88, and within merely 2 possessions in the fourth quarter, the Cavaliers' lead dwindled to just 6 points. Beep. The whistle sounded, revealing that an irate Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue had called for a timeout. The unassuming Ian Clark, in the pivotal fourth quarter of the championship showdown, had propelled the Golden State Warriors to score 5 consecutive points, forcing the Cavaliers to pause. On the screen, Tyronn Lue's expression was one of intense anger. Without waiting for the players to return to the bench, he charged onto the court, unleashing a torrent of invective towards Irving, controlled by Shen Mie. The expletives beginning with the letter F flew from his lips, unmistakably revealing his profound dissatisfaction with Irving's performance over the last 2 plays. It was one thing to be scored upon by Stephen Curry, but to be outdone by a lesser player like Ian Clark. What on earth was happening? Tyronn Lue's furious roar resonated in the ears of every participant. Meanwhile, the anxious blonde youth, Fei, could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Clark, you are my god." Chapter 74, The Preemptive Showdown Substitution. LeBron, have you rested enough? Sure, coach. James replied in a deep voice, slightly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that after resting for merely 2 plays in the fourth quarter, totaling less than a minute, he would be called back into action. All right, we are entering the decisive battle against Golden State ahead of schedule. Kyrie, step off the court. Let Mo Williams take your place for the fourth quarter. Gentlemen, they are missing key players like Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Shaun Livingston. This is a golden opportunity for us. I assure you, I will not allow defeat to occur. Tyronn Lue passionately conveyed his fervor to the players. In contrast, while the Warriors appeared calm, a turbulent undercurrent was brewing beneath the surface. Although the unheralded Ian Clark had scored consecutively, a cloud of despair still loomed over the blonde youth, Fei. His teammates, Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani, were also under immense pressure, eager to secure a victory and pull Fei from the depths of despair. However, the situation on the court was not in their favor. Kerr did not share Tyronn Lue's fiery enthusiasm. His demeanor was rather more composed and amiable. He tapped on the tactical board and delivered these words, "Gentlemen, we are short-handed in this match, and to have battled the Cavaliers this far is already a remarkable feat if we do not wish to win. Then stepping onto this court is utterly meaningless, especially with so many passionate fans supporting us. In the fourth quarter, let us pour every ounce of our strength into clinching this victory." Though Zhang Ruoqing and his fellow time travelers understood that the voice emanating from the screen was not the true Steve Kerr, but rather an character within a mysterious system, Kerr's deep, resonant voice was profoundly inspiring. Fei felt a significant reduction in his fear, replaced instead by a fervent fire igniting within him. If battle was inevitable, then let it be a fight to the death. If there was no retreat, then let them forge a path forward. Zhang Ruoqing and Fei shared a similar sentiment as he gently placed his hand upon his chest, feeling the fierce rhythm of his heart. The fervor of battle surged forth. The decisive confrontation was imminent. The head coach of Steve Kerr, announced the Warriors' final lineup: Stephen Curry, Ian Clark, Andre Iguodala, Harrison Barnes, and Andrew Bogut. "Gentlemen, I entrust the entirety of the fourth quarter to you. Unless there is an injury, I shall not substitute. Moreover, unless Tyronn Lue calls for a timeout, I too will refrain from doing so. Whether we can deliver a magnificent victory for our home fans rests solely upon your shoulders." Steve Kerr solemnly patted each of the 5 players on the shoulder. With the sound of the whistle, the timeout concluded, and within just 1 minute into the fourth quarter, both teams deployed their decisive lineups, plunging into the ultimate showdown. The coaches on both sides exhibited bold strategies on the Cavaliers' end. Tyronn Lue daringly benched the underperforming Kyrie Irving due to Shen Mie's poor execution in favor of the 34-year-old veteran point guard, Mo Williams, who was known for his elusive play. The shooting guard position was occupied by the unpredictable J.R. Smith. The small forward was none other than the king himself, LeBron James, while the power forward was the love god, Kevin Love, and the center was the formidable Tristan Thompson. This lineup, although slightly lacking in backcourt defense, was overall quite formidable. Among the 5, only Tristan Thompson was controlled by the time traveler Wang Huayong, while the other 4 belonged to N.C. with superstars like James and all-star caliber Love. Their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. On the Warriors' side, Steve Kerr audaciously opted to reduce the height of his lineup in the final moments. bringing in the bench's point guard Ian Clark, while leaving Barbosa, Spites, and Ezeli out of the equation, in a situation of trailing scores. Adding an external firepower point was indeed a choice, albeit a risky one. The backcourt combination of Clark and Curry also faced defensive shortcomings. If the opponents were to exploit this and widen the gap, it could spell disaster. To dare to make such a move on the grand stage of the finals was undoubtedly a display of courage. Thus, the matchup of the decisive lineups was established. In the backcourt, the Warriors' Curry and Clark faced off against Mo Williams and J.R. Smith. Both sides exhibiting strength in offense, yet vulnerability in defense, likely to engage in a mutual onslaught. Nevertheless, with the presence of the extraordinary shooter Curry, the Warriors might hold a slight advantage. On the wings, Zhang Ruoqing's controlled Iguodala was placed at the small forward position. Facing the Cavaliers' superstar James, this matchup was undoubtedly a significant advantage for the Cavaliers. Under the control of Sue Wani, Harrison Barnes was compelled to assume the fourth position, facing off against the all-star caliber Kevin Love. This matchup clearly favored the Cavaliers, indicating their significant advantage on the wing. The duel at center featured two players piloted by time travelers, the blonde youth Yu Zhifei commanding Bogut, and the middle-aged white-collar worker Wang Huayong directing Tristan Thompson. The outcome of this confrontation hinged largely on the performance of these two time travelers. The one who adapted better to the gameplay would more effectively aid their team, making it difficult to ascertain superiority. Overall, the Cavaliers possessed a notable roster advantage, holding a 6-point lead, and the scales of victory seemed to be tilting in their favor. However, all analyses are merely theoretical. As the saying goes, the outcome lies in human endeavor. Ultimately, the result would be determined on the court through the ball itself. As the match commenced, the Cavaliers initiated their offensive play. Mo Williams brought the ball to the front court, glancing at Tyronn Lue on the sidelines, who gestured with both hands downwards. Williams understood that the coach sought to slow the tempo, though no longer at the peak of his abilities. The seasoned point guard could still manage the game effectively. Faced with Curry's close defense, Williams remained composed, deliberately consuming the shot clock. With approximately 8 seconds remaining, LeBron James began to emerge from the weak side to receive the ball. As he maneuvered, Kevin Love provided a screen with his body. A fundamental pick-and-roll play unfolded, and Zhang Ruoqing, his eyes fixed on the screen, immediately instructed Sue Wani, "Captain, we should switch defense." Sue Wani swiftly grasped the intended strategy from Zhang Ruoqing's words. As Zhang's Iggy attempted to chase down James but was obstructed by Love, Barnes, originally guarding Love, quickly switched to confront James. In this process, Sue Wani adeptly maneuvered the joystick, guiding Barnes on the court without any directional missteps and with remarkable speed, leaving no room for James to exploit. With 8 seconds remaining in the offense, James, receiving the ball just inside the three-point line, faced Barnes' defense. Glancing at the hoop, he opted to drive straight to the basket from the right side. "Are you serious?" Sue Wani couldn't contain her frustration, muttering under her breath. With her left hand firmly manipulating the joystick to shadow James, her right hand diligently pressed the defensive button, providing ample physical resistance. Despite Barnes' height, lightweight, and quickness, James' aggressive drive failed to shake him off. As James penetrated the paint with time dwindling, he executed an extremely challenging layup while contending with Barnes' defense. Sue Wani's maneuvers were impeccable. However, James's larger physique and superior strength made a significant difference. At the moment of the layup, James forcefully established his position against Barnes, creating just enough space to send the ball into the hoop. As Sue Wani sighed in despair, she suddenly heard Yu Zhifei bellow beside her, "Damn it, not a chance." A massive white figure soared high into the air, none other than Bogut, controlled by Yu Zhifei. This time, I didn't team misclick. With determination, Yu Zhifei pressed down hard on the block button. Thanks to the resistance and interference provided by Barnes, controlled by Sue Wani, Bogut effortlessly swatted away James's layup. On the screen, Bogut's colossal hand made a sweeping motion, sending the ball flying out of bounds. A spectacular volleyball-style block. "Brilliant job, Zhifei." Zhang Ruoqing and Sue Wani could not help but cheer in unison for Yu Zhifei. With Irving substituted out, Shen Mie had nothing to do. He retreated a few steps and leaned against the wall behind the scoreboard, enjoying the climactic finale of the game. When he witnessed the moment Sue Wani and Yu Zhifei collaborated to swat away in James's layup, his jaw nearly dropped. What was happening? It was one thing for the remarkable Zhang Ruoqing to achieve such feats, but how had that woman and the blonde managed to become so formidable? Although Shen Mie believed the Cavaliers still held the advantage, the performance of these three time travelers from the Warriors was exceeding his expectations. The Cavaliers retained possession. But only 1 second remained on the shot clock. James passed to J.R. Smith on the perimeter, who attempted a shot, but the difficulty proved insurmountable, resulting in a complete airball. Possession shifted. This marked a highly successful interior-exterior defensive collaboration by the Warriors, orchestrated by two time travelers. Undoubtedly, it provided a tremendous boost to the Warriors' morale. Curry initiated the offensive play. Yu Zhifei intended to step out to set a screen for Curry, but Zhang Ruoqing suddenly interjected. "Zhifei, just hold your position in the paint. I'll set the screen." Following this, Zhang Ruoqing maneuvered Iguodala to the top of the arc. Yu Zhifei found Zhang Ruoqing's decision perplexing, yet he obediently complied. However, Su Wani seemed to grasp the situation. She directed Harrison Barnes to the corner, creating ample space for Zhang Ruoqing. Observing Barnes move to the corner, Zhang Ruoqing felt elated. Realizing that a strong rapport had developed between him and Su Wani, she understood the strategy he wished to execute without him needing to articulate it. Indeed, this is largely attributable to Su Wani's remarkable intellect, which has allowed her to develop an increasing synergy with Zhang Ruoqing throughout this series of matches. An equally significant factor is that Su Wani is a member of the prestigious school basketball team, possessing an extensive understanding of fundamental basketball theories, enabling her to swiftly discern Zhang Ruoqing's intentions. However, despite Su Wani's solid theoretical foundation, she often finds herself capable of only rapidly grasping and faithfully executing the strategies laid out by the coach. When it comes to independently devising tactics based on her opponent's formations and playing styles, she encounters considerable difficulty. Yet, this is precisely where Zhang Ruoqing excels. Although his physical attributes and basketball skills have relegated him to the bench at T University's basketball team, this does not diminish the fact that he is a naturally gifted and highly creative basketball player. Unfortunately, his talent remains unrecognized by teammates and coaches alike due to a lack of opportunities to showcase his abilities. Zhang Ruoqing possesses the remarkable ability to discern his opponent's tactical arrangements within an exceedingly brief period. He adeptly formulates corresponding strategies based on the strengths and weaknesses of his own team. Furthermore, within the realm of this NBA survival game, Zhang has discovered that upon transcending into the role of an NBA player, he can fully exhibit this unique talent. Virtually every possession allows him to make astute judgments that align with the optimal solutions on the basketball court. This realization leads Zhang to understand that in this survival game, the transcendent individual merely possesses the physique of an NBA player. Attributes such as basketball IQ, mental acuity, and psychological resilience ultimately depend on the transcender themselves. For someone like Zhang, who is intellectually gifted yet physically unrefined, this circumstance is undeniably advantageous. Consequently, although on paper, Su Wani is the captain of Team 404, during the game, Zhang Ruoqing emerges as the unequivocal leader. Su Wani has long recognized Zhang's distinctive traits. In this particular play, Curry advances with the ball. And conventionally, center Bogut, controlled by Yu Zhifei, would step up to provide a screen for Curry, subsequently seeking an opportunity. However, Zhang realizes that this tactic is overly simplistic and that the Cavaliers are undoubtedly well prepared for it. Additionally, Bogut lacks any perimeter shooting capability, which after a pick-and-roll would render him incapable of a kickout, making defensive maneuvers against him exceedingly manageable. Thus, Zhang decisively volunteers to set a screen for Curry. Yet, instead of merely performing a pick-and-roll, he positions himself at the arc, using his back to shield himself against the defending LeBron James, and promptly signals for the ball. Chapter 76, a behind-the-back pass? What is this maneuver? Yu Zhifei is quite perplexed. Does Zhang intend to challenge James one-on-one by posting up here? Such an approach is hardly a sound offensive choice. Nonetheless, he is aware that Zhang must have a plan, so he refrains from voicing his concerns. In the scene, Iguodala extends his hands toward Curry for the ball, and without hesitation, Curry passes the ball to Iguodala, who is positioned at the arc with his back to the basket. Shen Mie, seated in the room behind, observes this development with curiosity, pondering Zhang's intentions. Soon, the answer becomes evident. Upon receiving the pass, Iguodala immediately initiates movement. He closely follows Iguodala, cutting into the key from his right side. The physical presence of Iguodala creates a natural barrier, effectively obstructing the defender, Mo Williams, from pursuing Curry. What is this? Witnessing this unfold, Tristan Thompson's controller, the middle-aged white-collar worker Wang Huayong from the Cavaliers, feels a sense of DJVU, a curl-cut strategy, a classic tactic within the realm of basketball's off-ball movement. The term curl cut as the name suggests, refers to an offensive player maneuvering in a curved run around a screen setter to create an open position. After establishing this space, the player makes a decision to either shoot or drive to the basket based on the movement of the defender. Following his participation in the NBA survival game, middle-aged office worker Wang Huiyong diligently enhanced his understanding of basketball theory, allowing him to quickly recognize this technique. Zhang Ruoqing. That young lad astonishingly executed a wraparound cut tactic within. See, how exaggerated is that? However, the player responsible for guarding Zhang Ruoqing is in C.S. James, whose ability to read the game is equally remarkable. As Curry utilized Iguodala's screen and made a wraparound cut into the paint, James immediately relinquished his focus on Zhang Ruoqing, positioning himself to obstruct Curry's path. Consequently, the space Curry had painstakingly created vanished in an instant. Yet, at that moment, Iguodala swiftly pivoted and prepared to shoot. Seated against the wall on the ground, Shen Mie could hardly contain himself. At last, he comprehended why it was Iguodala at the high post providing the screen for Curry, rather than anyone else. For such a position, it requires a certain physical stature and, more importantly, the ability to shoot from the perimeter once the defender is drawn away by Curry. The guard Ian Clark is too diminutive, and the center Bogut lacks shooting prowess, leaving only the Iguodala controlled by Zhang Ruoqing as the most suitable candidate for this wraparound tactic. What an impressive Zhang Ruoqing! Shen Mie couldn't help but exclaim his admiration for his opponent. However, the situation was not so straightforward. The Iguodala controlled by Zhang Ruoqing had very limited opportunities to shoot as James engaged Curry. Yet, as he turned and readied for his shot, the Cavaliers' defensive rotation had already fallen into place, with Kevin Love charging in from the right flank, arms raised high to block Iguodala's attempt. At that moment, Shen Mie noticed that Zhang Ruoqing had closed his eyes. What? No matter how remarkable you are, Zhang Ruoqing, there must be limits. What does closing your eyes at this moment signify? Shen Mie could no longer contain his curiosity. He sprang to his feet and dashed to Zhang Ruoqing's side, eager to discover what this pale, slender youth was planning. Press these 3 buttons quickly. 11:20:31. Shen Mie overheard Zhang Ruoqing mumbling. He observed Zhang Ruoqing's right hand deftly pressing several buttons on the right side of the controller. Meanwhile, on the screen, Iguodala executed a move so extravagant it left all other players in awe. Iguodala, feigning a shot, suddenly retracted his raised arms just as Kevin Love approached, then positioned the ball in his left hand at the side of his head, forcefully flicking it toward the corner. Thus, the basketball was passed behind Iguodala's head. Zhang Ruoqing astonishingly commanded Iguodala to perform a behind-the-back pass on the court. Yu Zhifei couldn't help but shout, "Wow, that was incredible!" What Zhang Ruoqing had been murmuring were precisely the buttons required for the behind-the-back pass. In the brief moment before the 2K mode commenced, Zhang Ruoqing had imprinted all the button combinations into his mind with his extraordinary instantaneous memory. As in, see, love lunge forward. Zhang Ruoqing needed not to glance at the screen. He had meticulously orchestrated every move, requiring only to execute the specified buttons with precision. Thus, he closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and flawlessly pressed the buttons 11, 20, and 31 in succession. The recipient of Zhang Ruoqing's remarkable behind-the-back pass was none other than Harrison Barnes, who lay in wait at the corner. Suwannee, directing the North Carolina Black Hawks, had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Initially tasked with guarding Barnes was Kevin Love, but he had already rushed to aid in defending against Iguodala, thus leaving the corner wide open. The Warriors' strategy was quite intricate. The first step involved Curry initiating the play with the ball, while Iguodala positioned himself as the pivot. The second step saw Curry feigning a cut into the paint, drawing away James, Iguodala's defender. In the third step, Iguodala executed a shooting fake, enticing Love, Barnes's defender, to come to his aid. The final open shot emerged with Barnes positioned in the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Suwannee decisively pressed the shoot button. In the footage, Harrison Barnes released the ball with poise, the basketball tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. 85-88, the Warriors trailed by a mere 3 points. Meanwhile, Iguodala's statistics had soared to 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals. In 2K mode, the familiar voices of the TNT trio, Barkley, O'Neal, and Kenny Smith, were absent, as was the thunderous cheer of fans at the Oracle Arena. It seemed the basketball deity had intentionally muted these distractions, leaving only the pure ambience of the live game. The genuine sounds of the players' breaths, shouts, the squeak of sneakers against the floor, and even the sound of sweat dripping onto the ground resonated in the ears of the traversers, bringing them closer to the essence of basketball. After Su Wanie's controlled Harrison Barnes sank that exquisite three-pointer, built on the foundation of teamwork, all sounds seemed to fade into silence. Under Zhang Ruoqing's leadership, the Warriors, with three traversers in their decisive lineup, appeared to possess boundless energy, subtly shifting the tide of the game. Chapter 77. Ascending to Greatness. With only 10 minutes remaining, the outcome of the match remained uncertain. The Cavaliers initiated their offense. As Mo Williams advanced the ball past half-court, James immediately moved to the elbow to request the ball. Mo Williams, not daring to hesitate, passed the ball to James. The defender assigned to him was none other than Iguodala, controlled by Zhang Ruoqing. Zhang Ruoqing's expression was grave. He understood that in the absence of Irving, the Cavaliers would undoubtedly rely on James's offensive prowess. As the primary defender against the Little Emperor, the weight of responsibility rested heavily upon his shoulders. He knew he must thwart this play at all costs. Just as he was observing the movements of other players on the court, contemplating the necessity of defending this possession, James, with his back to Iguodala, unexpectedly opted for a fadeaway shot from the elbow. Moreover, he executed it in a one-legged stance. This was the signature move of the legendary Dallas Mavericks power forward, Dirk Nowitzki. This technique effectively creates space between the shooter and the defender, making it a formidable weapon on the offensive front, thus adopted by many NBA luminaries, including Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and Kevin Durant, all of whom have employed the one-leg jumper in their games. This time, it was N.C. James, facing the defense of Iguodala, controlled by Zhang Ruoqing, who unleashed a swift and exquisite one-leg jump shot. It was successful. 85-90, the Cavaliers took a 5-point lead. Following the basket, James retreated to defense with a stoic expression, concealing his thoughts from all. Yet everyone knew that as the game approached its critical juncture, James was determined to showcase his formidable strength. Iguodala brought the ball past half-court, his jersey drenched in sweat, his breathing labored. At that moment, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged within Zhang Ruoqing. Whether as Iguodala's counterpart in earlier matches or now, in this second half, as his controller in the game, he had unknowingly forged a profound connection with this player. Thus, when Zhang Ruoqing observed Iguodala's evident fatigue, sweat-soaked and visibly exhausted, a latent emotion within him ignited. Underrated and humble, Iguodala had never been the hottest star in the league. Yet, whenever he graced the court, he strived to secure victory, seemingly a reflection of Iguodala's career. Whether in Philadelphia, Denver, or Golden State, Iguodala consistently exerted himself to support his team. The 2015 FMVP award perhaps serves as the finest tribute to this veteran's diligent career. I do not wish to lose. This was the most genuine voice within Zhang Ruoqing, the sentiment he yearned to express after being inspired by Iguodala's professional spirit. However, in the realm of basketball, achieving victory cannot rely solely on heart. The supremacy of skill is paramount. The Warriors initiated their offensive strategy, with Iguodala as the tactical focal point, while Curry executed off-ball movement to draw defenders, subsequently seeking Bogut for a pass-and-cut collaboration. The fluidity of this sequence left Shen Mie standing nearby, utterly astonished. It was one thing for the counterpart to adapt to this peculiar game, but how were they able to synchronize so seamlessly within? C. Ultimately, the open shot that emerged from this tactical execution found its way to Harrison Barnes, stationed in the left corner this time. Su Wanie decisively pressed the shooting button once more, yet fate had other plans, as the screen displayed Barnes' shot clanging off the rim. The defensive rebound was captured by Love. However, it was of little consequence. Missing a shot was not a calamity. Swiftly transitioning back to defense was paramount. After the missed three-pointer, Su Wanie let out a faint sigh, which caught the attention of Zhang Ruoqing. He promptly offered words of encouragement to his teammate, aiming to alleviate the pressure weighing on Su Wanie. They undoubtedly needed to focus on James. Captain, let us double-team him. As Zhang Ruoqing's words lingered in the air, Mo Williams, skillfully advancing past the half-court, indeed passed the ball to James stationed at the corner. Observing this development, Su Wanie immediately maneuvered the joystick, directing Barnes to rush forward and assist Iguodala, controlled by Zhang Ruoqing, in double-teaming James. Although Zhang Ruoqing was acutely aware that James was an absolute master at breaking through double teams, the young emperor was on fire at this moment. He had to take the gamble and prevent James from attacking with such ease any longer. In the scene, N.C. reacted swiftly. Before Iguodala and Barnes could initiate their double team, he forcefully passed the ball into the paint. The recipient was none other than Kevin Love. With James being double-teamed, The Cavaliers found themselves in a favorable position, creating a temporary numerical advantage on the court, which significantly tested the Warriors' defensive rotations. The player responsible for guarding Love was Harrison Barnes, who was now unable to return to his defensive position. Consequently, Ujife maneuvered Bogut to swiftly close the distance to Love, extending his arm to disrupt the shot. Despite Bogut's controversial reputation as the first overall pick in the 2005 NBA draft, his defensive prowess during his peak was not to be underestimated. If Kevin Love opted for a strong drive, his success rate against Bogut would not be particularly high. However, Love was also a player with a high basketball IQ. The moment Bogut approached to provide help, Love promptly chose to pass the ball. A brilliant interior pass. Love delivered the ball to Tristan Thompson, the Cavaliers center controlled by the middle-aged office worker Wang Huayong. What a splendid pass, an open basket. Shen Mie couldn't help but applaud Love's passing and the remarkable teamwork displayed by the Cavaliers' players. Yet, facing the open basket, Wang Huayong did not choose to attempt a layup. Instead, he astonishingly tossed the ball high into the air. Wang Huayong, you. Before Shen Mie could articulate his thoughts, he immediately understood that Wang Huayong's decision to pass despite the open shot was due to his personal mission. Moreover, he had pressed the combination button for an alley-oop. Suddenly, a man clad in a Cavaliers jersey leaped high into the frame, exuding an air of dominance. LeBron James. Even amidst the double team, James maintained his offensive alertness. Thus, when Wang Huayong's Tristan Thompson unusually opted to pass instead of taking the open layup, James instinctively reacted and soared into the air. Neither Iguodala nor Harrison Barnes, nor any of the Warriors players could do anything but watch in awe. Commanding the court. I dictate the fate. A thunderous dunk. James scored his 36th point of the game, transforming the entire Oracle Arena into a library of awe. In stark contrast to the silence of the home fans, the Cavaliers bench was instantly ignited by James's emphatic dunk. Everyone rose in excitement, vigorously waving their towels, fervently cheering for their leader's spectacular basket. With a score of 85-92, the Cavaliers have re-established a lead of more than 2 points. Wang Huayong's face lit up with joy. This marked his 9th assist of the game, and with one more, he would be liberated from the pressure. Chapter 78, The Golden State Meat Grinder. Following a remarkable basket, LeBron James let out a fierce roar towards the Warriors bench, showcasing his formidable physique with pride. In such a crucial match, delivering an explosive dunk performance undoubtedly thrilled James, who sought to seize the moment to undermine his opponent's morale. After that play, Ujife felt as though his heart was on the verge of bursting. He clutched his left chest, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani both witnessed the young golden-haired lad gradually being engulfed by the tide of fear. At that moment, Ujife resembled a solitary traveler ensnared in a quagmire. No matter how he struggled, he found himself sinking deeper into despair. After the G3 event, Zhang Ruoqing, Su Wani, and Mingji gathered in Beijing, recalling vividly the scene of their remote video call with Ujife. They had fought together in this life-and-death survival game for a considerable time, transitioning from strangers to acquaintances, and now, Ujife harbored an unwavering trust in Zhang Ruoqing. Although they had never met in the tangible world, Zhang Ruoqing had long regarded Ujife as his dear brother. Watching his beloved friend gradually tread towards the abyss of death, Zhang Ruoqing was overwhelmed by a sense of helpless sorrow. Ujife, I understand your fear. But the game is not over yet. We still have time to turn the tide. Please believe in us. Su Wani spoke. Recognizing the profound impact of James's recent dunk on Ujife's psyche, she immediately offered comfort to her young companion, her voice gentle yet resolute. Upon hearing Su Wani's words, Zhang Ruoqing felt a sense of calm wash over his previously agitated heart. He sensed that this young woman possessed an extraordinary power. Although her words seemed merely to be simple expressions of comfort, the conviction in her tone invariably inspired those around her. Ujife, listening intently, glanced at Su Wani, his expression softening slightly. Perhaps her words had managed to lift this young man a fraction from the depths of despair. But to truly guide Ujife out of the shadow of death, they needed to narrow the score on the court. The Warriors were on the offense. This particular possession was crucial. Another setback in their attack would deal a significant blow to the confidence of both Ujife and Zhang Ruoqing, as well as Su Wani. Curry advanced past half-court, confronted by the intense pressure of M.O. Williams' aggressive defense. M.O. Williams' movements were bold, teetering on the edge of a foul, yet the referee remained silent, seemingly condoning this level of physical confrontation. The opponents had intensified their efforts. Everyone must remain vigilant. Zhang Ruoqing swiftly discerned the Cavaliers' defensive strategy and promptly alerted his teammates. In this pivotal moment, the Cavaliers intensified their defensive efforts, aiming to diminish the Warriors' offensive efficacy, thereby sustaining their lead and undermining the confidence of the Warriors' players. "This round is mine," Zhang Ruoqing bellowed, directing Iguodala to position himself at the high post for the ball. Upon Zhang's signal, Curry immediately passed the ball to Iguodala. "Captain, set a screen for me. I intend to switch and confront Love." The defender matched against Iguodala was LeBron James, and Zhang Ruoqing was astute enough not to challenge James one-on-one. Hence, he requested a screen from Suwani, aspiring to exploit Kevin Love's defense. Suwani reacted promptly, maneuvering to block Harrison Barnes and providing a screen for Iguodala, successfully facilitating a switch that placed Kevin Love in front of Iguodala. During his tenure with the Cavaliers, Love had significantly regressed compared to his performance with the Timberwolves, particularly on the defensive end, where he often fell short. His sluggish lateral movement made him susceptible to being easily bypassed, a vulnerability that many teams capitalized on. However, his interior partner, Tristan Thompson, was in his prime. Youthful and vigorous, consistently supporting Love and fortifying the Cavaliers' interior defense. Recognizing the relative defensive weakness within the Cavaliers' lineup, Zhang Ruoqing understood that his offensive approach needed to be resolute. Thus, he immediately initiated a drive. He feigned a step to unsettle his opponent's balance, executed a pronounced change of direction, and as Love shifted to his left, Zhang surged rightward, seizing the opportunity. Perfect. Space is opening up. In the frame, Iguodala evaded Love's defense and executed a smooth pull-up jumper. Swish. 87-92. It was a clean and decisive shot. Shen Mie couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Zhang Ruoqing for his offensive selection. Turning back to the Cavaliers' offensive possession, Suwani and Zhang Ruoqing once more opted to double-team James. This time, the opportunity arose again from the interior with Tristan Thompson, facing the mismatched defense of Ian Clark. The King of Eight could have easily scored, but Wang Huayong, eager to notch his 10th assist, instead passed the ball to the perimeter. Mo Williams attempted a three-pointer from the corner, but under Curry's defensive pressure, the shot went awry. Yu Zhifei, battling with Bogut, fought hard to secure the crucial rebound. Zhifei. Great rebound. Zhang Ruoqing immediately praised his teammate. Yu Zhifei passed the ball to Curry, who had just begun dribbling in his own half when he was met with an aggressive, substantial close guarding from Mo Williams. Simultaneously, J.R. Smith approached, intent on stealing the ball from Curry. Goodness, full court press. What an aggressive defensive strategy. Zhang Ruoqing could not contain his exclamation. Just as he intended to guide Iguodala to receive the ball, anticipating that Curry might be trapped and unable to pass, a swifter, shorter figure appeared beside Curry with remarkable speed. It was none other than N.C. Ian Clark, the reserve point guard stationed at the end of the bench, who had played the role of a surprise weapon in the pivotal finals match. Coach Steve Kerr of N.C. had also included him in the decisive lineup. Without hesitation, Curry passed the ball to Clark. However, J.R. Smith seemed to have anticipated this move, promptly pivoting to apply pressure on Clark. Perhaps still adjusting to the intensity of the finals, Clark found himself flustered under Smith's relentless pursuit, his movements rigid and awkward, soon teetering on the brink of a turnover. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoqing was prepared and had pressed the request button at the right moment. With a look of gratitude, Clark passed the ball to Iguodala. Before Iguodala stood a new defender, none other than LeBron James. The suffocating defense felt akin to a meat grinder. On the sidelines, Shen Mie could not help but murmur to himself. Meanwhile, the blonde youth Yu Zhifei could only repeatedly pray in his heart, "Please, let there be no mistakes. Let there be no mistakes." Chapter 79, the breakthrough as Suwani confronted with the tenacious defensive peak James, the pressure on Zhang Ruoqing was palpable, especially considering it was his first time navigating this peculiar 2K system. However, as the saying goes, adversity reveals true heroism. A genuine champion is one who, when faced with dire circumstances, can unleash an even greater potential. At this moment, Zhang Ruoqing had completely entered a state of flow. His focus narrowed to the one-on-one confrontation with James. Within his mind, only the peculiar mechanics of a controller occupied his thoughts. He held his breath, meticulously observing every movement of James, making judgments based on his opponent's actions. After several dribbles, including between the legs and behind the back maneuvers, Zhang Ruoqing finally managed to stagger across half-court, just in time to avoid the 8-second violation. This was the relentless defensive strategy of the Cavaliers. although he barely crossed the half-court line. The immense pressure from James's defense left Zhang Ruoqing oblivious to the positions of his teammates on the court. Thus, he was compelled to shout, "Captain, come out for the ball." Prior to Zhang Ruoqing's exclamation, Su Wani had already initiated her movement. She guided Harrison Barnes to the left side at a 45-degree angle, ready to receive the pass. As a key player from a prestigious basketball school, Su Wani had formulated her own thoughts regarding the pivotal matchup in the decisive phase of the game. She considered an aspect that had eluded Zhang Ruoqing. The critical deciding factor in this match did not lie with the player he controlled, Andre Iguodala, or the star Stephen Curry, but rather with Harrison Barnes, or more precisely, with Su Wani herself. The reasoning behind Su Wani's conclusion stemmed from her observation that the 5 matchups on the court were largely conventional, with one exception at the power forward position. There, Harrison Barnes faced Kevin Love, the latter being a quintessential traditional power forward, possessing not only the requisite height and weight, but also commendable shooting ability and technique, characteristic of the increasingly rare space-oriented 4 in modern basketball. Since the emergence of Dirk Nowitzki in the NBA in 1998, the play style of power forwards underwent unprecedented transformation, with Love epitomizing this new archetype. In contrast, Harrison Barnes was more accustomed to the small forward position. However, due to the Warriors' lack of height in their decisive lineup, Barnes was compelled to assume the role of a power forward. While he naturally fell short in height and weight compared to Love, he compensated with greater speed and agility. Furthermore, Love's defensive capabilities were his Achilles heel, while Barnes's one-on-one ability was often underestimated. If Barnes could effectively engage Love in an offensive duel, he might uncover a crucial breakthrough for the team in this game. In the previous offensive play, Zhang Ruoqing's successful isolation of Iguodala against Love had sparked this insight in Su Wani. While her reasoning was undoubtedly sound, it remained valid only on a theoretical level. Su Wani immediately contemplated a more pressing question. While it was indeed feasible for Barnes to challenge Love, was she capable of executing this strategy effectively? As Zhang Ruoqing executed his fluid and seamless offensive maneuvers, Su Wani found herself grappling with the undeniable truth that she could never replicate such finesse. This internal conflict weighed heavily upon her. However, upon witnessing the Cavaliers intensify their defensive pressure, making it arduous for Curry, Clark, and Iguodala to cope, she resolved to take action. The key to breaking the deadlock lay within her grasp, and she felt compelled to shoulder this responsibility. Thus, when Zhang Ruoqing faced the relentless pursuit of James, Su Wani swiftly directed Barnes to receive the ball. Zhang Ruoqing, feeling a profound sense of relief, immediately passed it out. In the scene, Harrison Barnes received the ball just as Kevin Love closed in behind him. The Cavaliers were determined to maintain their aggressive, dogged defense throughout this play. Yet, Su Wani was prepared. The moment Love made his approach, she swiftly executed a pass. With a simple yet effective move, Barnes charged through from the right side. How could Kevin Love keep pace with the North Carolina Black Hawk? Barnes effortlessly left Love trailing behind. Excellent play, Captain. Zhang Ruoqing could not help but release his grip on the controller, raising his arm in celebration of Su Wani's decisive breakthrough. However, not so easily. Guarding the paint, Wang Huayong bellowed, commanding Tristan Thompson to step forward and assist Love with the defense. Having already been bested by Iguodala in a one-on-one confrontation, Wang Huayong was resolute in preventing a repeat performance. Yet, Su Wani remained remarkably composed. Upon observing Wang Huayong's movement, she promptly pressed 2 buttons on the controller. Her long, fair, and beautiful fingers danced across the controller with the elegance of a pianist, yet exuded undeniable strength. As the scene unfolded, Barnes elevated the ball high into the air just as Tristan Thompson arrived to defend. Ji-Fei, Su Wani called out sharply. Ji-Fei responded with an acknowledgement, pressing a button with determination. In that instant, the white center boget soared into the air, catching the ball and executing a thunderous dunk. The score now stood at 89-92, narrowing the gap to just 3 points. Captain, that play was exquisite. Beautiful, your pass was absolutely sublime. Zhang Ruoqing and Ji-Fei could not help but extol the virtues of Su Wani. After that pivotal moment in the game, Su Wani's confidence was finally bolstered. With a smile, she addressed Zhang Ruoqing and Ji-Fei, saying, "The player I am matched against, Love, is the defensive weak link in their lineup. In the remaining time, allow me to take the lead in concluding our efforts. In this match, I shall be the one to turn the tide." Zhang Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Su Wani would possess such an astute judgment of the situation on the court, and her analysis had already surpassed his own. After contemplating for a brief moment, he promptly declared, "Captain, you truly deserve your title. You are absolutely right. If we wish to secure victory, we must exploit the minor mismatch between you and love. My fate is entrusted to you, beautiful Yu Zhifei." Having listened to the exchange between Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing, felt as though he might weep. As the match reached its climax, they had finally discovered a breakthrough, allowing the golden-haired youth to glimpse the hope and dawn of victory. In the subsequent 2 rounds, LeBron James successfully navigated the double team using a screen, penetrating from the right side to score with a layup in bulldozer fashion. Meanwhile, the Warriors capitalized on Barnes' drive to distribute the ball, culminating in a mid-range shot by Curry. The score stood at 91-94 as the game entered its final 6 minutes, coinciding with the official timeout of the fourth quarter. Chapter 80, The Nightmare of Free Throws. During the timeout, Zhang Ruoqing, Su Wani, and Yu Zhifei remained silent. On the other side, the lone warrior Wang Huayong was equally mute. A tense atmosphere enveloped the dimly lit evaluation room, filled only with the rhythmic pounding of heartbeats, occasionally echoing in the ears of each individual present. Zhang Ruoqing slightly relaxed his hands, only to discover that his palms were drenched in sweat. This so-called 2K mode imposed an even greater strain than the previous match. In the final 6 minutes of the pivotal showdown, the immense pressure bore down on Zhang Ruoqing like a mountain, mercilessly tormenting his nerves. However, he understood that the one truly enduring a greater mental ordeal was his teammate, Yu Zhifei. With only 3 players remaining to complete their individual tasks, the responsibilities of Zhang Ruoqing and Wang Huayong determined that, regardless of the match's outcome, they still had a glimmer of hope for survival. Wang Huayong was merely 1 assist away from achieving his goal, yet Yu Zhifei's situation was dire. The sword of death had already revealed its chilling edge, pressing closely against Yu Zhifei's throat. The golden-haired youth, naive and inexperienced, had never faced such a predicament since his birth. Were it not for the constant encouragement from Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani, Yu Zhifei might have long since lost the courage to continue fighting. The official timeout in 2K mode mirrored that of the real world. With the sound of the whistle, both teams returned to the court. No personnel adjustments were made as they entered the final 6 minutes of this life-or-death showdown. Due to the intense nature of the game, both the pure NC and the characters controlled by the players had reached their physical limits, making it exceedingly difficult to execute any spectacular tactical plays. Moreover, having faced each other multiple times, both teams were well acquainted with each other's strategies. At this juncture, it was essentially a brute force exchange, devoid of finesse. Some say the playoffs are a stage for superstars, and this is precisely what that means. When the game reaches an impasse and the team finds itself in dire straits, it is the responsibility of the team leader to step up and salvage the situation through sheer willpower. Who would emerge as the hero of this contest? The Cavaliers launched an offensive, with LeBron James utilizing a screen to take a shot, a straightforward tactic. Unfortunately, James too had reached his limit, and his jump shot clanged off the front rim. The Warriors responded, as Stephen Curry similarly leveraged Bogut's pick to create a narrow opportunity for a three-pointer, only to suffer the same fate of failure. The next 2 or 3 possessions unfolded in a similar manner. James and Love missed their attempts for the Cavaliers, while Curry and Clark of the Warriors also failed to find the mark. Time quietly dwindled to the final 3 minutes. Yu Zhifei, watching the unchanging score, could not help but grow impatient. Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani felt the same, although they had identified Harrison Barnes as the potential game-changer. Yet, the Cavaliers had devised a corresponding defensive strategy, making it difficult for Barnes to find a position inside to receive the ball and confront Love. Consequently, throughout these offensive attempts, the ball had never reached Barnes's hands. Just then, Cavaliers J.R. Smith missed another three-pointer. After Yu Zhifei secured the rebound from Bogut, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Brother Ruoqing, how can we score? Pass me the ball." At this moment, Zhang Ruoqing revealed a decisive aspect of his character. After obtaining the ball, he surged into the front court, confronted by James's relentless defense. To everyone's astonishment, he opted to charge directly into the paint, without any flamboyant maneuvers. He boldly advanced against James. Was this truly Zhang Ruoqing's strategy? However, N.C. James seemed unprepared for Iguodala's audacious drive, causing him to be a fraction slower on his feet. This allowed Iguodala to carve out a sliver of space, and there he was, the Warriors' number 9, laboriously making his way to the basket for a layup. James leaped into the air, descending like a thunderbolt, his colossal hand coming down to thwart the shot. The ball was deflected out of bounds, and Iguodala, unable to maintain his balance, fell heavily to the ground. The whistle of the referee pierced the air, signaling a foul by the Cavaliers' number 23, LeBron James, granting the Warriors 2 free throw opportunities. What a remarkable play. Yu Zhifei could not contain his excitement. Although luck played a role in this moment, securing any opportunity to close the score was undeniably a significant achievement. Approaching the free throw line, Iguodala's expression was grave as he focused intently on the hoop before him, while Zhang Ruoqing, gripping the controller tightly, mirrored his seriousness as he gazed at the screen ahead. Scenes flashed through his mind, these nebulous memories evoking a sense of struggle and anguish within him. He endeavored to clear his thoughts and pressed the free throw button. In this mode, free throws merely required a button press. The outcome depended on the system's judgment. Zhang Ruoqing speculated that the criteria for the system's judgment are likely related to the player's free throw accuracy as well as their physical fatigue. But what about the player's mental fortitude? Does it pertain to the psychological resilience of the player as controller? Zhang Ruoqing was uncertain. Before him, on the screen, he witnessed Iguodala miss his first shot. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Zhifei's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He opened his mouth, intending to voice something. Yet no words escaped his lips. A sheen of cold sweat suddenly broke out on Zhang Ruoqing's forehead as two statistics flashed through his mind. Andre Iguodala, with a career regular season free throw percentage of 79, yet a mere 58. 3 in the playoffs. Upon this realization, he felt his heart race violently several times before gradually regaining its composure. Iguodala is not a master of free throws. While the decision to draw a foul may have been successful, it perhaps was not the wisest choice. Let us observe the second free throw. Zhang Ruoqing trembled as he pressed the free throw button once more. While on screen, Iguodala's arm quivered as he released the ball. Oh no, it seems too light. Su Wani was the first to exclaim. The basketball struck the front of the rim and soared high into the air. Every individual held their breath, eager to see if it would nestle into the net. The second bounce occurred on the right edge of the rim. The third hit the back of the hoop. It ricocheted out. Wang Huayong shouted vehemently, decisively pressing the rebound button, as Tristan Thompson ascended like a deity on screen, effortlessly snatching the rebound. Witnessing such a scene, Yu Zhifei could no longer contain himself. He angrily shouted at Zhang Ruoqing, "How could you possibly miss both free throws?" His voice resonated throughout the entire scoring room, drawing the attention of everyone to the emotionally charged Yu Zhifei in that moment. Yu Zhifei's reaction took Zhang Ruoqing somewhat by surprise, yet he remained composed, calmly responding, "My execution was flawless. You merely need to press one button for the free throw. If you must assign blame, direct it towards the system's judgment mechanism." Chapter 81. Defend his lower body. You insisted on taking the ball, yet you missed both free throws. I'm about to lose it. Yu Zhifei continued to berate Zhang Ruoqing relentlessly. The latter chose not to engage further in argument, simply stating, "The opponent is advancing." This phrase seemed to have a significant effect on Yu Zhifei, who grit his teeth and suppressed his fury, returning to the game with the controller in hand. Overwhelmed by fear and losing his rationality, Yu Zhifei transformed into a figure of rage and madness. Previously, he had called Zhang Ruoqing Brother Ruoqing with reverence. But upon witnessing the missed free throws, he erupted in curses. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruoqing did not harbor any resentment towards Yu Zhifei. He understood the immense psychological pressure his companion was under. With the shadow of defeat looming, not everyone could maintain the same calm and rationale as he did. Thus, despite being subjected to Yu Zhifei's wrath, Zhang Ruoqing refrained from retaliating. He recognized that such a response would only exacerbate their conflict, especially since any internal strife would render their chances in the subsequent match futile. However, Yu Zhifei's emotions had reached a breaking point, leading to significant errors in his gameplay. He failed to position himself defensively, allowing Mo Williams to seize the moment and deliver a direct pass to the interior Tristan Thompson, within a 2-meter radius. There was no defender in sight, presenting an absolute open shot. Any individual with a modicum of basketball skill could effortlessly score. Witnessing this scenario, Yu Zhifei felt a surge of despair. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Tristan Thompson opted not to shoot. Instead, he dribbled the ball twice in place before passing it back to the perimeter. An open shot was disregarded in favor of chasing an assist. Wang Huayong certainly proved to be a fierce competitor. However, it is precisely this situation that has granted an opportunity to both Yu Zhifei and the Warriors. With little time remaining on the shot clock, Mo Williams, receiving the blame for the play, could only attempt a shot from the perimeter, which was promptly swatted away by Curry. Wang Huayong shouted worthless, harboring resentment towards Mo Williams for squandering the exquisite assist he had provided. The Warriors initiated a counterattack. Ian Clark swiftly surged to the front court, receiving a quarterback-style long pass from Curry. Among the 10 players on the court, Clark had the shortest playing time and thus possessed the most energy, making him the sole player capable of a fast break at this moment. Clark received the ball and effortlessly scored, bringing the score to 93-94. A mere 1-point deficit. The game was entering its final 2 minutes. After scoring in C, Ian Clark did not raise his arms in triumph or celebrate in any exaggerated manner. Instead, he promptly retreated to his own half to defend, his expression tense and serious. Clark's demeanor reflected the sentiments of the other 4 time travelers, excluding Shen Mie, particularly the 3 from the Warriors' camp. As the pressure of trailing in the score made them feel like tightly wound strings, at risk of snapping at any moment. As the ancient saying goes, a cart runs on a decayed axle, perfectly describing the precarious situation of Zhang Ruoqing and his companions. The Warriors, akin to a speeding train, had reached the brink of losing control. Who would emerge as the hero? The Cavaliers launched their offense. LeBron James took charge, initiating the play from the high post, with J.R. Smith and Mo Williams stationed in the corners to create space. This time, Kevin Love positioned himself near the elbow, signaling for the ball. The player tasked with guarding Love was Harrison Barnes, operated by Sue Wani. As the game's pivotal player, Sue Wani successfully directed Barnes to prevent Love from breaking through, assisting Yu Zhifei in executing an alley-oop dunk with Bogut. This play seemed to ignite N.C. Love's desire to reclaim his dignity, while Barnes held a clear speed advantage. There was still a significant size difference between him and Love, coupled with Love's commendable post skills and shooting ability. If Love managed to establish a position down low against Barnes, the chances of success would be considerable. Sue Wani was well aware of this. As she maneuvered Barnes against Love, she had already prepared for such an encounter. Seeing Love call for the ball, James decisively lofted it to the white power forward. North Carolina's Barnes firmly positioned himself behind Love, denying him any space. Simultaneously, J.R. Smith, stationed in the same corner, immediately ran along the baseline to draw away his defender, aiming to clear one side for Love's isolation play. Sue Wani bit her lip, her expression resolute as she silently vowed not to allow Love to make the shot. Hold your ground, Zhang Ruoqing reminded Sue Wani. Facing an all-star caliber power forward like Love, it was nearly unrealistic to expect to contain him one-on-one. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing recalled the remarkable event of the 2007 Western Conference playoffs, where the Dallas Mavericks, who dominated the regular season, were vanquished by the Golden State Warriors, orchestrating the most renowned 8-1 upset of the 21st century. At that time, the Warriors' head coach, the venerable Don Nelson, was well acquainted with the playing style of his protege, Dirk Nowitzki, the star of the Mavericks. Consequently, Nelson devised a defensive strategy tailored specifically for Nowitzki, to avoid double-teaming altogether and to refrain from deploying larger but slower interior players for defense. Instead, he sent forth agile small forwards and swingmen such as Steven Jackson, Matt Barnes, and Jason Richardson to engage in one-on-one matchups with Nowitzki, exhausting him in the process. Each of these defenders was renowned for their tenacity, consciously targeting the area below Nowitzki's waist, particularly his knees, thereby hindering his ability to execute his technical moves with ease and drastically reducing the offensive efficiency that had seen him dominate the regular season. Of course, at that time, Nowitzki had yet to master his signature move, the one-legged fadeaway, leaving him vulnerable to such defensive tactics. By 2011, however, a 33-year-old Nowitzki, having undergone rigorous technical refinement, truly embodied the adage of being unstoppable, slaying all challengers. In that year's playoffs, he first dispatched the young Trailblazers, led by Roy and Aldridge, then extinguished the dreams of a three-peat for the Lakers, spearheaded by Kobe Bryant. He effortlessly overcame the upstart Thunder in the Western Conference Finals and ultimately triumphed over the Heat's formidable trio in the finals, hoisting the coveted Larry O'Brien Trophy. While Kevin Love's technical style bears resemblance to Nowitzki's, he represents a diluted version of Dirk's prowess, lacking the unanswerable signature move that characterized Nowitzki's later years. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing suggested employing the defensive strategy utilized by Don Nelson in 2007 against Nowitzki to control Barnes when defending Love. Chapter 82. The bounce pass across half-court. Among the myriad of intricate buttons on that peculiar controller, there indeed exists a variety of combinations to orchestrate different defensive maneuvers. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Ruoqing could not articulate his thoughts fully. Thus he merely shouted, "Press him down low." Although Su Wani was not as versed in the NBA as Zhang Ruoqing, she was, after all, a key member of her university team and possessed a quick intellect, enabling her to grasp his intent swiftly. She strained to recall the internal message from the system, that operational guide, reminiscing about the button combinations within. Yet nothing came to mind. This only heightened her anxiety, for in such moments, the more one stresses, the more elusive the memories become. Just as beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead, Zhang Ruoqing's voice resonated once more at the perfect moment. 1428. These two button combinations are for low post defensive strength. Su Wani promptly pressed the two buttons, for she undoubtedly trusted Zhang Ruoqing's memory. Upon pressing those two buttons, although Harrison Barnes's movements on screen remained unchanged, it was evident that in C. Love's actions had become distorted, his expression reflecting considerable strain. Nevertheless, in C. Love opted for a backward lean and forcefully attempted a shot, executing a version of Dirk's less-than-stellar standing chicken jump shot. Barnes leapt at the opportune moment to disrupt the play, but Love's shot was remarkably soft, floating through the air for a moment before inexplicably landing directly in Andrew Bogut's hands beneath the basket. A complete air ball. AR ball. What a splendid defense. The golden-haired youths, Yu Zhifei and Zhang Ruoqing, simultaneously erupted in cheers, applauding Su Wani's impressive maneuver. Following this play, Yu Zhifei finally regained his composure. He observed, wide-eyed, as Su Wani executed this remarkable defense under Zhang Ruoqing's guidance. Zhang Ruoqing was the strongest asset on the team, and indeed, Yu's only hope for survival. To aspire for victory and to preserve one's life, one must cling tightly to such a vital support. Thus, after Bogut, controlled by Yu Zhifei, received Love's AR ball beneath the basket, he promptly pivoted in Zhang Ruoqing's direction, pressed the pass button, and called out to him, Ruoqing, catch. Let us counterattack. Zhang Ruoqing listened, feeling somewhat speechless. This golden-haired youth had turned on a dime. Just moments ago, he was aggressively confronting Zhang, and now he was affectionately calling him Brother Ruoqing. It was evident that in the face of life and death, all else paled in comparison. Naturally, Zhang Ruoqing did not dwell on this matter for long. Instead, he reflected upon the pivotal role played by Su Wani, who had effectively restrained the opposing team's third star, Kevin Love, on both offense and defense during the crucial moments of the fourth quarter, successfully fulfilling her duties, with the score gap reduced to a mere point. The prospect of overcoming this challenge and securing victory in the match could not rest solely on Su Wani's shoulders. Transitioning between offense and defense is the most efficient scoring method in basketball, and it represents the cutting-edge philosophy of the small ball era. One must strive to exploit every opportunity for a fast break, even at the risk of potential mistakes. However, Zhang Ruoqing noticed that Andre Iguodala on the screen was evidently struggling to keep up. Despite having pushed the joystick to its maximum, Iguodala's speed remained elusive. Zhang Ruoqing understood that the fatigue mechanism in the 2K game mode closely mirrored reality, and Iguodala had nearly played the entire match. In the high-stakes finals showdown, the court at the Oracle Arena resembled a meat grinder. Even the exceptionally gifted Iguodala had reached his limits. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoqing's attention was suddenly drawn to another Warriors player, sprinting down the court with the speed of a 100-meter dash. It was Ian Clark, the unexpected hero from the Warriors bench, the player brimming with energy on the court. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ruoqing's fingers danced across the keys as if playing a piano, and in the scene, Iguodala forcefully slammed the ball onto the floor, executing an astonishing long bounce pass that traversed nearly half the court. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Mie couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Is this maneuver not extraordinarily impressive?" If the 2K mode featured commentary from the TNT crew, one could easily envision Charles Barkley displaying his iconic shocked expression, exclaiming, "A bounce pass across half the court? Are you truly Iguodala? Or perhaps you are Chris Paul or Luka Doncic?" The precision and angle of this pass were remarkably intricate, flawlessly landing in the path of Ian Clark. Upon receiving the ball, Clark found himself mere inches from the hoop and, without hesitation, began his three-step approach for a layup. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped Zhang Ruoqing's heart, and he whispered in alarm, "This is not good." On the screen, Ian Clark was poised to score effortlessly. But just as he was about to release the ball, a towering figure thundered in, leaping into the air. The Cavaliers' star player, the legendary number 23, LeBron James. Despite having played nearly the entire game in that moment, he still possessed the remarkable ability to sprint back. Such is the unparalleled talent of the young king. An athlete of extraordinary endurance, a basketball genius of rare caliber. Clark, who prided himself on speed, was utterly unprepared for the exhausted James to soar in for the block. A colossal hand descended like a mountain, forcefully swatting Clark's layup away. James, truly impressive. At this moment, middle-aged white-collar worker Wang Huayong let out a roar, releasing the emotions that swelled within him. The swift counterattack thwarted by James' relentless block dealt a significant blow to the Warriors' morale. Zhang Ruoqing glanced at the clock. There remained 1 minute and 32 seconds in the game. The Warriors had 12 seconds left on this offensive possession, with 1 minute and 32 seconds remaining. The score stood at 93-94, and if the tempo of regular offensive play continued, the approximate number of possessions for each side would be. Zhang Ruoqing silently calculated the critical moments in NBA games. On one hand, the performance of star players is paramount. On the other hand, the intricacies of the court are inextricably linked to the coaching staff's decisions. The latter entails crucial responsibilities for the coaching team, such as identifying the opportune moments to call timeouts, maximizing the utility of each pause, managing the timing of every offensive play, and orchestrating personnel rotations for both offense and defense. In the seventh game of the 2018 Eastern Conference Finals, the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Boston Celtics battled until the very end, with LeBron James exhausting himself on the court. At this juncture, Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue showcased his genius by calling 2 consecutive timeouts solely to grant James a brief 3-minute respite. Ultimately, James lived up to expectations, amassing 35 points, 15 rebounds, 9 assists, and 2 blocks, leading his team to triumph over the Celtics and securing a place in the finals, thereby earning the moniker Thanos James. Lue's remarkable decision to call back-to-back timeouts has since become a classic moment in NBA history, exemplifying a coach's ability to command the game in real time. In this match, constrained by the specific requirements of Yu Zhifei's personal objectives, Warriors coach Steve Kerr would refrain from initiating a timeout in the fourth quarter. Consequently, the onus fell upon Zhang Ruoqing, who was tasked with devising the offensive and defensive strategies for the final plays, taking into account the players' unique abilities, as well as the score and time remaining. Zhang Ruoqing experienced a throbbing headache. It was undeniably arduous, a daunting task indeed. Not only was the challenge immense, but the weight of responsibility was also considerable. At least one life, that of Yu Zhifei, was directly intertwined with his final decision. The Golden State Warriors were poised for a sideline inbound, with Iguodala ready to pass. The objective was clear: find a way to deliver the ball to Curry for an offensive play. Offer him cover in the dwindling seconds of the shot clock. Entrusting the ball to the star player might be the most prudent course of action. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing vociferously directed Su Wani and Yu Zhifei to position themselves effectively. The duo was maneuvering Barnes and Bogut, the 2 interior players currently on the Warriors roster, whose reliable screens would be essential to carve out space for Curry, particularly depending on the imposing Bogut, whose screening quality would prove pivotal. Yu Zhifei, drenched in sweat and with eyes aflame, fixated on the screen. He maneuvered Bogut to the 3-point line, and as Curry initiated his move outward, he forcefully manipulated the joystick to block the defender, Mo Williams. Judging solely by the quality of the screen, Bogut was exemplary. No ordinary defender could navigate around his presence to pursue Curry. Throughout the years, the Warriors' interior players, including Bogut, Zaza Pachulia, and Kevin Looney, exhibited a similar style, effectively providing high-caliber screens for the sharpshooting duo known as the Splash Brothers. However, many critics lamented the Warriors' frequent use of illegal moving screens to enhance their screening efficacy, coining the term moving great wall for their interior lineup, and noting that referees often exhibited leniency in calling these violations, bordering on indulgence. Over time, this became a highly contentious topic. Opinions on the Warriors' moving screens vary widely among observers. Returning to the match, as Yu Zhifei maneuvered Bogut to obstruct Mo Williams, allowing Curry to successfully receive the ball and secure space for a shot, Williams collided forcefully with Bogut, crashing to the floor. The referee decisively blew the whistle, calling a foul on Bogut for the screen. What? I committed a foul? This ridiculous referee must be jesting with me. Yu Zhifei seethed with anger as he witnessed the foul being called on Bogut. Damn it, he muttered, hurling invectives at the end. See, referee displayed on the screen. Zhifei, your previous action was somewhat excessive. The referee's call is unavoidable. Be mindful of your movements in the upcoming offensive plays, Su Wani interjected, attempting to soothe the agitated Yu Zhifei. Taking her words to heart, he tempered his fury, guiding the cumbersome Bogut back on defense. Zhang Ruoqing, though silent, concurred with Su Wani's assessment. It was evident that Yu Zhifei had acted hastily, applying too much force on the joystick, which led to Bogut's collision with Williams. making the referee's call on the screen foul indisputable. Crucially, this foul placed the Warriors at 4 team fouls in the fourth quarter, meaning that any subsequent infractions would result in free throws. Moreover, in the final 2 minutes of the match, such a blunder squandered a precious offensive opportunity, resulting in a significant loss for the team. Zhang Ruoqing felt a profound sorrow. However, he refrained from casting blame upon Yu Zhifei. At this juncture, lamenting the actions of a teammate proved futile. His focus was resolutely directed towards perfecting every subsequent offensive and defensive maneuver, striving relentlessly for the forthcoming victory. The Cavaliers launched their offense. As in the previous offensive sequence, the ball was still in the hands of James rather than Mo Williams. Faced with Iguodala's defense, would James continue to pass to Love for a low-post isolation against Barnes, penetrate to distribute to the shooters stationed at the corners? Or would he opt for a solitary confrontation? Zhang Ruoqing's Adam's apple quivered slightly as he took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on James's movements. This defensive play would fundamentally determine the trajectory of the match. While Zhang scrutinized the positioning of the other Cavaliers players and contemplated James's offensive choices, James executed a startling maneuver. He gathered the ball, took aim, and launched a three-point shot. He was a full 2 steps beyond the arc, with at least 18 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Astonishingly, as the leading player of the Cavaliers, James opted for a contested three-pointer. This offensive decision was astonishingly simplistic, to the point of being irrational, and thus caught everyone, including Zhang Ruoqing, completely off guard. Zhang's reflexes were remarkably swift. The moment he sensed James was about to shoot, he immediately maneuvered Iggy to surge forward, extending his arm to disrupt the shot. However, such interference had minimal impact on James's release. The ball soared high into the air, akin to a sharp arrow aimed at the hoop, piercing the hearts of all Warriors players and fans alike. In that moment, those aligned with the Warriors silently prayed, while players from the Cavaliers also offered their own silent invocations. For some, the outcome of the shot was nearly a matter of life and death. Yu Zhifei, overwhelmed, shut his eyes, too fearful to witness the result. After a brief interlude of 0.5 seconds, Yu slowly opened his eyes to reveal the glaring score on the scoreboard, 93-97, with the Cavaliers leading by 4 points. In that pivotal moment, the young king, LeBron James, proclaimed to the world that he was the true monarch of the league with a lethal three-pointer. Upon seeing the score, Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. With just 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining, the Warriors trailed by 4 points, a deficit that even non-professional basketball enthusiasts would recognize as requiring at least 2 possessions to overcome. Yet, with time slipping away, the scales of victory leaned heavily in favor of the opponents, and each individual felt the weight of an immense burden upon their shoulders. Amidst this tension, Coach Steve Kerr of the N.C. team remained expressionless on the sidelines, calmly observing the players on the court. Zhang Ruoqing was acutely aware that although a mere 1 minute and 8 seconds is fleeting, it is not devoid of the potential for a comeback. Theoretically, during the remaining time, the Warriors would have 2 offensive possessions for every one of their opponents. If they could successfully score and defend, the opportunity for victory was not entirely out of reach. Circumstances are shaped by human endeavor, even when one foot teeters on the precipice of despair. Surrender must never be an option. Chapter 84, The Life and Death Corner 3-Point Strategy. The Warriors are on the offensive. Stephen Curry is in possession of the ball. As Curry dribbled past half court, Yu Zhifei asked Zhang Ruoqing in a trembling voice, "Brother Ruoqing, how shall we execute this offense?" From the quiver in his voice and his stammering demeanor, Zhang Ruoqing sensed the overwhelming fear enveloping Yu Zhifei. Striving to maintain his composure, Zhang Ruoqing's mind raced as he assessed the unfolding situation on the court. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the ball handler, Stephen Curry, the core of the Golden State Warriors, who led the team to an unprecedented 73-win season in 2016 and the unrivaled king of three-point shooting in NBA history. In these final moments, if one could not place trust in Curry, whom else could they rely upon? In Zhang Ruoqing's mind, a sudden recollection of his favorite player emerged, the gentlemanly swordsman, Ray Allen. He is regarded as the second greatest three-point shooter in NBA history, surpassed only by Stephen Curry. Before Curry's rise, Ray Allen was synonymous with the three-point shot. Zhang Ruoqing remembered a classic strategy during Allen's tenure with the Boston Celtics. Allen positioned himself in the corner while 3 Celtics players, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Glenn Davis, formed a triangular formation around him, creating a formidable human wall. At that moment, Rajon Rondo would deliver the ball to Allen. The defensive players were obstructed by the 3 Celtics, unable to hinder Allen's shot, allowing him to effortlessly release the ball. This strategy is exceedingly rare in the annals of NBA history, as it necessitates the shooter to possess exceptional shooting skills and mental fortitude. The teammates' assistance in screening for Ray Allen implied that if the shot were to miss, there would be no guarantee of a rebound, and the backcourt would be left unguarded, making it easy for opponents to seize the opportunity for a fast break. Consequently, even during the Celtics' prime, this tactic was seldom employed. Zhang Ruoqing suddenly realized that Stephen Curry's shooting prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Ray Allen. In critical moments of the game, particularly when trailing in points, this strategy could be his gamble. If Curry were to embody Ray Allen, then the other three would represent Garnett, Pierce, and Glenn Davis, while he himself would assume the role of Rajon Rondo. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ruoqing swiftly maneuvered Andre Iguodala to request the ball at the high post. Once Curry passed the ball to Iguodala, the latter gestured for Curry to wait in the left corner. NC. Curry appeared somewhat perplexed. However, after a brief hesitation, he obediently sprinted to the left corner. On the sidelines, Shen Mie was taken aback, pondering how wasteful it seemed to have a superstar like Stephen Curry crouching in the corner. What was Zhang Ruoqing truly thinking? Yu Zhifei and Su Wani were equally bewildered. Upon seeing NC. Curry positioned in the corner, Zhang Ruoqing immediately instructed the other two, "You both need to set screens for Curry, but maintain a bit of distance." The two, uncertain of Zhang Ruoqing's intentions, decided not to overthink the matter. At that moment, trusting Zhang Ruoqing was their only recourse. Thus, Su Wani and Yu Zhifei took control of Barnes and Bogut, following Zhang Ruoqing's directives to set screens for Curry. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoqing anxiously observed the last NC player on the court, Ian Clark. If he could not convey his tactical intentions, all would be in vain. This offensive maneuver carried a significant element of risk. Nevertheless, it was not entirely a gamble. During the second half of the 2K mode game, Zhang Ruoqing meticulously analyzed the playing habits of the NC players. He discovered that the NC players exhibited a strong sense of autonomy. When they took charge of offense or defense, they operated based on their real-life strengths, effectively optimizing the current situation. However, if players controlled by a time traveler were to direct the offense and guide the NC players, the latter would comply with the commands of the time traveler's player. Therefore, when Zhang Ruoqing commanded Iguodala to position Curry in the corner, the latter would dutifully comply. This instilled Zhang Ruoqing with confidence in his gamble. Although the 2K mode did not allow for direct tactical instructions to the NC players, he surmised that he could leverage the numerical superiority of his own team to influence the behaviors of the NC players, helping them grasp his tactical intent. In essence, Zhang Ruoqing regarded NC's Ian Clark as a high-level AI. This gamble was undeniably audacious. Zhang Ruoqing himself was uncertain, estimating that the likelihood of Ian Clark comprehending his strategy was at most 50. However, the speed of this tactical initiation was relatively rapid. Should Clark fail to position himself as intended, there would still be approximately 13 seconds left on the shot clock, ample time to shift to an alternative strategy. Seeking stability while embracing risk and pursuing victory within that risk was Zhang Ruoqing's consistent approach. Fortunately, NC Ian Clark possesses a remarkable basketball IQ. He observed Iguodala directing Curry to the corner for a shot, while Bogut and Barnes also maneuvered to the corner to create a wall for Curry. Swiftly, he grasped Zhang Ruoqing's intent. Clark deftly positioned himself beside Curry, filling the last gap left by Bogut and Barnes. Now is the moment. Zhang Ruoqing immediately pressed the switch key 3 times, locking his sights on Curry, and then swiftly pressed the pass button. The basketball soared through the crowd like a bullet, heading straight for Stephen Curry. Zhang Ruoqing introspectively questioned himself. Were this a genuine competition, he would undoubtedly hesitate to execute such a pass. The trajectory of the ball was fraught with peril, as numerous players lay in wait. Any slight miscalculation in force or angle could easily result in a turnover and a counterattack. Nonetheless, Zhang Ruoqing's delivery was swift enough that, before the Cavaliers' defenders could decipher the Warriors' offensive strategy, the ball had already been launched. It traced an enigmatic arc through the air, landing deftly in Curry's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Curry took aim at the hoop and released the shot with conviction. At that moment, while the Cavaliers' defenders finally reacted, it was already too late. J.R. Smith and Kevin Love scrambled desperately to maneuver past the formidable wall formed by Bogut, Barnes, and Clark, only to realize their efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Shen Mie could not contain his exclamation. What on earth? If you can't get through, what are you waiting for? Rush for the fast break. As the ball found its way to Curry, Shen Mie comprehended Zhang Ruoqing's offensive intent and was profoundly astonished by his audacity. Witnessing Curry nearly take a wide-open shot, while the two Cavaliers players remained preoccupied with navigating the screen, Shen Mie felt an urgent pang of anxiety. In his exasperation, he shouted those words. However, he overlooked the fact that the N.C. players were oblivious to his remarks. The only one capable of understanding him was Wang Huayong, who was operating the relatively sluggish center, Tristan Thompson, ill-suited for a fast break. Chapter 85. I still need one more assist. Upon hearing Shen Mie's bellow, Zhang Ruoqing immediately grasped his intent. A well-known adage circulates within the realm of the NBA, suggesting that Stephen Curry's proficiency in executing challenging three-pointers surpasses his accuracy from open shots. Thus, Shen Mie deduced that apart from the controlled presence of Iguodala at the arc, other Warriors players were stationed in the corners. Should Curry miss this attempt, the Warriors would undoubtedly fail to secure an offensive rebound and would be unable to thwart the Cavaliers' fast break. Shen Mie's logic was sound. However, fate had other plans. The Cavaliers' N.C. player remained unfazed, while Wang Huayong's Tristan Thompson lingered in the paint, poised to seize the rebound. This particular three-pointer from Curry was of paramount importance. And in their hearts, Yu Zhifei, Su Wanyi, and Zhang Ruoqing silently prayed, it must go in. Their hopes were not in vain, for at the critical moment, Curry showcased his superstar prowess, sinking the pivotal open three-pointer. The score was now 96-97, a mere 1-point deficit, with only 54 seconds remaining. Yes, Curry is incredible! Yu Zhifei roared, releasing the immense pressure he bore through this fervent exclamation. Defense. If we stop this play, we still have a chance. At this crucial juncture of the game, Zhang Ruoqing once again demonstrated his unparalleled leadership. He reminded Su Wanyi and Yu Zhifei to diligently guard Barnes and Bogut, racing back to their half to fortify their defense. Everyone understood the immense value of Curry's three-pointer, yet the Warriors still trailed by 1 point, rendering their situation perilously precarious. This possession must be defended. LeBron James dribbled past half-court. Captain, try to contain him one-on-one and do not let him pass easily. Zhifei, if he drives to the basket, remember to provide timely help. Zhang Ruoqing called out loudly to his two teammates, reminding them of the defensive strategy against LeBron James. What if he shoots? A flicker of anxiety crossed Su Wanyi's face, revealing her deep concern. During the Cavaliers' previous offensive possession, LeBron had unleashed a ruthless three-pointer over Barnes, leaving an indelible shadow in Su Wanyi's mind. The only hope now was to pray that he would miss. Zhang Ruoqing said this with dwindling confidence. Yet he spoke the truth. What better strategy could they employ against LeBron, a man of exaggerated clutch performance in NBA history? Come on, LeBron and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let us battle it out. With a stern expression, LeBron assessed the defense before signaling towards the paint, seemingly calling for a pick-and-roll. Wow, this N.C. LeBron is truly something. He is actually taking the initiative to call for a tactical play in the critical moments, murmured Shen Mie, who was watching from the sidelines. He glanced at the court and noted that it was not Kevin Love setting the screen for LeBron, but rather Tristan Thompson. Seeing this, Shen Mie instinctively glanced at his companion, Wang Huayong, who was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide as if flames were about to erupt from them. In this 2K mode game setting, if a player responded to the initiator's call for a tactic, other N.C. players would not repeat the call. In this instance, Tristan Thompson, controlled by Wang Huayong, responded to the tactical call from LeBron for a pick, rendering the other players moot in their calls for a high screen for LeBron. Tristan Thompson moved to the high post, providing LeBron with a quality screen that completely blocked Harrison Barnes. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoqing shouted, ignore him. Double-team LeBron. It turned out that Tristan Thompson's screen had naturally drawn Andrew Bogut, controlled by Yu Zhifei, away from his original assignment. Initially, it was Harrison Barnes, controlled by Su Wanyi, who was responsible for guarding LeBron, and she and Yu Zhifei had to jointly decide how to counter the Cavaliers' pick-and-roll. Should they have Barnes fight through the screen? Or should Bogut fall back into defense? Or should they double-team the ball handler, LeBron? This decision was particularly challenging, especially at such a critical moment. However, Zhang Ruoqing decisively made the call, double-team LeBron. The two were already accustomed to following Zhang Ruoqing's guidance, so without hesitation, they maneuvered the two Warriors players, one intercepting in front and the other pursuing from behind after LeBron navigated the screen, effectively forming a double team against him. LeBron was left with an exceedingly narrow margin to operate. At that moment, Shen Mie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Truly, even the wisest of men may err. Genre watching, you actually had your teammates double-team LeBron? That is simply courting death. Shen Mie's inner monologue was that Zhang Ruoqing had certainly forgotten that James was a master of passing, one of the league's elite. Regardless of whom he faced in a pick-and-roll situation, he posed a formidable threat that could not simply be neutralized by a double team. As anticipated, the scene unfolded just as Shen Mie had predicted. James, trapped in a narrow space, executed an astonishing one-handed pass. The ball spun with fierce velocity, sailing between Barnes and Bogut, two Warriors players, landing perfectly in the hands of Tristan Thompson. Thompson was charging towards the basket, unopposed, with the hoop appearing as vast as an ocean. James was incredible. Shen Mie had already begun to celebrate, pumping his fist in jubilation. His gaze remained fixed on the screen before him, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Wang Huayong's face beside him. At that moment, Wang Huayong's hands trembled violently around the controller, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. In that fleeting instant, this middle-aged office worker made a momentous decision. His shaking fingers clumsily pressed the pass button. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. Instead of continuing his stride towards the open basket, Tristan Thompson suddenly pivoted and tossed the ball to the perimeter. What the hell are you doing? Even someone as seasoned as Shen Mie, a member of the underworld, could not help but glare furiously at Wang Huayong. Despite beads of sweat cascading down Wang Huayong's face, there was not a hint of guilt or fear in his eyes. He shouted at Shen Mie with fervor, "I still need one more assist." This outburst echoed throughout the room, startling several members of the Warriors camp. In Zhang Ruoqing's memory, Wang Huayong had never been particularly prominent. He was a man of few words. Under the pressure of the life-or-death task, this man finally erupted. The victory of the game? What mattered more than survival? Chapter 86, The Three-Point Turnaround. In the scene, the basketball pass to the perimeter by Tristan Thompson found its way into the hands of M.O. Williams. The Cavaliers had just 10 seconds left on this offensive possession, and only 44 seconds remained in the game. The score stood at 96-97, with the Warriors trailing by a single point. M.O. Williams faced Curry as his defender. To some fans who lacked a deep understanding of the game, if there was any weakness in that legendary Warriors team, it would surely be twofold. One was their relatively weak interior strength, and the other was Curry's defensive ability. It was indeed comprehensible why people concluded that Curry's defensive skills were lacking. After all, within the Warriors' famed death lineup, players like Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, and Draymond Green were among the league's premier defenders. In contrast, Curry's defensive prowess appears rather dim. However, for true Warriors fans, or those who have watched an ample number of Warriors games, it is clear that while Curry's defense may not be exceptional, it certainly does not hinder the team. Although his physique seems slender, his ability to withstand contact is commendable, and his agility allows him to excel in one-on-one matchups against guards attempting to breach his defense, a rarity in the league at that time. At the very least, M.O. Williams was certainly not among them. Upon receiving the ball, Williams appeared momentarily bewildered. As an N.C. player, he simply could not fathom why Tristan Thompson opted to pass in front of an open basket. The veteran glanced at the timer and then at the formidable defender Curry, instantly conjuring the thought, "I can't take the shot. I must find LeBron." The crucial play must be entrusted to the team's star player. Consequently, M.O. Williams immediately began scanning for LeBron's presence. However, Harrison Barnes, expertly maneuvered by Su Wani, was tightly guarding LeBron, rendering it impossible for Williams to deliver the ball into James's hands. With only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, in a moment of desperation, M.O. Williams dribbled once and opted for an extremely challenging step-back three-pointer. According to NBA rules, should this shot find its mark, it would be credited as an assist to Tristan Thompson. Thus, Wang Huayong, witnessing Williams' attempt, was filled with excitement, fervently hoping the ball would go in. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Shen Mie also wished for the shot to succeed. If it did, the Cavaliers would lead by 4 points, effectively sealing the game. Yet considering the difficulty of the attempt, it was unlikely that a player of Williams' caliber could convert it. Therefore, Shen Mie shouted, "Rebound." Alongside him, Zhang Ruoqing echoed the same 2 words, "Rebound." This rebound would determine the outcome of the entire match. Tristan Thompson and Andrew Bogut were battling fiercely under the basket, giving their all to secure position. Mid-level office worker Wang Huayong and the blonde youth Yu Zhifei were nearly pressing their controllers to the point of breaking. As expected, M.O. Williams' three-pointer did not find its target. the ball struck the front of the rim, creating a long rebound that flew towards the perimeter. The players, maneuvered by Wang Huayong and Yu Zhifei, momentarily froze in their actions. Who would claim this long rebound? A swift white figure darted in. Seizing the opportunity at the falling rebound's location, the diminutive Ian Clark once again played the role of the clutch performer. After securing the rebound, Clark rapidly advanced the ball up court. J.R. Smith and LeBron James sprinted back in a frenzy. Though Clark was fast, J.R. and James were not sluggish either. If Clark dared to attempt a layup, he would surely face a daunting dual rejection. Having learned from past misfortunes, Clark swiftly advanced towards the basket, acutely aware of the Cavaliers' players fervently pursuing him from behind. Thus, he refrained from attempting a layup. Instead, he executed a pivot and dribbled back to the perimeter. Clark cast a glance at the shot clock. 20 seconds remained on the offensive timer, and only 36 seconds were left in the game, trailing by a mere point. There was still hope. Who would deliver the decisive blow? As a player from N.C., Clark instinctively chose the team's star player. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Curry. Meanwhile, the golden-haired youth, Yu Zhifei, looked at Zhang Ruoqing with eyes filled with desperation and supplication, yearning for him to step forward and assume the role of the savior. Zhang Ruoqing noticed the gaze of Yu Zhifei, yet he chose to remain unresponsive. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness, akin to a cornered creature out of resources. In this critical showdown, whether during the regular play of the first half or the 2K mode of the second half, Zhang Ruoqing truly poured his heart and soul into the game. From the intricate cutting tactics to the desperate three-point shot in the last offensive round, it was a testament to his intellect and courage. However, ultimately, Zhang Ruoqing was merely an 18-year-old freshman, incapable of perpetually embodying the role of a miracle worker. During this offensive play, despite racking his brain, he found himself engulfed in a fog of emptiness. At last, he resigned himself to fate. It was time to place his trust in Curry. After receiving the ball, Curry glanced at Mo Williams, who stood before him, preparing to initiate his dribble. At that moment, the Cavaliers' double team closed in. The backcourt duo of Mo Williams and J.R. Smith swiftly formed a trap, compelling Curry to pass the ball. This exemplifies the desperate plight of a team reliant on a single superstar. Once the opponent resorts to an all-out double team, it becomes exceedingly challenging for role players to score in a mismatch situation. Constrained by his stature, Curry had no choice but to release the ball prematurely. The ball was once again passed to Ian Clark on the perimeter, while J.R. Smith immediately pursued. Clark, however, did not act impulsively. Instead, he directed the ball to the corner, where Andre Iguodala waited. An open shot. Zhang Ruoqing never anticipated that the opportunity would arise for him. However, having witnessed countless NBA games and having played numerous matches in the parallel universe of the NBA as a time traveler, he understood that regardless of the circumstances, whenever he received the ball and had the chance to shoot, he must decisively make the attempt. In the scene, Iguodala, with a poised demeanor, drew back his bow and released a fateful three-pointer. As the ball soared through the air, memories of his father suddenly flooded Zhang Ruoqing's mind. Those splendid summers, with his father, a former national player, guiding the young Zhang Ruoqing in the art of shooting. The three-pointer is undoubtedly the future trajectory of basketball. I firmly believe that in forthcoming competitions, centers must also master the three-point shot. Ruoqing, corner threes are actually the easiest to make. You must practice more. Ruoqing, your shooting talent is commendable. Strive a little harder. Observing Iguodala's shooting form, inexplicably, the cherished moments spent with his father, all revolving around the game of basketball during his youth, unfolded vividly before Zhang Ruoqing's eyes. The ball went in. 99-97. The Warriors took the lead. Chapter 87. The Battle of the Summit comes to a close. The whistle blew, and the Cleveland Cavaliers called a timeout. Zhang Ruoqing glanced at the game clock. Only 16 seconds remained. This meant that his three-pointer had been made in the final moments of the offensive play. Despite the fortuitous nature of the shot, Zhang Ruoqing did not feel overwhelming excitement. Deep within him, an unsettling sensation lingered, indescribable in words. It felt as if everything was preordained, including this precious three-pointer. What would the Cavaliers' next offensive play be? What would the final outcome of the game entail? How had the basketball gods orchestrated the result of this match? Zhang Ruoqing dared not ponder further. However, Su Wanyi and Yu Zhifei seemed oblivious to this peculiar premonition. After Zhang Ruoqing's successful three-pointer, they were both exhilarated. Particularly, Yu Zhifei. In a moment of sheer joy, tossed aside his oddly shaped controller and leapt forward to embrace Zhang Ruoqing tightly. "Brother Qing, you are truly my deity." Zhang Ruoqing sensed the exhilaration radiating from Yu Zhifei, the golden-haired youth trembling with palpable excitement. When he lifted his gaze once more, his cheeks were streaked with tears. Su Wanyi, witnessing this poignant scene, was also moved to tears. The immense pressure of impending death threatened to overwhelm Yu Zhifei. To him, Zhang Ruoqing was akin to a savior, forcefully pulling him from the quagmire of despair. Before long, the pause concluded. Zhang Ruoqing gently patted Yu Zhifei's shoulder. And the earnest youth met his gaze with sincerity, uttering a heartfelt thank you. With that, Yu Zhifei returned to his position, gripping the controller with determination. His focus unwavering as he prepared for the final round of defense. Zhang Ruoqing's demeanor was equally earnest. He suppressed the peculiar foreboding within him and silently reassured himself that, regardless of the outcome of the match, all that mattered in this moment was to exert every ounce of effort. With a mere 16 seconds remaining, there was ample time for the Cavaliers to execute a complex offensive strategy. In terms of the score, the Warriors held a 2-point advantage. The Cavaliers had the option to choose between a 2-point or a 3-point play for their final attack. This match was still rife with uncertainties. Returning to the court, Zhang Ruoqing observed that in the final offensive play, the Cavaliers opted to substitute Mo Williams, reinstating the talented Kyrie Irving. Shen Mie, pale-faced, fixated on the controller in his grasp, his lips tinged with a hint of purple. He had not anticipated that Coach Tyronn Lue of NC would place his faith in him at such a critical juncture. Rather, it should be said that Lue chose to believe in the prodigious 24-year-old. The first overall pick of the 2011 draft, the exceptionally gifted Kyrie Irving. The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the Cavaliers' last offensive thrust. Tension gripped everyone once more. The outcome of this shot would determine their fates. LeBron James initiated the play from the high post, confronting Harrison Barnes, who was being expertly guarded by Su Wanyi. At that moment, Tristan Thompson moved up to set a screen for James. Wang Huayong, with his assist still lingering at 9. Hoped for a miracle in this final offensive play. However, Su Wanyi and Yu Zhifei, without needing a reminder from Zhang Ruoqing, tacitly chose to double-team James after the screen. Despite the pressure, James managed to pass the ball to Tristan Thompson, who was cutting towards the basket. It seemed that the Warriors anticipated this sequence. Yu Zhifei shouted in frustration, "Just leave him open. He won't shoot. He will definitely pass." Unfortunately, while the Warriors were aware of this, the NC players remained oblivious, unable to hear Yu Zhifei's urgent calls, perhaps due to the defensive lapse that occurred during the previous double team on James. One of the Warriors players inexplicably abandoned his perimeter assignment to assist on Thompson. It was none other than Ian Clark. Seeing Clark in the paint shifted Yu Zhifei's expression dramatically. Ian Clark's presence inside signified a vulnerability beyond the arc. In light of this, Wang Huayong's spirits soared. Without hesitation, he targeted the open player and pressed the pass button. The basketball soared past Clark, heading toward the left corner 3-point line. A Cavaliers player received the ball with remarkable poise, presented with an exaggeratedly open shot opportunity. Kyrie Irving, freshly substituted onto the court. Wang Huayong excitedly shouted, "Shoot it." However, Shen Mie appeared ashen, having spent the majority of the fourth quarter as a mere spectator, and could not even recall which button corresponded to the shot. As Shen Mie hesitated, Wang Huayong, in a fit of urgency, shouted, "Come on, shoot already." In that moment, Wang Huayong completely forgot Shen Mie's notorious reputation as a formidable figure, angrily pointing at him. Meanwhile, Ian Clark had sprinted back to his defensive position, and the opportunity was fleeting. Shen Mie rifled through his memory, recalling only the pass button, and in a moment of panic, pressed it. The ball was returned to LeBron James at the top of the arc, a display of frantic maneuvers. Yet James remained rooted in place. As James received the ball, only 4 seconds remained until the conclusion of the game. At that moment, he had no other options. Confronted by the relentless defense of Harrison Barnes, James dribbled once and executed an extraordinarily difficult, gravity-defying 3-point shot. As the ball soared through the air, an unprecedented tension enveloped the arena, akin to a solitary traveler traversing a desolate expanse, who finally glimpses the flickering lights of a distant village. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether those lights were kindled by warm-hearted, hospitable villagers or lurking, predatory demons. Heaven and hell, a mere thought apart. The blonde youth, Yu Zhifei, closed his eyes and, in that moment, felt a profound sense of liberation. After exhausting every ounce of his strength, he surrendered the outcome to fate. The basketball struck the front of the rim, but the saga was not yet over. It spun with fervent momentum, rebounding high into the air. At that moment, the timer's light illuminated, signaling the end of the match. If the ball were to fall through the net, the Cavaliers would triumph. If not, the Warriors would escape unscathed. Sue Mie, unable to bear the tension, bit her lip and turned away, while only Zhang Ruoqing remained fixated on the screen. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as the ball finally descended. What would the outcome be? The referee's whistle pierced the silence. The 2016 finals showdown between the Warriors and the Cavaliers had concluded. Chapter 88. Yu Zhifei and Wang Huoyong. James's excruciatingly challenging three-pointer. After bouncing off the rim, soared once more. As the lights signaling the end of the game illuminated, it ultimately fell into the net. The shot was good. James had executed a last-second victory. The game concluded with the score locked at 99-100, granting the Cleveland Cavaliers victory in this pivotal match. When the golden-haired youth, Yu Zhifei, reopened his eyes and beheld the score on the screen, he felt as though the air had been siphoned from a balloon, leaving him utterly deflated. His face turned ashen, and his legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground. Sue Mie was in tears, desperately wanting to comfort Yu Zhifei, yet at that moment, every word of solace felt painfully inadequate. This unfortunate girl could only silently wash her face with tears, her heart aching profoundly. Zhang Ruoqing shared a similar sentiment to Sue Mie. When he commanded Iguodala to sink the pivotal go-ahead three-pointer, an ominous premonition washed over him. And the final buzzer beater by James validated his fears. It seemed as though everything had been preordained. Did the deity of basketball truly manipulate the outcome of this match? At that moment, Zhang Ruoqing gazed at the kneeling Yu Zhifei, his mind too burdened with sorrow to ponder further. Although Yu Zhifei had hurled insults at him during the second half, he had long considered Yu Zhifei a dear brother. The fervent embrace that Yu Zhifei bestowed upon Zhang Ruoqing, accompanied by a heartfelt expression of gratitude, deeply moved Zhang Ruoqing. Now, as he stood helplessly watching his dear brother perish before his eyes, he felt utterly powerless. Could there be such a grim punishment in this world? At that moment, the screens before the crowd abruptly transformed. The previous gaming interface vanished, replaced by an oppressive black backdrop, adorned with striking red characters, moment of result announcement. As these words materialized, an eerie melody once again filled the room, the very tune that heralded Feng Zhong's demise, a haunting ode to blood and death. It was evident that the words on the screen were inscribed in blood. Witnessing this bizarre tableau and listening to the spine-chilling background music, everyone felt a chill creep down their spines. Everyone, that is, except for one, Wang Huoyong, the middle-aged office worker from the Knight's faction. At this moment, Wang Huoyong's gaze was filled with animosity as he glared at Shen Mie beside him. Shen Mie, seemingly unperturbed by Wang Huoyong's ire, calmly fixed his gaze ahead, offering no response whatsoever. The indifference displayed by Shen Mie utterly infuriated Wang Huoyong, who struggled to suppress his fury and confronted Shen Mie. Just now, you had a clear shot. Why pass to James? Didn't he score? The outcome is good, isn't it? I was just one assist away from completing my task. Are you deliberately targeting me? What benefit do you gain from that? The series isn't over yet. You still have opportunities in the upcoming matches. You're just standing there, oblivious to the struggle. Wang Huoyong continued. I fought tooth and nail to achieve 9 assists. Do you have any idea how challenging that is? This damn system, one moment it's some NC random event, the next it's a 2K mode. Who knows what trick will be pulled in the next game? You've made me miss such a golden opportunity. How can you assure me that I'll succeed in the remaining matches? As he spoke, Wang Huoyong's words became increasingly profane, causing Shen Mie's expression to darken considerably. Suddenly, Shen Mie shouted, Enough. Clean up your language. You may have completed your personal task, but you've never considered the lives of others. Feng Zhong perished because of your actions, and I too may meet the same fate. If it comes to that, we might as well perish together. With that, Wang Huoyong, completely devoid of reason, lunged toward Shen Mie, raising his fist to strike him fiercely. This is bad. Using violence against other competitors is prohibited, Sue Mie exclaimed, but in his fury, Wang Huoyong was beyond hearing any words of caution. He was overwhelmed with emotion, throwing punch after punch at Shen Mie's head. Yet, Shen Mie, being a seasoned enforcer from the underworld, effortlessly evaded the attacks of Wang Huoyong, an ordinary office worker whose blows barely grazed Shen Mie's attire. At that moment, the deep voice of the basketball god resonated abruptly. Contestant Wang Huoyong from Team 391 has violated Rule 5 of the survival game by employing violence against contestant Shen Mie from Team 387. Immediate annihilation is hereby decreed. Upon hearing the basketball god's proclamation, Wang Huoyong was jolted awake from his stupor. His fist remained suspended in midair, his head lifted high, and his mouth slightly agape. as if he wished to offer an explanation to the basketball god. However, he merely moved his lips a few times, unable to articulate a single word. Meanwhile, Shen Mie instinctively recoiled several steps back. It was common knowledge that those sentenced to death by the basketball god had no hope of escape. Their fates varied, and Shen Mie could not help but think, I sincerely hope I am not splattered with his blood if he were to explode. All eyes were fixed intently on Wang Huayong. Approximately 5 seconds after the basketball god announced his demise, a sudden flash of cold light pierced the darkness of the settlement chamber. 6 gleaming swords materialized out of thin air, their blades glimmering ominously as they descended upon Wang Huayong. Caught off guard, he was simultaneously impaled by all 6 swords. One even penetrated his slightly parted lips, burrowing deep into his intestines. Poor middle-aged office worker Wang Huayong had no time to utter a sound before his soul was severed from his body, meeting an untimely end. With Wang Huayong now deceased, the next would surely follow. Zhang Ruoqing, Su Wanyi, and Shen Mie directed their gaze towards the golden-haired youth, Yu Zhifei. Yu Zhifei watched in horror as Wang Huayong succumbed to death, his mental defenses collapsing entirely. He pounded the ground with his fist, wailing in anguish, his cries so heart-wrenching that they were unbearable to witness or hear. Yet, the deity of basketball remained unmoved, its cold indifference rendering Yu Zhifei's lamentations futile. Against the backdrop of a soundtrack steeped in blood and the song of death, those gathered in the settlement room sensed that the entity lurking in the shadows bore a closer resemblance to the Grim Reaper than the god of basketball. Team 432's Yu Zhifei, a time traveler from the Warriors coach Steve Kerr, was tasked with achieving victory without calling a timeout during the 4th quarter of all home games for the Warriors. This particular match was the 5th game of the finals, held at the Warriors' home court, resulting in a loss for the Warriors. Consequently, it was decreed that Yu Zhifei's personal mission had failed, leading to an immediate erasure of his existence. Chapter 89. Drowning sorrows in alcohol. After the sound faded, Yu Zhifei, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly ceased his movements. In his eyes, all light had been extinguished. This youth, living in the prime of his life, was on the brink of departing from this world. Su Wanyi turned her head, her eyes reddened and nearly devoid of tears. Zhang Ruoqing also averted his gaze, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. He faced the unbearable reality of witnessing his brother's tragic demise before him. A peculiar sound erupted suddenly from beneath them, before anyone could react. A large hole appeared in the floor of the settlement room. A pair of pale, nearly translucent hands emerged, grasping Yu Zhifei's legs. Zhang Ruoqing could only utter a single exclamation before his hands forcefully pulled Yu Zhifei into the abyss. Instantly, the gaping chasm restored itself, as though nothing had transpired. As the latter half of the Battle of the King's Mountain commenced, aside from the already eliminated Zhang Feng and the suspended Meng Ji, the remaining 6 traversers were unexpectedly transported to this settlement chamber, where they began what was termed the 2K mode competition. The proceedings and outcome of the match astonished everyone involved. J.R. Smith's traverser, Feng Zhong, succumbed to emotional turmoil just before the second half began, relentlessly striking the screens within the settlement chamber, only to be condemned to obliteration by the basketball deity. Under the influence of a mysterious force, Feng Zhong performed a bizarre dance, his body spinning at an unnatural velocity, ultimately disintegrating, with his features grotesquely falling away in a tragic demise. The Cavaliers' Feng Zhong became the first casualty of this mission. Following the conclusion of the match, the Cavaliers' Tristan Thompson's traverser, Wang Huayong, also lost control of his emotions, resorting to violence against his ally, Shen Mie, and was pierced through by 6 swords, meting out death at the hands of the basketball deity. Lastly, the Warriors' Steve Kerr's traverser, Yu Zhifei, perished as LeBron James executed a 3-point shot, sealing his fate in a last-second triumph. Consequently, Yu Zhifei failed his personal mission, drawn into an alternate dimension, leaving no trace behind. In a single battle on King's Mountain, 3 souls were claimed, witnessing the gruesome demise of the 3 before their very eyes. Whether it was the Warriors' Su Wanyi, Zhang Ruoqing, or the Cavaliers' Shen Mie, their faces turned ashen. Their understanding of this brutal NBA survival game deepened. As the 5th game of the finals concluded, the Cleveland Cavaliers led with a score of 3-2. The status of individual missions was now to be announced. The screens within the settlement chamber flickered with the completion statuses of several tasks, yet the 3 survivors present lacked the inclination to observe. Once the announcements were concluded, the participants were to be transported back to the realm of reality. The countdown commenced. 10, 9. In the real world, at Zhang Ruoqing's home, the 18-year-old lay in bed for an entire day, oscillating between sleep and wakefulness. Beside his bed were several boxes of inferior beer, with nearly half already consumed. Zhang Ruoqing awoke once more from a nightmare, reeking of alcohol. A throbbing pain assaulted his head, a consequence of his indulgence, yet he found no desire to cease. He bit open the cap of a fresh bottle of wine and gulped down several generous swigs. Reluctant to revisit the haunting dream, he remained oblivious to the countless times he had replayed the scene of Yu Zhifei's demise throughout the day. The death of this fair-haired youth struck Zhang Ruoqing as a profound blow. Zhang Ruoqing glanced at his phone, noticing several missed calls from Su Wani. He felt neither the desire nor the energy to return the call. Instead, he lazily unlocked his phone and read the messages she had sent. Ruoqing, how are you? Ruoqing, pull yourself together. Ruoqing? Zhang Ruoqing, we are comrades in this deadly game, bound by the obligation to entrust our lives to one another. I know you are grieving for Zhifei, but my life still depends on you. Upon reading the last sentence, the inebriated Zhang Ruoqing suddenly regained a semblance of clarity. The departed are gone. There are still those who live and require our support, be it Su Wani or my mother, who lies bedridden. After the demise of Yu Zhifei, Zhang Ruoqing did something he had only ever done once in his life. He sought solace in alcohol. Yet, as the saying goes, drowning one's sorrows only deepens them. After a night of excessive drinking, Zhang Ruoqing finally comprehended this truth. To truly alleviate pain, one must lift their gaze from the depths of alcohol and resolutely look forward. The following day, Zhang Ruoqing arranged a brief online meeting with Su Wani and Meng Ji. Meng Ji was utterly shocked upon hearing the news of Yu Zhifei's passing. Zhang Ruoqing briefly explained the circumstances surrounding the 2K mode and the peculiar button that had triggered it, aiming to prevent a recurrence of Meng Ji's bewilderment in the next match. The trio then deliberated on the tactical arrangements for the upcoming games. With a score of 2-3 against them, the Warriors stood at the precipice, with no retreat left. Moreover, Zhang Ruoqing's personal task remained unresolved, as he was the only living traveler yet to determine his fate, while the others had secured their survival. The situation for the Warriors appeared dire. As for the Cavaliers, only Shen Mie remained among the travelers. This man felt little pressure, thanks to the formidable N.C. James, as the Cavaliers narrowly clinched victory in the pivotal game, leading significantly. Furthermore, Shen Mie had completed his personal task, allowing this mob boss to enjoy a rather carefree existence. Before Game 6 commenced, the basketball deity announced the random events triggered for this match. 1. All players from both teams would return from injury. 2. Warriors player Klay Thompson activated the G6 Klay buff, enhancing his shooting accuracy by 20. Shen Mie was left speechless upon seeing the system notification. He thought to himself, if the basketball deity wishes for a Game 7, this isn't the way to go about it. The G6 Klay buff is simply absurd. Granting a shooter of Thompson's caliber a 20 increase in accuracy, how is anyone supposed to compete? As anticipated, the proceedings of Game 6 unfolded as Shen Mie predicted, with the match being overwhelmingly one-sided. All Warriors players intentionally fed the ball to Klay Thompson, who lived up to expectations by shooting 20 out of 25, amassing an astonishing 52 points, leading the Warriors to a resounding 138-108 victory over the Cavaliers, leveling the series at 3-3. Meanwhile, Andre Iguodala, the player Zhang Ruoqing had traversed into, also performed admirably in this match, particularly on the defensive end, where he achieved an unprecedented feat with 5 steals and 5 blocks. His statistics for the game concluded at 16 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 steals, 5 blocks, and 0 turnovers, making him the second most vital contributor to the team's triumph. Chapter 90. The Decisive Game 7. Zhang Ruoqing's remarkable performance in G6 has earned him the coveted FMV and bestowed upon him a precious opportunity. The 2016 NBA Survival Games Finals, akin to reality, have culminated in a 7th game. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if the outcome will mirror that of the real world. Whose fate will prevail? All the time travelers are eagerly preparing for this pivotal match. Of course, they are aware that a critical factor in determining the victor of this decisive Game 7 is the random event orchestrated by the basketball deity, NC, throughout the series. The outcomes of several matches have been predominantly influenced by these NC random events. Whether it was Kevin Durant's G3 joining the Cavaliers or the Warriors triggering the G6 Thompson buff, both had a decisive impact on the match results. What then will be the NC random event for the climactic Game 7? Everyone awaits in anticipation. Within 24 hours of the decisive showdown, all time travelers received an identical message in their system's private messages. The NC random event for G7 is upon us. Zhang Ruoqing, filled with a mixture of anxiety and excitement, logged into the system and opened the private messages. The contents were as follows. Dear time travelers, we hereby announce the G7NC random event. 1. All players on both sides will have their fatigue and injuries completely eradicated. 2. All players will take a large dose of E0 before the match, which poses lethal risks to the body, yet significantly enhances physical capabilities during the game. Upon reading the private message, Zhang Ruoqing was momentarily stunned, while the other players busied themselves searching for information on what E0 was. Zhang Ruoqing silently marveled at the audacity of the basketball deity. The Chinese name for E0 is erythropoietin. Across the vast ocean, many American athletes have resorted to E0 to augment their oxygen supply, thereby enhancing their physical performance. In early 2023, former mixed martial artist Chael Sonnen claimed on a podcast that NBA superstar LeBron James had been using E0 to elevate his on-court performance. This former fighter explicitly stated that E0 was the secret behind James's vitality in the fourth quarter. This assertion thrust James into the center of public scrutiny. And in response to reporters, he either vehemently denied the claims or remained cryptically evasive. Nevertheless, speculation abounds regarding whether the nearly 40-year-old James's remarkable performance is linked to substance use. Yet, all of this remains conjecture, with no actual evidence to substantiate claims of his drug use. It is, however, a fact that E0 exists. In the real world, NBA would undoubtedly prohibit players from using such substances. Yet, this is the peculiar world of the NBA survival game, a realm governed by the idiosyncratic rules of the basketball deity. In this world, the impossible becomes possible. The NBA's iconic slogan "Where amazing happens" resonates even more fittingly within this context, forcing all players to undergo injections of massive doses of E0, pushing the limits of human capabilities to engage in an all-out battle of pharmaceuticals. Is this what the basketball deity desires? Approximately 2 minutes later, a new message appeared in the Warriors group chat. Since the tragic demise of their comrade, Yu Zhifei, during the climactic battle for supremacy, the Warriors system chat had fallen eerily silent. Zhang Ruoqing, Su Wanyi, and Ming Ji were engulfed in the sorrow of their teammate's death, leaving little to discuss. The triggering of this unprecedented random event before the critical Game 7 reignited their discourse. The first to speak was Ming Ji, a wealthy heir from Tianjin, living a life devoid of financial concerns. However, he is not like the typical scion of privilege. He treats his brothers with great loyalty and possesses a keen intellect, adept at discerning the opportune moments. His first utterance in the group was directed towards Zhang Ruoqing, followed by an inquiry. Brother Ruoqing, what impact will this E0 have on the course of the competition? What are our odds of success? Meng Ji was acutely aware that the pillar of the Warriors camp was undoubtedly Zhang Ruoqing. Thus, he did not beat around the bush, but rather posed his question directly. Following Meng Ji's remarks, it was Su Wanyi who spoke next. This tall and beautiful basketball enthusiast, tempered by the dark and bloody trials of this deadly game, had grown increasingly resilient. Ruoqing, Meng Ji, I believe that the conditions for all participants to receive a substantial dosage of E0 will render the match even more unpredictable. We may very well encounter extraordinary circumstances, such as a staggering scoreline or incidents of conflict on the court. Zhang Ruoqing nodded appreciatively. He held his captain, the captivating Su Wanyi, in high regard. In the face of unexpected events, she consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to swiftly attribute causes, identify the crux of issues, and make definitive judgments regarding the trajectory of developments. During the decisive battle on the Mount Tianwang, it was Su Wanyi who first discerned that the game-changer was none other than Harrison Barnes of the North Carolina Black Eagles, although the Warriors ultimately lost the match. Su Wanyi, as a time traveler connected to Harrison Barnes, still managed to pose significant challenges for the Cavaliers. After Ming Ji and Su Wanyi had shared their insights, Zhang Ruoqing contributed his thoughts to the group. I concur with Wanyi's perspective. We are likely to encounter exceedingly peculiar and extraordinary circumstances in the 7th game. The strangeness may surpass that of the 2K mode from the battle on Mount Tianwang, and we must be thoroughly mentally prepared. However, this random event presents a completely fair situation for both sides, meaning we are back on equal footing. Judging purely by paper strength, our Warriors undoubtedly have the upper hand. We can simply interpret this significant dose of E0 as both teams having their players in peak condition. The only challenge on the opposing side is, of course, peak LeBron James, while we boast peak Curry and Thompson, clearly placing us in a more advantageous position. Regardless, We must exude unwavering confidence in our victory. After sending the first 3 paragraphs, Zhang Ruoqing paused for about half a minute before slowly typing 4 words. For Zhifei. For Zhifei. For Zhifei. Following his proclamation, he quickly received responses from Su Wani and Ming Ji. Time flew by, and soon the day of the match arrived. The familiar Oracle Arena in Golden State buzzed with passionate Warriors fans, and the familiar TNT commentary team took their place. Zhang Ruoqing, the time traveler from the East, stood in the center of the court, gazing at all this. An unprecedented feeling washed over him. One day, he would stand at the heart of the NBA stage in the real world, representing China and the yellow race. Perhaps even as the leader of the team, he would guide them to the pinnacle of the NBA, clinching the championship that countless dream of. What fear does a youth have in reaching for the stars? Dare to draw the bow and shoot at the celestial balance. Chapter 91, The Soaring and Groundbreaking Kevin Love? Amidst the deafening roar of the crowd, Zhang Ruoqing's gaze fell upon Steve Kerr, the stoic coach seated at the end of the Warriors bench. The emotionless expression of Kerr brought to mind memories of Yu Zhifei, the golden-haired youth who still occasionally appeared in his thoughts. This match, as he had previously articulated in the group chat, was a battle fought in honor of Yu Zhifei. In a bold strategic maneuver during Game 7, Coach Steve Kerr made the audacious decision to bench Andrew Bogut, replacing him with the outstanding Andre Iguodala, who had shown in the previous 6 games. The game commenced with the famed death lineup, a testament to Kerr's resolute determination to embrace risk and face the direst of circumstances in pursuit of triumph. On the opposing side, the Cavaliers maintained their original starting lineup: Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, J.R. Smith, Kevin Love, and Tristan Thompson. Within the Warriors' ranks, there were 3 time travelers, while only Shen Mie remained as the last time traveler on the Cavaliers' side. Among the 4 time travelers, only Zhang Ruoqing had yet to fulfill his personal mission. Thus, for Su Wani, Ming Ji, and Shen Mie, this match bore a resemblance to accompanying a prince in his studies. Nevertheless, the outcome of the match held equal significance for all involved. After all, victory would bestow a generous reward of 200 points to each member of the winning team, providing ample motivation for everyone to strive diligently. As the battle commenced, all players stood resolutely at the ready. With the sound of the whistle, the game began. For Zhang Ruoqing, starting for the first time, the distinction was palpable. Not only was there a heightened tension in the arena, but also a palpable sense of lethal intent permeating the air. Zhang Ruoqing initially believed that only newcomers like himself could experience such feelings. However, as he cast his gaze towards Su Wani and Ming Ji, he noticed their expressions mirrored his own anxiety, their eyes reflecting an eerie crimson hue. No, it was not just Su Wani and Ming Ji. Even the Kyrie Irving that Shen Mie had transformed into exhibited the same unsettling trait. As for the other end, players, their eyes too sparkled with vibrant red. Zhang Ruoqing immediately comprehended that it was due to E0. Within each individual, an excessive dosage of E0 had been injected, resulting in a dramatic surge in the number of red blood cells, leading to a striking crimson gaze in their eyes. Each body had been forcibly propelled to an apex of physical condition. No, it would be more accurate to say they had been thrust into a frenzied state that surpassed all peaks. Draymond Green and Tristan Thompson leaped for the jump ball. Both players, with their blood-red eyes, soared high into the air after the referee tossed the ball, displaying astonishing vertical leaps. The basketball was first touched by Green, and after numerous bounces and fierce contesting, it ultimately landed in the hands of Warriors point guard Stephen Curry. The audience was ignited by the spectacular display right from the start, their thunderous cheers nearly lifting the roof off the Oracle Arena. Curry advanced with the ball. The intensity from both teams at the outset was remarkable. Damn. I am utterly thrilled for this match. Charles Barkley passionately spoke from the commentary booth, his voice trembling with excitement. Indeed, my brother. A Game 7 in the NBA Finals is never dull. The Warriors' first defensive play, what will they choose? A direct three-pointer? Shaquille O'Neal was about to analyze the game's dynamics when, unexpectedly, on the court, Stephen Curry, using Andre Iguodala's screen, opted for a step-back three-pointer from just beyond the arc. Despite the tight space, such a seemingly irrational shot choice. Is Curry truly that confident in his shooting touch? I believe this one is going in. Astonishingly, the opening play featured an ultra-long three-pointer, and it swished through the net. The final member of the TNT crew, Kenny Smith, leaned heavily against his chair, his astonished expression a testament to his heartfelt admiration for Curry's remarkable shot. 3 o'clock, the Warriors executed their first offensive play flawlessly within a mere 5 seconds. After the basket, Stephen Curry reveled in the thunderous cheers from the fans. It appeared that in this match, Curry aimed to demonstrate through his actions who truly reigns as the king of Golden State. Now it is your turn, Cleveland Cavaliers. How will you respond to the relentless onslaught of the Golden State Warriors? Let me see. Barkley watched eagerly, his eyes wide open, afraid to blink lest he miss any captivating moment. On the Cavaliers' side, Kyrie Irving advanced with the ball and passed it to Kevin Love at the top of the arc. Faced with defense, Love executed a simple feint and swiftly launched a mid-range jumper, a similarly straightforward and forceful offensive approach. Kevin Love's signature shot effortlessly found the mark for the opening basket. 3-2. What an exhilarating contest. The tactical intentions of both sides were unmistakably clear from the outset, abandoning complex offensive strategies in favor of utilizing the individual prowess of their stars to secure points. O'Neal, being the greatest center of all time, possessed a keen insight into the dynamics of the game. Within just 2 possessions, he immediately grasped the flow of the match. In the ensuing offensive plays, both teams resolutely adhered to a simple and direct strategy. Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson each sank a three-pointer, while on the other end, LeBron James connected on 2 mid-range jumpers and Kevin Love scored with a powerful finish at the rim. Both teams executed their offenses with impeccable accuracy, resulting in a score of 9-8, with the Warriors holding a slender lead. As the Warriors transitioned to offense, the previously fluid rhythm of the game suddenly shifted. Curry advanced the ball, and Draymond Green set a screen for him. With remarkable speed, Curry maneuvered between Love and Irving, penetrating the paint. Just as he prepared to unleash his signature floater, he leaped effortlessly before the Cavaliers' center, Tristan Thompson, could provide help. For Curry, this was as routine as the most basic of daily tasks. However, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Kevin Love, trailing behind, astonishingly caught up with incredible speed, leaping high into the air. What was happening? Was this truly a move within Love's repertoire? Shaquille O'Neal watched in disbelief, and he was not alone. Everyone witnessing this moment was equally astonished. Love soared through the air, delivering a thunderous volleyball-style rejection to Curry. "Goodness, you are Kevin Love, not Giannis Antetokounmpo," exclaimed Charles Barkley, expressing his shock. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith stood frozen, utterly taken aback by the unfolding drama that far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 92. Ferocious dunk. Perhaps in the annals of NBA history, there has never been a Game 7 quite like this. Both teams discarded any elaborate basketball tactics and immediately engaged in a fierce, hard-nosed battle. Within mere moments, all 10 players on the court were consumed by an intense fervor. The Warriors fans in the stands were equally swept up in a frenzied state. Regardless of age or gender, they danced wildly, their piercing screams resonating throughout the arena. It felt as though this was not merely a basketball game but a primal conflict between humans. The Oracle Arena transformed into a blood-soaked Roman Colosseum. The most brutal and primal desires of humanity surged forth in this charged atmosphere. Back to the game. Stephen Curry's floater was swatted out of bounds by the airborne Kevin Love, yet possession remained with the Warriors. The inbounds pass found Klay Thompson, who, stationed in the corner, faced off against J.R. Smith. Having matched up against each other throughout the series, they were well acquainted. Thompson sensed that Smith had leaped higher than usual. Nevertheless, Klay's shot sailed just above J.R.'s fingertips, heading toward the basket. It ricocheted off the front rim. This marks the first missed shot of the game. Combining the efforts of both teams, it appears that J.R.'s defense has significantly impacted Klay. The Warriors' death lineup, with Draymond Green playing the makeshift center, faces off against the formidable Tristan Thompson, who has been enhanced by the strength of his robust physique and medicinal assistance. Thompson, no longer the middle-aged corporate worker Wang Huayong, is now a relentless N.C. player. In comparison to Green, Thompson's physique seems to be more responsive to E0, resulting in a more pronounced physical enhancement. Despite Ming Ji's relentless efforts, his inherent size disadvantage, coupled with his opponent's overwhelming strength, leaves him outmatched. Thompson easily secures the rebound, initiating a counterattack for the Cavaliers. LeBron James, like a dark whirlwind, charges into the Warriors' backcourt. Thompson hands the ball to Kyrie Irving, who, embodying the essence of a quarterback, launches a precise long pass to the fast-breaking King James. Close behind him are Andre Iguodala and Harrison Barnes, both of whom are equally swift and share a singular intention: they must not allow James to score so effortlessly. However, contrary to their hopes, upon receiving the ball, James takes a solitary dribble and strides purposefully towards the hoop. With Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wani flanking him, they attempt to execute a double team. Yet, James remains undaunted, shouldering Zhang and Su as he powers upward, resembling a towering black iron structure, a deity of strength. The Warriors' wing defenders are rendered irrelevant as LeBron ascends, forcefully slamming the ball into the net. The score shifts to 9-10, with the Cavaliers taking the lead. Charles Barkley, cradling his bald head, gazes with incredulity, exclaiming, "Oh my God, can someone explain what just happened?" Kenny Smith, a concealed LeBron critic, questions, "Is that even a feat achievable by humans?" Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal exuberantly roars, "A guaranteed candidate for the finals' best dunk. I bet this moment will be etched in NBA history. LeBron James, greatness speaks for itself. A pinnacle of violent beauty." As James completes his emphatic dunk, the game pauses for the official timeout in the first quarter. This brief 3-minute respite grants everyone in the arena, especially the fans in the stands, a much-needed moment of solace for their hearts. If the game continues at such a frenetic pace, it may not be the players who succumb, but rather some older fans on the sidelines with fragile hearts. After all, no one has ever experienced a finals intensity quite like this. The timeout concludes. As both teams rotated their players, Klay Thompson and Harrison Barnes of the Warriors took a breather, replaced by the surprising substitute Ian Clark and the legitimate center Andrew Bogut. On the Cavaliers' side, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love exited the game, making way for Mo Williams and Richard Jefferson. Despite the substitutions, the intensity of the game remained unwavering. Each offensive and defensive exchange, though simplistic, was executed with exceptional quality. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood tied at 25. Zhang Ruoqing, embodying the role of Andre Iguodala, played the entirety of the first quarter. Not being the primary offensive option for the team, his statistics were modest, recording merely 2 points, 1 rebound, and 1 steal. During the intermission, Suwannee, Harrison Barnes, approached him and quietly urged, "Ruoqing, you should be more aggressive in your attacks. Your personal task is FMV, and data is crucial for you." Zhang Ruoqing acknowledged her with gratitude, though he felt immense psychological pressure. Achieving FMV came with an implicit prerequisite. The Warriors must secure victory in this pivotal game. Moreover, he aspired to deliver an outstanding performance in this critical Game 7 to ensure his FMV achievement. However, as Zhang Ruoqing assessed his physical condition, he found it rather bleak. Despite having taken a substantial dose of E0, the high intensity of the match left him fatigued after just the first quarter. Under such physical circumstances, how could he possibly deliver an exceptional performance? As the second quarter commenced, Coach Steve Kerr decisively called for Iguodala to take a seat on the bench, a standard procedure as it was time for his rotation. Alongside Iguodala, Stephen Curry and Draymond Green also took a rest. The second quarter began with Klay Thompson and Suwannee's version of Harrison Barnes leading the charge alongside 3 rotation players. Meanwhile, LeBron James remained on the court for the Cavaliers. Was the tactical genius Tyronn Lue's strategy simply to exhaust James throughout the game? 3 minutes into the second quarter, it became evident that the Warriors' rotation lineup struggled to keep pace with the Cavaliers' intensity. Under James's leadership, the Cavaliers surged ahead with a brief scoring run, extending their lead to 37-30. Sensing the dire situation, Warriors coach Steve Kerr promptly called for a timeout, reintroducing Stephen Curry and Zhang Ruoqing's Iguodala back into the fray. In the third quarter, having returned to the court, Zhang Ruoqing consciously sought to amplify his presence on the offensive end. Suwannee and Ming-Ji were highly cooperative, creating opportunities for him whenever possible. In the latter half of the quarter, Zhang Ruoqing's shooting touch was remarkably sharp. He showcased an array of skills with drives, mid-range shots, and 3-pointers. At halftime, the Warriors trailed narrowly by a single point, with a score of 54-55. Zhang Ruoqing, ignited by an explosion of performance in the latter half of the second quarter, achieved a well-rounded stat line of 12 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. During halftime, several time travelers felt an intense anxiety. They could never forget the halftime of the climactic battle, when the voice of the basketball deity suddenly resonated, and they were abruptly transported to the settlement room, beginning that bizarre 2K mode game. Would the decisive Game 7 unfold in a similar manner? Hearts raced fervently. Yet events did not unfold as they dreaded. Halftime passed normally, and the second half commenced as scheduled. As the third quarter began, it marked the time for the starters to duel according to the conventional rotation strategies of NBA teams. Steve Kerr and Tyronn Lue deployed their respective starting lineups, engaging in a fierce contest right from the outset of the third quarter. For the Warriors, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and the time-traveling version of Zhang Ruoqing's Andre Iguodala emerged as the trio of sharpshooters, each contributing to the scoreboard with 3-pointers, thereby sustaining the Warriors' formidable offensive onslaught. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron James remained on the court, joined by the time-traveling Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love, showcasing the prowess befitting a true trio of superstars. Kevin Love commanded the paint, seizing any opportunity for a mismatch to either attack the rim or deliver a steady output. Kyrie Irving displayed his extraordinary skills as a top-tier scorer, executing 2 astonishing layup performances while fending off defenses from Curry and Klay. Undoubtedly, the soul of the Cavaliers was LeBron James, who adeptly navigated both inside and outside, posing significant challenges for the Warriors' interior defense. In the first 6 minutes of the third quarter, both teams found themselves in a relentless offensive exchange where neither could effectively defend the other, resulting in a mesmerizing display of basketball. At the first official timeout of the third quarter, the score stood at 70-72, with the Warriors trailing by a mere 2 points. During the timeout, Kerr once again adjusted his lineup, bringing in Leandro Barbosa, Maurice Spites, and Andrew Bogut, replacing Iguodala, Barnes, and Green. Consequently, the Warriors' court transformed into an all-in-C lineup. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers finally substituted out James, granting him a brief respite, with Richard Jefferson entering the fray. Simultaneously, J.R. Smith was replaced by Iman Shumpert. Seeing James take a seat brought Zhang Ruoqing immense joy, yet he also felt a tinge of regret. He rejoiced that the formidable opponent had finally stepped off the court, providing the Warriors with a precious opportunity to close the gap. However, he lamented the absence of a time traveler among the 5 on the court, placing his hopes solely on these NC players. Despite their considerable strength, they could not rival the synergy forged by Su Wani and Ming Ji, who had fought together across numerous battles. Yet, Zhang Ruoqing could not alter Coach Kerr's decisions. He could only sit on the sidelines, resting while silently praying for the NC players to seize their moment. As the timeout concluded, the Warriors initiated their offensive. The Splash Brothers, accompanied by 3 substitutes, had a clearly defined tactical intention. However, Tyronn Lue, the head coach of the Cavaliers, is no fool. He is well aware that the Warriors rely heavily on the perimeter prowess of Curry and Klay as their primary offensive weapon. Consequently, Lue replaced J.R. Smith with the defensively adept Shumpert to closely guard Klay. Simultaneously, he devised a strategy for Kyrie Irving, who had just navigated through the defense, to primarily defend Curry, with Richard Jefferson providing timely double-team support. Indeed, as Curry crossed half-court, Jefferson's double-team quickly descended upon him. Curry scanned the positioning of his teammates, only to find Klay tightly marked by Shumpert, leaving him with no viable passing options, while the other 3 teammates failed to create open spaces for receiving the ball. In a moment of desperation, Curry attempted to maneuver through the double team of Shumpert and Jefferson, but fortune was not on his side. Jefferson's quick hands resulted in a steal. Alarmingly, the opposing team had shifted their defensive focus entirely onto the Splash Brothers. Players Barbosa, Spites, and Bogut, with limited ball handling skills, struggled to provide timely support when the Splash Brothers faced pressure and tight coverage. Following the steal, Richard Jefferson swiftly passed the ball to the advancing Kyrie, who accelerated into the front court. Faced with the chasing Curry, Kyrie effortlessly tossed the ball into the air behind him. Understanding the cue, Richard Jefferson soared high, executing a spectacular dunk. The score now stood at 70-74. In his youth, Jefferson was renowned as a prominent dunker in the league, his explosive athleticism and dunking talent once earning him comparisons to the dunking legend Vince Carter. In this match, the invigorated Jefferson, akin to a human helicopter, delivered an astonishing aerial display, showcasing even greater prowess than during his prime. Despite being in the Warriors' home arena, nearly all fans instinctively erupted in applause for Jefferson's remarkable dunk. The significance of this dunk was monumental, transcending the mere addition of 2 points to the Cavaliers' score. Firstly, the successful double team on Curry by Irving and Jefferson resulted in the latter's first turnover of the game, underscoring the effectiveness of the Cavaliers' strategy. Secondly, this basket not only significantly boosted the Cavaliers' morale but also delivered a considerable blow to the Warriors' confidence, an essential factor for the visiting Cavaliers. The Warriors launched their offense once more, with Curry at the helm. Having been stung by the serpent before, he began to vocally remind his teammates to remain vigilant and ready to receive the ball as they crossed half-court, demonstrating the cautious approach born from experience. Once across half-court, Richard Jefferson once again initiated the double team. However, how could a superstar of Curry's caliber fall victim to such simplistic defensive tactics on 2 consecutive occasions? With his eyes sharp as a hawk, Curry surveyed the court ahead. Klay remained entangled with Shumpert, yet this time, the Brazilian lightning bolt, Leandro Barbosa, maneuvered past his defender to position himself for a catch at the arc. The ball was released. Chapter 94. Countering strategies, Curry's passing technique and precision are undoubtedly unparalleled, ranking among the elite of all guards in the league. Before the double team from Richard Jefferson and Shen Mie could fully take shape, the basketball in Curry's hands flew like a bullet, landing accurately in Barbosa's grasp. With Barbosa receiving the ball, the Warriors found themselves in a 4-on-3 situation. A golden opportunity for the Warriors. When a superstar is double-teamed, the ensuing challenge is the immense pressure on the subsequent defensive rotations, as they must confront a situation where there are fewer defenders than attackers. For the offensive side, such an opportunity tests the role player's ability to handle the ball. Whether they can capitalize on this numerical advantage to score is crucial in forcing the opponent to alter their defensive strategy. In his youth, Leandro Barbosa was an exceptionally skilled role player with formidable ball-handling abilities. Although at the twilight of his career with the Warriors and afforded few chances to handle the ball within the team's framework, the Brazilian Lightning Bolt quickly recognized the opportunity thanks to his high basketball IQ and deft skills. Upon receiving the ball, Barbosa faced Kevin Love's defense. He faked a three-point attempt, deceiving Love to shift his weight, then drove past him at full speed into the Cavaliers' paint. Stationed in the key was the rim protector, center Tristan Thompson. As Barbosa darted into the lane, Thompson, anticipating a charge, positioned himself outside the restricted area to draw an offensive foul. Yet, Barbosa was not so easily fooled. The seasoned veteran, recognizing Thompson's approach, deftly flicked the ball through a gap to center Andrew Bogut. At this moment, Bogut was presented with an open basket. Even a less skilled player would be able to convert such an opportunity. After Bogut scored, the scoreboard read 72-74. This basket held significant meaning for the Warriors as well. Curry, with his remarkable passing ability, shattered the Cavaliers' double-team strategy. This also indicated that the Cavaliers' defensive tactics required immediate adjustment. A whistle blew, and Tyronn Lue promptly called a timeout. Following the defensive breakdown, Lue's quick decision to call a timeout showcased his decisive nature, earning admiration. Zhang Ruoqing cast a glance towards the Cavaliers' bench where Tyronn Lue sat, his expression grave and brow furrowed. Zhang could sense the tumultuous waves of thought surging within the young coach's mind. What strategies would he devise in such a critical juncture of the match? Zhang found it impossible to speculate. The unfolding events demanded an on-the-spot response. Meanwhile, the Warriors' head coach, Steve Kerr, during the timeout, reiterated the necessity of steadfastly executing the ball movement strategy, leveraging the perimeter pressure created by Stephen Curry and ensuring that other players remained ever ready for open shot opportunities. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Coach Curry utilized this break to make further personnel adjustments, bringing Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing onto the court while substituting out Spites and Bogut. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron James had previously replaced Richard Jefferson. The Cavaliers initiated their offense. Kyrie Irving's dribbler, Shen Mie, held the ball, executing a Spanish pick-and-roll with Kevin Love, prompting the Warriors to adopt a retreating defense. Shen Mie decisively took the shot. The ball clanged off the front rim. Su Wani secured the defensive rebound and handed it to Curry, initiating a fast break for the Warriors. The Cavaliers swiftly returned to defense, and seeing no opportunity for a counterattack, Curry circled within the three-point line, dribbling out to seek a chance for a structured offensive play. At this moment, Warriors' interior players Green and Barbosa pulled away, while Iguodala's dribbler brought Zhang Ruoqing to the low post, calling for the ball. As James pursued Zhang Ruoqing, he encountered a screen set by Su Wani, resulting in a defensive switch. Now guarding Zhang in the low post was Kevin Love. A favorable mismatch. Curry could not possibly squander such a golden opportunity. He lofted the ball to Zhang Ruoqing, who, aware of Love behind him, swiftly pivoted to commence an offensive maneuver. Though positioned low, the space was somewhat constrained, yet facing the slightly slower Love, Zhang remained composed and fully in control. With a simple feint that shifted Love as center of gravity, he executed a seamless step-back jumper. In a style both elegant and striking, the basketball effortlessly found the net. The score was now tied at 74. Witnessing Zhang Ruoqing's successful shot, Tyronn Lue on the Cavaliers bench erupted in anger, slamming his tactical board to the ground. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with his team's defensive effort. Yet, this exemplified the terrifying prowess of the 73-win Warriors, aside from a select few players. Everyone was capable of handling the ball, and nearly every player could contribute effectively within the ball movement system. Moreover, with Curry's gravitational pull on defense, it was all too easy to rupture the opponent's defensive line. That said, it was not unusual for the Cavaliers to struggle against the Warriors' offense in certain possessions. After all, History reveals that no team has ever truly been able to contain the offensive might of the 73-win Warriors. As long as their offensive firepower could match, the Cavaliers still had a fighting chance. Naturally, the Cavaliers' offense relied heavily on LeBron James. Indeed, the next offensive play for the Cavaliers was orchestrated by none other than James himself. He and Shen Mie executed a quintessential inside-out tactical maneuver, leveraging Irving's perimeter influence to aid James in diverting the defense. After a couple of passes, James seized the opportunity to engage in a post-up duel against Suwannee. With a simple dribble and an extreme fadeaway shot, he demonstrated that simplicity often prevails in the grandest of moments. With the score at 74-76, the Cavaliers once again surged ahead on the road. Witnessing this pivotal basket from James, Zhang Ruoqing realized that Tyronn Lue's tactical board harbored no superfluous elements. Each page was inscribed with LeBron James' name. Entrusting the resolution of challenges to a superstar is often the most astute solution. How to break the deadlock? Zhang Ruoqing felt a wave of frustration. As the Warriors mounted their offense, Klay Thompson, calm as a Buddha, became slightly irked after several relentless encounters with Iman Shumpert. In a moment of escape, Klay swung his elbow to clear his path, inadvertently catching Shumpert on the head. While Klay's action appeared somewhat alarming, it merely grazed Shumpert's distinctive hairstyle, a detail surely recognized by fans familiar with Shumpert's unique look. Nonetheless, Shumpert, seasoned in the art of theatrics, immediately donned a mask of pain, feigning agony as he crumpled to the ground. Observing Shumpert's insincere display only fueled Klay's ire, prompting him to confront Shumpert in a heated exchange. Chapter 95, On-Court Conflict. This incited the Cavaliers' other players, who were oblivious to Shumpert's theatrics. From their perspective, Klay not only elbowed Shumpert but also instigated trouble. Consequently, several players rushed to encircle Klay, demanding an explanation. The Warriors, undeterred, quickly responded, upon witnessing Klay surrounded by Cavaliers. They rushed to his aid, with Klay's close ally, Curry, leading the charge. Despite the referee's swift reaction, the situation escalated as players engaged in close quarters, resulting in a flurry of shoving. It became difficult to ascertain who initiated the chaos, but arms flailed amidst the crowd, pushing and shoving ensued, accompanied by a torrent of trash talk that even reached the opponent's faces. Unable to contain his temper, Tristan Thompson made an ill-advised move, raising his massive fist and striking Klay in the head. Klay, quick to react, dodged the blow, his indignation ignited, and he retaliated by swinging his fist towards Tristan. As the shoving threatened to devolve into a full-blown brawl, the more level-headed players and referees intervened, managing to restrain both Klay and Tristan. Though firmly held back by teammates and officials, the two continued to hurl insults at each other from a distance. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the conflict was gradually brought under control. The entire security team at the Oracle Arena was deployed. Some maintained order in the stands, preventing frenzied fans from rushing onto the court, while others positioned themselves on the floor to avert further altercations between the players. Amidst the cacophony of boos directed at the home team, the three officiating referees hurriedly approached the technical table, donning black headsets, and meticulously reviewed the replay footage. Such a disruption during a crucial match presented a significant challenge for the referee's judgment. In the real world, the head referee for the 2016 Game 7 of the Finals was the esteemed NBA official, Dan Crawford. At the age of 63, Crawford was widely regarded as one of the most respected referees in the league, his competence acknowledged by the majority of players. In this parallel realm of the NBA survival game, Dan Crawford was once again the head referee for the climactic Game 7. As he scrutinized the replay, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. For a referee of his caliber, making a decision in this moment was no trivial matter. Time seemed to stand still. The clamor of the Oracle Arena faded into silence for Zhang Ruoqing, who could only hear the rapid beating of his own heart. The outcome of this ruling was of paramount importance. After what felt like an eternity, Dan Crawford finally removed his headset, leaned against the technical table, wiped the sweat from his brow, and conferred quietly with the other two referees for their final deliberation. Approximately 2 minutes later, the three referees reached a consensus. Dan Crawford turned to face the entire Oracle Arena and, indeed, the global audience, to announce the ruling regarding the court conflict. Iman Shumpert of the Cavaliers was assessed a technical foul for flopping. Tristan Thompson of the Cavaliers received a level 2 flagrant foul for throwing a punch at Klay Thompson, resulting in his immediate ejection from the game. Klay Thompson of the Warriors was also penalized with a level 2 flagrant foul for escalating the conflict and throwing a punch at Tristan Thompson, leading to his expulsion as well. As Crawford concluded his announcement, the uproar from the Oracle Arena reached unprecedented heights. Ultimately, the crowd erupted into chants of "referee sucks." The home fans' emotions were understandably heightened. The Warriors had suffered a significant loss, as Klay Thompson, one of the Splash brothers, had been exchanged for Tristan Thompson of the Cavaliers. This ruling would undeniably have a profound impact on the trajectory of the game, delivering a potentially fatal blow to the Warriors. The camera panned to Klay on the bench, who shook his head in resignation before violently tossing his towel aside and making his way directly to the locker room through the players' tunnel. Tristan Thompson, with an inscrutable expression, rose from his seat and returned to the visiting team's locker room. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the three Warriors players were abruptly seized with anxiety. The forced exit of the team's second-in-command from the game spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Coach Steve Kerr of the Warriors remained composed on the sidelines, exhibiting no discernible emotional fluctuation. As the match resumed, both teams made further personnel adjustments. The Warriors' quintet consisted of Curry, Iguodala, Barnes, Green, and Bogut, while the Cavaliers fielded Irving, J.R. Smith, James, Shumpert, and Love. On the court, Stephen Curry executed the technical free throw awarded for Shumpert's infraction, sinking the shot and narrowing the score to 75-76. With the Warriors trailing by a mere point, approximately 3 minutes remained in the third quarter, during which the Cavaliers focused their offensive strategy on exploiting mismatches with LeBron and Kyrie, occasionally facilitating through Love in the post or attacking the rim directly. Conversely, the Warriors faced relentless double-teaming on Curry, which shifted the offensive burden more frequently onto Zhang Ruoqing, who received deliberate passes from Su Wani and Meng Ji. In these final moments, the competition remained fiercely contested. The duo of LeBron and Kyrie dazzled, executing lethal drives and three-pointers. However, Zhang Ruoqing responded with a display of exceptional shooting fundamentals. As the third quarter concluded, the score was locked at 88-90, with the Warriors trailing by 2 points entering the decisive fourth quarter. During the intermission before the final period of the series, Coach Kerr was engrossed in sketching strategies on the whiteboard. Just as he prepared to announce the rotations for the fourth quarter, Zhang Ruoqing boldly interjected, "Coach Kerr, please allow me to play the entire fourth quarter. I will lead the team to victory." This proclamation left both Kerr and the other Warriors players momentarily stunned, particularly Stephen Curry, who cast a curious glance at Zhang. After all, it was well known that the Golden State Warriors belonged to Curry. Despite being recognized as one of the most selfless leaders, no player could truly overshadow him, regardless of their performance. Yet, as the final quarter of the championship's Game 7 approached, another Warriors player had audaciously declared their intent to secure victory for the team. Such confidence was remarkable. Coach Kerr regarded Zhang Ruoqing, seemingly moved by his resolute gaze, and inquired, "Buddy, are you certain you can accomplish this? Rest assured, I feel unparalleled in my physical condition at this moment, and you all witnessed my explosive shooting in the latter part of the third quarter. If they persist with their strategy of double-teaming Stephen, allow me to handle them." Hearing Zhang's words, Stephen Curry nodded in agreement. Unlike some superstars who possess a narrow mindset and allow their teammates' performances to overshadow their own, Curry prioritizes victory above all else. Thus, when confronted with Zhang Ruoqing's remarks, he experienced initial surprise but ultimately found himself in complete agreement. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams' bench players entered the final rotation. The Warriors deployed a lineup featuring the dynamic backcourt duo of Curry and Ian Clark, alongside small forward Zhang Ruoqing, with Barbosa taking the power forward position, and Festus Ezeli manning the center. On the Cavaliers' side, Emil Williams and Matthew Dellavedova stepped in to provide valuable rest for Kyrie Irving and J.R. Smith. LeBron James remained stationed at the small forward spot, indicating that Tyronn Lue had no intention of resting him during this crucial quarter. The power forward position was filled by the smaller Richard Jefferson, while the center role was occupied by James Jones, making his series debut in the fourth quarter of a decisive Game 7, not due to his prowess, but rather as a makeshift solution owing to the Cavaliers' depleted frontcourt following Tristan Thompson's ejection. However, the long-absent James Jones seemed ill-prepared for the intensity of the NBA Finals. Despite being in a state enhanced by substantial doses of E0, he appeared somewhat out of sync compared to his on-court counterparts. The Warriors initiated their first possession with a classic pick-and-roll between Curry and Festus Ezeli. As James Jones hesitated between pressing or retreating, he afforded Curry ample space. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue urgently called out for his players to double-team Stephen. By the time James Jones registered Lu's directive, it was too late. Fortunately, the Cavaliers had the astute basketball intellect of LeBron James at their disposal. Upon recognizing Jones' misstep, James immediately sprang into action to pressure the ball handler, Curry. Yet, Curry was no ordinary opponent. Upon noticing that 3 Cavaliers defenders were fixated on him, he sensed an opportunity. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the ball soaring over James's head, aiming for the corner. There, lying in wait, was Zhang Ruoqing. With James having lost his defensive position, Zhang seized the invaluable chance to shoot uncontested. With his remarkable shooting touch on display, Zhang would not squander such an opportunity. He pulled back the bow and released the basketball, cleanly swishing through the net, altering the score to 91-90 and restoring the Warriors' lead. As the Cavaliers embarked on their offensive possession, James initiated the play from the top of the arc. Fans who witnessed the 2016 finals will surely recall how James transformed into an absolute offensive powerhouse during that series, showcasing his prodigious talent to its fullest extent. In this parallel universe of the NBA survival game, the Cleveland Cavaliers find themselves no exception. As the game enters the critical fourth quarter, they must rely on their prodigious LeBron James. Observing the defense, James calls upon his teammates to set up a pick-and-roll. He contemplates retaliating with a similar strategy, employing a center screen to counteract the opposition. James Jones obediently steps up to deliver what appears to be a solid screen for James. Utilizing the pick, James drives right, but just as he penetrates the paint, referee Dan Crawford's whistle pierces the air. Beep. A foul on James Jones for the screen. Although Jones raises his hands in protest, the instant replay on the big screen unmistakably reveals the unfolding drama. The defender, Zhang Ruoqing, attempts to slip past Jones's screen, only to be met by a moving pick that includes a blatant shoulder charge, sending Zhang sprawling to the floor. Zhang Ruoqing did not engage in a theatrical dive like Xiong Boat. Instead, he was genuinely toppled by James Jones. Such a straightforward foul call is merely child's play for the esteemed referee, Dan Crawford. This decision is devoid of any controversy. The Warriors retain possession. After a back-and-forth exchange of 2 plays, James Jones faltered consecutively. Tyronn Lue, unable to contain his frustration from the sidelines, called for a timeout with a sweeping gesture. Merely a minute into the fourth quarter, Lue called a crucial timeout. During the pause, Coach Lue refrained from berating James Jones. Instead, he informed him that he would not be returning to the court, with Kevin Love taking his place. Subsequently, Lue delineated the tactical strategy for the fourth quarter. James and Kyrie would alternate initiating attacks, while Love would operate from the center position, with 2 others stationed at the corners to create space for shooting. It was simplistic yet remarkably effective. Meanwhile, the Warriors made no adjustments to their lineup. Upon resuming the game, the Warriors launched their offense. The Cavaliers opted for a mismatched defense, with Dellavedova tasked with guarding Curry. Their past encounters during the 2015 finals were exhilarating, leaving an indelible mark on the fans. When the Cavaliers triumphed in Game 2 of the 2015 finals, Dellavedova's performance was stellar, leading to widespread media acclaim, heralding him as the Curry Terminator, believed to be the most effective defender against Curry in the league. However, reality proved that no one could withstand the peak performance of Stephen Curry. In 2015, Curry led his team to victory, and although he did not secure the finals MVP, his subsequent performances silenced all critics. No one dared to label Dellavedova as the Curry Terminator again. The 2 players were simply not in the same league. In the parallel universe of the NBA survival game, the 2 adversaries met once more in the fourth quarter of Game 7 of the 2016 finals. This time, would Dellavedova reclaim the title of Curry Terminator, or would Curry reaffirm his prowess? Fans were eagerly anticipating the clash. Chapter 97, The Ocean. Dellavedova and Curry both appeared invigorated, akin to having overdosed on E0. The ball handler, Stephen Curry, had bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of the Sharingan from Naruto. Conversely, the newly entered Dellavedova clearly struggled to acclimate to the intensity. Before he could unleash his ferocious, dogged defense, Curry effortlessly bypassed him with a simple change of direction. The outcome was swiftly determined. Stephen Curry executed a mid-range jumper just inside the 3-point line, and the ball swished through the net with ease. 93-90. The Warriors had surged to a 3-point lead. MVP. MVP. The roars from the Oracle Arena were deafening. It was now the Cavaliers' turn to attack. LeBron James, surveying the defense from the top of the arc, launched a 3-pointer over Suwoni's defense, and the ball found the net as well. 93-all. In the fourth quarter of the match, both team star players exhibited a commanding presence, vying for supremacy on the court. The outcome of the game hinged upon the caliber of these luminaries. Yet, an undeniable X-factor loomed. Zhang Ruoqing of the Warriors, burdened with the task of securing the FMV, felt compelled to eclipse Curry's brilliance. This sentiment was conveyed to Coach Kerr during the timeout. Indeed, in the subsequent offensive possession, wary of Curry's extraordinary shooting prowess, Dellavedova was forced to double-team him alongside Shen Mie, allowing Curry to deftly locate the unmarked Zhang Ruoqing at a 45-degree angle. Despite James's swift defensive response, Zhang Ruoqing remained unflustered, evading James's guard to deliver a signature mid-range jumper, adding 2 points to the Warriors' tally. The score stood at 95-93, turning the tide. The Cavaliers initiated their play through Shen Mie at the top of the arc, following a seamless inside-out collaboration between Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving. James executed a deft baseline maneuver, scoring effortlessly while Su Wani was unable to provide timely assistance, resulting in a smooth reverse layup that leveled the score once more at 95. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams traded offensive and defensive blows, with the score fluctuating until the official timeout at 6.5 minutes, where the teams were tied at 101. Following this timeout, the rotation players exited the stage, paving the way for the starting lineup to determine the victor. For the Warriors, the decisive quintet comprised Curry, Clark, Zhang Ruoqing, Su Wani, and the pseudo-death lineup with Ming Ji, as Klay Thompson had been disqualified, necessitating Ian Clark's inclusion. Conversely, the Cavaliers fielded a lineup of Shen Mie, J.R. Smith, James, Richard Jefferson, and Kevin Love. With starting center Tristan Thompson also disqualified, Tyronn Lue was compelled to position Love at the 5 and insert Jefferson at the 4. This was the quintessential moment of truth. As the game resumed, Zhang Ruoqing felt the intense rhythm of his heart pounding within his chest. Perhaps due to the influence of E0, he sensed an exhilarating fire coursing through his veins, imbued with boundless energy. This young man endeavored to steady his heartbeat, closing his eyes to cultivate a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, surreal images danced before him. Azure skies, billowing clouds, verdant trees, vibrant blossoms, and an endless array of the world's splendor. Zhang Ruoqing felt as though he stood upon a vast expanse of fragrant meadow, surrounded by an array of gem-hued roses, while clouds drifted gracefully across the celestial dome above. He gently lifted his gaze and beheld it, the ocean. Yes, the ocean, the broadest blue giant in existence, the most enchanting azure spirit. Could it be? Zhang Ruoqing suddenly realized something. By the time he opened his eyes again, the match had already commenced. The Warriors were on the offensive. And as Stephen Curry maneuvered through Ian Clark, a mistake occurred, allowing Shen Mie to snatch the ball with a direct steal. Shen Mie, propelled by adrenaline, surged forward with astonishing speed, preparing for a layup after 3 swift strides. However, a towering white figure ascended into the air. Having anticipated Shen Mie's move all along, it was none other than Zhang Ruoqing. With an emphatic block, he thwarted Shen Mie's attempt. Taken aback by the rejection, Shen Mie had no time to react as the ball descended onto Su Wani's hands. She swiftly passed it to Zhang Ruoqing, initiating the Warriors' counterattack. The rhythm of offense and defense was breathtakingly swift. LeBron James appeared on Zhang Ruoqing's path like a divine being descending from the heavens, resolutely determined to halt his advance. Yet, Zhang Ruoqing was no reckless marauder. Upon spotting James, he promptly passed the ball to Su Wani, who was alongside him in the fast break. Su Wani leaped gracefully, powerfully slamming the ball into the hoop. With the score now at 103-101, the Warriors had regained the lead. Zhang Ruoqing has once again made an assist. However, the only time traveler of the Cavaliers, Shen Mie, has a different perspective on this offensive play. Just moments ago, Zhang Ruoqing's block was truly astonishing. Akin to an impossible feat, Shen Mie, confident in Kyrie Irving's peak physical prowess, speed, and explosive power, found it hard to believe he could be so easily blocked by Zhang Ruoqing. What he was unaware of was that Zhang Ruoqing had entered an even more enigmatic state. In the subsequent offensive plays, Zhang Ruoqing frequently approached the perimeter to demand the ball. He either executed a direct jump shot just beyond the three-point line or utilized screens for his jumps, resulting in an impeccable shooting performance. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers struggled to maintain their footing, relying heavily on James and Love's shooting. Were it not for their efforts, this thrilling Game 7 would have been decisively overshadowed by Zhang Ruoqing's individual brilliance. Tyronn Lue could no longer contain himself and called for a timeout. On the commentary panel, the usually reticent Charles Barkley finally spoke up. 110-108, I truly did not anticipate this score. And Isnt Iguodala's shooting touch remarkably exceptional? I concur. From Iguodala's perspective, did the hoop not seem as expansive as the ocean? Shaquille O'Neal initially made this remark in jest, yet it inadvertently struck a chord. The reason for Zhang Ruoqing's explosive performance in the fourth quarter was due to a significant transformation in his visual perception. Upon returning to the court after the official timeout, following a moment of introspection with closed eyes, Zhang Ruoqing sensed something amiss. When he reopened his eyes, everything around him felt astonishingly unfamiliar. Most notably, the hoop before him appeared. NBA lore often humorously suggests that the hoop seems as vast as the ocean. While most people recognize this as an exaggerated jest, to Zhang Ruoqing, it genuinely resembled the ocean. Chapter 98. The 5 Great Absurdities. The profound change in Zhang Ruoqing was not only evident to him but was also palpably felt by his teammates. Moreover, even the TNT commentary team and the audience in the stands recognized Zhang Ruoqing's transformation. Hey, I ask you too, who has Iguodala's shooting statistics? Is his shooting touch today not exceedingly exceptional? Indeed, in my recollection, this man has seemingly not missed a shot today. Should the Warriors secure victory? Based on his prior performances, I can boldly predict that Iguodala will undoubtedly clinch the FMVP title. The last speaker was none other than the infamous Charles Barkley, known for his bold proclamations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoqing's expression shifted. Everyone knew Barkley was notorious for his jinxing. Whoever he favored would inevitably falter. Thus, there are always fans who jest that if their team wishes to triumph in the playoffs, they must first win the favor of Barkley. In a decisive Game 7, Barkley audaciously declared his confidence in Iguodala's ability to clinch the FMVP title, which surely sent shivers down Zhang Ruoqing's spine. This was a matter of life and death for Zhang Ruoqing's personal quest. Of course, Zhang Ruoqing did not take Barkley's jibe to heart. He merely employed it to alleviate his inner tension. In the brief span of 3 minutes that had just elapsed, Zhang Ruoqing achieved a flawless shooting performance, hitting all 3 of his attempts, including a three-pointer, accumulating 7 points, along with 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. His presence on the court was undeniably pronounced. Moreover, all 3 of Zhang Ruoqing's baskets were executed through intricate, contested jump shots, with the final, leaning three-pointer taken from the corner. Amidst a trio of Cavaliers defenders closing in on him, at the moment of release, LeBron was already looming in front of Zhang Ruoqing. Yet he still managed to sink the crucial three-pointer despite not being able to see the rim. Onlookers could only sense that Zhang Ruoqing's shooting touch was extraordinarily sublime, likening his performance to that of a transcendent Iguodala in his prime. However, only Zhang Ruoqing truly understood that, during those fleeting 3 minutes, the rim appeared to him as vast as the ocean. Closing his eyes, he envisioned a dreamlike sea, and the basket seemed as boundless as the ocean itself. Every shot felt destined to find its mark. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Was it the influence of E0? It seemed unlikely. If it were indeed the effect of E0, why did it only manifest at the final moments of the game, rather than at the outset when its potency should have been at its peak? Furthermore, all players had been administered a substantial dose of E0. Why was it only Zhang Ruoqing who possessed such extraordinary prowess? Zhang Ruoqing pondered for a moment. Yet he could not arrive at a solution. At that moment, the pause in time concluded. When Zhang Ruoqing returned to the court, he was startled to perceive a significant transformation in his physical condition. The hoop before him had reverted to its original state. This implies that my current cheat state cannot be sustained for long. It appears that it can only endure for 3 minutes at most. At this moment, Zhang Ruoqing remained unaware that he had awakened a mysterious basketball talent for the first time during this match, an extraordinarily rare gift, one that could be considered a 1,000,000-to-1 occurrence. This seemingly ordinary Chinese high school student was, in fact, the chosen one. Returning to the game, the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter had commenced, and each coach had only 2 timeouts remaining. The score stood at 110-106, with the Warriors leading by 4 points. The Cavaliers were on the offense. Within the Cleveland Cavaliers, the world-renowned prodigy LeBron James found himself in yet another precarious situation. At this moment, the hopes of the entire team rested on his shoulders. As Shen Mie crossed half-court, he promptly passed the ball to James. Upon receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right side, James assessed the defensive positions and directed his teammates to adjust their movements. Suddenly, with an enigmatic passing motion, James sent the basketball soaring toward the hoop. "Oh no!" Zhang Ruoqing, tasked with guarding James, exclaimed as he quickly turned to look. He beheld the Cavaliers' white forward Kevin Love transforming into a soaring white beast, leaping high into the air. An alley-oop connection. At such a critical juncture, for the Cavaliers to dare to execute this play was a testament to their audacity. No. It wasn't the Cavaliers' boldness that stood out. It was James' audacity. This tactic, teetering on the brink of error, proved successful as the ball glided past Draymond Green's fingertips and into Love's grasp. With a fierce roar, Love slammed the ball into the hoop. The score tightened to 110-108 as the Cavaliers closed the gap. The Warriors took control of the offense. After crossing half-court, Stephen Curry sought to pass the ball to the red-hot Zhang Ruoqing. However, during the recent timeout, Tyronn Lue had already devised a defensive strategy specifically targeting Zhang, making it difficult for Curry to deliver the ball directly to him. Zhang Ruoqing observed James, who clung tenaciously to him, and J.R. Smith, poised nearby and ready to ambush. A wave of pride surged within him. He mused that if he were to be so earnestly defended by an NBA superstar in the real world, his life would have been worth it. Yet, simultaneously, he realized that drawing such defensive attention could be advantageous. After all, he had emerged from a state of being engulfed by the hoop. And while he was not currently in an extraordinary form, his opponents remained unaware. This presented a golden opportunity to create offensive chances for his teammates. Indeed, as Curry noticed Zhang Ruoqing unable to receive the ball, he was left with no choice but to pass it to Ming Ji at the top of the arc. Ming, as a transcender of Draymond Green, executed a splendid long bounce pass, delivering the ball to Ian Clark, who had cut sharply into the paint. An open layup. A splendid opportunity. However, an unforeseen calamity struck. Just as Ian Clark prepared to shoot, he fumbled and let the ball slip out of his grasp, sending it careening out of bounds. An utterly ridiculous blunder, worthy of the most embarrassing moments in sports. What made it even more critical was that such an outrageous mistake occurred in the pivotal moments of the fourth quarter. Ian Clark, overwhelmed with shame, lowered his head and retreated to his half of the court, unable to meet the gaze of his teammates. Although Zhang Ruoqing understood that one should not blame teammates or add pressure in such moments, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration. The golden opportunity they had worked so hard to create had evaporated in an instant. Zhang Ruoqing privately lamented that a player of Ian Clark's caliber, despite his previous flashes of brilliance, simply wasn't suited for the intensity of the finals at such a critical juncture. Ian was acutely aware of this, and thus remained in a state of heightened tension, fearing that he might falter again. Yet, as Murphy's Law dictates, the more one wishes to avoid mishaps, the more likely they are to occur. As the game entered its final 2 minutes, the Cleveland Cavaliers launched their last offensive in a do-or-die moment. In the climactic Game 7, the Warriors led 110-108. Shen Mie attempted to dazzle Stephen Curry with his elusive footwork, yet Curry remained intensely focused, offering no room for Shen. After a flurry of moves, Shen had no choice but to loft the ball to James, who was backing down Zhang Ruoqing in the paint. With the shot clock dwindling, James initiated a one-on-one duel against Zhang. Zhang was acutely aware that, at this juncture, James had little choice but to execute a turnaround jumper. However, for a superstar of LeBron James's caliber, merely discerning his offensive strategy was far from sufficient. Even with the knowledge of his impending fadeaway shot, one remained powerless to counter it. Indeed, upon receiving the ball, James effortlessly dribbled twice before executing a magnificent turnaround jump shot. For Zhang Ruoqing, his emotions could only be described as despair. In that fleeting moment, he found himself utterly unable to devise a strategy to counter James's shot. All he could do was fervently hope that it would not find its mark. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the basketball traced a perfect arc like a rainbow, gracefully descending through the hoop. The score was tied at 110. LeBron James had once again delivered a crucial basket. Shaquille O'Neal exuberantly took to the microphone, evidently in awe of James's stellar performance. My dear friends, after faltering in the finals in both 2007 and 2011, the technically flawed James of yesteryears has vanished. What we behold now is the most flawless incarnation of LeBron James. Charles Barkley echoed O'Neal's sentiments, lavishly bestowing praise upon James. Ladies and gentlemen, should the Cavaliers truly triumph over the formidable Warriors, who boasted a remarkable 73-win season, even I, a seasoned critic of James, must concede that he is undoubtedly the basketball GOAT, surpassing Jordan to become the deity of the sport. What a remarkable feat by LeBron James, who has compelled the long-hidden critic Kenny Smith to reveal his true identity, even uttering the words to enshrine James as the GOAT. Meanwhile, the game pressed on. Coaches Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors and Tyronn Lue of the Cleveland Cavaliers could no longer remain seated, both standing at the sidelines, directing their players to execute the final plays of offense and defense. The Warriors launched their attack. Stephen Curry orchestrated the play as Ian Clark, having just committed a blunder, remained hesitant in the corner, unwilling to make a move. Zhang Ruoqing advanced to set a pick for Curry. The 1-3 pick-and-roll between Curry and Zhang Ruoqing offered more variations and possibilities, making it increasingly difficult for the Cavaliers to defend. However, Tyronn Lue appeared to have anticipated this tactic. As Zhang Ruoqing moved towards the ball, James expertly blocked his receiving position, preventing him from finding any space to maneuver. Meanwhile, at the top of the arc, Curry found himself stymied by the dual pressure from J.R. Smith and Shen Mie, forced to halt his dribble. If he could not successfully pass the ball, the Warriors might be compelled to call a timeout to avert a turnover. Just as tension reached its zenith, a robust figure broke free from the throng, charging towards the ball and calling out to Curry, "Aces," from amidst the crowd. Curry caught sight of a teammate making himself available, his heart soaring with joy. Albeit without discerning who it was, he passed the ball. Approaching to receive it was Meng Ji, the playmaker of Draymond Green. In those days, the Warriors truly embodied a triumvirate of stars. Curry, Thompson, and Green were undoubtedly superstars. Among fans, the saying circulated, "Curry rules the day, Thompson rules the night, and Dream Green rules the air." In the gripping climax of the reality-based Game 7, Draymond Green delivered a remarkable performance, amassing 32 points, 15 rebounds, and 9 assists, almost single-handedly propelling the Splash Brothers forward. Should the Warriors emerge victorious in their quest for the championship, it is highly probable that the Finals MVP title would belong to Green. In that season, Green exhibited a mastery of both offense and defense. His defensive prowess is indisputable, showcasing a level of skill that is nothing short of masterful in both one-on-one and help defense. Offensively, he possessed an elite ability to orchestrate plays from the arc, complemented by a reliable mid-range shot and commendable three-point accuracy. In this parallel universe, Meng Ji, as the time-traveling counterpart of Draymond Green, seemed poised to step forward and rescue the team. Receiving the ball at the top of the arc, Meng Ji was presented with a semi-open opportunity and immediately executed a shot fake. Kevin Love, sensing the threat, rushed to contest, fully aware that, despite Meng Ji's limited attempts throughout the game, he could not afford to allow him such a clean look. Yet, at the moment Love leaped to defend, Meng Ji seized the opportunity to drive past him, executing a Curry-esque floater from mid-range. An exquisite choice of attack, yet, alas, Meng Ji's shot failed to find its mark, ricocheting off the rim after 2 bounces. The battle for the rebound was fiercely contested, with Tristan Thompson and Andrew Bogut firmly entangled in position, neither able to leap with ease. Soaring through the air were Zhang Ruoqing and LeBron James, 2 superstars renowned for their physical prowess, both injected with a potent dose of E0, engaged in a desperate fight for the rebound. It was evident that the chosen one, LeBron James, elevated higher and with greater force, his fingertips nearly grazing the basketball. At that moment, unbeknownst to all, Zhang Ruoqing's eyes suddenly blazed with a crimson hue. In an instant, his body underwent an astonishing transformation. The rebound, which seemed beyond reach, was snatched from LeBron's grasp in a blink, leaving spectators in disbelief. What? Was that yet another display of Andre Iguodala's prowess? How did he seize the rebound from James? Charles Barkley, though deeply impressed by Zhang Ruoqing's formidable performance throughout the series, found the preceding moment profoundly astonishing. With the rebound secured, Zhang Ruoqing's eyes returned to their normal color, and he effortlessly executed a delicate putback, sending the ball securely through the net. The score stood at 112 to 110, with the Warriors reclaiming the lead as the game approached its final minute. The Cavaliers initiated their offense. Under Coach Kerr's guidance, the Warriors finally opted to double-team James during this defensive sequence. James, sensing the pressure, dished the ball to an open J.R. Smith in the corner. Without hesitation, J.R. Smith unleashed a decisive three-pointer, but alas, it clanged off the rim. Once again, a critical battle for the rebound ensued, with several giants soaring into the air: Tristan Thompson, Kevin Love, Andrew Bogut, and Draymond Green. Chapter 100. The weary Zhang Ruoqing yet again. The rebound found its way into the hands of that extraordinary man, Zhang Ruoqing. Zhang Ruoqing initiated a swift counterattack from the backcourt. With his teammate Su Wani already positioned in the frontcourt, Zhang executed a long pass, flawlessly locating Su beneath the opposing basket. Su effortlessly made the layup. In the final minute, Zhang continued to contribute with crucial rebounds and assists, pushing the Warriors' lead to 114 to 110, a margin of 4 points. The fans at the Oracle Arena erupted into frenzied cheers, their voices resounding with the name of Iguodala. In their eyes, Zhang Ruoqing, embodying Iguodala, Was the city's superhero in that moment? A timeout was called. Cavaliers' young coach Tyronn Lue took the penultimate timeout of the game. The brevity yet intensity of this pause enveloped the Cavaliers, with the atmosphere heavy and tense as the entire team focused intently on Lue's strategic directives for the final plays. Conversely, the Warriors, having secured a 4-point advantage, appeared noticeably more relaxed. Nevertheless, Steve Kerr remained vigilant, reminding his players not to let their guard down in the closing moments. They were resolute in double-teaming LeBron, forcing him to pass and betting on the shooting accuracy of others. Coach Kerr's defensive strategy persisted with the firm execution of the plan to double-team James. Zhang Ruoqing concurred with this defensive approach, fully aware of James' prowess in clutch situations. He certainly did not wish to become a mere backdrop to James' heroics in this contest. The game resumed. Kevin Love inbound the ball, while Su Wani and Zhang Ruoqing effectively contained James, who struggled to shake off his defenders. Consequently, Love's pass never reached James. Suddenly, a loud shout emerged from the corner, prompting Love to quickly deliver the ball. Awaiting the pass in the corner was none other than the transcendent Shen Mie, embodying Kyrie Irving. After receiving the ball, Shen faced a one-on-one defense from the Warriors star Stephen Curry. This scene felt eerily familiar. A sense of ominous foreboding suddenly surged within Zhang Ruoqing. He observed Shen Mie testing the waters before swiftly executing a dribble, showcasing an array of expansive cross-steps and a decisive change of direction that flawlessly highlighted Kyrie Irving's exceptional ball-handling skills. However, at that moment, Curry exhibited an unparalleled level of defensive concentration. Despite Shen Mie's exquisite dribbling, he failed to deceive Curry, not even managing to encroach a step beyond the three-point arc. Yet, an instinctive realization struck Zhang Ruoqing. Just as he intended to alert Curry, he discovered it was already too late. Shen Mie abruptly launched into a vertical leap, executing a backward three-point shot with fierce determination. In the climactic seconds of Game 7 of the 2016 Finals, amidst a scoring drought for both teams, it was Kyrie Irving who faced off against Curry, nailing a three-pointer off the backboard, a shot that sealed the fate of the game and brought the O'Brien Trophy to Cleveland. That three-pointer remains a topic of fervent discussion, often compared to Ray Allen's iconic corner three-pointer during the final moments of Game 6 in the 2013 Finals. In this alternate reality, the beleaguered Cleveland Cavaliers, despite James's difficulty in receiving the ball, found their savior in Kyrie Irving. However, he was not the true Kyrie Irving, but rather the time traveler Shen Mie. Shen Mie's shot was decisive and incisive. The basketball spun and arced with textbook precision, settling firmly into the hoop. The score stood at 114-113, granting the Cavaliers a glimmer of hope. Only 42 seconds remained on the clock. The Warriors' ensuing offensive play was critical. Would it deliver a fatal blow or offer the Cavaliers a chance for a miraculous turnaround? Steve Kerr called a timeout, the Warriors' penultimate stoppage. During the pause, Zhang Ruoqing listened intently to his own heartbeat, feeling as though the world around him was spiraling into chaos. He absorbed not a single word of the coach's instructions. The overwhelming excitement of his body had persisted for too long, now showing signs of fatigue. In these final moments, could Zhang Ruoqing emerge as the hero for the Warriors? That remained a significant uncertainty. As the game resumed, Su Wani inbound the ball, with the Cavaliers' primary defensive focus squarely on Curry and Zhang Ruoqing. They attempted to utilize screens and move strategically, yet opportunities eluded them, the ball never reaching their hands. However, the Warriors were fortuitous to have Draymond Green on their roster. At his peak, Green possessed the robust physique and tenacity of an interior player, coupled with the agility of an exterior player. In addressing the age-old conundrum of inbounds plays, peak Green was the quintessential solution. In this match, Draymond Green's alternate persona was Ming Chi. Observing that Curry and Zhang Ruoqing were unable to receive the ball, he immediately surged forward, securing his position. And just before the 5-second violation, Su Wani passed the ball to Ming Chi. Time began to wane, and Ming Chi, with his back to the arc, faced none other than Kevin Love. During the recent timeout, Steve Kerr indeed contemplated this possibility. He orchestrated a strategy involving Draymond Green at the top of the arc, with both Zhang Ruoqing and Stephen Curry executing simultaneous movements. Zhang Ruoqing slipped along the baseline, while Curry and Green executed a seamless handoff, leaving the Cavaliers' defense unable to cover both ends. However, Zhang Ruoqing had not heard Coach Kerr's tactical instructions. He instinctively maneuvered his way to the baseline. Yet, his legs felt as if they were leaden, moving at a sluggish pace, and he could not create any space. Ming Chi had no choice but to rely on Love. handing the ball to Curry, who was right in front of him. Nevertheless, J.R. Smith, tasked with guarding Curry, was tenacious, leaving no room for the star to operate. Curry attempted to drive through, only to be closely guarded by J.R. Smith. What a splendid defensive play by J.R. on the commentary team. Shaquille O'Neal remarked as Curry forced his way into the paint, faking a shot to draw a foul from J.R. However, J.R., seasoned in experience, did not fall for the ruse. With time winding down, Curry had no option but to take a difficult step-back jumper, which predictably missed the mark, leading to Tristan Thompson securing the rebound. Defense. Coach Kerr immediately called for his players to retreat. Even if they failed to score, they must not afford the opponent a chance to counterattack. The Warriors understood this principle well, including the missed Curry, for players raced back with remarkable speed. Yet Zhang Ruoqing lagged behind, laboring under the weight of his steps. Goodness, it's Iguodala. Why is he retreating so slowly? Has he exhausted his stamina? Charles Barkley, who had always admired Zhang Ruoqing, felt a pang of concern upon seeing him struggle to keep pace. The Cavaliers had a golden opportunity. With only 20 seconds remaining, they had a chance to capitalize on a numerical advantage. Chapter 101. The game concludes. Tristan Thompson, having secured the rebound, passed the ball to Shen Mie, who had just sunk a crucial three-pointer. Shen unleashed his final burst of energy, charging down the court with the ball. The Warriors, however, were not ready to concede, pursuing Shen with equal fervor. The only exception was the heavily burdened Zhang Ruoqing, who, despite his evident effort to sprint back, quickly fell behind. The Cavaliers, in an exceedingly rare moment, found themselves in a situation of numerical superiority in the closing moments of the game. And the player who faltered was none other than Zhang Ruoqing. This outcome was certainly unexpected. Su Wani felt a chill in her heart at that moment. She was sprinting with all her might, not only to catch up with Shen Mie and thwart his advance, but also to hold back her tears. Why did she feel such an urge to cry? Su Wani could not comprehend. Was it because they were on the verge of losing the game? Was it the absence of a team reward? Or was it something else entirely? Su Wani truly did not understand. Despite her utmost effort, she still could not close the gap on Shen Mie ahead of her. Under the influence of a formidable dosage of E0, Shen Mie erupted into a state that transcended all limits. Throughout the match, he maintained a relatively relaxed demeanor, as the majority of the team's offensive maneuvers were orchestrated by James. Consequently, in the final moments, Shen Mie was still able to preserve exceptional stamina. He embodied the youthful version of Kyrie Irving from 2016, a point guard whose technical prowess and speed were maximized. At that moment, no one on the court could keep pace with him. Right before her eyes, Su Wani distinctly observed Shen Mie, the time traveler resembling Kyrie Irving, soaring into the air, effortlessly making a layup without any defender in sight. Behind him, Zhang Ruoqing had come to a complete halt, his gaze dimmed, devoid of light, as hope cruelly faded away. Although Su Wani had her back turned to Zhang Ruoqing, she could almost sense his breath, heartbeat, and every subtle movement. Thus, she too relinquished her pursuit and halted her steps. Ian Clark and Stephen Curry, two formidable players from NC, also ceased their efforts. Yet, one individual refused to give up. It was Meng Ji, the counterpart of Draymond Green. He continued to sprint with all his might, chasing after the elusive figure of Shen Mie, that seemingly unattainable target. Why was this so? What fueled his obsession? Su Wani could not fathom it. The reality was harsh. By the time Meng Ji reached his own basket, Shen Mie had already placed the ball into the hoop, landing gracefully. 114-115, the Cavaliers completed their comeback. Shen Mie executed a near game-winning shot in the simplest of ways. However, the match was not over. Shen Mie transitioned seamlessly from dribbling to scoring, yet still left the Warriors with 3 seconds on the clock. Just as Shen Mie landed from his layup, Meng Ji, who had closely followed him, swiftly seized the ball, leaping back to the baseline before launching it with one powerful throw towards the Cavaliers' half-court. Witnessing this scene, Su Wani's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She immediately turned to look back. Everything unfolded as she had anticipated. Zhang Ruoqing, who had just moments ago appeared weary and dim-eyed, now glared with intensity, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he fixated on the basketball soaring through the air. "Stop him! Stop him!" The Cavaliers' head coach, Tyronn Lue, let out a desperate roar. The 5 Cavaliers players, having just executed that offensive play, had all retreated to the Warriors' half, leaving Zhang Ruoqing alone in his own half. The ball was flawlessly caught by Zhang Ruoqing, who quickly dribbled and then, summoning all his strength, launched himself into the air. In the final second of the game, the air in the Oracle Arena became completely still. In the vastness of the world, It seemed as though only a solitary figure, akin to a lone swan, glided across the summer night sky of Oakland. It was a slam dunk, a magnificent slam dunk. Charles Barkley abruptly rose from his commentary seat, captivated as if beholding an unparalleled masterpiece, fixated on Zhang Ruoqing suspended in midair. The ball went in, the lights illuminated. The match concluded with a score of 116 to 115, as Zhang Ruoqing executed an astonishing buzzer-beater dunk, bringing an exhilarating climax to the decisive Game 7. As the Warriors called their final timeout, Zhang Ruoqing had already devised a strategy with Meng Ji to conclude the game by retreating to advance. Zhang Ruoqing confided in Meng Ji that he would feign exhaustion during the final defensive round, deliberately lagging behind to allow the Cavaliers to expedite their fast break. Once they effortlessly scored, there would inevitably be a fleeting moment of relaxation. With an unparalleled performance throughout the game, even when pretending to be fatigued, the Cavaliers would harbor no suspicion. In this intricate process, Zhang Ruoqing compelled Meng Ji to pursue relentlessly at the instant the opponent scored and the basketball touched the ground. Approximately 2 to 3 seconds would remain. It was at this critical juncture that Meng Ji was instructed to swiftly hurl the ball back to the frontcourt, racing against time. What a daring plan! What a perilous decision! As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold, and thus victory in the match was seized by Zhang Ruoqing. Unlike previous missions, after the conclusion of this game, the travelers were not immediately transported to the debriefing room. Consequently, Zhang Ruoqing and his teammates had the opportunity to relish the resounding cheers and roars of the crowd. The Oracle Center erupted into unprecedented fervor, with fireworks cascading from the heavens and fans emitting the most deafening cacophony ever recorded. Countless supporters were unable to restrain themselves from rushing onto the court to embrace their heroes. Fortunately, the diligent security personnel managed to avert a chaotic scene. Suwani could not contain her excitement as she dashed to Zhang Ruoqing, being the first to envelop him in a tight embrace. Although neither she nor Zhang Ruoqing were in their own bodies, this embrace carried profound significance. Following Suwani, Meng Ji also approached Zhang Ruoqing to celebrate with a passionate hug. This man, though unassuming throughout the game, demonstrated remarkable composure in the decisive moment, assisting Zhang Ruoqing in delivering the crucial, game-winning blow. After Meng Ji, other end, players exuberantly rushed in, celebrating by bumping chests with Zhang Ruoqing. Stephen Curry, in particular, was overjoyed, giving Zhang Ruoqing a hearty pat on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Dude, you were a god today." Meanwhile, on the other end of the court, Shen Mie stood in a daze, staring at the jubilant Warriors team, his expression one of utter bewilderment. After completing a layup moments ago, he had believed the outcome of the match was sealed. In that instant, Shen Mie even envisioned himself competing for the FMV trophy against LeBron James thanks to that pivotal shot. Chapter 102. Inside the debriefing room, it became evident that he had overestimated his position. Ultimately, he was not defeated by any other force, but rather by the sheer cunning of Zhang Ruoqing. Though he could not entirely concede his defeat, Shen Mie felt a profound respect for this young man, Zhang Ruoqing. At that moment, Zhang Ruoqing was a whirlpool of emotions. Despite this being only a second mission, the arduous nature and extended duration of this task posed a hellish challenge for the novice. Nevertheless, not only did Zhang Ruoqing's remarkable performance lead the team to victory, but he also facilitated the successful completion of the individual tasks for his teammates, Suwani and Meng Ji. Undoubtedly, Zhang Ruoqing delivered a performance reminiscent of a savior in this series. Amidst the deafening cheers of the audience, Zhang's heart surged with emotion. He yearned for the day he could stand upon the grand stage of the NBA Finals, aiding his team in securing the coveted NBA championship. Yet, this aspiration felt insufficient. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He wished to enhance his basketball skills through this enigmatic system, to break into the NBA, and to join the ranks of the Chinese national basketball team. At a time when the Chinese team faced a nadir, having lost their Olympic qualification and their status as the dominant force in Asia, Zhang longed to become the true hero of Chinese basketball. As Zhang pondered his lofty ambitions, the voice of the DJ resonated through the venue, signaling the commencement of the championship award ceremony. For Zhang, the ceremony itself held little significance. It merely served as a recognition of the relentless efforts put forth by him and his teammates over the past 7 games. However, one matter remained paramount in Zhang's mind: the question of the FMV award. To be candid, Zhang's performance throughout the series was undeniable. Among the Splash Brothers, both Curry and Thompson faced injuries that prevented them from completing the full 7 games. Additionally, Draymond Green, who had traversed time, missed the pivotal Game 5 due to suspension. Consequently, these key players were essentially unable to compete with Zhang. Among the main rotation players on his team, only Shen Mie, who also played the entire 7 games, posed a challenge. Yet, in terms of statistics and overall impact on the game, Su fell short in comparison to Zhang. Not to mention, Zhang's decisive dunk in the critical Game 7 epitomized an unparalleled and breathtaking moment of triumph, solidifying his claim to the FMV award. Thus, prior to the announcement of the FMV results, commentator Charles Barkley candidly stated that this was the most predictable FMV selection. Any media member with sound judgment would undoubtedly vote for Iguodala, the victor and the vanquished. Zhang pondered that if the Cavaliers were to clinch the championship, the FMV would unambiguously be awarded to LeBron James. Throughout the 7-game series, James's performance was impeccable, matching Zhang's prowess stride for stride. Swiftly, the results were announced. Zhang Ruoqing was unanimously selected as the FMV. In this parallel universe of the NBA survival game, Zhang had transcended into Iguodala, assisting the latter in achieving an unprecedented feat of back-to-back FMV awards as a substitute player. On the podium, Zhang joyously accepted the congratulations of his teammates. Securing the FMV alleviated a weight from his heart, also heralding the arrival of a valuable reward of 200 points. Zhang Ruoqing received the FMV Bill Russell Trophy from NBA President Adam Silver. The moment his hand brushed against the trophy, the world around him began to spin. Cursed basketball deity, at least allow me to admire it properly before the teleportation. After a familiar bout of dizzying sensations, a few individuals found themselves once again in the well-known settlement room. Following the conclusion of the 7th match, only 4 individuals remained within the settlement room: Zhang Ruoqing, Shen Mie, and Meng Ji from the Warriors faction, alongside Shen Mie from the Cavaliers faction. Shen Mie cast a glance at Zhang Ruoqing, his expression impassive, lowering his head in silence. In contrast, the trio from the Warriors was brimming with excitement. After enduring 7 grueling contests, they had ultimately secured victory in the series and earned a team reward of 500 points, an achievement that was indeed hard-earned. However, with the blonde youth Yu Zhifei, a member of the 432 squad, having perished, how would the team reward be distributed? Would the entire sum of 500 points belong solely to Meng Ji? At that moment, the familiar deep voice of the basketball deity resonated above them, now announcing the results of the match. The NBA survival game, task number 20160602027, has concluded. The victorious party is the Golden State Warriors faction. Among the Golden State Warriors, from Squad 404, participant number 10683, Shen Mie, had the personal task of embodying Harrison Barnes and achieving at least 2 games with 30 points. Task result: success. A reward of 200 points is now being issued. Participant number 10684, Zhang Ruoqing, had the personal task of embodying Andre Iguodala and securing the FMV. Task result: success. A reward of 200 points is now being issued. Participant number 13901, Meng Ji, had the personal task of embodying Draymond Green, striking LeBron James below the belt without facing any penalties. Task result: success. A reward of 200 points is now being issued. Participant number 9852, Shen Mie, had the personal task of embodying Kyrie Irving, committing double-digit turnovers in at least 2 games while still winning. Task result: success. A reward of 200 points is now being issued. The individual task rewards have been distributed. Now, the team reward will be issued. Following this proclamation, the voice of the basketball deity suddenly fell silent for a brief moment. During this interval of stillness, the 4 individuals in the settlement room felt a tumultuous upheaval beneath their feet. Shen Mie, unable to maintain her balance, nearly stumbled. But Zhang Ruoqing swiftly extended his hand to steady her. "Thank you," Shen Mie whispered, her voice barely audible as she averted her gaze from Zhang Ruoqing. "You're welcome." Zhang Ruoqing was about to respond, but he was abruptly captivated by an exceedingly bizarre scene that rendered him momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment, forgetting even to release his grip on Shen Mie's hand. The scene that left Zhang Ruoqing utterly astonished was the sudden appearance of an additional individual in a settlement room that initially housed only 4 people. As the man slowly rose from the center of the room, he appeared visibly bewildered. He groggily inquired, "Where on earth am I? Is that you, Zhang Feng?" At first glance, Shen Mie immediately recognized that the man who had been unexpectedly transported back was none other than Zhang Feng from Team 391. Zhang Feng's personal mission involved assuming the identity of Kevin Love, spending sleepless nights in nightclubs prior to the match, and achieving a remarkable double 20 in points and rebounds during the game. This playboy, lacking any real talent, had even succumbed to slumber after a passionate encounter with a supermodel before the first match. However, fortune favored him when, in the second game, an N.C. random event triggered LeBron James' absence due to personal matters. Consequently, the Cavaliers' time travelers opted for a strategic forfeiture of Game 2, allowing Zhang Feng and Wang Huayong to focus on their individual missions. Ultimately, Zhang Feng successfully attained his double 20 in points and rebounds, unexpectedly emerging as the first survivor among the 8 travelers. At that moment, Zhang Feng had the choice to either remain within the mission or escape. He unhesitatingly opted to leave. Essentially, he was a man who relished the company of women, and his good fortune had enabled him to complete 2 missions in succession. He had squandered all the tokens in his account on exquisite supermodels, having departed from the mission during Game 2. How could Zhang Feng suddenly be summoned back to the settlement room by the basketball deity? This left everyone utterly perplexed. Upon his return, Zhang Feng was clearly in a state of confusion. Since leaving the mission after Game 2, this third-year sports student had been reveling in a life of indulgence and entertainment, almost forgetting the reality of his existence within the NBA survival game. This jolt had unmistakably yanked him back to reality. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd, rubbed his eyes, and slowly remarked, "You all seem somewhat familiar. I remember now, it was during the last survival mission. Who am I again?" "You are the time traveler Kevin Love," Shen Mie replied coldly. She held a deep disdain for this teammate from her own faction, believing that had it not been for his sheer luck, he would never have been the first to escape unscathed. "Oh right, I recall. My task was to stay awake the previous night." "Ha! You have no idea. On the night before G1, I was at a nightclub in Golden State, mingling with 2 top supermodels. It was absolutely exhilarating. The exuberance of American women is simply unmatched." "Enough of your ramblings," Su Wanyi interjected, her distaste for Zhang Feng's lewd behavior palpable. "Beautiful lady, I have a distinct impression of you. Your name is something like Wanyi, right?" "It's a lovely name. Let us exchange contact information," he said, his wolfish nature surfacing at the sight of beauty. He had yet to ponder why he found himself back in the settlement room, and his first thoughts inevitably drifted to those 2 white supermodels he had previously toyed with. After being cut off so abruptly by Su Wanyi, Zhang Feng showed no sign of anger. Instead, he leaned closer, attempting to secure her contact details. Su Wanyi recoiled in disgust, instinctively stepping back to hide behind Zhang Ruoqing. Zhang Ruoqing, in turn, unconsciously moved forward, positioning himself between Zhang Feng and Su Wanyi. Upon seeing Zhang Ruoqing, the previously lecherous Zhang Feng's expression shifted to one of dissatisfaction. He was about to voice his thoughts to Zhang Ruoqing when suddenly, the deep voice of the basketball deity resonated. "Team 391, Zhang Feng has been teleported back to the settlement room. Team rewards are now being distributed. In the Golden State Warriors faction, Team 404, Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wanyi have both survived, and they shall evenly share the 500 team reward points." "Damn, a team reward of 500 points. I almost forgot about this good fortune. Shen Mie, where's my teammate Wang Huayong?" Zhang Feng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the mention of the reward. Having squandered all the points in his account, the prospect of replenishment filled him with uncontainable joy. "He is not even in this settlement room. What do you think happened to him?" Shen Mie replied, looking at Zhang Feng with evident impatience. Zhang Feng was not angry. On the contrary, he expressed his joy, exclaiming, "Wang Huayong is dead. Splendid. That 500 points is now solely mine. This time, I shall redeem a major celebrity to play with. I have grown weary of domestic stars. Perhaps I shall opt for an international one." Even before the reward was in his grasp, Zhang Feng had already begun to indulge in his fantasies, voicing his thoughts aloud. Consequently, not only did Su Wanyi, Zhang Ruoqing, and Shen Mie harbor disdain for him, but even Meng Ji, a seasoned figure from Tianjin's nightlife, regarded Zhang Feng with palpable contempt. The voice of the basketball god continued. "Team 432's Meng Ji survives. Yu Zhifei has been eliminated. Meng Ji will receive 250 points. Furthermore, Team 432 is now under strength and will be disbanded immediately. Meng Ji is forcibly integrated into Team 404, which now comprises 3 members." What? The basketball god's unexpected maneuver took everyone by surprise. During this announcement, the transformations in Meng Ji's expression were nothing short of remarkable. Upon learning that he would receive merely 250 points, His face fell in disappointment. However, when the basketball god declared his compulsory addition to Team 404, a look of unmistakable delight illuminated the young man's features. Having collaborated in numerous matches, Meng Ji was well aware of Team 404's prowess, particularly Zhang Ruoqing's capabilities. Being placed in the same team as Zhang Ruoqing significantly enhanced his chances of survival, thus filling Meng Ji with exuberance. Zhang Ruoqing and Su Wanyi exchanged smiles as they welcomed Meng Ji into their midst. However, upon hearing the news, Zhang Feng's countenance grew dark. He had harbored hopes of claiming the team reward of 500 points, only to discover that Meng Ji, in a predicament akin to his own, would receive but half that amount. This realization incited a surge of anger within him, leading him to exclaim, "Damn it." Nevertheless, the others in the settlement room were well aware of Zhang Feng's character and chose to ignore him entirely. Shen Mie cast a disdainful glance in Zhang Feng's direction, silently praying that this utterly useless yet audacious fool would not be placed on the same team as himself. The voice of the basketball god reverberated once more. Team 387. Shen Mie survives. Feng Zhong has been eliminated. Shen Mie shall receive a team reward of 250 points, now dispersed. Team 391. Zhang Feng survives. Wang Huiyong has been eliminated. Zhang Feng shall receive a team reward of 250 points, now dispersed. Teams 387 and 391 are insufficient in numbers. Team 391 is hereby dissolved, and Zhang Feng is forcibly assigned to Team 387. Current members of Team 387, 2. Upon hearing the basketball god's decree, Shen Yue's fury escalated. Despite his fervent internal prayers, the dismal outcome transpired. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Damn it." Shen Yu's roar was deeper and more resonant than Zhang Feng's, startling all present in the room. "What do you mean by that, Shen?" Zhang Feng, upon witnessing Shen Yu's fury, was acutely aware that it was directed at him, igniting a fire of resentment within his own heart. Zhang Feng epitomized the archetype of an individual oblivious to his own shortcomings, buoyed by his handsome visage, which had led him to harbor an inflated sense of self-worth. In truth, Zhang Feng was nothing more than a beautifully adorned cushion, impressive in stature yet devoid of any genuine skill. Surviving merely 2 tasks in this perilous game of existence could only be attributed to sheer luck. In stark contrast, Shen Mie, the gang's elite enforcer, was a man forged through countless street brawls and skirmishes. Having been desensitized to violence, Shen Mie held Zhang Feng in utter disdain. Thus, when the basketball deity mandated that Shen Mie form a team with Zhang Feng, it was hardly surprising that Shen Mie reacted with such fervent indignation. An expletive escaped Shen Mie's lips, infuriating Zhang Feng. In a swift motion, Zhang Feng closed the distance between them, glaring fiercely at Shen Mie, demanding an explanation. Zhang Feng, a junior majoring in basketball, stands approximately 190 centimeters tall, while Shen Mie, of a modest height around 175 centimeters, presents a striking contrast in their physiques. However, when Zhang Feng stands before Shen Mie, Zhang Ruoqing and the other 3 onlookers collectively sense that, in terms of presence, Zhang Feng pales in comparison to Shen Mie. Consequently, during their confrontation, it is as if Zhang Feng appears to be shorter by a considerable margin. Zhang Feng seemed to sense this as well. He exchanged a fleeting glance with Shen Mie, immediately perceiving a chilling aura of menace emanating from the latter's eyes. This ominous presence, though momentary, struck directly at Zhang Feng's spirit, leaving him considerably disheartened. After all, he was merely a dandy, and in the presence of a man like Shen Mie, who had truly tasted blood, his bravado appeared woefully inadequate. Shen Mie, for his part, did not indulge Zhang Feng. Had they encountered such a situation on the streets, Shen Mie would have acted decisively, and Zhang Feng would likely have been sprawled on the ground, clutching his wounds and pleading for mercy. However, constrained by the deity of basketball's regulations against violence among competitors, Shen Mie refrained from taking action. He merely fixed a cold stare upon Zhang Feng, as if to convey silently, "You reckless young fool, do not court trouble." Zhang Feng, evidently intimidated by Shen Mie's gaze, retreated 2 steps after their brief exchange, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the voice of the deity of basketball resonated once more. Rewards have been distributed. The new team combinations are complete. In 10 seconds, we will commence the transition back to the real world. 10, 9, 8. Finally, they were returning. As Zhang Ruoqing regained consciousness, he found himself in the sanctuary of his own bedroom. The arduous mission had left him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He hastily rushed to the bathroom to cleanse himself, donned a fresh set of clothes, and then, with a weary body, returned to the comfort of his bed. He collapsed heavily onto the mattress, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Never before had he felt such unparalleled comfort from his bed. However, a sudden thought intruded upon his mind, momentarily dispelling the weight of his fatigue. It was the urge to log into the system and check his points. This mission was fraught with challenges and had spanned a considerable duration, yet the rewards were undeniably substantial. Initially, Zhang Ruoqing borrowed points from Su Wanyi, Meng Ji, and Yu Zhifei, engaging in a wager with Shen Mie on a free-throw shooting accuracy contest in G1. Upon triumph, his account swelled to 180 points. Following the conclusion of the series, he was awarded an additional 100 points for personal tasks and 250 points as a team reward, bringing his total points balance to an impressive 530. Undoubtedly, a substantial fortune. Zhang Ruoqing was overwhelmed with joy as he immediately opened the system's marketplace to browse through its offerings. Unlike the initial experience when he possessed a mere 100 points, this time he felt a faint sense of affluence. Should he choose to convert his points into currency, he would already be considered a wealthy individual in the real world. However, his first instinct was to allocate these points towards enhancing his basketball skills, for he aspired to pursue a second pathway to success, joining an NBA team in the real world and ultimately securing an NBA championship ring as a player. Thus, it was imperative for him to elevate his basketball prowess to the highest possible level. Moreover, he harbored an even grander ambition to assist the Chinese men's basketball team, currently in a state of decline, in reclaiming its former glory and standing tall at the pinnacle of Asia, if not the world. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruoqing refrained from making an immediate decision, opting instead for careful contemplation. He considered that if he were to prepare for future missions, it might be prudent to retain some of his points to exchange for powerful items that could facilitate a successful completion of upcoming challenges. For instance, his idol, Ray Allen from 2013, could be acquired for just 100 points. Having him as a teammate in a future mission would significantly enhance the odds of clutch performance. Thus, Zhang Ruoqing found himself in a state of indecision, unable to reach a conclusion. After much hesitation, he resolved to consult his two teammates, Su Wanyi and Meng Ji, for their insights. Zhang Ruoqing, having acquired the contact information of these two individuals, promptly established a group chat, naming it Team 404. He then initiated the conversation. Greetings. Good evening. Soon, a reply ensued. Good evening, Ruoqing. It's Meng Ji. It seems this guy hasn't gone to bed yet. Zhang Ruoqing chuckled and inquired within the group. Meng Ji, how do you plan to spend your points? I haven't decided yet. I suppose I should save them for now. According to the rules, it takes 100,000 points to exchange for a pass, so my thought is to refrain from spending if possible. What do you think, Ruoqing? I intend to pursue the second route, so I wish to allocate my points accordingly. However, I am still somewhat hesitant. The second route? Joining the NBA and winning the championship? Truly, my Ruoqing has lofty aspirations, far beyond what someone like me can aspire to. Meng Ji sent this half-joking remark, leaving Zhang Ruoqing in a state of amused exasperation, sensing that Meng Ji was teasing him. Yet, he acknowledged the truth in Meng Ji's words. This dream felt somewhat unrealistic for his current self. However, he recalled a saying that circulated among the fans of the Dallas Mavericks, now known as the Dallas Mavericks, during the 2011 playoffs. A dream that can be mocked when spoken aloud holds the value of realization. It sounded a bit juvenile, yet the sentiment was indeed valid, and for Zhang Ruoqing, it was truly inspiring and invigorating. At that moment, Su Wanyi contributed to the chat. My personal opinion aligns with Meng Ji's. For the time being, I want to spend my points. Ruoqing, I suggest you consider allocating your points. Su Wanyi's words took both Zhang Ruoqing and Meng Ji by surprise, prompting Zhang Ruoqing to ask, why? Joining the NBA and winning the championship is both your dream and fulfills the requirements for progression. What is there to deliberate? Go for it boldly. Chapter 105. Point guard Su Wanyi's statement profoundly moved Zhang Ruoqing. Encouraged by Su Wanyi, his resolve grew stronger. Just then, he received a text message. Hello, member of the T University basketball team. I am Tong Xiaonan, the manager and captain of the T University basketball team. As per the arrangements made by the school and the coaching staff, we will hold a recruitment and restructuring ceremony for the T University basketball team tomorrow evening at 6:00 p.m. New talent will be joining the team, while players who do not adapt to the team's development will be departing. Please prepare accordingly and attend punctually. kindly confirm receipt. Upon reading the message, Zhang Ruoqing's eyes widened. Although manager Tong Qianan's words were pleasing, the underlying message was clear. The team was undergoing changes, and those lacking in ability would be cast aside. Having focused his attention on this NBA survival game, he was largely unaware of the happenings within the school. Last month, a new principal arrived at T University, who was quite fond of basketball and determined to alter the dismal state of the T University basketball team. Thus, he endeavored to utilize funds to recruit several outstanding newcomers from other institutions, instructing the coach of T University to ensure their integration into the team. With the arrival of new talent, it was inevitable that some existing members would have to depart. Consequently, the coaching staff at T University orchestrated this maneuver primarily to dismiss certain weaker players, seeking a legitimate rationale for their removal. Zhang Ruoqing's prowess was, in essence, relegated to the fringes of the bench, likely occupying the position of the team's 15th player. Consequently, when the news broke, the first name that surfaced in the minds of all the players, including Zhang Ruoqing himself, was indeed Zhang Ruoqing. However, he is no longer the same man he once was. Following his initial task, he had augmented his dribbling skills, achieving a remarkable enhancement that allowed him to master the signature moves of Kyrie Irving and Allen Iverson, aptly named butterfly through flowers. It is essential to recognize that in the realm of basketball, once abilities are quantified into data, each incremental point signifies a monumental leap in skill. This is particularly true for someone like Zhang Ruoqing, who is currently competing in a collegiate basketball league, where such advancements are even more pronounced. Presently, he possesses a substantial sum of 530 points, sufficient to exchange for a total of 10 skill points. After contemplating the text message he received, Zhang Ruoqing hesitated for a moment before dialing the doctor's number to inquire about his mother's recent health condition. The physician assured him that her condition remained stable and that there was no immediate need for further medication, merely a period of observation. Consequently, Zhang Ruoqing prudently set aside 130 points as a contingency fund, dedicating the remaining 400 points entirely to basketball skills, culminating in an impressive total of 8 additional points. Where shall he allocate them? As it stands, Zhang Ruoqing's current allocation of basketball skill points is as follows: dribbling, 50, shooting, 52, rebounding, 44, assisting, 57, free throw, 95, stealing, 42, blocking, 41. Zhang Ruoqing harbored 2 distinct enhancement strategies in his mind. The first approach was a balanced allocation of points, focusing equally on ball control, shooting, and assists, aspiring to evolve into a remarkable dual-threat guard. The second strategy was a singular enhancement plan, where all points would be concentrated in one skill, allowing for a dramatic leap in that particular area. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ruoqing delineated the merits and drawbacks of these 2 strategies. While the first option offered commendable balance, it was a slow process, requiring considerable time. Conversely, the second approach, albeit somewhat audacious, would enable Zhang Ruoqing to achieve an immediate transformation in a specific skill. For instance, with his ball control rising from 48 to 50, he had already perceived a significant enhancement in his capabilities. If he were to allocate all 8 of his available points to ball control, he could foresee an even greater elevation. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ruoqing resolved to pursue his development path as a premier ball handler on the court, embodying the essence of a classical point guard. Although his idol was Ray Allen, it became evident that a route akin to that of John Stockton or Jason Kidd, the quintessential traditional point guards, was most suitable for his growth. Consequently, Zhang Ruoqing promptly assigned all his points to ball control, elevating his ball handling skill to an impressive 58, a remarkable figure. Upon completing his enhancements, Zhang Ruoqing shared the news in the group chat with Su Wani and Meng Ji. Su Wani responded with a smiling emoji, while Meng Ji reacted with a thumbs-up emoji. Zhang Ruoqing smiled lightly, opened his messaging interface, and sent a brief acknowledgement to the basketball department manager, Tong Qianan. He then promptly discarded his phone and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, a charming beauty with pink twin ponytails glanced at her screen, her brow furrowing slightly. "Qianan, what's the matter?" The lovely girl, Tong Qianan, the manager of the basketball department, was a sophomore in the management program at T University. Influenced by her family, she had developed a deep affection for basketball from a young age. Upon entering high school, she began her role as the manager of the school basketball team, driven not only by her passion but also by the delightful opportunity to meet handsome athletes. Tong Qianan was a quintessential infatuated girl, utterly defenseless against the allure of sportsmen. Since high school, she had casually dated no fewer than 10 tall athletes. Rather than genuine relationships, these affairs were more akin to fleeting amusements, with partners exchanged once the novelty wore off. The presence of such a beautiful girl in the basketball team afforded Tong Qiunan a sense of being the center of attention. Thus, she found joy in her role. At this moment, Tong Qiunan found herself in a bar in the northern part of the city, relishing the dim, enchanting lights and the pulsating music. Opposite her sat a towering figure, a giant over 2 meters tall, who had just posed a question. His name was Luo Yiwei, the most formidable center among the basketball talents recruited by T University's new president. Hailing from Guangdong, Luo was tall and robust, with an appealing appearance that matched Tong Qiunan's taste perfectly. Moreover, his exceptional basketball skills made him a top-tier center in the collegiate basketball circles of eastern Guangdong. During their initial interactions, Tong Qiunan had exchanged contact information with Luo Yiwei, and now they had just formalized their relationship as a couple. Tomorrow, Luo Yiwei was set to participate in the basketball team's recruitment ceremony at T University. That evening, as they enjoyed their time at the bar, Tong Qiunan received an unexpected message from the coach, instructing her to notify all T University members about the upcoming recruitment event. After sending the message, she began to receive replies one after another. However, when she saw the name Zhang Ruoqing, her brow furrowed once more. The reason was that she could hardly recall a player by that name on T University's team. Although Zhang Ruoqing was undeniably handsome, with striking features and a refined appearance, he was not the type that captured Tong Qiunan's interest. Standing at 185 centimeters, he was relatively short for a player and had consistently ranked as the 15th member of the team, leaving Tong Qiunan with little impression of him. It is merely due to Tong Qiunan's role as the manager of the basketball team that she possesses Zhang Ruoqing's contact information. Just moments ago, when Tong Qiunan sent a message to the group, upon seeing Zhang Ruoqing's name, she appeared utterly bewildered, as if encountering it for the very first time. When Luo Yiwei, seated opposite her, inquired, Tong Qiunan smiled, lifted her phone to show Luo Yiwei, and remarked, "It's nothing. The person I just replied to leaves no impression on me. He seems to be a peripheral figure in the team, a complete nobody. I suspect that once you all join tomorrow, he will surely be dismissed." Luo Yiwei glanced at the screen of Tong Qiunan's phone, smiled smugly, and said, "The president of T University has offered a handsome sum to recruit me. I was initially hesitant, considering the distance from Guangdong to Beijing, a place unfamiliar to me. However, it appears to be quite worthwhile." "Oh, why do you say that?" Tong Qiunan asked. "Because I truly cannot fathom how I could arrive in Beijing and encounter a stunning beauty such as you." With that, Luo Yiwei suddenly leaped from his seat, bounding over to Tong Qiunan and enveloped her in an embrace. Despite Tong Qiunan's height of 168 centimeters, which is not insignificant among girls, she appeared diminutive beside the towering, robust Luo Yiwei, who exceeded 2 meters in height. "My goodness, you are quite direct in your speech," exclaimed Tong Qiunan. "Hey, what are you doing?" She playfully pummeled Luo Yiwei's chest with her soft fists, simultaneously feigning resistance while being tightly held in his arms. The two disregarded the curious gazes of those around them, losing themselves in a passionate kiss in the dim corner of the bar. The following morning, Zhang Ruoqing rose early and opened WeChat, searching for the name Li Xiaomiao. He sent a message, "Oldly, I know you're up by now. Skip your study session this morning and join me for some basketball practice." In less than 2 minutes, Li Xiaomiao indeed replied, "My dear Chengge, it's not that I don't want to accompany you, but finals are approaching, and I must focus on my studies. Stop rambling. There's still a month until finals. What is there to panic about? See you at the gym in 10 minutes, and don't forget to bring me breakfast." 10 minutes later, within the T University gymnasium, a medium-built boy with tousled hair and glasses entered, breathless, carrying 2 breakfast portions. This boy was Li Xiaomiao, Zhang Ruoqing's only friend at T University. Both were enrolled in the Chinese department, with Li Xiaomiao being a quintessential humanities scholar, exceptionally adept at memorization and recitation. Zhang Ruoqing possesses an exceptional intellect, albeit solely pertaining to matters related to basketball. He boasts of being a walking database of the NBA. In contrast, Li Xiaomiao bears the moniker of a mobile library, as he is intimately familiar with all the knowledge found within textbooks. Nevertheless, Li Xiaomiao holds himself to exceedingly high standards. Despite consistently ranking among the top 3 in his department, he approaches every examination with utmost seriousness. Thus, a month prior to the final exams, He diligently immerses himself in his studies, dedicating the majority of his waking hours to reading. Logically, one would presume that a scholarly individual like Li Xiaomiao and a basketball enthusiast such as Zhang Ruoqing could not possibly forge a close friendship. However, fate has a curious way of intertwining lives, and under its mysterious orchestration, the two became unlikely companions. On the very first day of their freshman year, Li Xiaomiao, hailing from Hunan and coming from humble beginnings, embarked on an arduous 20-hour train journey to Beijing, eventually arriving at T University. To his dismay, on the day of his enrollment, an unexpected incident occurred. Due to a system malfunction, his name had not been recorded in the dormitory roster. The administrator informed him that the administration was overwhelmed with new student registrations and that the system would likely be restored in 2 to 3 days. However, in the meantime, he was unable to reside in the dormitory. This news struck Li Xiaomiao like a thunderbolt, for his financial situation was precarious, and he had limited funds. During the bustling season of new student registrations, hotels near T University were in high demand. Even the most modest lodgings charged several hundred yuan per night. Consequently, Li Xiaomiao found himself at an impasse regarding his accommodation. Serendipitously, while queuing for enrollment, Zhang Ruoqing stood directly behind him and overheard his predicament. A local from the suburban district of Daxing in Beijing, Zhang Ruoqing preferred not to reside in the dorms and had rented a room near T University prior to the start of classes. Observing Li Xiaomiao's evident distress, he kindly inquired, "Hey, which department are you in? Are you without a place to stay?" "I'm in the Chinese department," Li Xiaomiao replied. "Yes, due to the system glitch. I can't stay in the dormitory, and the hotels in Beijing are too expensive for me to afford." "What a coincidence. I'm also in the Chinese department. My home is right beside the university. It's a bit small, but it can certainly help you in this urgent situation. You can stay with me for the next few days, free of charge." "That seems a bit too generous." "Not at all. We're in the same major. And we happened to meet during enrollment. This must be fate. I'm Zhang Ruoqing, and you are?" "I'm Li Xiaomiao." Since then, Li Xiaomiao and Zhang Ruoqing have forged a friendship. Owing to Zhang Ruoqing's kindness towards Li Xiaomiao, he readily assists whenever Zhang has a need, provided the requests are not excessive. For instance, this time, Zhang asked Li to bring breakfast and practice basketball with him. Although Li harbored no interest in basketball and longed to review his studies, he reluctantly agreed to come. The moment Li Xiaomiao stepped into the gym, his eyes were immediately drawn to Zhang Ruoqing, who was deftly maneuvering 2 basketballs, alternating between hands, engaged in an impressive dribbling drill. The 2 balls danced seamlessly between his legs, moving in perfect harmony, their speed leaving Li in a daze. Though Li was not well versed in basketball, he had previously accompanied Zhang for practice, and in his limited recollection, Zhang's dribbling skills had not appeared nearly so proficient. What has caused this remarkable improvement in him? Li pondered, yet he refrained from voicing this thought as encouragement. After all, he had been coerced into coming early, sacrificing precious study time, and thus harbored a lingering frustration that rendered him disinclined to praise Zhang. Chapter 107. The Academic Prodigy and the Ball Boy. "Hey, old Li, you're incredibly slow. I've already worked up a sweat by the time you arrived." Zhang Ruoqing heard the sound of Li Xiaomiao entering, but did not glance towards the door. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the 2 basketballs that continuously bounced up and down. A light sheen of sweat adorned his forehead and body, indicating his deep immersion in practice. "Come on, Chenggu, don't be so unreasonable. I followed your instructions to buy breakfast first and then hurried over. Just look at the time. It's a perfect 10 minutes. How could that be late?" Li Xiaomiao said with a look of exasperation as he walked to the bench beside the court, placing the 2 portions of breakfast down. He then took 1 portion for himself and began to eat, muttering, "I was merely jesting with you, you know." Zhang Ruoqing concluded his dribbling practice and took a seat beside Li Xiaomiao, seizing another portion of breakfast and devouring it voraciously. Glancing at Zhang, Li inquired, "Hey, Chenggu, what is going on with you? I've never seen you so diligent before. Rising early to practice at the gym. Are you in danger of being cut from the team?" His last remark was made in jest. He was utterly oblivious to the nuances of basketball, aware only that Zhang Ruoqing harbored a passion for the sport and was a member of T University's team. Whether he was a starter or a substitute, Li had no inkling. Ironically, the comment struck a chord within Zhang. The reason he rose so early to practice was twofold. 1. To assess the practical effects of his newly acquired ball handling skills, and 2. He had received a call from Tong Qiunan the previous evening. Despite Zhang's lofty ambitions, He understood the necessity of remaining grounded and progressing step by step. T University, while not a traditional powerhouse in Cuba, offered him the opportunity to play and gradually secure a stable position on the team, which was essential for achieving greater accomplishments. Thus, he was acutely aware of the significance of his role within the university's basketball team at this stage. As the afternoon would bring recruitment and elections for the team, Zhang arrived early at the gym to hone his skills, adhering to the adage that one must sharpen their tools before the battle. Zhang dismissed Li's comment with a hearty laugh, saying, "You might just have hit the nail on the head. At 6 this evening, we'll be holding recruitment here. And it seems a few new players are set to join, which means some of US veterans may be on the chopping block." "Really? I was just joking. Is that actually happening?" "Shingu, focus on your practice. What time shall I come to cheer you on this afternoon?" Upon hearing Zhang's words, Li's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. As close friends, he was acutely aware of Zhang's fervor for basketball, and the prospect of Zhang being cut from the team deeply unsettled him. Zhang Ruoqing was deeply moved by the sight of Li Xiaomiao. Although this young man appeared refined and cultured, he was by no means a bookworm. He valued friendship above all else. Upon learning of the implications regarding Zhang Ruoqing's position on the school team, he unhesitatingly offered to come and support him. This fervent affection reminded Zhang Ruoqing of the golden-haired youth, Yu Zhifei. Like Li Xiaomiao, Yu Zhifei hailed from Hunan, and both exuded a passionate warmth that was immensely comforting. Regrettably, Yu Zhifei had perished in the previous game. Contemplating this, Zhang Ruoqing let out a heavy sigh. "Brother Qing, are you all right?" "Don't worry. I must say, those dribbles you just executed were quite impressive, feeling significantly better than what I saw before. I believe in you. You can do it." Li Xiaomiao mistakenly interpreted Zhang Ruoqing's sigh as a sign of doubt regarding the game, prompting him to quickly reassure his friend. Although he initially hesitated to exaggerate Zhang Ruoqing's improvement, he felt compelled to ignite his friend's fighting spirit. "Really, old Li? Even you noticed? Then my dribbling has indeed improved considerably, huh?" Upon hearing Li Xiaomiao's praise, Zhang Ruoqing could not help but laugh with pride. Observing Zhang Ruoqing's reaction, Li Xiaomiao found himself at a loss for words. Utterly bemused, he had not anticipated that Zhang Ruoqing was not lacking in confidence but rather reveling in his success. "Hey, what do you mean by even I noticed? What are you implying?" "Haha, old Li, don't be upset. Your prowess in academics is undeniable, but you must admit, in basketball, you are a novice. For an outsider to discern my improvement in dribbling, is that not a reason for my joy? All right, I concede you have a point. Old Li, have you finished eating? Hurry and come practice with me." "What? So soon?" "Yes, let's get moving." Zhang Ruoqing led Li Xiaomiao to the basketball court, instructing